This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. First published on Xinjiang Literature City. The continuous autumn rain will stop, and the gray soil is completely wet under the half-green and half-yellow fallen leaves. Another gust of autumn wind swept by, and the remaining leaves with rainwater fell from the branches, rolling on the ground, and finally stopped under a roof with mud and water, stuck under half a broken tile and couldn't move. The always neat blue-gray house has not been cleaned by servants for 7 or 8 days. The broken tiles outside the door are broken, and the fallen leaves inside the door are covered with the ground. The ripe persimmons on the branches are pecked by birds, and the soup is all over the ground. The rain stopped suddenly, and the wet-haired birds came to the branches to look for food again. A yellow-haired cat on the wall quietly showed its head and silently climbed up the persimmon tree. A sparrow suddenly chirped sharply, but it stopped halfway, and the birds on the branches scattered in panic. The guard who was sitting in the gatehouse heard the sound and went out, spitting and shouting, "You blind beast! You dare to come to this place, and you don't think it's unlucky?" While speaking, he glanced at the quiet backyard. The cat was frightened and ran to the backyard with the sparrow that had not been eaten. The guard looked up and did not stop it, and went back into the house to avoid the wind. It was almost noon. In the past, the mansion was busy preparing lunch at this time, but today there was no smoke from the cooking. The cat holding the sparrow turned to a side yard with a large area in its mouth. Meow. A shrill cat cry. A figure hanging on the beam moved. Sui vaguely became conscious. The scenery in front of her was illusory. She didn't have time to think about what was going on. The strong feeling of suffocation made her subconsciously raise her hand to hold the linen cloth tied around her neck. Help! Before she could even make a sound, Sui felt dizzy and weak all over her body. She didn't dare to distract herself anymore, and struggled desperately, holding the sackcloth with both hands and pulling it upwards. Tilting her head back desperately, she stared at the beam with her eyes wide open, vaguely feeling the sackcloth rubbing against her chin. She gathered her strength and struggled hard. Then her arms lost strength, and she fell straight to the ground and hit the overturned table. Ouch! Sui couldn't get up. She crawled on the ground in the posture of falling, crying out in pain, her ears buzzing, her eyeballs hurting, her neck and throat hurting even more, and her throat seemed to be cracked when she breathed in and out. The policeman sitting in the gatehouse in the front yard heard the sound and walked towards the backyard. She closed her sore eyes vigorously, tears flowing uncontrollably. Sui took a long time to sit up with her arms. She was about to take a look at the situation, and she saw a pair of embroidered shoes hanging down, motionless. She didn't need to look up anymore. She knew what was going on. She was so scared that she dragged her hips that hit the table leg and crawled back. When she raised her eyes in panic, she saw the figure of a child in the dim corner. When she looked again, she saw a boy sitting on the bed behind the green gauze curtain, staring at her blankly. Ah! Sui was so scared that her scalp was numb. She screamed and crawled to the light at the door. Just as she was about to stand up by the threshold, a person appeared outside the light and shadow with a ferocious face. "What's your name?" Before she finished speaking, the police saw the person hanging in the air. He glanced at him. His face was not surprised, but he frowned when he saw the person shrinking behind the door. "What?" Sui trembled her lips and wanted to ask where this place was, but the sound from her strangled throat was vague and hoarse. "You struggled down by yourself?" The police officer stood outside the door and looked up at the intact linen ring, and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you regretting it? Are you afraid of death? Then don't blame others." Sui vaguely figured out what he meant. She squinted her eyes and looked up carefully. After just one glance, she hurriedly lowered her head. The face of the hanged man was hideous, which made people panic and scared. It was just this one glance that added a memory that did not belong to her in her mind. She was resurrected. The dead Sui died with her aunt, because the canal dam in Yu County collapsed. Sui Jioshan, the county governor, was imprisoned for embezzling water control funds. All the men in Sui Jioshan's family were arrested. Their homes were raided, and women and children were temporarily locked up at home waiting for their fate. The news came the day before yesterday that Sui Jioshan was sentenced to be beheaded. Sui had no impression of how the rest of the people were dealt with. She only knew that she had a full meal yesterday, and when it rained today, she was persuaded to hang herself. "Listen to your aunt. You will be clean if you die. Don't be afraid. Your aunt will accompany you. The woman's last words echoed in Sui Yu's mind. She sorted out her thoughts and looked up again. The woman's face turned purple with glare. She might be afraid of scaring the child in the inner room. She didn't struggle before she died, and her face was facing the door. The police outside the door had left at some point. Sui Yu touched her neck. She stood up with a hiss and walked slowly to the beam. She tried with shaking hands, but the hanging figure was swaying, and she couldn't take it off. Sui Yu moved. She turned her head to look at the child sitting on the bed. The boy had pigtails and was chubby, but his face was dull, the same as when she first saw him. Without blinking, Sui Yu tried to smile at him, but he was frightened. She didn't dare to get close to him, and there was nowhere to go. She had to sit on the bamboo mat on the ground with her legs limp, and scan the layout of the room without leaving a trace. However, before she could rest for a moment, Sui Yu vaguely heard a movement in the front yard, and the sound of messy and hurried footsteps was coming to the backyard. She subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly stood up and ran to the side of the bed to turn over the savings box. There was nothing left in it, and it was all confiscated by the police, who were confiscating the house. She saw a child's bracelet on the wrist of the terrified boy from the corner of her eye, and she quickly took it off and stuffed it into her bellyband. As soon as Sui Yu finished her action, someone came to the door, and 4 or 5 Yamen runners with knives strode in. Another dead one? How did you guard it? After saying that, he kicked it. It rained today, and the wind was strong, and I was not prepared. The police staggered and whispered, Jiao Ban. There are 2 left. The younger one is useless, and the older one was not hanged. Take them all away. It's really unlucky. Sui Yu was pushed out of the door by the police, and she turned back to pull her younger brother Sui Liang, ignoring his struggle, and forcefully pulled him in front of her. When she went out, she looked at the guard at the gate, who turned away indifferently. After going out and being taken to the street, Sui Yu looked at the people gathered together not far away to watch. She had the memory of the original owner, and recognized that 50% of them were familiar faces. Some of them looked at her with hatred, while others looked at her with pity. Sui Jiushan was dragged away and beheaded at noon today. He was still alive after being beheaded. It took a long time for him to die. I went to see it, and it was really refreshing. He deserved to die. It's a pity that only he died. Sui Yu pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. Sui Jiushan was her great-uncle, but the 2 families had little contact. Her father, Sui Hu, was born out of wedlock. He separated from the family when he got married and found a job in the government office and worked there for many years. As far as she knew, the only thing Sui Hu asked Sui Jiushan for was that he wanted to take a criminal slave as a concubine, and he used Sui Jiushan's power to get a criminal slave to be deregistered. Sui Yu sighed. No wonder the original owners had wanted to take her daughter with her even if she died. As a slave, she knew better what women would suffer if they became slaves. Go in. The jailer pushed hard, said a few words to the jailer and left. Sui Yu was locked up in the prison. Before she went in, her tsuju was stripped off, and she was changed into a rough linen prison uniform. Her embroidered shoes were also confiscated. She found a pair of straw sandals that barely fit her feet in the pile of dirty and smelly shoes, thanks to the horrible purple marks on her neck. The lady who searched her body didn't touch it carefully, so the silver bracelet she stuffed in her bellyband was saved. Thinking of Sui Liang, who was sent to the men's prison, Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Since only Sui Jiushan was beheaded, the original owner's father should still be alive, with him taking care of her. She didn't have to worry about the child. Sui Yu entered the women's prison and found that there were already 7 or 8 people inside. She knew 2 girls, the 2 daughters of Sui Jiushan. They sat alone in the corner, and the others ignored them. Sister Yu. Just as Sui Yu sat down, her eldest cousin Sui Hui came over. Do you know about my father? Sui Yu nodded, and she waved her hand to her waist. Waist? Behead? Sui Hui cried. Sui Yu nodded again. She wanted to ask how the government was going to deal with them, but she couldn't speak. She was caught in the wind on the road, and her neck was swollen. Her throat was blocked, and it was difficult to breathe. The prison was noisy for most of the day, and it was not until late at night that it quieted down. 20 or 30 people did not sleep, and the heavy breathing was mixed with suppressed sobs. Sui Yu did not sleep either. She was walking on the road, and someone hit her on the back of the head. When she regained consciousness, she traveled back to the Western Han Dynasty more than 2,000 years ago and was thrown into prison. It was clear that there was no possibility of turning over. It was unpredictable whether she would live or die in the future. How could she sleep? She didn't enjoy any blessing. But she had to bear all the misfortunes. Suiyu sighed heavily and accidentally pulled her neck. She grimaced in pain, which made her even more annoyed. After a sleepless night, Suiyu waited until dawn to eat. She didn't know what the porridge in the bowl was made of. It was green and yellow. Worse than pig food. But at least it was warm. Suiyu walked over to pick and choose, and chose a bowl that was slightly acceptable. She pinched her nose and swallowed it in small sips. Her throat was still very painful, but it felt better after soaking in the soup and washing it. Seeing her drink it, others also moved over slowly, tasted a mouthful and vomited. Where are your aunt and your mother? Your neck. Suiyu looked over and saw that it was a clan aunt. She had a wooden face and said with difficulty, "Dead. What will happen to us? Do you know?" Suiyu waved her hand. "Don't you know why he hanged himself?" Someone else asked. Suiyu ignored her. She chose a place with lots of straw and sat down, leaning against the rough wooden fence and closing her eyes to rest. There was no other way. She couldn't breathe while lying down. She was worried that she would suffocate and die if she slept too deeply. She didn't want to die. I don't know how long she had been dozing off. Suiyu woke up with a start when she heard the sound of iron chains colliding. The prison door opened, and the light coming in from outside was blindingly white. You are lucky. It happened to be a great victory in the northwest. The main culprit was beheaded, and the others were sentenced to imprisonment. In winter, you criminals will be exiled to the northwest and spared your life. The prison boss left, and the prison door that let in sunlight was locked again. The crying of the women in the prison was ignored. Exile. Exile. How can we live? It's better to die than to live. After that, a young woman hit her head against the pillar, and blood splattered on her forehead. Suiyu was shocked, and ran to see immediately after she came to her senses. She covered the wound with her hands, and asked for help from the people next to her. In a blink of an eye, she saw two more people hitting the pillar. She realized that the dark brown marks on the wooden fence were dried blood. Don't save her. She'll be clean if she dies. It's worse to be a slave than to die. She's worse than a prostitute in a brothel, with thousands of people riding her and sleeping with her. An elderly woman pushed Suiyu away. Her eyes swept over Suiyu's neck, and said, "You don't listen. Your aunt is doing this for your own good." Suiyu took Suihui, who bumped into her, and glared at her. After pushing the person away, she pushed the old woman who was still yelling against the pillar, and said word by word like a broken bellows, "You too die." Her heart was pounding, for fear that the man would really hit her. Chapter 2. The iron chain rattled, and the only cell door that could see the daylight opened. The jailer came in and cursed with a red face, swinging the stick in his hand at people. Suiyu was afraid of being beaten, so she immediately let go of the old woman and hid in the corner. She huddled in the dark corner and watched people coming in and out of the prison. The woman with blood gushing out of her forehead was dragged out, and then dragged in again a moment later. The bleeding wound was covered with a handful of black ash, and she was thrown on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. Want to die? The jailer smiled sinisterly, and when he saw the soldier bringing a rope, his face fell and he cursed sinisterly, "If you want to die, you have to die on the road. Tie them up for me." The woman who was shouting about committing suicide a moment ago was silent, crying silently as she watched herself tied up like a piglet and thrown on the ground. The soldier came over, and Suiyu honestly stretched out her hands and feet to make it easier for him to tie her up. Then she leaned against the wall quietly, and when the sobbing and cursing in the prison disappeared, she fell asleep. The prison was dark and damp all year round, and mice often visited the cracks at the base of the wall. When the overturned porridge bowl made a sound, a few screams woke Suiyu up. When she opened her eyes, she felt something running quickly on her feet. She subconsciously raised her feet, and the mice squeaked a few times, but disappeared under the straw in an instant. "Why are you screaming? They are just a few rats," someone said. "Is Sister Qing awake?" Suihui asked cautiously. She knew that everyone hated her now, and she didn't expect anyone to say anything. She just trembled and whispered, "Sister Qing? Aren't you? Sister Qi? Are you awake?" No one said anything. "Sister Yu?" Are you awake? Someone else shouted. Awake. At the prison door. The girl lying on the ground spoke weakly. Are Chi and Ching awake? No one answered, which meant they were not awake. The prison became quiet again. Sui Yu listened silently. And when no one spoke, she closed her eyes and went to sleep again, until her hands and feet became numb and she woke up. Her bound hands and feet had lost all feeling. So she quickly leaned over and lay on the haystack to change her position, rubbing her hands and feet slightly. Someone in the prison was talking in a low voice. And Sui Yu just listened but did not say anything, trying to get a few words of information from their words. Someone's stomach gurgled a few times. And someone asked, "What time is it?" It seems to be dark. Sui Yu looked up. And the few rays of light that leaked in from the gap above her head had disappeared at some point. After the commotion in the morning, no one came into the prison again. But she could vaguely hear the noise outside. At this time, there was no sound of footsteps on the ground above her head, and no human voices outside the wall. Sui Yu judged that it was already late at night, which also meant that there would be no food tonight. Sister Yu, Sui Yu called out, asking for something to say. Does your neck still hurt? Sui Yu pretended to sleep and didn't hear it. She had just arrived, so it was best to avoid dealing with people she was familiar with, so as not to reveal her tracks. On the other hand, she didn't want to get involved in the current situation. There were so many people and so many thoughts. She should keep a low profile to prevent being used as a pawn. Sui Yu called out again. And when she saw that Sui Yu didn't say anything, she understood her thoughts and shut up. Where's your mother? An old voice sounded. She died of illness 2 days ago. She couldn't stand the torture. Sui Yu sobbed softly. The 2 concubines at home couldn't stand the shock and also hit the pillar and died. Oh! You are so happy when you are enjoying wealth and glory. But you deserve to die. Those who deserve to die didn't die. And you caused innocent people like us to die with you. Poor my child is not grown up yet. A woman cried and cursed. And the child in her arms also cried. For a moment, the atmosphere in the prison became tense again. Sui Yu was glad that they were all tied up. Otherwise they would have been beaten. She couldn't help but sigh heavily. The ancient criminal law that one person committed a crime and the whole family was punished was really harmful. How many innocent people suffered in vain? And even died. The rats came again. But no one screamed this time. The night was long. And listening to the rats chewing wood and licking leftovers could pass the time. I woke up from the cold. And I couldn't stand it anymore. So I slept again. When I was half asleep and half awake, Sui Yu heard someone breathing heavily. She thought of the 3 people who hit the pillar. And suddenly woke up. When she sat up, she found that someone had moved over little by little. Yu Jier? Wake up. You have a fever. Chi sure. When she touched her, her aunt exclaimed and cried. Chi sure is gone. Her body is cold. Where is Sister Qing? Sui Yu hurriedly said. She is gone too. Sui Yu felt cold. And she stared blankly at the direction where the cry came from. Just 2 days later, she faced death again. And 2 lives left her quietly. The prison seemed even colder. After the initial grief, the fear of living and dead people in the same room surged in her heart. Sui Yu didn't dare to sleep anymore. She used her elbows and knees to support herself and crawled to a crowded place. Are you scared? Sit by me. In the dark, an aunt whispered. Sui Yu said him. Is it you, girl? I am your Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun is Sui Jioshan's cousin. She lives in the same alley as Sui Yu's family. So they meet more often. As soon as she saw him, she recognized him. Don't do stupid things. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. When the time comes, the emperor will be far away. Going to the northwest may not be as difficult as we imagined. Aunt Chun warned. I also think so, cough, so. Sui Yu spoke. His voice was hoarse and piercing. With these 2 sentences, the people in the prison started chatting. When things got to this point, those who didn't want to die could only think of the good side, comfort each other, and slowly believed it. When footsteps sounded again above his head, voices appeared outside the prison door. And then the jailer brought breakfast and untied the ropes for the people in the prison. Sui Yu took this opportunity to quickly move her frozen hands and feet. When she could move, she walked around the corpse on the ground and hurried to get a bowl of porridge. This time she didn't pick and choose. She took the bowl and went up to drink it in big gulps. The last meal was yesterday morning, and the food in her stomach had been digested long ago. She was so hungry that her heart was trembling. Others also drank the porridge silently, not caring to pick out what the porridge in the bowl was made of. If they were any hungrier, they would drool at the sight of mice. The jailer laughed with an ambiguous meaning, and deliberately knocked on the fence when collecting the bowls, almost making a lulu sound like calling a pig. "Boss, they are dead. All three are dead," the soldier said. "Drag them out and throw them into the mass grave to feed the dogs." The jailer deliberately said this to others to see if they dared to commit suicide. Indeed, no one dared to hit the pillar to commit suicide, and they could not hit the pillar. After eating, their hands and feet were tied again, like a group of chickens and ducks locked in a cage. "Mom, I want to poop," a timid voice sounded. "Go to the wall. Come here." Sui-Yu looked over in horror. With the light leaking through the gap, she vaguely saw a short figure crawling to the wall. And then the stench hit her. She pressed her stomach and closed her eyes in despair. The rats came again. There was no leftover food in the prison. The rats squeaked and ran around. The sound of gnawing on wood sounded like gnawing on human bones. Sui-Yu kicked away a rat that ran to her feet. There was a thump. She was wondering how big the rat was when she heard a rustling sound approaching. The next moment, her instep hurt. "Get out." Sui-Yu kicked again. She stood up and pricked up her ears to listen to the movement. These lawless rats were not afraid of people at all. After being kicked twice, they became enemies and turned back to stare at her and bite her. "Don't touch these rats. Just drive them away," Auntie Chun said to others. Sui-Yu hopped around the cell, and the others worried that she would attract rats. So they all told her not to get close. She was disliked, and she had to find a place to sit down and hit the ground with a handful of straw to drive the rats away. After an unknown amount of time, the rats left, and Sui-Yu sat with her legs bent, staring at the prisoner, sighing, and moving to the wall to untie her belt to poop and pee. The smell in the cell, which was not very ventilated, was even worse. She endured until the evening, and when the meal was served, Sui-Yu was hungry and dared only drink half a bowl of porridge. Taking advantage of this moment to untie the rope, she walked to the fence and asked, "Sir, how do I poop? Can you give me a piece of linen? Do you still think you are a lady from an official family?" The jailer sneered. The other jailers laughed out loud. Sui-Yu shut up. Her hands and feet were tied again. When the cell door was closed again, Sui-Yu huddled in a corner and bit the hemp rope with her teeth. When everyone else fell asleep, she untied the rope covered with saliva, tiptoed to the wall, untied her belt, and squatted down. Vomit. The prison uniform had been worn by countless people. It was dirty and smelly, and it was nauseating to put it in her mouth. Sui-Yu suppressed the nausea that surged up her throat. She gritted her teeth and tore the prison uniform on her body, sweating a little on her forehead. Hiss. With a sound, the linen broke. Sui-Yu retched, wiped her eyes, wiped her buttocks in silence, stood up and pulled up her pants. Sitting back on the straw pile, Sui-Yu shed tears quietly. She wanted to go home. She missed her parents. Even if they didn't love her, they had never let her suffer like this. The rat came again, crawling up from her back, its nails digging into her linen clothes and making a rough and piercing sound. Sui-Yu tensed up, and when it climbed onto her shoulder, she quickly grabbed it and slammed the fat rat to the ground. The rat howled, but before it could run away, Sui-Yu grabbed it and slammed it to the ground again. She repeated this several times until the rat died, and then she sat down with a grim look on her face. Hearing the noise, most people woke up, but no one spoke. When Sui-Yu tied her hands and feet and lay down, she heard someone crying. After 5 days like this, Sui-Yu couldn't stand it anymore. She was tied up in a dark and damp underground cell day after day, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping in it, opening her eyes and closing them day and night. If there weren't so many people to talk to, she would have collapsed long ago. When will you be exiled to the northwest? It was time for dinner again, and Sui-Yu couldn't wait to ask. It's still early, the jailer said lazily. How early is it? When it's freezing cold and snowing. Won't it be even harder to walk on the road? Sui-Yu asked again. This is not something you should worry about. You girl, come here. When Aunt Chun saw the jailers were moving, she hurriedly called out. After dinner, she tied her hands and feet again. Aunt Chun said, be honest and don't talk to the jailer. This group of people flatter the powerful and bully the weak. Be careful of being whipped. He has the guts to kill me. Sui Yu's pent-up anger exploded, as if she encountered a spark when she heard this. She shouted, I can't stand it anymore. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I suffer this? Let me out. Let me out. Let me out quickly. She lay on the ground and kicked her feet madly, struggling hard against the rope in her hands. Her hair, which was already tied into a mess, was even more dirty with dirt and grass. And her straw sandals and socks on her feet were kicked off. What are you making a fuss about? Shut up. The prison door opened. Let me out. I didn't do anything wrong. Sui Yu climbed up and shouted, Tell the county magistrate Sui about this in the underworld. The jailer came over with a whip in his hand, pointed at the man and said, Be quiet. If you make any more noise, I will send you to see your ancestors in advance. Kill me. Kill me. Sui Yu stiffened her neck. She just lacked the energy to commit suicide. She thought that if she died, she might return to the time when she lived. With this thought, she jumped forward twice and said provocatively, Come on. Kill me. She is talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Sir. Mrs. Chun couldn't stand it anymore. So she spoke up. But it was too late. The jailer unlocked the door and came in. He swung the whip at Sui Yu. The burning pain made Sui Yu subconsciously dodge. She stumbled and fell to the ground. She curled up and hugged her head. When the whip stopped, she cried loudly without moving. If anyone makes trouble again, this will be your fate. The jailer locked the door and left. When the footsteps faded away, others dared to approach. The straw brought by the whip slowly fell down, and the choking dust smelled of fresh blood. Mrs. Chun touched Sui Yu's hair and said, Why did you make such a fuss? I thought you were a smart girl. Now that it has come to this, you should be honest and obedient. Sui Yu didn't answer. She cried louder and louder. She also thought she could make it. She accepted the rats running on her body. But in this dark cell, there was no water to wash. And she smelled feces and urine when eating and sleeping. The most difficult thing was the endless time. She stared at the light in the cracks and waited day by day. Her heart was also thorny. If she didn't shout out, she would go crazy. But after being beaten, she cried and felt relieved. The swelling on her neck subsided, and Sui Yu began to take care of the whip wounds on her body. These whip wounds gave her something to do. She looked forward to the scabs on the wounds every day. With hope, she settled down honestly. The jailer looked at them coldly. Seeing that these officials' wives and daughters were suffering like chickens with plague, they felt relieved and untied the ropes that bound their hands and feet. No one entered the cell except for delivering food every day. I don't know how many days have passed. Sui Yu can't remember clearly. Just when she thought she was going to die of old age in the cell, the jailer brought a young man in. Miss Yu. Sui Yu sat up from her straw bed and asked in a hoarse voice, Looking for me? Are you stupid? Your fiancé is here. And Chun recognized the man. The engagement has been cancelled, the boy explained eagerly, fearing that the person would stick to him if he was late. Sui Yu remembered that there was this person. So she walked over and looked through the fence. The people outside raised their lanterns and shook them, and were frightened by her appearance and hurriedly retreated. Sui Yu didn't care. She could imagine her current appearance, which must be scarier than a ghost. How long has it been since I was locked up? She asked. 23 days. What's wrong with your voice? What accent is this? Voice? I didn't die from hanging myself, and my throat was damaged. Sui Yu was glad that she had this excuse to cover it up. Otherwise she couldn't explain why her accent changed. You will leave Yuxian and be exiled to the northwest tomorrow. I will bring you a meal. The young man stuffed some silver into the jailer's pocket. The jailer opened the chain that bound the prison door. He handed the basket in his hand and said, Our engagement has been cancelled. My family doesn't want the token for you. I put the token your father gave me at the bottom of the basket. Sui Yu looked into the basket. In the coarse pottery bowl was yellow rice, steamed meat patties and boiled pork. She took a look and thanked him first. Anyone who was willing to visit the prison at this time must be a person with friendship. You said we will be exiled to the northwest tomorrow? She was very concerned about the news. Well, refugees from all over the country and applicants who are willing to go to the western regions have arrived. The young man looked at Sui Yu again, turned away reluctantly, and whispered, I begged my father, but he couldn't do anything. Take care of yourself. After that, he left in a hurry. Sui Yu was extremely happy to be able to leave this dark prison. She sat down on the spot, picked up the bowl, and ate the boiled meat in big mouthfuls. She had been hungry for as many days as she had been in prison. She finished the boiled meat in one breath, and then started to eat rice. Sister Yu, I'm hungry. A little girl in her teens came over. Sui Yu sighed. She was afraid of this. She broke off a piece of meat pie for her and said, I wanted to save it for tomorrow morning. The children have been hungry for a few days. Sister Yu, please be kind. Another person pushed a little girl out. The 2 meat pies were divided into 8 portions. While no one was asking for more, Sui Yu hurriedly ate rice. After eating a few bites, she found something wrong in the bowl. She used her fingers to dig out a dime of silver. She looked around and secretly took out all the broken silver at the bottom of the bowl and hid it in her socks. There was also a silver lock at the bottom of the basket. It was the longevity lock that Sui Yu had worn since she was a child. It was given to the Wang family when the 2 families got engaged. In the evening, the jailer came to distribute the thick linen clothes worn on the road of exile. Sui Yu stuffed the silver lock out and said nice things to the other party to ask for a linen raincoat and an old pottery jar. The next morning, Sui Yu and his group of more than 20 people ate a slightly thick hot porridge, and each of them carried the straw used for bedding and walked out of the prison. The moment they came out of the prison, the bright sunlight was so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. Their eyes were sore, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. The prisoners in the men's prison had already come out first. Sui Yu pulled his son to stand behind the crowd. When he saw Sui Yu, he frowned. Where is your aunt? He asked his son again, who was dumb and silent. There was no response again. When the 2 parties came together, Sui Yu found an opportunity to walk to Sui Yu and whispered, Where is your aunt? Don't you know? Sui Yu asked back. Sui Yu stared at her seriously, shook his head and said, You are really disobedient. Sui Yu rolled her eyes. She was right. It was indeed his idea that the original owner was persuaded by his aunt to hang himself. Chapter 3. The people exiled to the northwest were not only the prisoners of Sui Yu's clan, but also other people who were imprisoned for petty crimes. They were walking on the snowy road with thick bundles of straw on their backs. It was very cold on a snowy day, and there were no cotton clothes to keep warm. There were few people on the street. The vendors tied straw and wore straw sandals to avoid the wind behind the wall, wishing they could shrink into the earth wall. Others would not go out if they could. The scene of smashing rotten eggs, throwing rotten leaves, and throwing stones that Sui Yu imagined did not appear. There was no one watching. Only the people living in the houses on the roadside kept staring through the cracks in the door or the leaky windows. Sui Yu gritted her teeth and walked against the wind. She no longer had the mind to look at the environment. She squinted her eyes and stared at the snow that covered the soles of her shoes. She walked with difficulty following the footprints of the predecessors. Bear it a little longer, and tie the straw on your body when you rest, Sui Yu said. Sui Yu did not respond. She did not dare to speak. Once she spoke, a burst of heat would run away. After leaving the city, there were already hundreds of people waiting outside the city. Some were pushing carts, and some were just carrying baskets. They were wearing all their belongings to keep warm. Sui Yu shrank her neck and looked up. She was stunned by the hateful eyes. She whispered, Are there any flood victims among these people? Sui Yu squeaked vaguely. The jailer handed over to the escorting officers and soldiers and left. The officers and soldiers wearing iron armor and leather hats came over to count the heads. He waved the whip to drive the male prisoners to the front to clear the way. Hold your little brother. He will go with you. Sui Yu stuffed Sui Liang to Sui Yu and walked forward quickly before the whip fell. Sui Yu looked at Sui Liang. It was unknown whether this child, who was less than 6 years old, could walk to the northwest alive. Thinking of this, she softened her heart and said, You will be with me during the day and with your father at night. Sui Liang lowered his head and dared not look at her, and tried to retract his hand with resistance. Are you afraid of me? Sui Yu asked. Sui Liang froze for a moment. The whistle blew, and the large army moved. Sui Yu hurriedly followed and said in a low voice, Follow me honestly. Don't make trouble. If you don't obey, I will eat you. After that, she heard a laugh. Sui Yu looked over and saw that it was the 2 sisters Sui Hui and Sui Ling. You can still laugh? She said unhappily, muttering, We have been hurt by your family. Sui Hui stopped laughing, suddenly lost her spirit, and her shoulders collapsed. You have benefited a lot by relying on my father's power. Sui Ling couldn't help but talk back. When she came out of the prison and saw her eldest brother, she felt that she had someone to rely on. Seeing that a concubine's child dared to turn her face in front of her sister, she snorted disdainfully. Linger. Sui Hui shouted in a heavier tone. Sui Ling turned her head and said nothing. Sui Yu also shut up, not wasting energy on the argument. What she said was the truth. And what Sui Ling said was also the truth. But she was really wronged. So she could only say that she was unlucky. The hot air she exhaled condensed into ice mist and stuck on her eyebrows. Slowly, white frost also hung on her hair. Clear tears fell unconsciously. Sui Yu raised her hand to wipe it off, and wiped it on the snow casually. When she stood up, she reached out and slapped Sui Liang's face. If this had been in the past, she would definitely shout disgusting. After being tortured in a cell for nearly a month, she didn't dislike anything. I don't know how long they walked, but a pavilion appeared on the side of the road. The officers and soldiers blew the whistle, and everyone rested on the spot. Sui Yu quickly put down the straw bundle on her back, pulled the straw into the thick linen clothes, and stuffed it into her pants. When it was full, Sui Yu came over and saw her unbuttoning her belt without any hesitation. He frowned and wanted to say something but swallowed it. He took off the straw bundle on his back, took his silly little son into his arms, and stuffed straw into his clothes. Don't just take care of yourself. Take care of your little brother too. Sui Yu was busy with his hands and mouth. Don't you still have you? Sui Yu took off her straw sandals. Her socks were soaked, and she rubbed the straw to stuff it under her feet. Sui Yu found these words harsh, and always felt that this daughter had changed too much, and didn't care about the sibling relationship. Why are we setting off in winter? After Sui Yu finished her work, she grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed her hands and face. If she had to live on this journey, her hands, feet and face would be covered with frostbite. The further north you go, the colder it gets. The snow is so thick that it can bury people. If we set out now, it will be almost spring when we reach Chang'an. Sui Yu pushed Sui Liang over and said, Rub your brother. You are his sister. Take good care of him. The people who can take good care of him hang themselves after listening to you. Sui Yu said sarcastically. Sui Yu did not say anything. He stuffed the remaining straw into his sackcloth. The remaining straw was tied around his waist and legs with a rope. Uncle San, it's time to start. Sui Wenin came over and called Sister Yu to Sui Yu. This was Sui Jiushan's only son. Sui Yu remembered that he had married. She looked back for a long time and didn't see the person she remembered. When they were on the road again, Sui Yu approached Sui Hui and asked, Where is your sister-in-law? She went back to her parents' home. Sui Hui replied. Sui Yu understood that the powerful families had taken their daughters back, and the remaining exiled people were all unlucky poor relatives of the powerful. A little girl in front slipped and fell, and the woman holding her also stumbled and fell into a snow pit, and the straw tied around her body fell apart. The woman didn't bother to brush off the snow on her body, and hurried to collect the scattered straw. It was as difficult as climbing to the sky to find hay in the snowy wilderness. Hurry up and catch up. The soldiers following behind shouted. The people around helped to pull a handful, and then picked up the straw on the ground for her to avoid being whipped. When Sui Yu passed by, the child she was holding suddenly squatted down and picked up the remaining straw in his hand. Give it to me. I'll put it in the straw bundle. You put your claws in your sleeves. Sui Yu stretched out her hand. Sui Liang pretended not to hear and put his hands behind his back vigilantly. Okay. You take it. It's not me who will be cold. Sui Yu sniffed. It was really cold. There was no sun on a snowy day, and a group of people walked against the wind with gritted teeth. They didn't know what time it was. Anyway, no one dared to stop until the soldiers shouted to stop. Even the children who were too tired to walk were dragged along crying, and their tears froze into ice. They stopped crying when they felt uncomfortable. Sui Yu couldn't walk anymore. Sui Liang almost dragged her along. He fell down and pulled himself up again. He couldn't shake off the snow stuck in the straw tied to his body. Sui Yu's foot kicked the stick. She walked over and then realized it. She turned back and dug out the stick from the snow. Seeing that Sui Liang was still holding a handful of rotten straw, she snatched it and stuffed it around her waist. Scolding, Put your hands back into your sleeves. Your fingers are going to freeze off. Are you stupid? Sui Liang stared at her and cried. Tears flowed down his face. His face was so cold that it felt like a knife cutting. He wanted to wipe his tears, but he couldn't lift his hands. Sui Yu also wanted to cry. She wiped his tears with her hands. When she got closer, she saw herself in his eyes. She looked like a nobody. Your aunt didn't want to take you away. You can only suffer with her. Let's go! She had no choice but to hold onto the stick with one hand and hold him with the other to continue to move forward with difficulty. When the sky was dark, the jackdaws in the trees were screaming eerily. Sui Yu had no strength left. She felt that if she fell down now, she would not be able to get up. Just when she was thinking about how to die, the wooden whistle blew. They had arrived at the post station and could finally take a break. A group of people walked into the wall like puppets. There was no wind. They saw the yellow flames jumping in the house, and saw the hope of living again. Sui Hu picked up Sui Liang. He stood with Sui Wenin. The second brother's family died at the hands of horse bandits. Now the three men who were closest to the Sui family were the only ones left. How will you settle your two sisters when you go to the northwest? Sui Hu asked. There is no way. It's a blessing to be able to get there. Sui Anwen smiled bitterly. Sui Hu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that the eldest brother didn't leave a way out for the younger ones. If they didn't say it, he would stop talking. The post station occupied a large area, but it was only used to receive officials. There was no place to accommodate refugees. Hundreds of people were squeezed into the stable and the woodshed. Sui Yu and other prisoners had to wait for others to choose a place. They found a place that was leaky but not snowy, spread hay, and slept together. Even the hot porridge was not their turn until others had finished eating. It was already cold when they were fed. Forget about dying. There is no way to live. Some people cried in a suppressed voice, but they dared not cry loudly. Sui Yu was very tired and had no strength to complain. She sat on the hay and held the porridge to warm it, and then swallowed it bit by bit. She also suspected that she was on the way to death, but she felt that she had miraculously returned to more than 2,000 years ago, and she would not die so easily. After drinking a bowl of leftover porridge, she had some strength in her body. Sui Yu picked up the jar and went out to collect snow. When she entered the house, she rubbed her face and hands with snow, gnashing her teeth and hissing, and then took off her socks and rubbed her calves and feet with snow. She saw Sui Liang crawling over from the corner of her eye. She thought he wanted to grab snow too. She moved the pot toward him. He avoided her and reached out to grab a handful of straw tied around her waist and crawled to another place. Sui Yu looked at him coldly. The rotten straw was returned to its original owner. He slowly crawled back. The woman who fell and lost the straw had long forgotten what happened before. Now she didn't care about one more straw or one less straw. She glanced at Sui Liang and continued to take care of the child. Rub his hands and feet. And his ears too. Sui Yu kicked the pottery pot filled with snow over and said to her father, My hands and feet are starting to get hot. Sui Hui, who was standing by, heard this and immediately got up and pulled Sui Ling out to dig snow. As for the others, they drank the porridge and slept together. They were hungry and cold all day, and they snored as soon as they lay down. Sui Yu was holding the silver coins mixed with straw in her socks, thinking about going out. As soon as she moved, Sui Hu called out to stop her, saying, It's dark. Don't move around. Be careful not to come back. Go to sleep. There were hurried footsteps outside the door, and Sui Hui and Sui Ling ran in a panic. As soon as they sat down, a hunched figure appeared at the door. It was dark at night, and they couldn't see who it was. Sui Yu lay down quietly, and when the person at the door left, she asked Sui Hui who the person was. I don't know. Sui Hui didn't say much. Sister Yu. The three of us sisters sleep in each other's arms. It's warmer at night. Sui Hu pushed Sui Liang over and said, You sleep. Your brother and I will sleep outside. Call us if there's anything. The clothes they wore were not taken off, and the straw stuffed in the linen clothes and pants continued to be stuffed. People slept together, covered with straw, curled up, and hugged each other to try to keep warm. Sui Yu hugged Sui Liang. The fat boy had lost all his fat. She lifted his feet and tucked them between her legs. She whispered, Go to sleep. I won't eat you tonight. Nonsense again. Sui Hui laughed again. Sui Yu also smiled. She had lived another day. With this thought in mind, she also went to sleep. She woke up several times from the cold at night. In the second half of the night, many people woke up from the cold. In the dark night, they coughed one after another. At dawn, Everyone got up without the soldiers urging them. The post station boiled ginger water in the morning. Sui Yu squeezed and rushed to drink a bowl of hot water. It didn't have much ginger flavor, but it was better than nothing. Here, come close to me. She held the can to Sui Liang's mouth. Drink more. Drink it all. As for the others, whoever didn't rush to drink it didn't drink it. The whistle sounded again. Hundreds of people followed the positions of yesterday, carrying straw bundles and stepping into the snow to continue their journey. Chapter 4. There is a pavilion every 10 miles, and a post station every 30 miles. Passing by another wooden pavilion the same color as the snow. Sui Yu looked up at the sky. The thick clouds were dark, and it was going to snow. Hurry up. Don't rest. If you can't reach the next post station before dark, you will be fed to wolves at night. The officers' and soldiers' voices were full of urgency. Once it snowed, they would be in danger of death if they stayed overnight in this wilderness with knives. He didn't need to urge them. The people on the road knew that the weather was going to change. Everyone kept silent and kept trudging in the snow. The prisoner walking in the front trampled the floating snow with his feet. The snow particles got into his straw sandals through the gaps, melted and froze again, and ice chips formed on the soles of his shoes. With a dong sound, Sui Yu raised his head slowly. He watched his brother, who was walking in front of him, roll towards him. He was knocked to the ground before he could dodge. The child on his back was also thrown into the snow. Third uncle. Sui went and reached out and grabbed Sui Liang, and then pulled Sui Yu. With his help, the father and son stopped falling. The other person was not so lucky. He rolled down the gentle slope with a bloodstain on the ground, and finally hit a pile of rocks and stopped moving. Sui Yu was scared and sweated. He climbed up with snow on his body, staring blankly at the motionless person at the bottom of the slope. He almost died. Uncle San, you hold Liang. He is crying out of fear. Sui went and waited in his mind, and said to the escort officer who came over, Sir, can I go down and take a look? My uncle fell down. What are you looking at? He is dead. Keep going. The officer took a look and immediately made a decision. He waved his whip and drove the people away, saying, Keep going. Don't delay the journey. Sui went and was hit by a whip, which broke the straw and sent it flying. He looked down the slope with a stern face, turned around and followed Sui Yu to continue walking. Uncle San, you should walk carefully, he warned with lingering fear. Okay. You should be careful too. Sui Yu was frightened and tried to open his eyes wide to look at the road ahead. The dazzling red in the snow was dazzling. The people walking behind saw it and shrunk their necks to look down the slope. The person lying on the stone was face down, with straw wrapped around his body, and no one could see his face clearly. Who fell down? I can't recognize him. It doesn't look like my man. It shouldn't be the head of my family either. It's not my eldest brother. Sui Ling patted her startled chest. Well, it's not. And it's not Uncle San. Sui Yu looked carefully and told Sui Yu. Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't like Sui Yu, she had to admit that Sui Yu was a support for her on this road of exile. With a father around, she could sleep more peacefully. The clouds were getting thicker and the woods were getting darker. Fortunately, the road was covered with white snow, so they could walk without losing sight of the road. People in the crowd supported each other for support. Sui Yu also held Sui Hui, and Sui Hui held Sui Ling. The three of them followed the footsteps of the people in front of them, leaning on sticks and walking with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It's snowing, someone shouted. Sui Yu looked up, and the snowflakes fell on her lips, turning into water and soaking into her lips and tongue. And she was aware of it. Hurry up. The soldiers urged again. Another person stepped on the air. His body tilted and fell down, and the panicked shouts resounded through the woods. Everyone's heart tightened. Just when they thought he was another corpse in the wilderness, he rolled up covered in snow, scared to death. Sui Yu sighed with a palpitating heart. Mom, I'm scared. A childish voice sounded. There are many people. Don't be afraid. We will arrive at the post station soon. Sui Yu looked up at the road ahead, but there was no fire, so he didn't know how far the post station was. Snowflakes fell in the wilderness, and gradually, people were covered with snow, and the footprints were covered by floating snow, and the sky and the earth merged into one color. Sui Yu finally understood why he was exiled in winter. In this deserted place, no one would have the idea of escaping, and following the soldiers was the only way to survive. "We're at the post station." The person walking in front of the road shouted. Everyone looked up in surprise. The post station was in the snow, without fire and light. But it also gave people hope. And they survived another disaster. The post station in the wilderness was dilapidated. The houses were low and narrow. And the stables were leaking snow on all sides. People had to clean up the snow piled on the ground before moving in. You, and you. Carry a bundle of firewood and climb up to fix the roof. If the snow doesn't stop, we can stay here for a few more days. The soldier shouted under the eaves. Sui was overjoyed. And the others were also happy. Everyone hoped that the snow would last for a few more days to give people a chance to breathe. Come here, a few people, and follow me to repair the wall. Sui came over and shouted. You Jir, keep an eye on your little brother. Third uncle, you go and get busy. We'll take care of Lianggur. Sui spoke. Okay. Then you keep an eye on it for me. I'm relieved to leave it to you. Sui said and glanced at Sui. Sui didn't even look at him. After the people left, she picked up the jar and went out to collect snow. She had been walking on the road for 8 days. Her fingers and toes were already frozen and swollen. And she had frostbite on her ears and cheeks. She felt hot after rubbing with snow. And the hard bumps under the skin itched, making people anxious. Sui pulled Sui Liang's hand down, pressed a piece of snow on his ear, and said in a stern voice, Don't scratch it. If you scratch it and bleed, I can't help it when I smell the blood. I will eat you when I'm hungry in the middle of the night. Sui Liang believed it. And he sat on the hay and cried silently. Why are you scaring him? He is already pitiful enough. Sui said softly. Sui wanted to say that it was not her fault that he was pitiful. But Sui had a soft voice and spoke softly. They supported each other on the road for 7 or 8 days. So she didn't want to hurt people's hearts. She had to change her words and said, You have to scare him. He is too young, doesn't understand the truth, and doesn't listen to advice. Why is Lianggur so afraid of you? Sui Ling asked. My aunt and I hanged ourselves in front of him. My aunt died, but I didn't. He probably thought I was a ghost. Sui lowered her voice, and with a sinister expression, she suddenly jumped and pounced on Sui Ling, seeing that she was not frightened at all. She said disappointedly, It's really boring. I will be afraid when you really become a ghost. Linger! Sui scolded. If you say nonsense again, I will beat you. Sui Ling was not convinced. Picked up the empty can, and went out to collect snow again. Why did Aunt Do hang herself in front of Lianggur? Is he scared because he stopped talking? Sui asked with concern. It should be. Sui recalled that her memory was too confused. At that time, she was in a panic of death, and the original owner had no memory of Sui Liang at all. She stroked her hair and said, When my aunt took me to hang myself, I was hiding from him. I don't know when he came to find me. Sui got what she wanted to know, and said she was guilty. Then she went to Sui to explain the reason. Sister, you must be unable to let go of Aunt Do's death. And she was also frightened. So she changed her temper. Uncle San, don't blame her. Sui nodded and said nothing. He walked along the wall in the dark, weighing the wooden board he had brought back from the woodshed. Sui, he called out to find out where he was. What? Well, hold your little brother and stand up. Sui gathered up the hay on the ground, laid the wooden board gently, and then covered it with hay. He whispered, Don't make a sound. You 4 siblings should sleep together. The porridge is ready. The postman shouted loudly. Sui stood up quickly after hearing the sound, picked up the jar of snow and ran away, not forgetting to remind her. Sui Ling, you take your place and don't move. She mixed into the crowd to grab the hot porridge. After drinking cold porridge for 2 days, she realized that if she wanted to survive by relying on hot porridge, she could only rely on snatching. Sui Wen was waiting outside the door. When he saw Sui, the two squeezed into the crowd together. Some people kicked and hit him, but he blocked them and followed behind silently. After grabbing half a can of thin porridge, the boiling porridge water in the can was no longer hot. Sui covered her hands and followed Sui Wen into the stable. Are you back? Sui asked loudly. Yeah. It's hot. Sui was in a good mood. She took a big sip of the can. The happiness of the whole day was a mouthful of hot rice. She was reluctant to swallow it. She chewed it carefully in her mouth and passed the can to the people around her. 5 adults and 1 child sat in a circle. passing the hot can in their hands, one mouthful after another, and only the bottom was left and returned to Sui Yu's hands. The can was hers, and the porridge was grabbed by her, so she should drink the most. Lao Shi, who of you saw my man? A panicked voice sounded in the stable. The skinny short woman asked in the crowd, tripped over someone's feet, and fell on her face. She seemed to be unaware of the pain and climbed up and asked, where is my man? Who saw Lao Shi? Lao Shi fell down the slope. Someone answered, you are talking nonsense. That can't be my Lao Shi. No one said anything. Lao Shi, how can I live? The woman cried hopelessly. After crying for a few times, she suddenly remembered something, rolled over and climbed up, and asked in a shrill voice, Sui Wenin. Sui Wenin. Get out. You deserve to die. Why don't you die? You deserve to die. Sui Hu held Sui Wenin down and told him not to make a sound. Sui Yu stared at the figure approaching with bated breath. When the people around her moved, she immediately looked away. Aunt, our family is sorry for you. Sui Wenin walked over, bent her knees and knelt down. Pa. With a sound, Sui Yu leaned back and took a breath. Sui Wenin was hit on the wooden stake, and then was pounced on and beaten. Sui Hui cried. She held her sister who was going to fight, saying that the son should pay for the father's debt, and this was what they deserved. That's enough. Sui Hu went to stop the fight, and he said in a low voice, don't make trouble. If you alarm the officials, we will all be in trouble. This sentence woke up the audience, and those who were close came to pull them away, persuading and pushing, and finally pulled the people away. I'll go out for a while. You guys go to sleep first. Sui Wenin walked out. Sui Hu glanced at the 3 remaining maids. He sat back and said, go to sleep. This day is almost exhausting. Sui Yu held a pot and drank the cold porridge, took 2 handfuls of straw to wrap around her feet, and then covered her body with straw, and took Sui Lian to hold her in his arms, listening to the crying beside her ears, and closed her eyes. Without time to sigh about what had just happened, she fell into a dark dream. Sui Hui and Sui Ling also cried and fell asleep. Sui Hu was still holding on by the side. Someone came over and stood still. He sat up and asked, is it Wenin? The man standing didn't say anything, and Sui Hu didn't say anything either. The two confronted each other for a long time, and then the man standing left. Sui Hu breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, and waited for a while. Sui Wenin came in. He was still worried after hearing the voice, and he asked several names of his ancestors before lying down. Someone came before you. Judging from his breathing and body shape, he was a man, Sui Hu said. Sui Wenin understood and said that he would not walk around after dark, sleep and wake up all night, wake up and sleep, and survive the coldest second half of the night. When I went out at dawn, I saw that the snow had not stopped, and the snow had already overflowed the threshold. The servants were lazy, so they took the opportunity to call the exiled prisoners out to clean the snow and the snow on the roof, while they hid in the room with a charcoal basin to avoid the cold. Sui Hu and Sui Wenin were worried about the 3 girls staying alone in the stable, so they called them out because it was cold outside and asked them to work with them. Sui Yu rolled up snow and stuffed it into the cracks in the wall that was leaking air. She accidentally found a ball of hemp rope in the snow. She called Sui Hui and Sui Ling. The 3 sisters followed the footsteps of the shoe soles and tied a piece of wood around their feet with a wooden stick. After tying it, they hid it and used it when they were on the road. I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Sui Yu rubbed her hands and asked, rolling her eyes. Tentatively, do you have anything valuable? Let's find a servant to exchange for some food? Sui Hui and Sui Ling shook their heads. The valuables on them were all used to bribe the jailers in the prison. Sui Yu sighed. She took out a corner of silver coin with grass dust from her socks, blew it carefully, stood up and said, what's the use of you? Keep watch for me, and watch for anyone to come. Chapter 5. After turning 2 corners, Sui Yu stepped onto the wooden corridor with her waist bent. The snow under the corridor was cleared. There was no one outside the house, and no sound came from the house. She approached quietly and put her ear to the door to listen carefully. There was no movement in the house, so she walked away quietly. She didn't dare to disturb the house with a lot of noise, so she had to tiptoe around to find the servant who was sitting alone. Sui Hui and Sui Ling looked around nervously, fearing that someone was coming. When they missed their eyes, they heard the creaking sound of the wooden door opening and closing. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw that half of Sui Yu had entered the house. Let's go over. Sui Hui pulled Sui Ling and ran over in small steps. Are you not following us anymore? Sui Ling was puzzled. Sui Hui didn't answer. She took the initiative to show her figure and stared at the half-open and half-closed wooden door, thinking about rushing out to grab the person if something went wrong. In the house, Sui Yu got a ball of hemp rope, a loose and tattered hemp garment, and 5 palm-sized rough cakes. She held all the things and looked around the inner room. There was no table or stool, a roll of grass on the floor, 2 coarse pottery bowls on the bedside, and nothing else. It was extremely simple, which showed that the life of the servants here was also hard. Want to stay? The old servant's voice was hoarse. He stared at Sui Yu and said, There will be snow tomorrow. Come back tomorrow, and I will leave you 2 hot cakes. Sui Yu was not stupid. She understood what he meant. She felt very sick in her heart. But she didn't dare to anger him. She could only fool him and said, I won't come. I don't have any money. Then she turned around and went out. No money. The old man pities you. Remember to come again. The old servant chased out. Sui Yu had already run into the snow. She didn't even look back, pretending not to hear, and winked at Sui Hui and left quickly. Sister Yu, you are taking too much risks. You shouldn't have entered the house. Sui Hui reprimanded with a stern face. Don't come here anymore. My eldest brother said that we are not allowed to have contact with other men alone. I went in to see if he had anything else I could use. Who knew he was so poor? Sui Yu sighed. The stable was full of eyes. She didn't dare to go in with the things directly. She had to divide the things in her hands. The 3 of them each put a little in their pockets. They shrank their necks and looked at Sui Hu, and then went into the stable with a calm expression. Most people in the stable were asleep. Those who were not asleep were curled up and twisting straw ropes to weave shoe soles. It was quiet, and there was no sound of talking. Sui Lian also fell asleep under the thick straw. His face was rarely red. Sui Yu sat down and touched it. Fortunately, he was not feverish. Sui Ling stared at the rough cake under Sui Yu's clothes, her stomach rumbling. She was used to this rumbling sound and didn't feel ashamed at all. But her mouth was stiff, and she couldn't bring herself to ask for food. After waiting for a long time, she saw that Sui Yu had no intention of sharing the cake. So she slumped under the straw and slept with her eyes closed next to the warm Sui Liang. Sui Yu took the tattered linen clothes that Sui Hui took out from her arms, tore the 2 sleeves, and compared them on her legs. Then lay under the straw and took off her frozen pants. Inside was the hay that was stuffed last night. But it was damp again because of the wet pants. Sister Yu, what are you going to do? Sui Hui asked in a low voice. Sui Yu didn't bother to answer, and said hush. Then untied the rope tied around her waist, and took off the leggings that were close to her legs. This was the underwear of this dynasty, with only 2 trouser legs and no crotch. Now she was naked and itchy sitting on the grass. Sui Hui sat up suddenly, and sat behind Sui Yu cautiously to shield her, and asked shyly, Sister Yu, what are you doing? I misunderstood you when you were in prison. You were pretty good. Sui Yu sighed. The young lady raised in a wealthy family should be like Sui Hui. Gentle, friendly and smart. With her help to shield, Sui Yu felt at ease. She split a stick from the wooden board, and used it to poke holes at both ends of the sleeves and the ends of the shin. Linen, especially coarse linen, has large gaps and poor elasticity. So poking holes is effortless, and it takes only a few breaths to complete. The shin and sleeves are aligned. The hemp rope is passed through the small hole, and a buckle is tied at the end. Sui Hu and Sui Wen came in after clearing the snow, and before they cleaned the snow off their feet, they saw Sui Hui making gestures. The 2 did not understand, but still went out. Sui Yu accelerated her movements, stuffing the broken grass and compacted hay into the gap between the shin and sleeves, trying to make it as thick as possible, in order to block the wind and absorb water. She also scooped up dust from under the hay and sprinkled it in, and finally strung the rope eyelets, and the work was done. She laid down again and curled up to put the straw tube on her legs, and her frozen purple calves suddenly felt solid. The pants are on, Sui Yu said in a brisk voice. Sui Hui went out and called Sui Hu and her elder brother to come in. What did you mean before? Why didn't you let us in? Sui Wen asked with a trembling voice. He was about to freeze to death, and his lips turned purple and black. Sister Yu is sewing pants. Sui Hui couldn't find the right words to describe it. Sui Hu and Sui Wen didn't have time to ask anything else. The two took off their straw sandals filled with snow, tore off their wet socks, poured out the wet grass, replaced them with dry grass, and put them on again. They pulled out the wet straw in their trouser legs and replaced them with dry straw. After all this busy work, they could sit under the straw and beat the snow in their straw sandals. Sui moved her position and began to tear the cloth and drill holes to make insoles. Whose linen shirt is this? At first glance, it was a man's long shirt. And Sui whose heart suddenly tightened. I bought it. Sui lowered her voice and whispered. She looked up at Sui who had asked, do you have any silver? Give it to me. I will make you 2 pairs of insoles and 2 thick leg warmers. Sui who quietly breathed a sigh of relief and scolded her for being bold and ignoring her words asking for silver. I also exchanged for cakes. Don't eat them tonight. Sui rolled her eyes and continued to work on her work. After a while, she said, you weave a pair of thick soles for me, and I will share the cakes with you. Sui who didn't know how to weave straw sandals. Before being imprisoned, he had never even worn straw sandals and coarse linen clothes. He stared at the wet straw sandals at the bottom of the wall. Maybe after 2 days of walking, the soles would fall apart. Alas! He sighed, got up resignedly, and stretched out his hand and said, tear off a piece of cake for me. I'll find someone to learn. It's okay if someone finds out? Sui was worried. Sui who shook his head. And Sui believed him, tearing off half of the rough cake and handing it over. Too much. Sui who tore off another half, thought about it, and stuffed it into his mouth. The thin porridge he drank in the morning had long been digested under a few shovels of snow. I'll go too. Sui who also wanted to prepare an extra pair of shoes for her 3 brothers and sisters. Sui who waved his hand to stop her. You are not welcome. I will come back to teach you after I learn it. He went to find a woman with a child, quietly handed over the cake, and after stating his request, the woman nodded, and he sat down cross-legged. Big sister, I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me if you need anything. Sui went and explained to Sui Hui. Okay. Sui Hui looked around. It should be almost noon. The recruits with families were preparing to cook. One family had a fire, and the others went to borrow fire. The stable was warmer. Sister you, what else do you want to do? I'll help you. Sui Hui forced herself to look away and find work to distract her attention. Otherwise she would seem too greedy. Dig a pit. When I finish this pair of insoles, I'll borrow some fire and cook half a can of snow mixed with pancakes to make a meal. Hey. Sui Hui responded happily and woke Sui Ling up to help. Sui Yu smiled. The 2 layers of cloth insoles were strung together with hemp ropes. First, a layer was laid flat with straw stalks, then supported with fluffy soft grass heads, and finally stuffed with water-absorbing grass residues. The rope was pulled and it was done. The straw sandals were wet, and Sui Yu was reluctant to use dry insoles. She looked left and right, stuffed the insoles under the grass, and sat down to press them firmly. The straw cover flipped. Sui Liang had woken up, and he looked energetic after a good sleep. Take off your leggings. Sui Yu picked up the sackcloth that was torn into pieces and gestured to his legs. Seeing that he did not move, she said, forget it. Wait until your father is done with his work and let him come to serve you. You just sit in a haystack and don't get up. If you get hot and get a cold wind, you will die. Sister you, the pit is dug. Come and see if it works. Sui Hui whispered. Sui Yu woke Sui Wen up, pointed in the direction of the pit, and said, put up the pot. I'll go see if I can borrow a fire. After that, she put on the frozen straw sandals and left. Sui Wen and his 3 brothers and sisters stared at her, begging in their hearts, praying that Sui Yu could borrow a fire. Sui Yu walked along the wall, turned her foot to the door, and walked out of the stable. She wore a pair of tight-fitting straw trousers on her legs, which kept out the cold much better than before. She rubbed her hands with snow, untied her hair rope, combed her messy hair, tied it up, and then slipped back in and walked towards the direction where the volunteers gathered. Auntie, can you lend me a fire? Sui Yu stuffed the finger-long rough cake that she had prepared in advance to the young boy who was warming himself by the fire pit. He took it and ate it as soon as he opened his mouth, causing his brothers to scream. The woman with a headscarf was attracted by the child. Without thinking much, she reached out and took a piece of wood stick that was not completely burned and still had sparks from the fire pit and handed it to her, asking, who did you exchange the cake with? An old servant. My father went to exchange it. If my grandmother hadn't been unable to bear it, she wouldn't have gone to exchange it. He was so mean that he exchanged half a penny for 3 palm-sized rough cakes. The woman immediately gave up the idea when she heard it. Sui Yu walked carefully with the burning firewood. She didn't pay attention to the road and bumped into someone halfway. She raised her head with a tense face. It was a familiar face. A woman from the same tribe. She didn't know what to shout. The other party was in a daze, holding a bowl of steaming bean and millet porridge in her hand, which was about to fall apart. Sister Jin recognized Sui Yu and was about to take the opportunity to vent her hatred. She caught a glimpse of sparks in her peripheral vision and immediately changed her attitude. She pulled the corner of her mouth stiffly and said, "Girl, I will borrow a fire later." "Okay." Sui Yu nodded. And she carefully asked, "Where did you get the hot porridge?" Sister Jin's face turned pale, and she turned around and left without saying anything. Sui Yu shrugged. The two went in the same direction. She followed behind and saw that the woman's bun was messy, with grass stuck in her hair. Her top was tied messily in her pants, and the belt of her leggings seemed to be loose and hanging out. She probably understood in her heart, and slowed down her pace. "Sister Yu, hurry up. The firewood is ready." Sui Yu ran over in small steps. She pulled Sui Yu to walk quickly, and said happily, "Finally, we can warm ourselves by the fire." However, the firewood was limited, and the hay had to be used for sleeping, and we had to be busy making fire and cooking. When the snow in the pot melted and the water heated up, the rough cakes were torn into pieces and thrown into stew. When the water boiled and white smoke came out of the pot, the fire was turned off. The 2 flatbreads were cooked into a pot of thick porridge, and 6 people from 2 families sat around the fire pit, 6 hands covering the pot, contentedly enjoying the warmth for a moment. Chapter 6. With hot food in her stomach, her body, which had been tense all day, relaxed and became heavy. Sui Yu felt tired and sleepy. She caught the sleepiness and crawled under the grass, curled up her hands and feet, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Sui went and stayed by the pit where sparks remained and said to her 2 sisters, "You two go to sleep too. It's cold at night, and you can't sleep for long. Take this opportunity to make up for your sleep. Can the fire be kept? We can boil a pot of hot water to drink at night." Swaddling asked. Sui went and shook his head. First, there was no firewood for burning. And second, the stable was full of hay. A little spark could ignite a big fire. The consequences were something they could not bear. Everyone was asleep. There were snoring sounds coming from the stable one after another, accompanied by the sound of wind and snow. It was a rare piece. Sui went and used a stick to turn the ashes in the pit. When the last scarlet spark disappeared, he took the jar out, filled it with snow and poured it into the pit. Finally, he covered it with the soil he had dug up before. "Uncle San, I'll go check the fire pits. You stay here and guard them," he said. Sui Yu nodded and reminded him. "The fire pits with firewood are the ones that people left on purpose." "I know." Sui went out and filled a can with snow. He poured snow into the fire pits where the remaining fire had burned out and covered them with soil. He used snow to surround the fire pits with charcoal. The sleeping people were awakened by the noise he made. Without waiting to see his movements clearly, they thought he was maliciously trying to put out the fire that was left on purpose. They got up and kicked it. "Uncle, don't misunderstand me. The fire is not out." Sui went and staggered. He explained in a frustrated and kind voice, pinched the last handful of snow to patch the crack, picked up the can and left. The volunteer only then saw the circle of snow piled up by the fire pit and realized that he had misunderstood him. But seeing that Sui was wearing prison clothes, he did not apologize. He turned his face away, threw a few pieces of firewood into the fire pit, and fell asleep again. The cold wind brought in by the stable door annoyed the man sleeping by the door. He was about to lose his temper and scold. But when he saw the soldier standing outside the door, he instantly became honest and kind. "Sir," Sui went and greeted with a low head. "What crime did you commit?" "The father of the criminal was the former governor of Yu County," Sui went and said ashamedly. The bearded soldier's face changed instantly when he heard this. And when he spoke again, he lost his gentleness and said coldly, "You will be responsible for watching the remaining fire in the next few days. If there is a fire, the blame will be on you." Sui went and bowed calmly and agreed. After the people left, he continued to collect snow. when the fire pit with green smoke was surrounded by a circle of snow. He carried the can and sat back on the straw bed where his family slept. Is it still snowing outside? Sway, who braided the soles of his shoes without raising his head. It stopped for a while. And then it started again. Sway went and took off his straw sandals and poured out the snow, saying worriedly, if it snows for a few more days, I'm afraid the snow will cover our thighs when we set off. Sway, who stopped what he was doing and didn't speak for a long time. When he lowered his head to weave the soles of his shoes, he forgot which straw to move. He sighed and had to tear off a piece and weave again. Sway went and picked out a bunch of rice straw from under the straw mat and sat over to learn how to weave the soles of his shoes from Sway, who. Time passed in the wind and snow. The residual heat from cooking in the stable gradually dissipated, and the cold air rose again. The sleeping people were awakened by the cold, and they huddled under the straw and coughed heartbreakingly. Sway felt that the straw covering her body was moved in her sleep, and her consciousness slowly woke up. She was wondering if Sway had sat up, and she realized that her trouser legs were rolled up. She suddenly opened her eyes and kicked over. The hay covering her legs flew up, and the dust flew, causing others to sneeze. Why did you touch my trouser legs? Sway glared at Sway with anger. Are you scared? Let me see how the thing on your leg is made. I'll make two for you, my little brother. Sway said. Just poke a row of holes in the cloth. String it with a hemp rope, and connect the two pieces of cloth together. Sway sat up, untied a straw tube on her leg and handed it over, saying, there's only that little bit of cloth left. You guys share it. Thank you, sister you. Sway was very happy. Now she didn't have to take off her belly band. It was getting dark, and the light in the stable was dim. Sway looked around and saw that most people were still lying down, and those who were sitting were pounding their chests and coughing. She thought to herself that this group of people were raised by wealthy families, and their physical foundation was not bad. They had endured so many days in the cold and snow without getting sick. The tearing sound of the linen attracted the attention of others. Those who were close asked, where did you get the cloth? What are you doing? Adding more cloth to the leggings, and wanting to stuff more grass in the interlayer. Sway replied, do you have extra cloth? I'll make one for my child. Sway refused mercilessly. He knew how to make a straw tube, so he handed Sway to her and asked her to put it on quickly. It's almost time for dinner. You and your cousin will have to go and grab it later, he said. I know. Sway dragged out her voice. She tied the laces and sat cross-legged. She asked again, did Wang Jian bring you food the night before you left? Wang Jian was the original owner's ex-fiancé. Sway looked at her, put down the cloth in his hand, and said, make 2 straw tubes for your younger brother, and I'll give you half. Sway shook her head. I don't want it. You continue to make it. She felt relieved after confirming that he had silver in his hand. She kept 2 children's bracelets for emergency use, and the rest of the silver could be used to exchange for things. There was a rustling sound on the roof above her head, and the next moment, there was a bang outside the stable. The snow on the roof slid down. Sway went and was thinking about whether to clear the snow on the roof. And then he saw Sway stood up in a flash. He didn't know when she put on her shoes, picked up the pottery jar and rushed out. It's time for dinner. People in the stable rushed out. Sway went and also hurriedly chased after him. And soon he came back with Sway. Another hot porridge. After eating, the stable was completely dark. Sway pulled Sway Hui and Sway Ling out to hide under the wall to solve the 3 urgent needs, and then went into the stable to lie down. After checking the fire hazards, Sway went and was still uneasy. He was afraid that the snow would collapse the roof. So he climbed to the top of the stable at night and pushed the snow down tremblingly. After all, he is the descendant of a powerful family. His ability to be thorough is beyond the reach of ordinary people. What a pity. A voice was heard in the house. Take better care of him? Let him go to the western regions alive. If he dies on the battlefield, he can also drag down several Xiongnu bandits. The bearded man said. Okay. The snow fell for 3 days in a row. On the evening when the snow stopped, the cold winter sun rarely showed its head. The dazzling light fell on the white snow, making people unable to open their eyes. The snow is so thick. How can we go on the road next? The volunteers, who were carrying their families and pushing carts, were worried. Even the escorting officers and soldiers were worried. If they insisted on setting off and walking in the snow for a day, most of them would probably freeze to death. But she had to go. as there were still volunteers and pardoned criminals waiting in Chang'an. Whether she went or not, she would not be able to complete her mission. It was getting dark, and dinner had not been served yet. Sui Yu asked Sui Wenin to carry the jar and go out with her. She pulled 2 wooden boards from under the straw mat and ran away amid Sui Yu's low scolding. The wooden boards were tied to her feet with hemp ropes, because they were too long and wide. Sui Yu had a hard time walking. She called Sui Wenin to help her, and walked step by step to the foot of the wall covered with thick snow. "Cousin, let go. Look, I didn't sink. Watch me take 2 more steps." Sui Yu walked with the wall, and the wooden boards pressed on the snow. The snow sank slightly, but it stabilized when it sank to half a finger's length. Sui Wenin understood, and he said happily, "Tomorrow we will tie the planks together and walk, so that people will not sink into the snow. I will go and tell the others." The people in the stable came out, and the noise alarmed the officers and soldiers in the house. After they came out, they saw Sui Yu dragging 2 planks in the snow, not to mention the legs. Even the feet would not sink into the snow. I was confused. I didn't think of this method. An older officer was delighted. "Where are the servants? Take out all the planks here, and we will continue to travel tomorrow." "Sir, can I say something?" Sui Yu shouted. "Okay, you say." The bearded officer changed his view of the Sui brothers and sisters, and at the same time, he looked forward to her next words. "There are hundreds of us in our group, and there must not be enough planks of all lengths. Weights and weights. Moreover, many people have fallen ill along the way. If you drag your sick body and walk on the planks, you will definitely not be able to go fast. It is very likely that you will not be able to reach the next post station before dark tomorrow." Sui Yu spoke as loudly as possible so that everyone could hear. The hot air she exhaled collided with the cold air and turned into white mist, blurring her vision. But it did not prevent her from seeing that most people nodded after listening to her words. This was the first time she made a suggestion in front of so many people. Even though she had the confidence, she was nervous, and her hands and legs were shaking. The sun came out in the evening, and tomorrow will be a sunny day. The sun will shine for a day or so, and the surface snow will melt and become water that will soak into the snow layer. The snow will be compacted and more load-bearing. In addition, after a night, the cold air will rise at night, and the water will freeze, making the snow layer harder and more load-bearing. My suggestion is that we stay for another day and set off the day after tomorrow. We should use a wooden board with 2 or 3 people. The young will lead the old, the strong will lead the weak, and the children will be in the middle. My cousin and I will demonstrate it to everyone." Sui Yu came down from the snow pile, handed the hemp rope to Sui Wenin, and said, "Cousin, you do the same as me. Wrap the hemp rope around the board and tie it to your feet." "Understood." After the rope was tied, Sui Yu pulled Sui Wenin's clothes and said, "First take the left foot. 1, 2, move." The 2 of them were unfamiliar with the wooden board at first, but they became proficient after a few steps, and their steps became faster and faster. Although they would sink into the snow when walking on it, it did not affect their walking. "Okay, let's do as this girl says," the bearded soldier said. "We'll set out the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll each find a wooden board of suitable length and practice nearby first." "Sir, what should we do with our wooden cart?" the volunteer pushing the cart asked. The soldier looked at Sui Yu, and Sui Yu's mind raced, saying, "We can only remove the wheels and drag the cardboard. That's it. If you can't take it away, leave it behind." The soldiers only cared about the people, not the wooden carts. The problem was solved, and the servants began to serve the food. When Sui Yu and Sui Wenin went to grab the porridge again, no one kicked and beat them. When serving the food, Sui Yu handed over the jar and said, "Food for 6 people." The servant filled her jar with a full jar and picked out the thick ones. Sui Yu smiled so hard that her face was about to break while holding the jar. That night, Sui Yu had a full meal and slept with a smile. As she expected, the next day was a sunny day. Snow dripped from the tiles on the roof for a whole day, and it stopped when it froze in the evening. At dawn, crystal icicles hung under the eaves. When the whistle blows, step with your left foot. Be steady, and the people behind you should look for places you haven't stepped on before. Before setting off, the soldiers gave orders, and their voices were much gentler. He stared at the people stepping on the wooden planks in groups of 3 or 2, and blew the wooden whistle vigorously. A whistle sounded on the snowy field, and the people with hunched backs and bit waists took their left legs in unison. The group left the post station standing in the wilderness in an orderly manner and continued to move northwest. Chapter 7. Resting under the pavilion. Sui Yu saw a black spot under a tree not far away. It didn't look like a fallen leaf. She stood up, put on a wooden board and walked under the tree. It was a jackdaw that had frozen to death and fell in the snow. Its wings were buried in the snow and frozen. She picked up the skinny jackdaw and returned the same way. Some people in the crowd saw it, especially those who were closest to it. They regretted it and scanned the snow under the tree eagerly, hoping that they could pick up a dead bird. Here, take it. Sui Yu handed the dead bird to Sui Liang and said, hold it tight. We'll cook a pot of bird soup when we get to the post station tonight. When she heard the word soup, Sui Ling's stomach started to growl again. She was afraid that Sui Liang would drop it. So she stretched out her hand and said, Brother Liang, I'll hold it for you. Sui Liang refused and quickly put his hands behind his back. If your sister Ling talks to you, just say no if you don't want to. Sui Yu took every opportunity to find an opportunity to get his son to speak. Sui Liang didn't respond. He lowered his head and fiddled with the dead bird. Sui Yu pushed him and said, Aren't you afraid of your sister? Why do you accept the things she gave you? Sui Liang then looked up and stole a glance at Sui Yu, who bared her teeth at him. And he quickly retracted his gaze. Talk to him more, and he will respond to you. Sui Yu said to Sui Yu. What? Sui Yu had never raised a child, let alone coaxed one. It's time to set off. Sui Wenin came over and said, Let's get on the board. Sui Yu and Sui Yu shared a board with Sui Liang, and Sui Wenin and his 3 siblings shared a board. After the noose was tied, the whistle sounded, and the 6 people and 2 boards began to move. Hundreds of people walked across the snowfield. The rustling sound of wooden boards hitting the snow extended from under the snow to the roots of the trees. The tree trunks were vibrated, and the snow on the branches and leaves fell off. The brown bark and yellow leaves reappeared in the sun. The cold wind blew, and the wet fallen leaves swirled and spread on the snow. As the sun went down, rabbits emerged from the snow caves and appeared on the snow covered with footprints. The fallen leaves on the snow became the rabbits' food in winter. At this time, Sui Yu and his party had entered the post station. While the sun was still there, they were busy carrying hay to spread on the ground. The only old horse in the stable was squeezed into the corner. Sui Wenin found the servants and said that he wanted to climb to the top of the stable to clear the snow. At the same time, he asked for a bundle of firewood. When he came down from the roof, most of the remaining dry firewood in his hand fell into Sui Yu's hands. As soon as the porridge was distributed, Sui Yu asked Sui Liang to sit on the hay with a hot porridge pot to keep warm. She went to find someone to borrow a fire. Lying on the ground with her head close together, puffing her cheeks, and blowing hard on the charcoal core covered in the hay, the flame soared, and the green smoke slowly rose into the sky. Sui Ling cheered happily. The fire is on. The prisoners, who had been watching the movement here, came over one after another to borrow firewood. Those who had no firewood moved closer to sit, watching the flames jump, and their bodies seemed to have some residual heat from the burning. Sister Yu, the bird's feathers have been plucked off. Look! Sui Hui handed the bird over. The bird was already dead, and no blood flowed out even after plucking the feathers. Sui Yu took a look at it in the light of the fire. She clamped the bird's neck with a stick and hung it over the fire to burn off the loose feathers. Everyone, be careful. Don't leave hay by the fire pit. Be careful of sparks flying into the hay. If it ignites a big fire, even if no one is burned to death, the stable will collapse, and that will be a crime. Sui Wenin patrolled back and forth in the stable and the woodshed, and kept reminding him tirelessly. You are so nagging. In the darkness, someone muttered. Sui Wenin pretended not to hear. He turned and walked towards the door. He followed the wind and smelled the aroma of meat. He walked over and saw that the bird roasted by Sui Yu was almost cooked. There was a circle of people squatting around, and the sound of their swallowing was louder than the sound of Lao Ma chewing the cud. Okay. No need to roast it anymore. Sui Yu was afraid that someone would come and rob it. So he brought the food pot and said, The porridge is cold. Hang it on the fire and boil it again. After that, he took the roasted bird that was not even as big as a child's fist, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the porridge. When the porridge was hot, the bird meat was almost cooked. Third master, you can't finish your porridge, right? Give your grandson a sip. An old woman squeezed over with a boy taller than her, and said in a shrill voice, Sewer. Count out to your third master quickly. We, the grandparents and grandchildren, can't even get enough food. We can't survive for a few days. Let us have a hot meal before we die. Third master. Please be kind. The others moved at the sound, and instantly became energetic. The eyes hidden in the dark were more greedy than the eyes of wild wolves. We don't have enough food. How can we give you any? Sui Ling immediately retorted. Sui Hui pulled her, and told her not to say anything. But it was too late. All the people implicated by her family took the opportunity to vent their hatred and anger, and surrounded her. You deserve to die. Starve to death. You little bitch. You are the ones who deserve to die the most. You deserve to be cut into pieces. You should give us your rations. It's all your fault that we have fallen to this point. I will take you with me even if I die. Sui Ling was scared and still wanted to talk back. But her voice was drowned in the hoarse scolding. Not only that, her hair was pulled by someone. And someone hit her head hard in the dark. Stop! Sui Hu waved the burning firewood to drive away the people who surrounded them. And reminded them, if you continue to make trouble, the soldiers will come. And we will all be in trouble. Some people retreated. While a few others were still shouting frantically, it would be best if we could attract them. And kill us all. And don't let any of you run away. I'll go call the officer. Sui Yu shouted shrilly outside the stable while holding a food can. The stable was instantly quiet. After a while, a servant really came over and brought half a bucket of hot water for the horses to drink. And now everyone in the stable was obedient. Sui Yu took advantage of this opportunity to grab Sui Liang and hurry up to eat. She glanced at the crying man squatting on the side and stuffed a bird wing in his hand, saying, if you cry any longer, we will eat all the meat. Sui Wenan and Sui Hui came over after cleaning up the hay. A good meal was ruined by this. And everyone except Sui Yu was in a bad mood. In the future, keep your mouth shut. And bite your tongue before you want to speak. Sui Wenan scolded Sui Ling unhappily. Sui Ling didn't dare to argue with him, and kept her head down and didn't say a word. Where did you hit? Sui Hui couldn't bear it and asked distressfully. She deserved it. Sui Hu snorted coldly. Don't worry about her. Let her learn a lesson, so as not to implicate us in the future. I'm right. Now they all hate our family. But when my father was alive, who of these people didn't take advantage of him to gain benefits? Sui Ling couldn't bear it and cried loudly. If you have the guts, go over and shout. You haven't been beaten enough. Sui Yu was tired of her stupidity and decided not to give her food tonight and let her starve. Sui Wenan clenched his hands and endured it again and again, but still slapped Sui Ling to teach her a lesson and to give an explanation to the implicated clansmen. Dad deserves it, but the others don't deserve it. Those petty gains won't make them suffer exile with us, he said. The servant passed by with a bucket and looked at him more. Before leaving, he said in a hoarse voice, don't make trouble. If you have had enough, go out and freeze in the snow. This time, everything was completely quiet. Sui Yu ate quietly. She called Sui Hu to go out and give her a breeze. After emptying her stomach, she lay on the straw bed, covered with hay, and began to sleep. Sui Hu stuffed Sui Liang to her and said, you and your brother go to sleep quickly. I will keep the fire burning for a while. Don't feed Sui Ling. Sui Yu forgot to tell her. Sui Ling also had no appetite to eat. After being slapped by her brother, she sat behind the door and did not move. No one cared about her. Sui Wenan also sincerely wanted to teach her a lesson. He drank the porridge in the jar, chewed the bird bones and swallowed them into his stomach, and finally weighed the empty jar and went out to collect snow to inspect the fire pit. After everyone fell asleep, he collected 2 handfuls of clean snow and returned to the door. The pottery pot was placed in the fire pit without an open flame. He went to sleep without even looking at his sister, who was sitting still. After an unknown amount of time, the person sitting behind the door stood up with the help of the wall. Sui Ling opened the door and walked out. She stood in the yard and thought about freezing to death. However, she couldn't stand it any longer. She pushed the door into the house with stiff legs and shaking hands. She held the pot and drank the slightly hot snow water in it. She curled up under the straw and went to sleep. No one knew about the episode in the middle of the night. After dawn, the group drank hot porridge and continued on the road on the wooden planks while they were warm. The flat snowfield came to an end. After walking for another 2 days, a steep mountain appeared in front of them. Are we going this way? The officers and soldiers who led the way took out the map and compared it repeatedly. The opposite side was white. The road signs marked on the sheepskin scroll disappeared for some reason. Why? Someone else came to ask. The road? I don't know which way to go. The last time I passed by here was 2 years ago. It seems to be in that direction. The bearded officer called Sui Winen and Sui Hu and asked them if they knew the way. On this matter, Sui Hu and his nephew did not dare to make a rash decision. They all said that they had never been out of Yu County and did not know the direction. Go in this direction. I remember there was a huge rock in the shape of a chicken egg when I passed by 2 years ago. The officer holding the sheepskin roll made up his mind. The team continued to move forward. Sui Hu and Sui Winen returned to the team with a look of worry on their faces. If they went in the wrong direction and got lost in the mountains, they would have to continue on their way at night. If they stopped, they would freeze to death. Walking around the foot of the mountain blocked the wind, and there was no cold wind piercing through the bones. The group felt much better. We don't know how long this mountain is. It would be better if it was longer. We can walk for a few more days, and it will be warmer, an old man said. Sui Yu stared at the snow. There were many birds chirping on the mountain. She wondered if there were any birds that had frozen to death for her to pick up. There are white cattails. The person walking in front exclaimed in surprise. Everyone else looked over, and even the officers and soldiers slowed down. The water candles and the white cattails stood upright against the white snow. If they took out the wool and stuffed it into their jackets, they would not be cold on the way. However, they could not stop, as they had not seen the egg-shaped stone yet. It seems that we have taken the wrong road. Let's turn back. The officer walking in front spoke. A whistle suddenly sounded, and everyone looked up. Return the same way. We went the wrong direction. The whistleblower gave the order. Then can we still reach the post station tonight? Everyone panicked. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The escort officer waved his whip impatiently. Chapter 8. When we returned to the front of the mountain by the original route, it was already dark. The ground was covered with snow, and the moon was out. But the valley was deep and long, with dense trees and branches. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees were looming, and the road ahead looked like a huge mouth that could devour people. As if in line with the scene, the echoing wolf howls rang out in the deep mountains, one after another, making people get goosebumps. The moving team was moving slower and slower, and the accompanying officers and soldiers kept silent. Everyone was worried about the road ahead, repeatedly weighing whether to stay or go. Sir, I have a way. I don't know if it will work. Amidst the sighs, Sui Yu spoke. You say. Just say it. The escorting soldiers were overjoyed. I think we can go to the other side of the mountain to spend the night. Build a snow cave with snow to shelter from the wind, and stay there for the night, and then continue our journey after dawn. There are white cattails over there, and we can take the fluff and stuff it into our jackets to keep warm. Sui Yu said. Getting into the snow? Don't you think you're freezing to death fast enough? As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately objected. A tall and thin man thought she was showing off, and sneered, Miss Jiao, please stop using your magic. You've killed a lot of people. Please spare our lives. Sui Hu glared at her, but had nothing to refute. He could only bow and say, My daughter said the wrong thing in a hurry. Please don't blame me. Sir. The escort officer was very disappointed. He raised his whip and pointed it at everyone, saying, Who has any feasible ideas? Speak boldly, as long as it is useful. I will ask for credit for you when we arrive in the western regions. It will definitely be okay to divide the land and houses. Hearing this, the crowd was lively for a while. Everyone whispered to each other. A young woman holding a child said bravely, The road we took before was not in the wind. Why don't we turn around and go to Baipudang to get water candles to make winter clothes? We will work all night and stay up all night until dawn before continuing on our journey. This is to cut Sui Yu's idea in half and repeat it again. The escort officer's expression did not change. He looked at everyone and asked, Do you have any other ideas? No one spoke anymore. Most people tended to stay overnight to get water candles from the pool. The 8 escort officers gathered together to discuss, and the whistleblower gave the order, Turn back the same way and stay in the valley tonight. The speed of the journey became faster. When they reached the back of the mountain in the leeward direction, everyone kept walking and headed straight for Baipu Pool. Cousin, you will take Sui Hui and Sui Ling to get water candles later. Dad, you stay and help me dig snow. Sui Yu said. You still don't give up? Your method doesn't work. Don't bother. Don't make a fool of yourself, Suihu said impatiently. Suiyu said nothing. When they were nearby Pupul, the old and the young quickened their pace and ran over. Suihu picked up Sui Liang and was also dragged to run. After running for a while, his son grabbed his hair. He stopped and asked what happened. And then he found that Suiyu didn't catch up. I'm going to beat you to death. You stubborn girl? Suiyu was so angry that his heart ached. He hurriedly walked back against the flow of people. He saw her looking for something in the snow from a distance. He rushed over and pointed at her nose and cursed. Don't you understand what people say? You have to regret it only after something happens? If I didn't see that you are a grown-up girl, I would beat you to the ground today. Don't worry about me. Just treat me as if I'm dead. What happens in the future has nothing to do with you. Suiyu retorted to him, and took the opportunity to say what was in her heart. Suiyu was speechless. He stood on the snow and stared at her. He noticed that the escort officer was watching the fun. He suppressed his temper, and put down Sui Liang to help Suiyu move the snow lumps as if nothing had happened. The snow lumps were piled up in a circle on the ground, and the frozen snow was pushed up like mud for building a wall. Suiyu handed Sui Liang a wooden board and asked him to hold it and beat the snow. In this cold and snowy day, you can't just stand there. It's warmer to move. The crescent moon rose higher and higher. Some of the people who collected water candles came back. At this time, Suiyu's snow house was half a person's height. She crawled in and tried it, thinking that she could close the roof without the support of the beams. How can I close the roof without collapsing? She asked Suiyu. Aren't you very powerful? You want to break off your relationship with me, but now you won't? Suiyu snorted coldly. Why do you take my angry words seriously? Suiyu changed her face very quickly, and was very flexible. Suiyu snorted again and said, Watch your little brother. I'll go break off some branches. Build a frame? Suiyu envisioned a round arch. In this way, the snow wall would be shorter. She continued to dig snow and move it to press it against the snow wall. When Suiyu brought the branches over, he arranged them neatly and pressed them into the snow. Then he put a snow ball on it and covered it tightly to seal the top. Suiyu was worried that the foundation was unstable, so he took a can to the swing to break ice and scoop water. To avoid accidents, he called Suiyu and said, Hold your little brother and follow me. The people left, and the escort officer, who was standing not far away watching the excitement, ducked into the snow cave. Maybe he was frozen stiff. He felt that there was no difference between the inside and outside of the snow cave. It was extremely cold. How is it? Someone else asked. Nothing, the person who came out of the snow cave said. After listening to them, the others completely gave up the idea of following suit. The night grew colder. The howling of wolves faded into the distance, and the people in the snow could no longer bear the cold. They huddled together and walked back and forth, their breathless coughs echoing throughout the valley. Suiyu called Sui Winen and his two siblings to get up from the snow swing. On the way back, he said that Suiyu had built a snow house. It took a lot of effort. Let's go in and sit for a while. It can block the wind and should be warmer than outside. The three of them didn't believe it. The snow cave was like an ice cellar. How could it be warm? The water with ice chips was sprinkled on the ground and froze. The snow wall and the snow on the ground froze together. Suiyu felt relieved and sprinkled the remaining water on the snow roof and snow wall. Suiyu grabbed Sui Liang and went into the snow cave, and called Suihui to come in. Suihui couldn't refuse, so she had to go in with him. It's quite cold. Sui Ling poked her head in and shrank back out. It will be fine if we stay a little longer. The snow is so densely pressed together that the cold wind cannot get in, and the heat cannot get out. It will be warm in a while. Suiyu pulled Suihui to stop her from leaving and shouted outside, Dad, my cousin and I rolled a big snowball to block the door. Sui went and put down the water candle in his arms and said helplessly, Uncle San, Sister Yu is making a fuss, and you let her do whatever she wants. Just this once. If it doesn't work, she will give up. The snowball blocked the door. 3 people were inside and 3 people were outside. Suiyu had compacted the snow on the ground with wooden boards. Spread the dry firewood he brought from the previous post station on the snow. Press wooden boards on the dry firewood, and then spread the hay he took out of his clothes on the wooden boards. 3 layers were laid in a row to isolate the cold air coming up from the ground. Suiyu sat on the hay and began to rub the water candle, stuffing the rubbed fluff into his jacket and straw trousers. Water candles are the fruits of white cattail, brown and yellow wool sticks that can start fires and make winter clothes. They look like candles, but grow in water. Hence the name water candles. Sui Hui and Sui Liang were also busy rubbing water candles. So busy that they forgot about the cold. It was only when Sui Ling leaned outside the door and whispered to them if they wanted to go out that they came to their senses. It seems to be warmer. Sister, come in quickly. Call big brother and uncle to come in too. Sui Hui shouted excitedly, pushing the snowball away. A slightly warm air rushed in. The three people outside were stunned for a moment. And Sui Hui hurriedly shouted, Sir, the snow cave can really keep out the cold. And there is warm air. After that, he looked at the other people who were shivering with cold, and said loudly, Some people don't remember the good after getting good, and they have more evil in their hearts than us prisoners. Sui Hui was shocked. This was speaking for her, avenging the previous sarcasm. The officers and soldiers came in one after another. After having a real experience, they also started to build the snow cave. Others did not need to call, and they all followed suit. There were more people in the snow cave, and the hot air exhaled gathered in the low snow cave, and the cave became visibly warmer. Will the snow melt? Sui Wen was worried that the snow cave would collapse. No, this heat is not enough to melt the snow. Sui Yu pushed the person who fell on her and said, Brother Liang, don't sleep. You will catch a cold if you sleep. Sui Yu picked up Sui Liang and put him in his arms. He lowered his eyes and asked casually, Where do you know so many things? I have never seen a snowboard or an igloo. Sui Yu choked for a moment. She laughed and said, The King of Hell told me. Then I will ask the King of Hell when I see him. Sui Yu looked up and glanced at her. Others could not hear the wit in her words. But Sui Ling was so curious that she urged, Don't talk nonsense. Be serious. Where did you learn so many things? Even my eldest brother doesn't know. Sui Wen nodded. I'm smart. I figured it out myself. Think about it. Aren't rabbit nests, mouse nests, and fox nests all underground? How come they don't freeze to death in the winter? And why do snakes hibernate underground? They don't freeze to death in the winter. Isn't it because there's snow covering the ground? And it's warmer underground. Sui Yu said seriously. Sui Wen thought about it. Not sure if it was really as she said, but with the example of the snow cave, he praised, Sister Yu is really smart. Sui Hui agreed very much and said, I thought you heard it from Aunt Do. Sui Hui looked down and saw Sui Liang closing his eyes and dozing off. He hushed and warned, Don't mention his aunt in front of Brother Liang in the future. Wake him up. Don't let him sleep. It's cold when he sleeps. Don't freeze and get sick. Sui Yu hurriedly changed the subject, fearing that the topic would be about her again. I'll go out and remind them. Sui Wen said. The snowball blocking the cave was moved away, and he went out and shouted twice. He was afraid of being disliked, so he didn't dare to remind each snow cave one by one. He shouted twice and went back into the snow cave. I'm so hungry. Sui Ling wailed while holding her stomach. What time is it? After a long time, she asked again. I'm starving. Sui Yu was also very hungry. In the second half of the night, her hands and feet became weak. She pinched a handful of snow from time to time and fed it to her mouth, and swallowed it after warming it up. In this way, she survived until dawn. The whistle sounded, and everyone got out of the snow cave. Their clothes, shoes and socks were stuffed with cattail fluff and hay. Everyone looked much stronger overnight. The escort officer began to count the number of people. After counting back and forth twice, they found that more than 20 people were missing. They checked the snow caves one by one and pushed away the snowballs blocking the door. The people lying inside did not survive this winter night and fell asleep completely, and stayed at the foot of the mountain forever. Well, I'm relieved. Sui Hui sighed, and then heard a cold sneer behind him. He asked without turning his head, Do you think I'm wrong? Don't you think you might as well die after all this journey? Even ants try to survive. Sui Yu answered, Ants are not human beings. They have no brains. You have brains. How did you get out of jail? Sui Yu was disdainful, and sneered, You are good at deciding life and death for others. Sui Hui smiled, then sighed. If he hadn't been dragged down, he would have been freed long ago. At noon, they arrived at the post station in the mountains. The escort officer asked the servants to cook a pot of thick porridge. Everyone ate a full meal and fell asleep. They didn't wake up even in the cold in the second half of the night. At dawn, they set off again. This time, the escort officer took a bag of dry food and a bag of dried vegetables from the post station to prevent them from taking the wrong road and sleeping in the wild. In addition, he specially gave Sui 6 hot bean cakes as a reward for her advice the night before. In the following days, the pace of marching northwest never stopped. After walking out of the mountains and crossing the hills, there was a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. After the coldest winter, the sun has become warmer during the day, and the light falls on the people walking in the snow. The hot temperature rises to the ears and cheeks, and the chilblains that have been dormant for a winter begin to fester. The hard lumps under the skin are like spring seedlings rooted in the frozen soil, growing out wantonly, and the skin with hard scabs is pricked and itchy. I'm going to die. Sui was so anxious that she slapped her face. It was too itchy, and she wanted to cut off that piece of meat. If it itches, scratch it. Don't be afraid of scars. It's better to be ugly, Sui said. Sui Hui and Sui Ling paused when they heard the words, stretched their hands in the air, and retracted them. Seeing Sui leaning over to grab the snow and press it on her face, they did the same. Their actions fell into Sui Hu's eyes. He glanced at Sui Wenin and asked again, how do your parents plan to settle Hui Jier and Ling Jier? Find old acquaintances to use their connections, and find 2 honest families to marry? Sui Wenin was silent for a moment. He was embarrassed to lie and hide anything, so he nodded and agreed. At the end, he added, I don't know if my old acquaintance is willing to help me. I will know the situation only when I go there. Sui Hu nodded. He looked at Sui Yu and said nothing. Sui Wenin didn't say anything either. Sui Hu's face suddenly turned cold, and his attitude changed a lot during the rest of the journey. Sui Hui noticed it, and she asked her brother privately, did you have a disagreement with your third uncle? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Sui Wenin refused to say more. Sui Yu also noticed it, but she pretended to know nothing and didn't interfere in their uncle and nephew's affairs. They were almost in Chang'an, and she was thinking about what to buy. Sir, how many days can we stay in Chang'an? When they arrived at the post station in the evening, Sui Yu asked quietly. 1 or 2 days at the shortest. 3 or 5 days at the longest. The escort officer didn't hide it. After dinner, she told the others about this and planned, when we get to Chang'an, let's see if we can find a chance to hide and buy a chicken to stew soup. I'm so skeletal that I feel uncomfortable sleeping. Sui Hu didn't say a word. He took out a dime and handed it to Sui Wenin, saying, the hardest road has been passed. We won't drag you down. When we get to Chang'an, you can buy a pot and go your own way and eat your own food. The smiles on Sui Hui and Sui Ling's faces froze. They looked left and right helplessly. Sui Hui twisted her hands and asked, Uncle San, why do you say that? If you want to talk about dragging, it's us who are dragging you down. Why do we have to go our own way for no reason? Sui Ling rarely showed any eyes. She bumped into Sui Wenin and said, brother, did you offend Uncle San? Apologize quickly. Sui Wenin blushed. He didn't take the silver coin. He lowered his voice and explained, my father's old acquaintance is just a classmate of my father in the past. The two had a quarrel. It is said that the quarrel was not very pleasant. I don't know if he is willing to help. Maybe he will vent his anger on the 3 of us brothers and sisters. So I dare not promise to take care of Sister Yu. Uncle San, please don't be offended. Sui Yu understood. She pushed Sui Hu's hand back and eased the atmosphere and said, so it's about my business? I didn't expect that you care about me so much. Dad. Sui Hu ignored her and rubbed the silver coin in thought. The road is still long. It's too early to think about these. There are high mountains in the northwest. Maybe we can't climb over them. Sui Yu said again. She took the silver coin and put it in her palm, saying, sleep. We have to travel tomorrow morning. As soon as she lay down, Sui Liang sat over consciously and slept obediently beside her. Sui Yu touched his head, which was covered with oil. She grabbed the hay and rubbed her hands, wondering in her heart that Sui, who was always confusing, after being together for nearly 2 months. She couldn't be sure what kind of person he was. He loved his son, needless to say, and he also cared about his daughter. But she didn't expect that he would turn against his nephew for her. What she was most afraid of was that he was the one who caused the death of the original owner and the aunt. No matter what the reason was, he was a ruthless person. She could feel that he had doubts about her, which made her very afraid. for fear that he was planning something and strangled her to death one night. Why are you sighing? Aren't you going to sleep? Sui Hu sat over. Sui Yu didn't answer, pretending to be asleep. She didn't dare to talk to him more, and was afraid that he would ask more questions. At dawn, they walked for another day and entered Chang'an City. They passed through the heavily guarded city gate. The escort officer led the people to walk close to the wall, fearing that these people would offend the nobleman. Sui Yu secretly glanced at the capital of the Western Han dynasty with his peripheral vision. The laborers under the wall were all wearing black linen clothes. There were few girls and women. The low houses were built with yellow mud. At a glance, everything was gray. After walking for an unknown period of time and turning many corners, the group entered the post station from the back door. The capital post station had horses and cattle. They couldn't even sleep in the stables, so they were dispersed and squeezed into 2 firewood rooms. You are not allowed to light a fire in the firewood room. And you are not allowed to cause trouble. You are not allowed to go anywhere except the firewood room. Those who violate the rules will be dragged away and beaten with a stick. A servant with eyes as long as his head covered his nose and said loudly. Those who were preparing to light a fire and cook were all sighing. And more people didn't care. They spread the straw bed and lay down to sleep. Sui Yu followed him and stayed quiet for a day. She slept all day, and when she regained some energy, she thought about exchanging silver for meat. If she didn't eat meat, her skinny body would not be able to support herself. She took advantage of the sun to scout the place like a thief, and found that few people came here when cooking. Sui Yu got bold. She smoothed her hair with water, asked Sui Hui to tie a short bun for her, and took out the hay tied on her body when she went to the toilet. When she wanted to wash her face, she was stopped by Sui Hu. The flesh on your face is gone. More scary than a ghost. Which man would have bad thoughts when seeing me? Sui Yu felt that he overestimated her current appearance, so she washed her face before slipping away. After this delay, Sui Hui and Sui Ling hurried back to the woodshed, and the 2 of them lay on the straw bed to cover up, leaving Sui Hu and Sui Liang waiting outside. Sui Yu avoided people along the way and followed the direction of the laughter. If she really couldn't avoid people, she would lower her head and follow them slowly with a generous attitude. After leaving the post station safely, she quickly glanced around and chose a direction to leave quickly. The sky was getting dark, and the roadside restaurants were filled with tempting meat aroma. Sui Yu looked at her clothes, but she didn't dare to go in. She chose a hoop pancake stall and walked over. She didn't dare to say anything, so she could only pretend to be dumb, showing 10 fingers and handing over the smallest dime. The man who baked pancakes glanced at her, and quickly baked 10 pancakes and handed them over, then lowered his head and worked, not mentioning the change at all. Sui Yu had no choice but to leave with the pancakes. This time she learned her lesson. She walked a little further to buy linen cloth, and with a handful of copper coins in her pocket, she tried every means to ask someone to go to the restaurant to buy steamed meat. Sui Yu squatted behind a mud wall, staring at people on the road like a beggar. This time, she finally saw a color other than black. The young woman wore a silk skirt, and her every move was quite charming. After swallowing the last bite of her biscuit, Sui Yu wrapped the steamed meat pancake with 3 layers of newly bought cloth, and hurried back, but slowed down when approaching the post station. It was getting dark, and the cold air came again. The post station stood in the night. The 2 lanterns hanging on the wall were like the eyes of a giant beast. She looked at the swaying light and shadow, and suddenly, she wanted to escape. She didn't want to get into the cage. The cold wind whistled past, and Sui Liang shivered. He stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction where Sui Yu left. When footsteps sounded, he threw away Sui Hu's hand and ran over. I thought you ran away, Sui Hu said. I have this plan. Not because I'm afraid of getting you into trouble. Sui Yu half-jokingly took out a cake she had been holding in her arms and handed it to Sui Liang, saying, Eat it quickly. It's still hot. This time she walked in by herself, and Sui Yu still had a feeling of regret or remorse in her heart. Waking up from the cold at night, she rubbed the chilblains on her feet with her eyes open, listening to the snoring and coughing in the woodshed. She felt at ease. Forget it. Let it be, Sui Yu thought. Chapter 9. Having been vegetarian for too long, Sui Yu rushed out of the door and rushed into the toilet at night. After her, Sui Liang vomited. Sui Hu called Sui Wenan and asked him to take Sui Liang out. He was busy digging the soil to cover the dirt, fearing that they would be discovered to have eaten meat. All 6 people from the 2 families ran out of the woodshed. Those who heard the noise sat up one after another. Someone worriedly said, "Is there poison in the porridge? Who would poison you for a cheap life?" "I think it was the master and the lady of their family who stole something." The man sneered. He and Sui Hu were of the same clan. The bedding was not far from where Sui Hu slept. He saw everyone coming in and out in the evening. No matter how clean their mouths were, he could still smell the aroma of meat and oil. "You can't leave the backyard. Where can you steal food? I'm afraid you've got it wrong." Aunt Chun defended Sui Hu's family. She hugged her grandson and lay down again, saying, "We have received kindness from others along the way. We are all suffering people. Those who deserve to die have died. Why hate them anymore? You have no daughter and no granddaughter. You are an old woman. You don't have to worry about being favored by men. It's easy for you to say it. My granddaughter went with my wife and was humiliated. Do you think I hate it?" The man couldn't stand others saying anything good about Sui Wenan and his family. Aunt Chun didn't say anything. The people at the other end of the woodshed couldn't hear what they were shouting. But they thought it was noisy and shouted, "What are you shouting about? Can't you let us sleep?" The woodshed immediately became quiet. When Sui Hu came back with her stomach covered, she found that everyone was asleep. She walked in slowly on tiptoe. Just as she lay down, a head poked over. The old lady asked in a low voice, "What did you eat?" "I ate whatever you ate," Sui Hu said. "I don't believe it. I smell meat on you. You must be dreaming." Sui Hu pulled hay to cover herself and waved her hand, saying, "Go away. Don't get close to me. I don't know if I drank unclean water or got sick. I have severe diarrhea. Don't infect you." The old lady half believed and half doubted, took a deep breath, and then shrank back with a mutter. Sui Hu lay on her side, and she dared to close her eyes and sleep until Sui Hu came back with Sui Liang in his arms. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her stomach rumbled again. Without saying a word, she grabbed a handful of hay and ran out the door. Sui Liang pinched Sui Hu, and he also ran out with his son in his arms. "Don't run into the house. Look at the moon outside." Sui Ling squatted outside the toilet with her belly in her arms, saying, "It's really painful, and it's all in vain. I finally ate some meat, but I didn't keep any of it. I pooped it all. There were a few stars in the sky." Sui Yu came out of the toilet and squatted under the wall. Across the wall was the stable. The sound of old horses chewing food and oxen chewing the cud was clear. "How many days will it take to walk next?" Sui Ling asked again. 2 or 3 months. 3 or 4 months. It's all possible. I heard from my father that the northwest is mountainous and the most difficult to walk. Sui Wenan had never been to the western regions, so he couldn't say for sure. It's spring, and the further west you go, the warmer it is. Snakes are about to come out of their holes. There are many insects and ants on the alpine grasslands, and there are also many wolves. Anyway, you can't relax. Don't lose your vigilance." Sui Hu spoke. Sui Hui and Sui Ling wailed together. "When will this day end?" Someone's stomach rumbled again, and the others were influenced by it, and all rushed to the toilet, until the moon was at the zenith and their stomachs were empty. The 6 people went to sleep in the woodshed with limp legs. Sui Yu had just sat down when her hands were wet. Just as she was about to speak, she smelled a strong smell of urine. She jumped up immediately and said, "Someone peed on our straw mat." The surroundings were quiet and silent. At this moment, the snoring seemed to have stopped. No one would admit it. No one would expose it. And no one would offend others. "Wash your hands. I'll clean it up." Sui Hu suppressed his anger and had to suffer this loss in silence. He fumbled to uncover the straw soaked with urine and found that the soil under the straw was also wet. "My side is wet too," Sui Hui whispered. "Bastard." Sui Wenan cursed. Moonlight poured in from the small window, through a few rays of firefly light. Sui Ling gritted her teeth and stared at the person lying on the ground, wishing she could pounce on him and fight. "Can't you sleep any more?" Sui Yu came in and asked. "It's all wet," Sui Hui said. Then, Sui Yu couldn't say anything more. No matter how dirty she was, she couldn't force herself to sleep in the smelly urine pit for a night. Sui Hu picked up a bundle of straw and carried it to the door, saying that he was leaving. After half an instant's stick of time, just when Sui Yu was about to go out to look for it, he came back with a bundle of hay. "Where did you get it from?" Sui Wenan asked. "It's late at night. Sleep first, and talk about it when it's dawn." Sui Hu moved to a position spread the hay bed next to the person on the left, took off Sui Liang's straw sandals, and called Sui Yu to hold him and sleep over. After a night, when they were fighting for food, Sui Yu approached Aunt Chun. But before she could speak, Aunt Chun waved her hand and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I haven't asked yet." Sui Yu smiled. Aunt Chun didn't bother to talk to her, made porridge and turned around and left. After all, she felt bad. So she whispered, "Be careful anyway. Many people are crazy if they don't die." Sui Yu thought about it for a while, and took the jar to find other people. "Did you find out who it was?" Sui Ling asked. She curled her lips and said, "No one paid attention to me. I didn't ask anything." "Don't ask. This matter is past. We will be careful and low-key in the future." The last sentence was said to Sui Yu. Sui Yu took the jar and drank a mouthful of millet porridge, wiped his mouth and said, "Liang Gu vomited last night, and I buried the dirty stuff. After we left, I don't know who dug it up. I guess they smelled meat. It was too hard on the road, and I was shocked and scared. They had nowhere to vent their accumulated anger, so they all came at us. Countless eyes were staring at us from behind, and whenever we did something good, they felt worse than being stabbed by a knife." Sui Wen hadn't slept well the previous night, and he had already figured out what these people were thinking. He said apologetically, "Third uncle, sister Yu, we have implicated you." Sui Hu glanced at him, and didn't say much else. They both knew that he was willing to be implicated in the hope that he had a conscience, and could show Sui Yu a way to live with a clean life. Just bear it for now. And the one who can reach the western region alive in the end is the winner, Sui Yu said openly. "Let's talk about it when we get to the western region. We can't just keep tolerating them. And they are getting more and more arrogant." She didn't care what Sui Wenin and Sui Hu thought, because she was also a victim, and it was not a question of who owed whom. "By the way, where did the hay come from last night?" she asked. "I bought it from the groom with silver," Sui Hu said. After dinner, Sui Hu picked up the bundle of wet straw behind the door, pressed it into the snow and washed it, and spread it on the ground to dry it after removing the smell. The next day, he gathered it and carried it on his back when he was on the road. When he left the city gate, there were more than 300 people waiting outside the city gate. Nearly 200 of them were wearing prison uniforms, and the remaining 100 or so were volunteers who were going to the western regions to cultivate land with their families. Since the recovery of the Heshi corridor 32 years ago, the court has carried out 4 large-scale immigrations to garrison the borders and cultivate land. In addition, there have been several small-scale immigrations, including prisoners from all over the country and vagrants without land, property or jobs, as well as free people who were willing to move because of the westward migration policy. After the two sides of the soldiers handed over, the escort officer counted the number of people and blew the whistle to set off. The snow on the road had thawed. When the warm sun was in the sky, the snow melted. Nearly 1,000 people walked on the snow, and the snow was muddy. A flock of birds has appeared. Sui Ling looked up at the sky and said, "It's finally spring." Sui Yu also looked over. The birds that had survived the winter were skinny and stood on the bare branches. Their feathers were wet and stuck to their bodies, which was really ugly. Really ugly. She thought so and said so. "Prettier than you." Sui Ling felt that she was a disappointment. Sui Yu choked. She couldn't refute. At least the birds still had feathers. She was almost a scarecrow. Her thin arms and legs were no different from bamboo poles stuck in the ground. "If you two are not tired, hold the baby for me for a while," Sui Hu said, panting. The snow on the ground was wet when stepped on. The wooden planks were useless. They were taken away after leaving Chang'an City. People walking on the road were like walking in the snow. They had lost sensation below the knees. Sui Hu was worried that his son would get sick from the cold like the child who died on the road. So he took turns carrying the child with Sui Wenin. Sui Yu refused. She only argued with Sui Ling to divert attention when she couldn't walk anymore. Sui Ling didn't respond, but said, "There's a pavilion in front." We walked another 10 miles. They stopped to rest after passing the thatched pavilion. The birds that landed on the pavilion were scared away by the crowd. The 8 escort officers went in, and the others squatted down to rest. Sui Yu took off the bundle of grass on his back and put it on the ground, saying, "Dad, sit down and rest for a while. It's okay. I still have some conscience." Sui Yu sat down with difficulty, leaning on his knees. Sui Yu didn't argue with him. She held the stick that served as a crutch and poked the snow on the ground to turn the soil. The soil in Yu County was green. But after Chang'an, the soil turned yellow. The soil became thicker and thicker. Sui Ling came over to dig with her. Sui Hui despised the childishness and stood aside to watch. Huh? There's a hole down there? Sui Yu was surprised and immediately got excited. Dig quickly and see what's down there. What's there? Sui Wen came over and asked. Is it a rat hole? Rats are good at storing food. There might be food down there. The refugees who fell behind said. The people around heard this and came over to join in the fun, forming 3 layers inside and outside. Go and see what's going on, the bearded officer ordered under the thatched pavilion. When the young escort officer approached, Sui Yu also dug the hole down and picked out a black snake that was still hibernating. After it came out of the hole, the coiled black snake opened its eyes and spit out its tongue. Sui Yu was quick-witted and swift-handed. He swung a stick over and shouted, Sui Ling, what are you doing? Hit it. The 2 sticks went up and down, splashing mud and snow. The onlookers didn't mind the dirt at all, and didn't dodge or avoid it. They stared at the bleeding black snake with greedy eyes. Snake meat is very nutritious. This snake is estimated to weigh 3 pounds. It will be a treat to stew a pot tonight, said the refugee who loves snake meat. The snake did not move. Sui Yu put away the stick. She looked up and saw the escort officer standing beside her. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the snake's tail and handed it to him, saying, Sir, this is a gift to you. The escort officer was very happy, but still pretended to ask, You look greedy. You and your family can eat it. No, I dare not eat it. Sui Yu waved her hand decisively, without waiting for anyone to ask. She raised her voice and said, 7 days ago, at the post station in Chang'an, my family drank dirty water and had diarrhea in the middle of the night, and vomited and vomited. Our tribesmen thought we stole the meat. When we went to the toilet, someone urinated on our straw blanket, and we didn't sleep all night. People from the same tribe? That's vicious enough. The refugees from Chang'an did not know the inside story, so she joined in. The escort officer took the dead snake, which was still dripping with blood, and asked, Do you know who it is? The 2 men who were huddled in the crowd shuddered, cursing in their hearts, but their expressions did not change. I know. But never mind. We are all from the same clan. Sui Yu's eyes swept across the faces of the people, and she spoke generously, turning her head and saying, Don't cause trouble for the officer, lest someone say I am bullying others by taking advantage of my power. The escort officer smiled, and seeing that the girl was tactful, he was happy to give her a favor without thinking, If you have such a thing again, come to me. Hey. Thank you, officer. Sui Yu was very happy, and when she turned her head, she found Sui Yu looking at her, and she didn't know how long he had been looking at her. She felt nervous, restrained her smile, and said, What are you looking at? Sui Yu didn't respond, and he looked at her twice before moving his eyes away. The whistle sounded again, and they continued on their way. In the evening, they arrived at the post station, which was built halfway up the mountain. The road ahead was steep, and there were many mountains. We've arrived in Longzhou. Sui Yu heard people say that. She took another look and saw the mountain tops in the distance were covered in white. Chapter 10. In the middle of the night, Sui Yu was awakened by a thunderclap. When she opened her eyes, she saw lightning outside the window. With the light, she saw Sui Yu sitting on one side. She didn't know how long he had been sitting there, motionless. Sui Yu turned over and pretended to be dazed and closed her eyes. After the thunderclap, it rained heavily outside the house. The big raindrops hit the roof, the earthen walls, and the mud ground. The moist water vapor mixed with the fishy smell of the earth poured in from the broken windows and leaky doors. There was no movement around her. Sui Yu was uneasy. She was afraid that Sui Yu would die like the old monk while sitting still. And she was also afraid that he was thinking about something in his heart. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. In the end, she couldn't help but sit up. Dad, what are you doing sitting here in the middle of the night? Why don't you sleep? She asked. Keep watch. You sleep. Sui Yu's heart fell, and another thunderclap struck. When the thunder disappeared, she made small talk. It's raining, and this is the first rain we have encountered along the way. Spring thunderclap. Spring has come, Sui Yu said. When spring thunderclaps, snakes come out of their holes. Sui Yu thought of this sentence inexplicably. She lay down and covered the straw piled on her belly, saying, "If the rain doesn't stop tomorrow, we shouldn't rush on the road." "Right. We'll know at dawn. Go to sleep. And if you can't sleep, you can keep watch for me." Sui Yu was impatient to talk to her again. Sui Yu didn't say anything. After a long while, she asked, "Do you get up to keep watch every night?" Sui Yu had ignored her. "Go to sleep. I'll keep watch for you." Sui Yu sat up and added, "If you don't sleep well, you'll feel tired. Don't let Liam gear fall when you're on the road." Sui Yu just said it casually, because Sui Yu was a solitary person. He didn't expect her to take over his night watch. She suddenly became easy to talk to, and he was a little at a loss. "No. You sleep. Stop talking nonsense. Don't be ungrateful." Sui Yu interrupted him forcefully and asked straightforwardly, "How long do you have to wait?" Sui Yu was silent. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Then I'll sleep." "How long do you have to wait?" "You'll know." "What the hell?" Sui Yu frowned and wanted to ask again. Someone in the woodshed impatiently tsk twice, disturbing others' sleep, and she swallowed the words that were about to come to her mouth. The night wind was slightly cold, and Sui Yu shivered. She picked up the scattered straw to cover herself, piled it into a nest, and sat cross-legged in the straw like a chicken laying eggs. The wooden door creaked, and two figures, one tall and one short, went out. The damp and cold night wind rushed in, and the wind was accompanied by the faint sound of knocking on the door. Sui Yu pricked up her ears and listened carefully. There was movement in the front yard. Soon, the sound of hooves approached, and there was movement in the stable not far away. Some people in the woodshed woke up, but no one went out to see. They talked in low voices for a few times, and then lay down or sat down and became quiet again. After an unknown period of time, it was quiet outside, and the two people who opened the door to go out also came in. When she heard the sound of clearing throats, Sui Yu realized that it was a man and a woman. She didn't think much until the sound of footsteps in the woodshed sounded. The rice stalks were cracked and broken, and then stood up again after the weight disappeared. The subtle creaking sound was like bean pods blooming in the hot sun, tickling people's hearts. The sticky low panting sounded in the rainy night, and Sui Yu was stunned. She turned her head in disbelief. Her eyes had adapted to the darkness, and she could vaguely see the undulating arc not far away. There were footsteps coming, and Sui Yu looked over with a tense face. After seeing the sitting figure, the short figure turned on his toes and left. It turns out that there are still these dirty and ugly things hidden in the dark night. Sui Yu's scalp tingled. She looked at Sui Hui and Sui Ling who were sleeping beside her. If she hadn't been awakened tonight, she would have been like them, just upset by the fatigue of the day. The woodshed gradually became quiet. Some people fell asleep soundly, and some people huddled in the corner to swallow their tears and eat. The roosters in the post station crowed, and Sui Yu lay down. She understood what Sui Hu said, listening to the loud rooster crows. She stared at the dark roof and pondered his intentions. The rain didn't stop in the morning, and the servants came to call 10 prisoners to clean the stables. Breakfast was also delivered late. "It rains today. Stay one more day." The escort officer came to the woodshed in the rain. He warned, "The post station has a delegation. If you don't want to lose your heads, stay in the woodshed honestly." It turned out that the movement last night was the arrival of the delegation. Sui Yu thought, "What do you want to do now?" Sui Ling found Sui Yu listless early in the morning. She whispered, "Don't even think about running out again. It'll be terrible if you get caught." Sui Yu waved her hand. She was too lazy to talk. Waited for breakfast to be delivered. She drank a bellyful of thin porridge and lay down in the haystack to sleep. She slept and woke up all day, and got up again to keep watch in the middle of the night. "You?" She looked at Sui Hu and didn't know how to ask. "I just want you to have an idea in your mind. Since you can't sleep, then you keep watch." Sui Hu lay down again. Tonight was similar to last night. Sui Yu sat in silence, listening to the rustling of footsteps and the rustling of hay. And she couldn't do anything even if she had suppressed sobs. When the sun rose as usual, thousands of people walked out of the post station calmly in the mud, and Sui Yu was among them. She looked up and looked around. Under the majestic mountains, she was like an ant with wings. Fortunately or unfortunate, she was not sure. Walking up the hillside step by step, the terrain under my feet became higher and higher. When I looked back, I could only see the roof of the post station covered in mist. Do we need to go up the mountain? Do we need to climb over this mountain? Sui Ling asked worriedly. I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. The mountain road was difficult to walk on. Everyone's footsteps became slow and heavy. The escort officer urged them to reach the next post station before dark. But this was not something that could be driven by will. Climbing to the top of the mountain and then going downhill. The wet mountain soil was trampled into a pulp by cattle and horses. People would stumble and fall even if they were cautious. Hearing the sound of water at the bottom of the mountain, Sui Yu looked up. And the next moment he slipped and fell on his back. Just as he struggled to stand up, he was knocked down by Sui Ling, who fell down. And the two rolled down. He fell 2 meters away. And the person walking in front hurriedly avoided him, and was not knocked down. Sui Yu lay in the mud and looked at the sky. He was covered in mud, and looked even less like a human being. Get up. Sui Ling pushed her. You're on top of me. Are you stupid? I've already fallen. And you're not careful. Sui Yu supported herself on her elbows and climbed up. Someone pushed me. Sui Ling climbed up, and didn't bother to shake off the mud. She stood there waiting, staring at the person on the high ground. The people standing behind her were all surnamed Sui. She guessed who was pushing from the direction of the hand. When the person came, she pointed and said, You pushed me. If you hadn't pushed me from behind, I wouldn't have fallen. The person she pointed at was Sister Jin. She stared at her with disgust, stretched out her hand, slapped the hand pointing at her nose with all her strength, and cursed in a hoarse voice. Get out. I hate to touch you with my dirty hands. Sui Ling was hit hard. Her finger was broken, and she burst into tears in pain. She was so emotional that she rushed over to fight. Sui Yu had no time to pull away, and watched helplessly as she was pinned down in the mud by 4 or 5 men, beaten and pinched. Sui Wenin and Sui Hui came to stop them, but were also slapped on the head. What are you doing? The escort officer who was walking behind came over, and without caring who was who, he whipped her a few times, and cursed with a gloomy face, Are you looking for death? You dogs are tired of living, so I'm giving you guys a good face. Speed up. Everyone. I don't think you are tired. And you still have the mind to fight. Hurry up. Another escort officer whipped people with a whip. Like driving sheep. Whoever was slow would be beaten. Sui Yu was pushed to the periphery by Sui Hu, and the others were afraid of being beaten, and they wanted to make room for them. Stay away from that stupid thing. He only remembers food and not beatings, he said impatiently. Sui Yu said, and lowered his head to hurry on. Down the hillside is the river. The snow water and rainwater. The river is turbulent, and occasionally there are ice and snow blocks floating on the water. Following the river up, the mountain road narrowed. The team of thousands of people lengthened, and Sui Yu and the other two were farther and farther away from Sui Wenin and the others. They arrived at the post station in the middle of the night. After eating the hot porridge, Sui Yu could not hold on any longer, so she fell asleep. When she woke up, the mud on her body had dried up, so she rubbed it off bit by bit, and asked Sui Liang to rub the mud on her head for her. Why didn't you help me? Sui Ling was still upset about what happened yesterday. I wanted to help, but was pushed away, Sui Yu said in a good tone. Sui Ling was satisfied, and the next moment, she said aggrievedly, I thought you were going to scold me too. My elder brother and sister scolded me all the way yesterday. Sui Yu forced a fake smile. She really didn't learn her lesson, and she was stubborn and refused to listen to advice. You jeer. Let's go. Sui Yu shouted outside the door. Let's go. Let's go. Sui Yu lifted the wooden board, grabbed Sui Liang with one hand, and walked out quickly. Sui Ling was a step slower, and the two families were separated again. Longzhou is composed of large and small mountains. The snow on the mountains melted, and the snow water merged into rivers. This is also the most convenient way for people to cross Longzhou. They walked along the rivers, shuttled through the woods, and detoured between high and low valleys. After more than a month of walking in the mountains, the snow covering the hillside melted. The soil turned from wet to dry. Spring grass emerged, and the branches were also green. After climbing another peak, Sui Yu was sweating from the heat. She didn't dare to open her clothes, and even felt happy. After enduring the cold for a winter and spring, her body could still sweat. The situation didn't seem as bad as she imagined. Rest on the spot for a cup of tea. The whistleblower gave the order. When the whistle sounded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Most people sat down or even lay down on the spot. The ground was so hot from the sun that people fell asleep as soon as they laid down with their eyes closed. Sueyu sat for a while, and then got up. She stood on the top of the mountain and looked down. The growth rate of grass and trees was amazing. They had only sprouted a month ago. But now the mountain was lush and green. The grass and trees were knee-high, and the leaves on the trees were also large. In the gap between the two peaks, the snow water seeping out of the bluestone slabs attracted birds, mice and rabbits to drink water. Brother Liang, come here. Sueyu waved her hand. Sui Liang walked over and looked in the direction of her finger. There was a snake crawling on a huge rock. When he saw it clearly, he turned around and ran away in fear. What? Sui Ling ran over, chirping. Let me see. What is there? Snake. Sueyu pointed to her. The snake is basking in the sun. Sui Ling widened her eyes and looked for a long time before she could tell that the snake had a dark blue skin that had merged with the stone. Sister, come and see. The snake's belly is bulging. It must have just eaten something. Sui Ling shouted. Suehui waved her hand. What's so good about snakes? Some people were attracted by her words and asked in a flurry, Where is it? Where is it? It's on the stone, Sui Ling said. Her voice was very brisk. Not far away. Someone had a gloomy face. He looked over like a venomous snake. The chattering was so noisy. How come they didn't fall off the mountain and die? It was time for a cup of tea. The whistle sounded again, and more than 1,000 people got up and walked down the mountain, continuing their journey. Sueyu leaned on a stick and plucked a leaf and put it in her mouth, blowing it from time to time, making a fart-like sound, which attracted Sui Liang to look at her frequently. Aren't you tired? Sui, who envied her vigorous energy, and casually plucked a leaf and handed it to his greedy son. Tired? How can I not be tired? Sueyu plucked down a leaf and changed it. The mountains are beautiful. The water is beautiful. And I may only come here once in my life. So I'll see more. I'm still not tired. The stranger next to him interrupted. Sueyu laughed twice and said, You don't believe this yourself. But you are busy looking at other things. Your attention is distracted. And you don't think about being tired. So you don't seem to be that tired. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, forget it. I'm talking nonsense. Sueyu didn't force others to believe it. After going down the mountain, we had to cross the river to another low mountain. The river was about 10 feet wide. The water was not deep. The edge was only ankle deep. And the pebbles in the deep were clearly visible. The first person who walked over took off his straw sandals, and the people behind him followed suit. Sueyu picked up Sui Liang and asked Sueyu to walk in front of him, and told him, Don't look around. Stare at the rocks in the river. Don't fall down. Before he finished speaking, there were 2 pop sounds in front of him. Sueyu looked up and saw 2 people lying in the river on the left. They were Sui Winan and Sui Ling. Sueyu saw that Sui Winan hadn't stood up for a while, so he waded over to help him and asked, Why did you fall down? Did you slip? Where did you fall? I sprained my ankle. But it's okay. Sui Winan stood up with the help of the force, and put one hand on Sui Ling's shoulder, saying, Hold me. Don't walk around. They pushed you again. Sui Ling cried. Are we going to continue to endure it? Dad is dead. And the family has been raided. What else can we do? Chapter 11. It's you again. You won't learn your lesson without fighting. Right? The whip sounded as the escort officer waded over, looking fierce, and whipped people with all his strength. Sueyu turned his back, and the tip of the whip swept across his back. He gasped in pain. Sui Winan and Sui Ling were not as lucky as him. The whip fell on them densely, and Sui Ling was whipped and cried loudly. Enough. Enough. Don't delay the journey. Across the river. The officer with a beautiful beard stopped him. The whip sound stopped, and the people queuing to cross the river were silent. When the escort officer's fierce eyes swept over, they all lowered their heads. Sir, it's not us brothers and sisters who are causing trouble. It's people who are deliberately picking on us one after another. Sui Ling was furious. She was beaten. So why should others escape? She stopped crying and pointed at the 2 men who were about to walk to the other side of the river, saying, It was the man with the mole under his nose, and the other man carrying a bundle of grass, who deliberately pushed us from behind. They also pushed us from behind when we went down the mountain road before. They are deliberately picking on us. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sui Winan didn't stop her this time. He saw the whip coming from the corner of his eye. He dragged Sui Ling to his arms and took the whip. I'm not here to judge the case for you. Recognize your identities. The escort officer warned. You are still young and ignorant. Sui, who took the blame for his nephew and niece, lifted one of Sui Wen's arms, winked at Sui Ling, and the three of them waded to the other side. Sui Ling was filled with hatred. She was so angry that her breathing became rapid. Just when she thought the matter was over, the soldier with beautiful beard kicked the man with a black mole under his nose away. Another man was kicked down and rolled several times into the river. His head hit a rock and blood immediately came out. You all have eyes to see clearly. If anyone causes trouble again, this will be your fate, the officer warned. Sui Ling was relieved and felt that it was worth it to be whipped a few times. Even Sui Wen felt relieved. After crossing the river, Sui Hu let go of Sui Wen's arm. Sui Hui hurried to support him and asked with tears in her voice, Brother, sister, are you two okay? Will your foot injury affect your journey? Sui Yu glanced at the large group that continued to march. Next, they had to walk through the forest. Sui Wen sat down with the help of a stone, touched his foot bone, and twisted it hard. With a click, his face was distorted with pain. Hurry up. The escort officer who fell behind started to urge him again. Let's go. It's okay. Sui Wen stood up and tried, pushing his two sisters into the crowd to avoid being whipped again. Cousin, can you set bones? Sui Yu thought he was pretty good. I know a little bit of martial arts. And I know a little bit about bone setting. Sui Yu looked at Sui Hu, and he understood, saying, I don't know. Sui Yu said, turned her head, and her face fell. How could a daughter not know whether her father knew martial arts? She twisted her hands and wanted to slap him in the face. I wanted to ask if you were injured. Sui Yu gritted her teeth and patched herself up. It's a minor injury. Nothing serious. Stop talking. Watch the road. Be careful not to step on snakes. Sui Hu bent down and picked up his son. The mountain was short, with dense trees and vines. The withered stems and vines were entangled together and tripped people. A thick layer of rotten leaves covered the potholes. People walked up and down, 1 foot high and 1 foot low, and from time to time they tripped and fell, slowing down the pace of progress. The light and shadow that fell through the bushes disappeared unconsciously. The sun was setting, and the mountain became dim. Walk faster. The whip sounded, stumbling again and again. Your eyes are in your ass? Damn it. Run. If you keep dawdling, you will all be fed to the wolves when it gets dark. The officers and soldiers were more and more anxious, and the whips were as loud as the wind, urging people to not dare to say a word, and they had to cover their mouths when they coughed. The atmosphere in the team became depressing. Ah! Nyowazi, the son of Jin's wife, jumped up in shock. Don't shout. Walk faster. His father dragged him. Dad, hold me. There are snakes on the ground. Nyowazi felt pain in his calf. Nyowazi's father looked back and saw that the people behind him were walking well. He thought his son was lazy and lying. So he slapped him and said, Hurry up. If you make trouble again, the officer will whip you. The pain in his leg disappeared, and Nyowazi thought he was scratched by a branch. He breathed a sigh of relief, didn't ask to be held anymore, and continued to walk with his parents. After crossing the mountain, there is a city in the valley. Standing on the mountain, you can see the fire. When you get closer, you can smell the fragrance of food. Dad, Nyowazi was out of breath and shouted softly, but was instantly suppressed by the rumbling of people around him. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Sui Yu poked her head to look at the houses on the roadside. The child holding the rice bowl also stared at the passers-by curiously. A child died outside the wine shop. A maid shouted. The people in front stopped and cried. Sui Yu stood on tiptoe and asked, What happened in front? It seems that a child died. Why did he die out of the blue? The crowd was noisy and blocked the road. Sui Yu listened for a long time, but didn't understand why the child died. When the blocked crowd moved, she finally figured out 2 sentences from the locals' difficult words. The child died, bitten by a snake. Before you leave tomorrow morning, all of you use straw to make ropes to wrap around your legs and feet. Sui Hu instructed. Okay. It's really scary. Sui Ling was scared, but luckily the snake ran away when they passed by. The crying sounded closer, and Sui Yu felt familiar with the voice. She felt something was wrong. When the face appeared in her sight, her heart skipped a beat. It was Sister Jin crying on the child. The two looked at each other, and the lifeless woman's eyes burst into hatred. The cold eyes swept over, and Sui Yu shuddered. Sui Ling and Sui Hui were so scared that they dared not breathe. They took a long breath after entering the post station. Sui Ling rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and muttered, "It's not our fault." Sui Yu elbowed her and warned her sternly, "From now on, you should keep your mouth shut and don't talk if you can." Sui Ling was dissatisfied and was about to argue when she heard her elder brother say, "Listen to Sister Yu. If you cause trouble with your mouth again, I will not care about you." She immediately became honest. After entering the firewood room, Sui Hu chose a place a little far away from the clan members and lived with the prisoners from Chang'an. Sui Yu went to carry dry straw to spread on the ground. When she walked back, she was stepped on viciously. She jumped with her foot lifted. When she turned around to look for someone, the person had already run away. "Coward," she cursed softly, picked up the straw bundle, and limped into the firewood room. "What's wrong with your foot?" Sui Hui asked. "It's okay. Don't go out. The three of you, don't walk around." Sui Yu was worried that someone would hit him from behind. Sui Hu went out to fetch another bundle of straw, and Sui Liang fell asleep as soon as he laid down. The others sat on the straw mat, pulling out the straw stalks and twisting them into ropes, twisting them into a ball and throwing them at their feet. The bright moon emerged from the clouds, and the crying outside the post station stopped. When it was time to get food, Sister Jin and her husband came in like puppets. "Is the child buried?" Aunt Chun asked. "Buried?" Sister Jin answered dully. "Don't think about it. The child is enjoying himself." Sister Jin didn't respond. In the middle of the night, a thin figure walked to the corner of the wall. Sui Hu sat up. He stared at the blurry figure without saying a word. The two stood and sat facing each other. Sui Liang was awakened by the urge to urinate. He turned over and got up. "Do you want to pee?" Sui Hu asked in a low voice. Sui Liang nodded. He stared at the leaving figure for a while, and followed his father to the door. "Just pee at the door. I'll wait for you here." Sui Hu didn't go out. He stood by the door and stared at the corner. When Sui Liang fell asleep again, a woman's cry appeared in the deafening snoring, which lasted until dawn. In the next few nights, Sui Yu didn't see Sister Jin get up again when he was on guard. Walking out of the valley is a vast grassland. From a low point, the grass is like a waterfall, and there is no trace of horses. There are occasional horse neighs, and the river water is shaking when the horses run quickly. It's amazing that there is a grassland surrounded by mountains. I have opened my eyes to walk all the way here. Sui Hu exclaimed. Sui Wen nodded. If you don't go out, you don't know what the outside is like, and you don't know what the scenery and road are behind. Sui Yu was hot, so she walked to the river to wash her face, and then stepped on the stones to the middle of the river, and drank 2 handfuls of cool water. In front is the pastor's garden. The officers and soldiers approached to find accommodation, and the armed guards drove them away with cold faces. The large army continued to move forward by Dieter, and did not stop until it was dark. We will stay in the wild tonight, and go to the next post station tomorrow morning. The officers and soldiers shouted. That's fine. It's not cold anymore. Sleeping in the wild for a night will not cause cold. Sui Yu sat down on the grass. He had been walking all day, and the bones in his buttocks were aching. Do you have food to fill your stomach tonight? Someone asked. Can we make a fire? Yes. There is horse manure on the grassland. You can pick it up and burn it. Those who had food and cans quickly went to pick up horse manure. Sui went and stepped on the horse manure pile to avoid being robbed. However, there was firewood but no food. Let's boil a can of hot water to drink first. Sui Yu handed over the can and said, Dad, go to the river to get water. Watch your brother. Sui Hu left. Sui Yu saw someone looking for something in the grass. She knew without thinking that they were looking for edible wild wormwood. She pulled Sui Liang to dig in the grass. It is said that if horses can eat it, people can eat it too. She followed the gnawed grass and pulled it up by the roots. Later, she found 6 clumps of leeks. After the water boiled, she threw them into the can to cook. Brother, can I borrow your fire and pot? A fellow prisoner asked. Okay. Sui Hu agreed without hesitation. When the water was no longer hot, he took a sip and drank it. The soft chives and other unknown grasses went into his mouth. He held his breath and chewed them, then swallowed them whole. Uncle San, you are not afraid of getting a stomachache? What Sui Wen wanted to say, was that he was not afraid of eating poisonous grass. Sui Hu waved his hand. Since Sui Hu dared to cook it, he could eat it. The family of 3 ate it, and the remaining half-pot went into the stomachs of Sui Wenin and his 2 siblings. Although they disliked the taste of the grass soup, no one was willing to waste it. The pot and the fire were borrowed from someone, and Sui Hu cleaned up the grass bed and took everyone to sleep in another place. The night wind carried the strong scent of grass and the snorting of horses. In the near distance, there were the whispers of people, lying on the grassland and looking at the starry night sky. Sui Yu relaxed and fell asleep soon after with his hands behind his head. The night slowly deepened. The fire burning with horse manure had no flames. Only a few sparks appeared when the night wind blew, and people fell asleep. A scream broke the quiet night, and the sleeping people suddenly woke up. And another scream rang out, and everyone got up in a hurry. There are wolves. Wolves are coming. Sui Hu immediately picked up Sui Liang and grabbed the wooden board for self-defense with his other hand, saying, "Don't get separated. Wenin, you know martial arts. Keep an eye on them, and protect your sisters." The wolves tore off their disguises and revealed their shapes from the bushes. They were like entering a sheepfold, slowly looking for their targets among the fleeing crowd. And screams were heard everywhere. 5 figures led the wolves to run towards a place with a clear goal. Suddenly, one person fell down, and Sister Jin went to pull him, dragging the man and the wolf away. Another wolf ran over, and she laughed wildly. When Sui went and fought with the wolf, she stood aside and laughed happily. Sui Hu saw Sui Yu recklessly lifting a wooden board to hit the wolf's waist. He held his son and retreated again and again. In a blink of an eye, he saw Sui Wenin's arm being bitten by a wolf in order to protect Sui Hui. And on the other side, someone dragged Sui Ling into the wolf pack. He put Sui Liang down and hurriedly told him to hide. Raised the wooden board and roared to hit the wolf head biting Sui Wenin. Go save Sui Ling. He hated it so much. Seeing Sister Jin rushing up again, he dragged people to the wolf's mouth. Want our lives? You also die. 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 The wolf bit his leg, and Sui Yu rushed over to hit him. She smelled the blood and cried in disarray. She grabbed the wolf's head like crazy and rode on the wolf and hit it hard. Later, Sui Hui joined in, and the wolf slowly stopped moving. In the moonlight, he saw the hideous wound on his leg, and the flesh on his calf was gone. Sui Hu's heart sank. He turned around and saw Sister Jin staggering to stand up. He rushed over to strangle her to death. Even if he couldn't survive, he had to take her away. A madman is scarier than a wolf. Dad? She's dead. And the wolf is dead too. Sui Yu came over with a trembling voice. Sui Hu's face was half bloody. He raised his head and looked for Sui Liang first. Seeing Sui Hui pulling him, he retracted his gaze and asked in a hoarse voice, "Sui Yu, where is your magical power?" Chapter 12. The wolves were dead, and when they were cleaning up the battlefield, the guards from the pastor's garden in the distance hurried over. Sui Yu quickly got up and ran over. She was covered in wolf blood mixed with human blood, and the muscles on her face were shaking uncontrollably, looking extremely terrifying. The guard raised his spear and asked, "What are you doing?" "Sir, do you have any medicine? My father and my cousin were bitten by wolves. We killed 2 wolves. Please give me some medicine. My father's leg can't stop bleeding. Do you have medicine?" The other person asked his companion. "I brought some." Another person took out a thumb-long pottery bottle and asked as he handed it over, "Did you really kill 2 wolves?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Sui Yu nodded desperately. She took the medicine bottle from the guard's hand, turned around and ran. Sui Hu lay on the ground unable to move. The blood on his leg soaked the soil under the grass roots, and the cloth strip tied above his knees did not work. When he saw Sui Yu bringing the medicine, he stopped her and said, "Give it to Wenin. Don't waste it on me. I can't walk with my legs, and it's useless to stop the bleeding. I don't need it. Give it to Uncle San." Sui Wenin immediately refused. "Uncle San, don't worry. I'll carry you to the western regions." Sui Yu ignored everyone. She pulled out the cork and sprinkled it on the bleeding wound with shaking hands. Facing the hideous wound, the hot smell of blood hit her face, and the bright red flesh contracted and trembled. She choked and sprinkled the medicine on the wound, turned her head and vomited. Sui Hu's face was distorted with pain, and veins popped out on his forehead. The powder he sprinkled was soaked with blood in an instant. Sui Yu gritted his teeth and held back the urge to vomit, and continued to sprinkle the powder. Don't torture me. Sui Yu burst into tears in pain. He reached out and hugged his son who was lying on him, and said in despair, "What will you do if I die?" "Ah? Why can't your aunt bear to take you away?" "Uncle San, don't say bad things. It will be fine once the bleeding stops." Sui went and covered his face. He didn't feel so bad when his father died. After a bottle of medicine was finished, Sui Yu sat beside Sui Yu's legs and stared at his wound. A muffled cry floated over the grassland, and the night darkened. There was no peace before falling asleep. The dead bodies of people and wolves were dragged away. The guards came over here. Sui Yu looked up and said, "Still alive." The guard took a quick look. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He only smelled a strong smell of blood. Went on, "I want to be alone with Sui Yu and Liang Gur for a while." Sui Yu felt that he didn't have much time. "Okay. I'll just walk around nearby. Sister Yu, call me if you have anything." Sui went and left tactfully. "Sit up," Sui Yu said. Sui Yu moved over and said hoarsely, "The bleeding will stop soon. It's no use. My body is getting cold." Sui Yu covered his son's ears, stared at her and asked, "What kind of spirit are you?" "You are not my daughter." Just as the moon came out, Sui Yu saw real confusion on Sui Yu's face. He felt that he had guessed wrong for a moment. And the next moment, he saw helplessness on her face. Sui Yu touched his hand. His fingers were cold, without any warmth. He was right. He couldn't stand it anymore. "I am not a spirit. This body belongs to your daughter, but not the soul." Sui Yu confessed honestly. "I came from more than 2,000 years ago. I was hit by a club on the road, and I was probably dead. I don't know why I came to more than 2,000 years ago and attached myself to your daughter and lived again. When I woke up, she had hanged herself. And my aunt had also hanged herself." Sui Yu was confused and didn't know how to react. It took him a while to digest every word she said. He suddenly became energetic, forgot the pain in his body, and continued to ask, "You didn't lie to me? You are going to die. Why would I lie to you?" "That's right. This is credible." Sui Yu asked again, "What is the future like?" Sui Yu thought about what to say. She hadn't thought about her previous life for too long, and any comparison would make her unable to live. The dynasty I lived in had no emperor, and the laws were sound. Women could go to school, do business, and become officials. Men could only marry one wife. If they couldn't get along, they could divorce and marry separately. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, and daily necessities were extremely convenient. Also, in my dynasty, if you took a plane from Yu County to the western regions in the morning, you would arrive at noon. Sui Yu sighed heavily and said, "Look how unlucky I am. I have been on the road with you for almost 4 months, and I am still trapped in a mountain cave, and I was attacked by wild wolves at night. Are you serious? I can't make it up." "That's right." Listening to her, Sui Yu couldn't imagine what she was talking about. He couldn't imagine that picture, let alone accept it. "Then you are indeed unlucky. I can't stand this exile," he said. Sui Yu leaned over to look at his legs and said happily, "The bleeding has stopped. You are a good girl. You are really worried about me." She told him a secret and hoped that he could survive. Sui Yu slowly loosened his hand, rubbed his son's ears, and leaned in to say, "Your aunt came to pick me up. She told me not to be afraid of your sister. She saw that you were scared, so she sent your sister back to accompany you." Sui Liang raised his head anxiously, but could not see anything. "I am shameless for once. I have entrusted Liang Gur to you. I have taken care of you as my own daughter along the way, and have never treated you badly. Please take him to the western regions. It doesn't matter if he is hungry or a dog. Just let him grow up." Sui Yu wiped his tears, sighed, and said to his son, "She is your biological sister. You should follow her after your father leaves. Don't be afraid of her anymore. Don't give it to Sui Wenin." To reassure him, Sui Yu hugged Sui Liang. And this time, he did not struggle. "If I don't give it to him, he can't protect himself. I don't trust him either. He is indecisive and has no ruthlessness. He is not as good as you in this respect." Sui Yu looked up at the sky. The night turned blue, and the day was about to dawn. "I wonder if he can still see the sunrise. After I die, he will feel guilty about you. If he has the energy to spare in the western regions, he will ask someone to find you a clean family. If the man you marry is an ordinary person with no power, you should cut off your relationship with the eldest brother's family, and have no contact with Sui Hui and Sui Ling. Sui Hu whispered to him. He felt his mouth dry and swallowed hard. He continued, hide the exiled prisoners and cut off contact with our clan. There will be people like tonight, who are crazy and crazy in the future. Seeing that Sui Yu didn't say anything, he said again, our family was broken up because of him. Don't be blinded by lard. If it weren't for, if I didn't ask him for help, I would have hoped that the culprit would die all the way. If I could live, who would want to die? I live a good life. You don't look like the clan relationship I know, Sui Yu said. Sui Hu sneered. Nephews can't be compared to biological children. I think the culprit is the court, the law, and me. Was Sui Liang around? Sui Yu vaguely said. In a dynasty with sound laws, even if the criminal killed someone, set fire to someone's family, he would not be sentenced to death along with his entire family. Those who were imprisoned would be imprisoned, and those whose property was confiscated would be confiscated. Only the person involved in the crime would be sentenced, and his family would not be punished. That's not enough to appease the public anger. Sui Hu couldn't understand. Yes, you also said it was to appease the public anger. Now the court sentenced the exile of 3 clans to appease the public anger. We are innocent, but the law makes us guilty. Sui Yu repeatedly struggled with this issue along the way. She could understand other people blaming Sui Wenan and his 2 siblings, and she thought it was okay even if they beat or pushed others. But in her opinion, they did not deserve to die. Sui Jioshan deserved death for his crime. But the law was wrong to sentence the 3 clans to exile. We should hate the court the most. However, no one in the court could resist, so we could only pour our hatred on Sui Wenan and his 2 siblings, and wished we could kill them as soon as possible. But in my dynasty with sound laws, they deliberately killed people tonight. They committed a crime, and they are also evil people. Sui Yu was very confused. She lowered her head and asked, do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. I think it's best for you to do what I say. Stay away from everyone. Use it, and leave it alone. After saying that, Sui Hu paused and said, your dynasty is pretty good. Sui Yu nodded. I'll consider it. Sui Liang listened to their conversation and felt confused. He felt that the 2 people's attitudes were quite peaceful. He relaxed and dozed off. Sui Hu turned his head and stared at him. He didn't say anything for a long time. When he fell asleep, he cursed in a low voice, fool. Your father is going to die. Sui Yu couldn't hold back her tears. They had been father and daughter for nearly 4 months. From rejection at the beginning, she later willingly called him dad. She couldn't bear to see him die. I'll entrust him to you, Sui Hu said again. Well, if I have a bite to eat, he has a bite to eat. Sui Yu tilted her head and wiped her tears. Sui Hu was relieved. There was a bright color in the sky. He had learned something tonight, so he didn't need to watch the sunrise. Call your cousin over, he said. If you hadn't tried your best to protect Sui Hui, you wouldn't have been bitten by the wolf. Sui Yu couldn't help but say that no matter how harsh his words were, his actions couldn't deceive people. Sui Hu smiled. I thought you were a spirit, and you must have magical powers. Sui Wenan and his 2 siblings came over, seeing that his face was pale, but he was smiling. They felt bad. Went on. I'll entrust Yu to you. You show her a way to live a clean life. Sui Hu held his nephew's hand and begged. Don't worry, Uncle San. Sister Yu is my biological sister from now on. And Brother Liang is also my biological brother. Sui Wenan burst into tears. For the first time, he hated his father. Uncle San. My father and I are sorry for you. Sui Hu looked over the person lying on him and winked at Sui Yu. It was done. After letting go of his worries, Sui Hu suddenly felt that his strength was gone. His thoughts were clear the moment before, but the next moment he became slurred and his eyes became turbid and scattered. Sui Yu woke Sui Liang up, and the siblings knelt together to send him off. Auntie is here to pick up Dad. Don't be afraid. She comforted him softly. Sui Liang cried silently, and Sui Hu smiled at him, with the last tear sliding down his eyes. Fool, you didn't even shout when your father was dying. It's better to be a fool. You have a life to live. The morning glow shone in the east, and the mountains immersed in the dark night were covered with the glow. The wind and dew gradually became warmer, but they could not warm Sui Hu's body at all. He closed his eyes and lay peacefully on the grass. The bloody smell on his body attracted flies. Half of the escort officers went to chase the people who escaped last night, and the others rested on the spot. No one urged them to hurry up. Sui Yu and Sui went and dug a pit together, digging as deep as possible. When the sun was approaching overhead, the 4 brothers and sisters worked together to pick up Sui Yu, put him in the pit, and buried him on the grassland. When the last handful of soil fell, Sui Yu looked around, and she went to the river to move bluestone and buried it under the soil. "If I pass by here again in the future, I will come to worship you," she said softly. Chapter 13. Last night, there were heavy casualties. Small mounds of earth rose on the grassland. Parents lost their children. Children lost their parents. And people who had walked along the way lost their companions, who supported each other. The sad people had wooden faces and stared blankly at the distance or at their feet. However, sadness and joy were not mutually intelligible. When the skinned wolves were roasted on the fire, the people who survived last night swept away the panic on their faces, and the joyous voices scared away the birds that were catching flies. Sui Ling heard the sound and looked over. In the past, she would definitely be happy and excited. Unlike now, her stomach was empty. She was starving to death, but had no appetite at all. And she even wanted to vomit when she saw the bright red meat. She looked at the tribesmen, who were far away. It turned out that this was how they felt when they lost their uncles, brothers, and sisters, and lost their wives, children, and mothers. She lowered her head and didn't look at the people who were talking and laughing. It was too dazzling. When the wolf meat was roasted and smelled delicious, the officers and soldiers who were chasing the fugitives came back. The fugitives, whose hands were tied, were whipped to the point of being naked. Their black linen clothes were stained red with blood, and their exposed skin was torn. Everyone who saw this tragic scene was silent, and even if they knew each other, they pretended not to know each other. A whistle suddenly sounded, and the black birds hovering in the sky were startled, flapping their wings and quickly fleeing from this place of trouble. "Come here. Form a circle." The officers and soldiers drove people away with whips. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to stand up, and followed Sui Wen into the crowd. A dozen terrified prisoners were kicked to the ground and knelt on the ground under the threat of sticks. "Open your eyes and look." When everyone worked together to drive away and kill the wolves last night, these people took advantage of the chaos to escape. After that, a black whip broke through the air and hit a male prisoner fiercely, and the sound of clothes bursting was even faster than the scream. The bearded soldier had a calm face, but the fierceness in his eyes made people feel cold. He looked at the crowd and said, "If he goes to the battlefield, he will be a deserter and his whole family will be killed. In this case, it is a waste of food to send him to the border. It is better to kill him on the spot." Beat. The sticks swung out after images, and screams were heard. The fugitives, who were tied up with their hands and feet, were beaten to crawl on the ground like maggots, and the sticks still fell on them mercilessly. Sui Yu didn't dare to look anymore. She lowered her head and covered Sui Liang's eyes. However, her vision was blocked, but her hearing was amplified. The desperate and painful wailing screams drilled into her ears like snakes, and people were scared to tremble all over. Everyone followed the torture. The wolf meat on the fire was burnt, and the smell of burnt meat mixed with the smell of blood in the wind made people dizzy. The wailing sound became lower and disappeared in a certain moment. The dull sound of sticks stopped, and the distant hoarse whistling returned to the sun. "Look up, everyone. Are you deaf when I say look up? Look up." The officers and soldiers with blood on their faces and thick necks scolded like crazy. Everyone trembled and raised their heads. The twisted people on the ground became bloody. They only took a glance and lowered their heads in a hurry. The timid people were already crying. The officers and soldiers were very satisfied with the effect. The bearded officers and soldiers hit their palms with whips and said with a smile, "Look more. Remember it. Be obedient on the road in the future. Don't make trouble and make me angry." Wherever he went, the people standing there retreated as if they saw a ghost. The members of the Sui family glanced at the soldiers, who had walked up to them, and suddenly stopped, their eyes like knives sweeping over their bodies. Some of them were so scared out of their guilty conscience that they slid to the ground with shaking hands and weak legs. "If you are tired of living, just tell me. Why bother to seek death? I will take care of you." Although the scene was chaotic last night, they could still see the person who led the wolves to run. The bearded officer used a whip to forcefully lift the chin of the leading man and asked, Did you understand everything I said? I understand. I understand. It's good that you understand. The bloody man lying on the ground was not picked up by anyone. The wolf meat was roasted. The officers and soldiers invited everyone to eat. They were butchers who wanted to kill the previous moment. But now they became kind cooks. They cut the meat with a shoulder knife and distributed it to everyone. And also told them to eat enough. Sui Yu felt cold in his heart, and once again realized the horror of the feudal dynasty. The wolf meat smelled fishy. Before it even entered her mouth. The smell that made her eyes hurt was nauseating. Sui Yu held her breath and took a bite. When the tip of her tongue touched the warm meat, the smell of blood and flesh made her subconsciously retch. There was no water or food in her stomach, so she couldn't vomit. She was choking and holding it in. And she tried too hard. So tears welled up in her eyes. Sui Liang threw away the meat in his hand, climbed behind her, and patted her back anxiously. Influenced by her, he also retched. I'll do it. Sui Hui walked over to help Sui Yu up and said, Brother, go to the river to get a jar of water. Sui went and looked at the tribesman not far away. And thinking of the deterrence not long ago, he picked up the jar with a cracked corner and left. Okay. No need to pat. Sui Yu stopped Sui Hui's hand, wiped away her tears, and said, I'm too hungry. I can't stop vomiting. The last meal was a bowl of thin porridge I drank yesterday morning. Let's boil some hot water later. I'll go find some chives. Sui Ling whispered. She looked at Sui Yu cautiously. Is that okay? This is the first time I've seen you being so humble. Sui Yu pulled the corner of her mouth. When she said that, Sui Ling couldn't hold it anymore. She covered her mouth and cried, Uncle San. Uncle San is trying to save us. If Uncle San hadn't protected me, I wouldn't have been bitten by the wolf. Sister Yu, I wish I was dead. Sui Hui also cried. She knelt down in front of Sui Yu and Sui Liang. You hit me and scolded me. I'm sorry to Uncle San. To you and Brother Liang. Why? I'm going to comfort you after my father dies? Sui Yu pushed her. Sui Hui changed her kneeling position and sat on the ground. She wiped away her tears and said, I was confused. Seeing Sui Wen approaching with a can of water. Sui Yu said, it was his own decision to save you. From the time he was injured to his death, I never heard him regret protecting you. The three of them understood what she meant. Sui Wen put down the can and picked up Sui Liang, saying, Brother Liang will be like my own son from now on. Sui Yu had no intention of crying with him. She went to the bushes with her weak legs to look for leeks. If she didn't eat something, she would starve to death. There was still fire in the fire where the wolf meat was roasted. Sui Wen took the can and pressed it into the fire. When a soldier came over, he asked cautiously, Sir, do you want some hot water? It's not winter. Why drink hot water? The criminal's brother is young and can't enjoy wolf meat. I'll boil 2 bowls of leek water for him. The soldier nodded and said, Hurry up. We have to leave in half an hour. Sui Wen told his 3 sisters the news. And the 4 of them quickened their work to boil water and blanch the vegetables. They picked the leeks and threw them into the boiling water, and took them out and fed them when they changed color. Half an hour later, the whistle blew, and Sui Wen tied the mouth of the can with a straw rope. He rushed into the crowd with half a can of boiling water and followed the way. No one dug a pit to bury the fugitives who were beaten to death. The blood stains had turned dark red, and there were dense flies on them. It looked scary and disgusting, and passers-by avoided them. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang away from them. Sui Wen's arm was injured, and no one could hold him, so he could only follow him down to the ground. The huge crowd left the place where the blood was boiling, followed the direction of the setting sun and headed west, and arrived at a post station standing on the edge of the grassland in the middle of the night. If we could continue on our journey last night. Sui Ling wished that time could go back. Shut up. Sui Yu glared at her. Although it was unintentional, it would be terrible if someone with ulterior motives heard it. Adding fuel to the fire would be accusing the official of making a wrong decision. Sui Ling felt guilty in front of her, and whatever Sui Yu said was what she meant. When she was told to shut up, she shut her mouth tightly and said nothing. After entering the woodshed, the straw mat had just been laid, and the servants brought hot porridge over. It was late at night, and the cook was probably impatient to cook. The porridge was probably boiled for a few times before it was taken out of the pot. The millet was still hard and crackled in the mouth. No one dared to despise it. Although they had moved into the post station, the shadows on the grassland still made people feel scared. fearing that any words would displease the officers and soldiers. The woodshed had been quiet for a long time. Sui Yu put the wolf meat that was not eaten at noon into a can and stuffed it with straw to prevent it from being eaten by mice at night. Cousin, we will take turns to guard the night from now on. 2 by 2. Tonight, I will guard the first half of the night. And you will guard the second half of the night. Sui Yu said. What night? Still guarding the night? Sui Ling was puzzled. In the past, Uncle Sen would guard us every night. Okay, Sister Yu. I will listen to you, Sui Wenin said. Sui Yu asked Sui Liang to sleep next to her. The snoring in the woodshed gradually rose. But the 3 people beside her tossed and turned. She said, if you can't sleep, you get up and keep watch. I'll keep watch. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. And Linger will keep watch for the second half of the night. Sui Hui sat up and whispered, I never knew that Uncle Sen was still watching us every night. Sui Yu agreed to her wishes. She laid down and told her, no matter what happens, you can't leave this small place. If someone comes, shout. If the soldiers come, kill them all. The words were said to the people around. I know. Sui Yu thought she would not be able to sleep either. But her body was more honest than her will. She fell asleep soon after lying down. And even slept until dawn. But she had more dreams. At the turn of spring and summer, there is no shortage of wild vegetables on the grassland. The morning meal is vegetable porridge, with green vegetable leaves mixed with yellow millet. This is the most decent meal since Exile. After the meal, the large army left the post station, walked along the edge of the grassland for half a day, and then went up and down between the low mountains for 3 days. The road to the west turned into walking along the rushing river. Looking back, the grassland has disappeared among the mountains. Sui Yu was very tired. When she passed the shallows, she squatted down to wash her face with water. After drinking a few sips of water to quench her thirst, she held the water for Sui Liang to drink. His hands were small, and the water he held had already leaked out when he handed it to his mouth. Are you full? She asked. Sui Liang nodded. Then let's go quickly. Sui Yu pulled her to run in small steps, and caught up with Sui Wenin and his 2 siblings. The melodious sound of camel bells came from the wind. The tired people looked over with wooden faces. On the other side of the river, a group of merchants were coming from afar, leading camels and riding mules with goods. Brother, is the river ahead fast? The escort officer asked loudly. The water is low. The river surface is tight. And the camels walk in. The water surface is as high as their backs. Okay. Where are you coming back from? We wait to Dunhuang. A river separates the 2 banks. The caravans look east with goods. The volunteers and prisoners move west. One side is full of energy. The other side is lifeless. One east and one west pass parallel, as if they will never intersect. Sui Yu retracted his sight, looked down at the road under his feet, and listened to the sound of camel bells getting farther and farther away. The wide river forked at the end, and he chose one to go. The soil under his feet turned gray and yellow, and the plants on the road became sparse and short. In the distance, there were towering mountains and many trees. There were villages at the foot of the mountain, and the crops were scattered. The trees were all cut down, just like a normal person with a bald head. Sui Yu asked the escort officer, Sir, where is this place? Jincheng. Jincheng, the predecessor of Lanzhou, is located in the western part of the Lus Plateau. Sui Yu remembered that the big river mentioned by the merchants before was most likely the Yellow River. When crossing the river through Jincheng, Sui Yu knew that she had guessed right. She had been to this place more than 2,000 years ago. The water quality at that time was muddy and yellow, not as clear as it is today. It turned out that more than 2,000 years ago, the Yellow River was not yellow, and the Lus Plateau was not full of gullies and barren. A dozen sheepskin rafts came from the other side, carrying merchants and their goods, while camels and mules went into the water. The reins were put on the ropes connecting the 2 banks, and they waded through the river obediently. When the camels and mules went ashore, the officers and soldiers drove everyone into the water, and shouted. The children carried the ropes on their shoulders, and the people pulled the ropes to cross the river. Pull them forward and backward, left and right, and don't let the water wash people away. Sister Yu, I'll carry Brother Liang, Sui Wenin said. Sui Yu thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Sui Wenin squatted down, and she and Sui Hui worked together to hold Sui Liang and sit on his neck. You 2 will follow me later. Sui Yu explained that she could swim, And if the river was not fast, she could still save the person who was washed away. It was their turn to go into the river. Suiyu and her siblings were very cautious. They stepped into the river and carefully stared at the bottom of the water, and also guarded against people who wanted to harm them. The river water gradually submerged the knees, thighs, stomach, chest, and the deepest place was above the neck. Who dragging the water on the shore? Suiyu was surprised that no one tripped her when she crossed the river. It seemed that the deterrents on the grassland worked. Chapter 14. The wet clothes and pants were half dry when they arrived at the post station. The straw mats were not yet laid, but most of the men had taken off their clothes and walked around in the woodshed with bare chests. Sui Ling and Sui Hui did not dare to look up. They sat on the straw mats and buried their heads to clean the mud and sand on the soles of their shoes. At night, the wind outside the house suddenly rose, and the waves of the river in the distance seemed to be rolling violently. Suiyu came in from outside with porridge, walked through the crowd without looking around, and turned a deaf ear to the men's deliberate evil smiles. Miss Qianjin, it's time to eat, she said sarcastically. Sui Hui and Sui Ling blushed in shame. Where was the Qianjin lady? Where is my brother? Sui Hui asked. He was called away by the soldiers when he entered the door. He told us to eat first and not wait for him. Suiyu was hungry. She picked up the food pot with a missing corner and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of hot food to fill her stomach, then tilted the pot mouth and handed it to Sui Liang to drink. Sui Hui squinted her eyes and looked out. She met a fierce gaze and retracted her gaze in panic. Suiyu stuffed the can into her and said unhappily, "You are so scared. The more timid you are, the more he wants to bully you." After that, she turned around and glared at him. Everyone along the way was as thin as a paper skeleton. The man was shirtless, with a shriveled stomach, protruding ribs, and a dry face and big head. Under her disgusting and picky eyes, he fled in panic. Why are you afraid of this kind of man? He can't scold you or shout? He is a cowardly man who is tough on the outside but weak on the inside. If you shout official master, he will piss his pants. Suiyu was disappointed. I'm afraid of causing trouble, and causing trouble for you and my brother. Sui Hui shrank her neck and said, I will shout next time. Sui went and strode in. When he sat down, Suiyu handed over the can and asked, Why did the official call you? Tell me about what happened at night. I told you the truth. Sui went and guessed that the previous accident made the officers and soldiers alert, and they might have to be strictly guarded on the next journey. This was good news for him. After dinner, Suiyu took Sui Liang out of the woodshed to get some fresh air. Sui Hui and Sui Ling followed her closely. They went back to bed after their wet clothes were dry. Late at night, Suiyu woke up from her sleep. There was a loud snoring in the woodshed. She turned over and prepared to continue sleeping. She glanced at the empty straw bed on the right. She was stunned for a moment, and her eyes moved up. There was no familiar figure there. Oh! Suiyu is dead. Suiyu sat up. People tend to be depressed at night. Thinking of Suiyu's death, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Habits are really terrible. There were footsteps outside the door. Heavy footsteps stepped into the woodshed. Suiyu looked over and saw that the other person was a burly officer. She recognized at a glance that he was a fellow officer. He was pacing in the woodshed. The footsteps approached and woke up Sui Wen, who was dozing off. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Suiyu recognized the voice. It was the bearded officer. I dreamed about my father, she whispered. The officer was speechless and said nothing more. He left, and Suiyu laid down to continue sleeping. On the other side, Sui Wen lost his sleepiness and fell into self-blame. At dawn, leaving the post station, the officers and soldiers led the way into the river valley. The river valley was lush with water and grass, and there were herds of cattle and sheep. Along the river, there were scattered villages in the valley. Going west along the river valley, there were more merchants on the road. Travelers held flags, and the flags swayed in the wind. The melodious sound of camel bells drove the shepherd children to chase the caravan. The valley came to an end, and the terrain in front was high, except for the back road. There were mountains on 3 sides. Looking up, the mountains were winding, and the peaks were hidden in the clouds. Looking at the mountains and walking, people would forget the time. After climbing over the mountains, looking around, people seemed to be trapped in the mountains forever. The earth became desolate, and people were infinitely close to the clear and transparent sky. When staying overnight at the post station, Suiyu stood outside the door and looked at the night. The night was desolate, and the call of the wild wolf was empty. This seemed to be a good place to exile the soul. However, her sensibility was broken the next day. Yesterday was still a clear sky, but it changed overnight. At noon, the cold wind blew violently, and within an hour, snow fell from the sky. It's summer. Why is it snowing? Yesterday it was so hot that I had to take off my clothes and unbutton them. What a lousy weather. Nearly 1,000 people on the road were shivering with cold. After the spring came, in order to reduce the burden, they took out the cattail fluff in their jackets and threw it away when it got wet when crossing the river. Brother Liang, I'll carry you. Sui went and squatted down. Let him walk by himself. It will be warmer if he walks more. Sui Yu said. While he was talking, a layer of white had fallen between the mountains. The snow did not melt on the ground. And the flowers, plants and shrubs turned white in a breath. Run. Run faster. And you'll be fine if you rush to the next post station. The officers and soldiers shouted. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to run. As the speed increased, the biting cold wind swept the snowflakes to his chest. His face seemed to be slapped repeatedly, and he lost consciousness in a short while. Come! I'll carry you. Sui Yu squatted down and said to Sui Liang, lie down. Sister Yu, I'll carry you. I'm strong. Sui went and said, I'll give it to you when I can't carry it anymore. He'll lie on my back, and I'll be warmer. Sui Yu couldn't stand the cold anymore. The snow on the ground was over his instep. It was harder to walk against the wind. The tired people had no strength left. They couldn't run anymore and could only walk slowly in the snow. The team was getting longer and longer. The officers and soldiers behind them seemed to be kicked by a donkey, and their urging was sharp and fierce. The crisp sound of camel bells suddenly appeared in the cold wind. A caravan crossed a pass and appeared in the snow. The merchants on the camels were wearing wolf skins. In this icy and snowy world, they were neither anxious nor panicked. I have furs here. Is there anyone who wants to buy them? The merchants on the camels never missed any opportunity to make money. How could the volunteers, who were willing to move westward, afford furs? They were so poor that they couldn't afford to eat or support their families, that they were willing to move away from their hometowns to the northwest to make a living. I want to buy. How much is the cheapest fur? A prisoner asked. Sui Yu looked over, and saw that it was a male prisoner from Chang'an. 200 coins for a sheepskin. I'll buy 2. The soldiers looked on coldly in wolfskins, and did not stop them from trading. Sister Yu. Sui Ling stared at Sui Yu. She knew that Sui Yu still had silver in her hand. Before her uncle died, the silver should have been given to her. Sui Wenin and Sui Hui also looked at her with hope. Sui Yu took off her shoes, untied a leggings and poured out 5 pieces of silver, saying, This is all I have. It will be gone if I use it. In this dynasty, most of the silver was kept in the homes of officials. If it was exchanged with the government, the copper coins would be depreciated a lot. Merchants rarely did business at a loss, and had even fewer opportunities to come into contact with silver. When they saw Sui Yu take out the silver, they did not hesitate to exchange it with her for sheepskin. 5 pieces of silver weighed nearly 8 taels, and were exchanged for 4 black sheepskins. Sui Wenin carried Sui Liang on his back, and the two of them shared a sheepskin. Among the nearly 1,000 people, less than 20 people bought sheepskins to keep warm. Sui Yu could imagine how many people were jealous without looking up. But there was nothing she could do. If she didn't pay it this time, she would be gambling with her life. You girl, let your brother stand by and block the wind. And Chun pulled her 2 grandsons over. Okay. Sui Yu pulled one of them into the sheepskin and said to the other, Go to your sister Hui. Pooh. The boy spit at Sui Hui. Go over. And Chun pushed him. Sui Hui blushed, and without saying a word, she shook the sheepskin to cover the boy with his neck stiff. Sui Wenin turned his head, and saw the tribesman eager to grab it. He hurriedly said, Linger, give your sheepskin to Auntie. You and your sister can share one. Sui Ling didn't want to give it, but seeing her elder brother glaring, she reluctantly threw the black sheepskin over, and got into the other side of Sui Hui. And Chun picked up the sheepskin and glanced at Sui Wenin. She held the sheepskin and returned to the crowd. Under the complicated gazes, she covered her 2 sons with the sheepskin. She had 2 strong laborers in her family, and didn't worry about being targeted by the tribesmen. The people walking on the mountain road had become snowmen, blending into the white snow. When it was getting dark, the fallen snow covered the footprints, and the ground was flat. But the snow piles on both sides of the road piled up higher and higher, covering the people who fell to the ground and could never get up again. A fire was lit in the post station at the foot of the mountain. 3 pits were dug in the woodshed. Cow dung was burned in the fire pits. There were circles of people around the fire. The ginger water has been delivered. Let's drink more. The whistling officer followed the servant into the woodshed. I'll go distribute the soup. Sui went and picked up the jar and went over. As expected, he was beaten before he squeezed out of the crowd. When it was time to distribute the porridge, he was beaten again. God can't bear to see us arrive at the Exile place smoothly. He sighed helplessly. Hold on a little longer, Sui said. That's the only way. I'll keep watch tonight. Sui went and said, if anyone is looking for trouble, shout and wake everyone up. It's best to attract the officers and soldiers. Sui instructed. Okay. Covered with black sheepskin and warmed by the residual heat from the fire, Sui hugged Sui Liang and fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, the chickens raised at the post station crowed. When people were sleeping the deepest, a fight broke out in the woodshed. When the soldiers rushed over, Sui Wen was beaten badly, and the black sheepskin in the hands of the Sui Hui sisters was thrown into the fire and burned. And the flame soared to a height of 1 person. It was the criminals who caused the trouble. They caused our family to be broken up, and we were cold. How could they sleep peacefully under the sheepskin? An old man with a hunched back stood up and confessed his crime before the soldiers could speak. The other troublemakers were silent. It was obvious that they had already discussed and pushed the dying old man out to take the blame. The soldiers knew that he was lying, but they were too lazy to investigate. They dragged him out and beat him to death with a few sticks. What's going on? The bearded soldiers rushed over, seeking revenge and causing trouble. I have already dealt with it. Boss, you just go back to sleep, the young soldier said. The bearded soldier ignored him. He walked straight to the Sui clan members and swept them with a calm gaze. The guilty people lowered their heads. You tell me. He pointed at Sui Ling, who was brainless and impulsive and would not lie. Sui Ling stood up. With the help of the firelight, she saw the terrified faces. It turned out that they were also afraid of death. She felt happy. Sui Wen suddenly coughed and tried to stop Sui Ling from speaking. It's not just that old man who is causing trouble. But it was too dark, and I couldn't see who it was. Sui Ling spoke. Sui Yu looked over in surprise. She thought that more people would die and the hatred between the two sides would become deeper and deeper. The bearded officer heard a few sighs of relief. He sneered and said, You can see clearly next time. The officers and soldiers left, and the people gathered in the woodshed dispersed. The Sui family members quietly returned to their positions. Sui Ling and Sui Hui also helped Sui Wen lie down. You were smart once today. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to sit over with the black sheepskin. The sheepskin was spread out to cover 5 people. If it was not covered tightly, straw was buried. If they do it again, I won't let them go. Sui Ling turned her head and shouted, 1 life for 1 life. I'll let you go tonight. And you should let us 3 brothers and sisters go. We owe each other nothing. A few cold snorts sounded in the darkness. Chapter 15. A snowstorm made many people sick. After discussion, the officers and soldiers decided to rest for 2 days. 2 days later, it was a sunny day. When the whistle sounded, people in the woodshed walked out of the post station one after another. The snow on the mountain had not melted completely, especially when walking to the shady slope. The wind blew, and the snow particles enveloped people like fog. When the wind stopped and the snow fell, Sui Yu shook the black sheepskin on her body and looked at Sui Liang, who was hiding under the sheepskin. The sheepskin blocked the wind and the cold, and he was sweating in it. Don't lift the sheepskin to let the air in. If you get cold, you will get sick, she warned. Sui Liang nodded obediently. Sui Yu held the sheepskin tightly and reached down with one hand to hold him, so that he wouldn't fall down when he couldn't see the road clearly. This child was silent and hard-working. Since Sui Hu died, he followed her for a whole day without crying or making a fuss. The wind brought the sound of camel bells again, but after hearing the bells for a long time, no one was seen. After walking for half a day and climbing to the top of the mountain, we saw merchants submitting their travel permits at the heavily guarded pass. The camels and mules grazing in the snow were panting, and the hot air coming out of their mouths turned into white mist. Sir, can I ask if it snowed in Hongqiling? A merchant with a Hu face approached and asked, speaking a little stiffly in official language. The officer nodded and said, It snowed for a day and a night. And it has been sunny for 2 days. I haven't heard of snowing in June in previous years. It's really strange. The servants at the post station said that snowing in June is not common. But it's not strange. Before leaving, the officer asked the people at the post station. The caravan passed the customs, and the officer came forward to submit the documents. After stamping the official seal, he waved his hand, and the large army went straight forward. After passing this pass, we will reach Wuwei County in 2 or 3 days after going down the mountain. The leading officer said, "We have reached Hushi? Then we will be there soon?" Everyone who heard this was delighted. We can plant 2 crops of vegetables after the summer is over. I heard that each person has 20 mu of land, so we don't have to worry about starving. I can also raise a flock of lambs. In winter, I will keep 1 to slaughter for the new year and sell the rest to buy food. Then we will raise a flock of lambs too. The eldest son and daughter will cut grass for the lambs every day. I will make a sheepskin coat for each of you in winter." "What? We will be there soon?" the person at the back of the team asked. Good days are just around the corner. The numb-looking volunteers suddenly seem to have changed into different people. They are so excited that they can kill a wolf. The speed of travel has suddenly increased. Crossing Hongqiling and heading west, along the Songxiao River Valley and down all the way. We will enter Wuwei County, passing through the wall made of sand. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to stand inside the city gate. The city was in the middle of a big market, and the city was bustling with people. There were peddlers pushing carts to sell vegetables, a woman making steamed buns with her but sticking out, a strong man carrying prey and asking for prices, a businessman leading a camel on the road, a woman buying vegetables with a basket on her shoulder. It had been a long time since she last saw the prosperous population. Sui Yu felt dizzy walking among them. She had been climbing mountains and crossing rivers to escape in the wilderness for too long. She was like a savage who broke into a city inhabited by humans, feeling uncomfortable all over. Hua Envy. I bought a lot of meat today. Are there guests at home? Buy 2 bowls of tofu? The tofu lady shouted in a loud voice. Okay. Give me 2 pieces. The millet planted at home is flooded. My uncle and my brothers are here to help drain the water. Then I have to stew a few good dishes to entertain you. You are not an outsider. I will also buy 2 tails of wine. The wine seller shouted. I dare not. My mother will pull my ears. The girl who bought tofu ran away with a smile. This was just an ordinary conversation in the market. But the applicants squatting at the foot of the city wall were all excited. Having a house, land, and a stable life was what they pursued all their lives. Boss, we came to the right place. A woman wiped her tears and said, 20 acres of land per person. There are 3 people in our family. 60 acres of land. We must work hard. It's a pity that my parents died on the way. There are hundreds of acres of land. Landlordly in our village only has about 100 acres of land. The man regretted. The officials are here. The sharp-eyed people shouted. And the soldiers also brought 2 local officials. The people squatting at the foot of the wall stood up one after another, their faces excited, like wolves seeing meat with green eyes. Official. I am strong. I can drive cattle and plow the land. I can plow 3 acres of land a day. A man loudly recommended himself. And he wanted to stay here and not leave. Sir. I cough cough cough. Sir. I'm in good health. My family has never been sick during this trip. Sir. Sir. Shut up. The whistleblower raised his whip and threatened, if you make trouble again, you will be sent to repair the beacon tower. Now it was quiet. The bearded officer said to the visitor, there are more than 637 volunteers, and more than 308 pardoned criminals. You can choose. There are quite a few people. The chief clerk wearing a wooden crown winked at the agricultural official beside him, and said, only 30 households of volunteers will be recruited, and those who can farm will be given priority. When it comes to farming, Yu County is located in the south of the Yangtze River. The volunteers from Yu County have more advantages than those from Chang'an. Sui Yu thought of this and shouted, Sir, Yu County is located in the south of the Yangtze River. There are many fields but little land. People here are born to grow rice. The agricultural officer looked at the officer, and the soldier nodded. He walked over to select them, and found that they were all short, which he disliked. When he walked in front of Sui Yu, he took a fancy to Sui Wenen's big stature and asked, how many people are there in your family? How many adult males? Sir, the criminal is a pardoned criminal, and there is a little brother under the age of 7. The escape route was too long. And the prison uniform, that had been worn for nearly 6 months, was already so dirty that the original color could not be seen. Sui went and pulled the tattered prison uniform, lowered his head, and took a step back. When the agricultural officer heard that it was a prisoner, he retracted his sight to select the next person. Half of the 30 households picked were refugees who suffered from the flood. Sui looked around and found that there were only a few refugees who were hostile to them. She thought about trying to disperse them in various cities on the way. She knew how long the east-west span of the Heshi corridor was. After being dispersed, most people would never have the opportunity to meet again in the rest of their lives. No matter how much hatred there was, it could not withstand the consumption of time. After leaving Mui County, the oasis along the way was interspersed with rushing rivers. Cows and sheep were grazing on the hillsides. Children were carrying baskets and picking up cow and sheep feces in the grass. They picked up dry cow dung to burn for fire, and shoveled the liquid cow dung and sheep dung eggs back to compost the land. "Where are you from?" A kid with a big snotty nose stood on a low hill and shouted loudly. "My family came from Guangzhou 20 years ago." "Do you know Guangzhou?" Sui Liang turned his head to look over, and after a while, he turned his head to look at Suiyu. Guangzhou is east of Guangshan. After leaving Chang'an, we walked for a long time and entered the mountains. "Right. The place before entering the mountains is Guangzhou," Suiyu said. "Does he understand?" Sui Ling doubted. "He's not stupid." Suiyu glared at her. Sui Ling curled her lips. If he was silent, he was not stupid. If he could understand what was said, he should have spoken when his father died. Liang Gur was just scared. He will be able to speak when he grows up. This was the first time Sui Yu mentioned Sui Liang's speech. Sui Liang's eyes were wide open. His clear eyes were filled with a bright mind. Just from these eyes, it could be seen that he was not a stupid child. "Really? I promise. You believe me?" Sui Yu stretched out his finger to swear. Sui Liang nodded repeatedly. He believed it. Sui Ling just thought she was coaxing a child, and didn't expose her. Who could tell whether Sui Liang would still have a child's mind when he grew up? After leaving Mui, it took another half a month to arrive in Zhangye. Zhangye has a vast grassland with abundant water and grass. It is a royal horse farm. When the horses gallop, the earth shakes. Green grassland, dark green hills, bald yellow gobi, snow-capped mountains. The four are passed from low to high, and the scenery of the 4 seasons of summer, spring, autumn and winter appears at the same time. In the evening, the soft light of the setting sun sprinkles on the snow peaks, and the long snow slopes are half snow and half rosy clouds, which are very beautiful. As the sun sets in the west, the rosy clouds turn into flowing water and fall into the ice lake. When night falls, the horses rest and the travelers fall asleep peacefully. At dawn, they continue to travel. Sui Ling pulled a piece of grass and bit it in her mouth, looking at the sky and the ground from time to time, and then looking at the misty snow-capped mountains. She stepped over a pile of horse manure and said, "After coming here, I feel that I have more strength in my body. I feel better, and I feel better." Sui Yu was also relaxed. Zhangye County picked up 100 volunteers and 20 prisoners. Now there are more than 750 people left in the team, half of whom are prisoners. Sui Ling couldn't help but worry, saying, "I don't know where we will stay." "Dunhuang. There are many people needed to build the Great Wall." Sui went and spoke. He looked ahead, not knowing whether he should look forward to arriving soon. It was early summer when we passed Wuwei County, and the grains in the fields were growing vigorously. After Zhangye, the crops in the fields began to bloom and ear. When we arrived at Jiuquan on foot, the fruits of millet and corn were already full day by day. We have been on the road for more than 2 months. "Sir, how long will it take to get there?" someone asked. Another 200 people were left in Jiuquan, and only half of the original people were left in the team. The prisoners accounted for nearly 300 people. The officers and soldiers watched more and more closely, guarding one person every 2 meters. "Not far. We will arrive in another half a month." The officers and soldiers wiped their sweat. It was too hot. The next day, the soldiers took 6 buckets and 3 shoulder poles from the post station. They pointed out 3 big men and said, "The further we go, the more desolate it becomes. The weather is dry, and the ground is dry. There are few rivers. You carry buckets. I will tell you when we get there. Take a few buckets of water to drink on the road." Sui went and took the bucket and promised. He held the shoulder pole and looked at the tribesmen. When these people saw that he had a shoulder pole in his hand, they looked fierce and fearful. The further we went west, the sparser the grass and trees on the road. It happened to be July. The scorching sun made people's scalps hurt. Sweat soaked their hair and flowed on their faces. When the wind blew, they were covered with thick dust. People became more and more dirty and smelly. Sui Yu was almost nauseous when she smelled the smell on her body when she went to bed at night. But there was no water to wash, so she could only bear it. When the Gobi Desert appeared on the road, the soldiers ordered them to carry water on the road. Sui Winen had never carried a load before. On the first day, after walking half a mile, the water in the bucket was only half a bucket left. In the afternoon, there was not enough water to drink. With the help of others, he was severely whipped. Brother, don't carry water anymore. Sui Ling couldn't bear it. There are so many people. Why do you have to carry it? Shut up. There are so many reasons. Sui Yu asked Chun Sun to teach her the skills of carrying a load. After the people left, she poked Sui Ling and said, "Second miss, recognize the current situation. Your family is ruined. You have no power and influence. You have no reason. You are inferior to others. You just do what others say." Sui Ling took a few deep breaths and said nothing. Sui Winen was much more stable when carrying water on the road. After practicing for a few days, he could not leak a few drops of water when carrying a load. Others stared at him until their eyes hurt, but they could not make mistakes. The city of Dunhuang County was right in front of him. In the desert, tall camels stepped out bursts of yellow smoke. The wind here has a shape. Sister Yu, thank you for your care along the way. Please keep an eye on Linger for a few more days. I will find you after I finally do away. Sui went inside. Sui Hui was too soft-tempered and Sui Ling was too aggressive. He didn't know what to do. Sui Yu stared at the heavily defended city and felt uneasy about the turning point ahead. She nodded hesitantly and said, "You should hurry up." Chapter 16. While the soldiers were talking to the city guard, Sui Yu squatted down and hugged Sui Liang and told him, "Follow your cousin when you enter the city. Be obedient, and he will take you to find me in 2 days." While speaking, his hands had already reached into his clothes. Sui Yu stuffed a pair of silver bracelets and triangular silver coins hidden on his body to Sui Liang, and whispered, "Hold them tightly. Don't let anyone find them. And give them to your cousin when no one is around. Remember?" Sui Liang clenched his hands tightly and nodded seriously. "Really good," Sui Yu praised. "Let's go." The soldiers gave orders and explained as they walked. Volunteers walk in front and follow the leader. The prisoners are divided into 2 rows. Men on the right and women on the left. Sui Winen came over to lead Sui Liang. "Brother." Sui Hui was very scared. She trembled all over as she looked at the city gate. There were too many people around, so it was not a good place to talk. Sui Winen winked at her, picked up Sui Liang and followed the team. The situation of parting with relatives will change suddenly when they meet again. Suddenly, there was a loud cry at the city gate. "I heard that these are all prisoners. No wonder they cry so miserably. But they deserve it." Passers-by pointed and talked, and some men looked at the women nakedly, laughing from time to time. An old woman with makeup came out of the city, laughed with the city guard, and shouted loudly, "Follow me." Sui Yu pulled Sui Hui and Sui Ling to follow, walked around the city for a long time, and finally entered a remote and quiet house. "Tsk. So dirty and thin." The old woman covered her nose with her hand, called another person with disgust, and said, "Find some clothes for them to change," and split the 27 people into 2 rooms. "Still the same arrangement as in previous years?" the female manager asked. "Well, let's rest for a few days first." After hearing this, Sui Yu's heart dropped. Each person was given a set of clean clothes and pants. Sui Yu and 27 other people were led by the female manager to the river to fetch water to wash their hair. After washing their hair, they fetched water to take a bath. At this time, the sky was dark, and the camp prostitutes, who had worked all day, came back one after another. The washed clothes and pants were hung in the yard, and the beaten furs were spread on the stones. The sound of iron hitting each other was heard in the backyard. The camp prostitutes stopped their work and went back to the house to get the coarse pottery bowls to eat. The newcomers waited until they were all gone before following them. "These are your bowls and chopsticks. Take them to your own rooms after dinner. If they are broken, you have to buy them yourself." The housekeeper brought a pile of coarse pottery bowls that had been used for who knows how many times. And continued, after dinner, go back to your own rooms. If you hear any noise at night, don't come out. Of course, if you want to receive guests in advance, that's fine. With her words, Sui Yu got the meal and called Sui Hui and her sister to go back to the room directly. Others followed her. Both rooms had 2 rows of rammed yellow earth kangs, and the kangs were covered with rotten bamboo mats with holes on the edges. There was an indescribable smell in the room. Of the more than 20 women in the Sui family, only 8 were still alive when they arrived in Dunhuang. These 8 people were arranged in one room, and the other 5 women were also from Yu County. The Kong bed near the inside was robbed, so the 3 sisters of Sui Yu could only sleep near the door. Before finishing a bowl of rice, Sui Yu heard a man's voice, and she hurriedly jumped down to close the door. The door was bolted, and the room fell into darkness. In this pitch-dark earth house, no one spoke, only the sound of suppressed breathing. A sharp scream was heard, and soon, unbearable curses mixed with obscene sounds sounded behind a wall. Footsteps sounded outside the door again, and a group of men walked into the room on the other side, talking and laughing. In less than half a cup of tea, moans and screams came through the thick earth wall, and the floating dust on the wall fell one after another. The people lying on the Kong cried silently, covering their ears tightly, but those sounds still pierced their ears like needles. The footsteps outside the door came and went, and even a man stopped at the door and lay on the door. Sui Yu lay on the Kong and tightened her skin. She trembled all over and broke out in cold sweat. She seemed to be able to feel the breath coming in through the crack of the door, smelly and cold. The obscene sounds lasted for half the night before they stopped, and Sui Yu and the others did not sleep all night. The next morning, the female manager knocked on the door. She said as if nothing had happened, "Today is a good day. You clean up each room and wash the Kong mats downstream." The camp prostitutes, who were used to this kind of life, went out to work after eating. In addition to washing clothes and handling furs for the soldiers in the barracks, they also had to farm. "Sir, can I ask you in which direction is the residence of Lieutenant Lian?" Sui went and secretly stuffed a dime into the guard and said, "My father has an old relationship with Lieutenant Li, and he told me to visit him when I come." "Lieutenant Li? I remember that the captain guarding Yumen Pass is surnamed Li, but Yumen Pass is hundreds of miles away from Dunhuang." "Thank you for telling me." Sui went and got the news, and went to find the escort officer again. It happened that he wanted to select 100 people to repair beacons in Yumen Pass and Yangguan. He quickly pulled Sui Liang and took the initiative to go there. It took 3 days to leave Dunhuang and head for Yumen Pass, hundreds of miles away. Along the way, Sui went and was so anxious that a circle of blisters appeared on his mouth. It was evening when he arrived at Yumen Pass. After entering the city gate, he grabbed the city guard and asked, "Sir, in which direction is Li and Li Dui's residence? Please point the way. My father and Li Dui are good friends." "What for?" The escort officer was afraid of causing trouble, so he pulled Sui Wen into the ground and scolded him. "You are rebellious. Be honest." On the tower, Li Dui said to the people around him, "Go down and ask clearly." The bodyguard went down the tower and stopped the person who was frantically stuffing silver bracelets into the escort officer. He cursed him as a fool in his heart and took him aside to ask clearly. He went up to the tower again and said, "The son of Sui Jiushan, the governor of Yu County, the captain, do you want to bring him up?" "Bring him up." Li Dui laughed. Sui went and pulled Sui Liang and walked up to the tower. He was full of trepidation. He saw someone kneeling down with a plop. The criminal Sui went and greeted Captain Li. "Did your father commit a crime?" Captain Li turned around and said, "Look up. TSK. You look the same as your father when he was young." With a smack, Sui went and tasted Li An's attitude. He bowed his head and said, "My father embezzled water control funds and was sentenced to be beheaded last autumn. Our 3 clans were implicated by him and were sentenced to exile to the northwest. It doesn't matter to the criminal slave, but it's a pity that the 3 sisters of the criminal slave are lucky enough to survive all the way to Dunhuang and enter the brothel. I beg the captain to save my sister's life for the friendship between my father and you." "Friendship between classmates?" Sui Jiushan looked at me because I was born poor and scolded me as a wild boar and a rough man. Where did the friendship between classmates come from? Lian sneered. Sui went and knelt down and cowed out again, his forehead hitting the wall tiles with a loud thump. He knelt down 3 times and said in a kneeling position, "My father is reckless and blind. I hope Lieutenant Li will not bother with him. A worm who looks down on others. Lian laughed loudly, and it was really refreshing to hear this. He stared at the person crawling on the ground like a dog under his feet. With his current power, there are many people who wag their tails and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Send someone to take him to Dunhuang in the brothel, he said coldly. Thank you, Lieutenant. I will never forget your great kindness. Sui went and cowed out again. But he was too nervous and didn't control his strength. His forehead hit the wall tiles heavily and bled. You are really honest, kid. Lian signaled his subordinates to help him. Sui went and remained kneeling and begged, My 3 sisters have been in the brothel for more than 3 days. I am worried. Send someone to ride over overnight. Captain Li was very easy to talk to at this moment. How to arrange? The subordinate asked. I dare not trouble you to worry about it. They are lucky to marry into ordinary families. Sui went and said hurriedly. Captain Li nodded lightly and said, Go down and arrange it. I will take my leave. Sui went and picked up Sui Liang and followed him down the tower. Lian stood on the city wall and watched 2 horses running out of the city gate one after another. He said to his followers, if he asks for an audience again in the future, send someone to stop him. There is no need to bring him to me again. Yes. Night fell. In a tavern in Dunhuang City, a table of men drinking were drunkenly talking about a good place to spend the night. The more they talked, the more excited they became. After paying the bill, the 5 men walked to the west of the city with their arms around each other. I heard that there are several young ladies among the newcomers this time. Let's go and have a taste. What's new? Ha ha ha. In the brothel, the female manager was afraid that these drunks would torment the skinny girls. So she said, the general will come again tomorrow night. Let the girls tidy up tomorrow and serve you well at night. What do you mean tonight or tomorrow night? Just tonight. The drunks were loud, and Suiyu and the others could hear it clearly while lying in the room. Seeing that the manager couldn't stop them and heard heavy footsteps coming, she quickly ran down to block the door and said hurriedly, Come down and block the door quickly. Don't let anyone in. Sui Hui and Sui Lingwang fell to the ground, their faces pale with fear, and they leaned against the door with shaking bodies. Open the door. The door was knocked, and the drunkard outside leaned against the door, saying foolishly, Miss, open the door quickly. Brother will make you happy. He kicked her, and Suiyu shouted to others to block the door. You will not be able to get away with it if someone comes in. A young wife jumped off the Kong, and when she pushed the door, she felt Sui Ling trembling with fear, thinking of the suffering she had endured along the way and the dark days ahead. She suddenly became angry and pulled Sui Ling away, and pulled the bolt with her hand. What are you doing? Suiyu kicked her. Ha ha ha. The people outside are greedy for your bodies. The woman pulled the door frantically, laughing crazily. We have suffered so much for you. It's time for you to explore the way for us. Sui Ling was so scared that she rolled and crawled to her feet. When she was kicked down, she simply hugged the woman's legs and bit her. She didn't let go even when her head was hit. There was crying, cursing, shouting, and yelling in the room. The manager outside saw that something was wrong and hurriedly called for someone to drag away a few drunks and had the door removed. 8 people in the room wrestled on the floor, with their hair pulled and thrown all over the floor, after making a fuss for half the night. When they lay on the Kong again, the woman whose legs were bitten and bleeding scolded Suiyu as a fool. We are all implicated by them. And you are helping the culprit to beat us who are implicated? If Suiyu hadn't intervened, she would have pushed the 2 sick chickens out long ago. You are also a bad person. Don't make yourself sound so innocent. Suiyu was so angry that her chest hurt. And she said, if you open the door tonight, if not tonight, then tomorrow night. Suiyu was speechless. She covered her eyes and cried. She and her sister Suihui had hope. And the more nights they could hold on, the more hope they would have of escaping. While the others, it is the law and Sui Jiushan who are wrong. Not Sui Hui and Sui Ling. It is the law that has sentenced us guilty. She said with a tearful tone, the guilty are already dead. And we who are innocent are being used by the law to appease the public anger. She said this to others, and also to herself. She comforted herself that even if she was selfish, she did nothing wrong. Chapter 17. The sun was blazing. The stones underfoot were scorching hot, and people standing on the open ground had their exposed skin burned and painful. Suiyu and Suihui stood in the water. Their feet were cool, and their faces were hot. When they scrubbed the Kong mat with their buttocks raised, the sweat on their faces flowed back. Ling, Sui Hui called out, and she pushed the clean Kong mat to the water's edge and said, "Drag it on the stones to dry it." "Sister, I seem to hear the sound of horse hooves. Is it my brother who is here?" The sun rose to the top of the head, and half of the day had passed. Sui Ling was so anxious. There were other people pounding clothes and washing shoes in the river. Sui Hui was worried that it would arouse suspicion. She glared at her sister and said, "Whether he comes or not, it won't change anything. Hurry up and work. We'll go back when the Kong mat is dry." The three of them scrubbed 30 Kong mats in half a day. In the gap between drying the Kong mats, they had to pick up feces. The unburned feces were buried in the ground for compost. "Sui Hui? Sui Hui? Who is Sui Hui?" Sui Hui looked up and saw a strange man. She was terrified. "What are you looking for Sui Hui for?" "Sui Yu walked out of the river. The housekeeper asked me to tell Sui Hui and everyone else to go back quickly. Your brother is here. My eldest brother is here." Sui Ling was very excited. She dropped the Kong mat in her hand and ran away. "Sister, hurry up. My eldest brother is here to take us away." Sui Hui was so excited that she trembled. And she slipped and fell when she got out of the water. She didn't care about the pain in her knees, and ran quickly in the direction she came from. Sui Yu looked at the Kong mats piled together. A pile of rags was not a good thing. But there was no guarantee that passers-by would pick it up. She called the man who came to bring the message and asked someone to help carry it back. As soon as they left, the camp prostitutes, who were working around the river, followed them back. Halfway through, Aunt Chun and the other 5 people thought something was wrong and ran away one after another. At this time, outside the prostitute camp, Sui went and pulled Sui Liang to stand at the foot of the wall and look into the distance. 2 steps away from him, Li Dui's men were talking to a man with gray hair. "Brother." Sui Ling ran back first. From a distance, she couldn't wait to ask, "Are you here to take us away?" Sui Wen knew that he was not too late when he saw her like this. He sighed and whispered, "This is the little sister of the criminal slave. She is simple-minded. Please don't be offended." "My 2 adults." No one paid attention to his words. "Why are you alone? Where are your sister and sister Yu?" Sui Wen pulled Sui Ling aside and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense anymore. They are still behind and will be back soon." Sui Ling was very excited. She pulled Sui Wen's arm and cried, "Brother, I'm scared to death. Don't you know?" "Shut up." Sui Wen wanted to slap her. After he finished speaking, he saw Sui Hui coming back. But there was no sign of Sui Yu. "Please wait for a moment. My sister has not come back yet." He went over to explain again. The female steward came out of the house, took out the deeds of Sui Yu and the other 2, and said, "Sir, the deeds of the 3 sisters are all here." Sir Hu took it and said to Li Dui's men, "I will take it back and settle it, and they will no longer be camp prostitutes." "Thank you, sir. You are too polite." As he was talking, 3 more men came. The leader was wearing a military uniform, and the other 2 were dressed as farmers. The tall man was barefoot with mud on his feet. He had just returned from the fields, and was called by Captain Li before he entered the door. "Sir Hu, I have brought people here. Zhao Shiping and Qian Wei have not married yet." Captain Li bowed and spoke. The corner of his eye had already swept the Sui Hui sisters from head to toe. The 2 skinny girls were not as attractive as the widows selling vegetables. He immediately changed his mind. "Why are there only 2 people?" Sir Hu asked. "Guadadeo, a subordinate of Captain Sun, is working in the fields. He has not returned yet. I have already told him to come over when he returns." Sir Hu was satisfied with his words and turned to Captain Li's men and said, "They are all capable and brave men. The 3 sisters of the Sui family will not suffer if they follow them." Captain Li's men nodded and said, "There is no bad soldier in our northwest." After hearing this, Sui Wen secretly pinched Sui Ling and threatened, "If you dare to make a fuss, you will stay in the camp whorehouse, and I will not care about you." Sui Ling shook her head quickly. Zhao Shiping's face fell. He realized that Li Baihu was disgusting him again. How could he marry a slave from the brothel? He was thinking about how to refuse without offending Lord Hu. And then he saw that the prostitutes in the camp had returned. Sui Yu put the Kong mat into the yard, walked out and said, "Let's go." "Only these 3 people?" Lord Hu asked. Seeing Sui Wen nodded, he glanced at his men and said, "Since you 2 are here, you 2 can choose first. Then let's choose her." Qian Wei pointed at Sui Ling. This girl looked like a talkative person, and he didn't want to go back with a dull girl. Sui Wenin pushed Sui Ling over and said, "Live a good life with your brother-in-law. I hope you will forgive me. I have a clean family and my ancestors are law-abiding people. I don't want to marry a slave. Marrying her will bring shame to my ancestors." Zhao Shiping spoke in a deep voice. Went on. "What's going on? Are you here to take us away?" Mrs. Chun and her group came back and saw that something was wrong. They asked in a shrill voice before they could figure out the situation. Sui Wenin lowered his head in shame. Sui Ling was afraid that the situation would change, so she quickly walked behind Qian Wei, fearing that he would regret it. Lieutenant Li's men ignored the situation in front of him. He walked a few steps away and urged, "Hurry up and solve it. The captain is waiting for me to go back and report." Lord Hu looked at the crazy women in front of him. He raised his hand and pointed at Sui Hui and asked, "Can you read?" "Yes. I can write and do accounts." Sui Hui nodded hurriedly. "My old lady is short of a maid. You can go with me." Sui Hui was overjoyed. She didn't care about anything else and hurried over. Now only Sui Yu was left. Li Baihu kicked Zhao Shiping and forced him, "Hurry up. Don't delay the adult's business." Zhao Shiping gritted his teeth and said nothing. "Ha ha ha," Tong Huar laughed. She pinched Sui Yu and scolded, "You told me that the law was wrong and the people were not wrong. I was stupid and believed it. No wonder you protect your dog master like a dog leg. You are also thinking about escaping from this wolf's den. Right? Ha ha ha. Don't even think about it." After that, she suddenly calmed down, knelt down and complained, "My lord, Sui Yu cursed the law last night and said that the law was wrong to appease the people's anger and forced us to be guilty." She was dissatisfied with the court. "No!" Sui Yu screamed. She never thought that she would be bitten back. She panicked and defended, "I'm talking nonsense. We had a fight last night because of personal grudges. I was afraid that they would make trouble again, so I made a random excuse." Lieutenant Li's men and Lord Hu looked at her with scrutiny, and their faces changed. "So you said the law was wrong?" Lieutenant Li's men asked. "Sir, my cousin is an ignorant girl who never leaves the house. How could she know such a thing?" Sui Wenin understood what he meant. "I was just talking nonsense. I didn't say that." Sui Yu quickly changed her words and knelt down with her legs weak. "She didn't." Tong Huar was about to say something, but Enchun covered her mouth with one hand. She glanced at Sui Yu and remembered that Sui Hu was a good man. When her eldest son was sick in his childhood, Sui Hu invited a doctor from the neighboring county to treat him and saved his life. She decided to help Sui Yu. "Tong Huar is crazy. Sir, don't listen to her nonsense. The old woman was there last night. And Sui Yu didn't say such a thing." She spoke. "Yes. Sister, you didn't say that." Sui Hui joined in. Lieutenant Li's men turned around, and the meaning was self-evident. Sui Yu was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She broke free from Tong Huar's hand and ran straight over without caring about Zhao Shiping's wishes. "Stay away from me." Zhao Shiping's face was full of disgust. "Please save me." Sui Yu was extremely panicked. Her eyes were full of tears. Turning back, she saw an abyss that she couldn't see the bottom of. She could only grab the life-saving straw in front of her, move forward step by step, and begged, "I'm sorry. Please take me in." Zhao Shiping turned his head away from her and said coldly, "I won't marry the daughter of a corrupt official. You can find someone else." "No. My father is not a corrupt official. My uncle is guilty. Our two families rarely interact. My father is just a servant," Sui Yu hurriedly explained. She did not dare to look back, and continued, "My father is just an unappreciated bastard. He does not know about corruption. Our family is implicated by my uncle." "Ha ha ha." Tong Huar laughed sarcastically. "I gave you face. You can't be picky." Captain Li pushed Sui Yu and said, "I've made the decision. You are his wife." As soon as the matter was resolved, Lieutenant Li's men immediately stepped away, and then Lord Hu also took Sui Hui away. When Sui Wenin saw Sui Liang was about to leave, he grabbed him and said, "Follow me." Sui Liang refused. He still remembered his father's words. When Sui Yu heard the noise, she ran over to take away the burden, and did not dare to look at Sui Wenin from beginning to end. Running to Zhao Shiping, she said shamelessly, "This is my brother. He is a fool. He doesn't even know to cry when his father died. You just give him a bowl of porridge to keep him alive. He will work." Sui Liang looked at the man in front of him eagerly. Zhao Shiping glared at Sui Yu with a gloomy face. Fooling him for being a fool? This child looks like a fool? Sui Yu smiled at him flatteringly. And when she saw him walk away, she hurriedly pulled Sui Lian to follow. Li Bai, who saw Zhao Shiping's stinky face as if he had swallowed dog shit. He felt very happy, and followed him with his hands behind his back. Leaving the brothel and walking into the peaceful and lively city. Sui Yu secretly memorized the way, and took every step seriously. She thought that the days of despair were over. And no matter how difficult the days ahead were, she had to live on. Hey, brother son, where are you coming from? Captain Li called out to the horse rider on the street. Is this the wild horse you brought back in the spring? Is it tamed? Uh-huh. It's tamed. The wild horse was saddled, with old and new whip marks all over its body. When the reins were tightened, it lowered its head obediently. But when Captain Li approached, it subconsciously raised its hoof to kick. Oh! The wildness is still there. Chapter 18. Passing through the bustling market and heading south, the scattered and disorderly houses along the way gradually disappeared, and turned into neat military settlements. The houses were square, one next to the other, and the courtyard doors were mostly open. Fur and clothes were hung in this small courtyard. A man carrying a load and leading a camel came from the opposite side of the alley. Seeing Zhao Shiping's gloomy face, and two girls and children following him, whose clothes would never appear in the military settlement, he asked in surprise, Brother Zhao, where did you bring these people back from? Sui Yu lowered her head, and dared not say a word. When she saw the 2 feet in front of her stopped, she also stopped, holding her breath. After a few days, when the work in the field is done, come to my house for a wedding. Zhao Shiping accepted his fate. It was obviously a happy event. But after he said it, it was as cold as a funeral. The man who asked the question did not dare to ask more, and agreed and turned the corner with the camel. After walking a few steps, she looked back at the 3 people on the road with curiosity. Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the man in front of her and said, Thank you for taking me in. I will work hard and not let you suffer any loss. Zhao Shiping snorted coldly and said sarcastically, You won't let me suffer any loss? The criminal slaves have no land and no food. I brought back 2 mouse and didn't get any more land. How can I not suffer any loss? Sui Yu was stunned. She didn't know this policy. She opened and closed her mouth, and finally could only say hesitantly, I will eat less and work more. I will wash your clothes and cook for you. And I can also collect firewood and manure. These jobs can be done by anyone. Sui Yu shut up. He was very angry and agreed. She didn't provoke him. After turning 2 more corners, we arrived at Shisantan, a village with 100 households and 3 alleys. Zhao Shiping's home was in the middle of the second alley. He was a sergeant, and his yard was 3 feet deeper than that of ordinary soldiers. There were 2 rooms, a kitchen, a firewood room, and a livestock pen. As soon as he entered the door, the layout of the house was clear at a glance. The hoe and sickle brought back from the field were still placed in the yard. The empty water bag fell at the foot of the wall, and 2 bald hens were digging the soil outside the firewood room. When people walked in, they raised their necks and stared, clucking from time to time. Zhao Shiping sat on the stone outside the main room door. He sighed deeply and rubbed the dry mud on his hands with his head down. Sui Yu pulled Sui Lian to stand in the yard and dared not move. She glanced at him from time to time. Seeing that he had been keeping that posture, she tentatively took a step, picked up the water bag on the ground and hung it on the earth wall, propped up the tilted hoe against the wall, and placed the sickle at the foot of the wall. She even took a broom from the fence of the livestock pen and planned to sweep the chicken manure in the yard. Okay. Stop it. Zhao Shiping sighed again. He suddenly spoke, and Sui Yu was frightened. I don't think you are a coward. Zhao Shiping poked her with a sidelong glance. Who dares to say that the law is wrong? Will be scared by me? I'm afraid of you. Afraid that you will regret it. Sui Yu tried her best to humble herself and retorted in a low voice. I didn't say that. Now you are more careful. Sui Yu didn't say anything, because she underestimated people's hearts and lacked knowledge in this regard. What's your name? Zhao Shiping asked again. Sui Yu. You for Jade. My younger brother's name is Sui Liang. Liang for goodness. Zhao Shiping sneered. What about the others? Will they bring one back someday? Your mother? Your grandmother? No. They are all dead. Sui Yu explained the situation honestly. Liang Gur and I were born to my aunt. After being sentenced to exile, my aunt and aunt hanged themselves. I also hanged myself. But the rope broke, and I didn't hang myself. Liang Gur was scared and stupid at that time, and he couldn't speak. As for my father, he died on the way to exile. Born by my aunt? Zhao Shiping gritted his teeth and cursed Li Baihu in his heart. Sui Yu nodded. She didn't lie because she didn't want to bury hidden dangers. Anyway, the situation was already so bad that it wouldn't matter if it got worse. Is your father really unrelated to your uncle's corruption? Zhao Shiping confirmed again. Really? I swear. Sui Yu raised 2 fingers and said, my father has no right to get involved in this matter. My uncle looks down on him. He only meets him once during the New Year's ancestor worship. How could he know about such a life and death matter? Zhao Shiping believed it. He stood up and walked to the kitchen and said, you can't have any contact with your cousins in the future. I hate corrupt officials the most in my life. We fight hard to kill enemies and defend the territory on the battlefield. But these thieves are eating away at the country and disregarding human lives. I wish I could kill them all. Sui Yu was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. The cold stove was lit, and green smoke came out of the chimney. Zhao Shiping added a ladle of water to the pot and heated up the cold porridge left over from the morning. He heard the sound of a broom scraping the ground outside. He looked out and was choked by the ashes. Sprinkle water first to thin the dust. He frowned and asked impatiently, you've never swept the floor? Oh! Sui Yu hurriedly put down the broom and scooped up water to sprinkle on the floor. What a rich lady! Zhao Shiping sneered. Sui Yu didn't argue, and she sprinkled water on the courtyard to suppress the dust seriously, and then continued to sweep the floor honestly and meekly. She shoveled the piled up dust and chicken manure into the basket instead of throwing them away. These can be composted and put into the field to fertilize the land after the crops are harvested. The porridge was hot. Zhao Shiping brought out his bowl and said, there is rice in the pot. Go and get it yourself. Sui Liang took a step and turned his head to look at his sister. We are not hungry. We don't want to eat. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to stand still and said, we only eat 2 meals on the road. We are used to it. Zhao Shiping didn't care whether she was really not hungry or not. He filled his stomach, put down the bowl, and picked up the hoe and sickle to work in the field. We will work too. Sui Yu chased out. You stay at home. Don't work yourself to death in the fields. She was so skinny that he could break her bones with one elbow. Zhao Shiping didn't like her, but he would never torture a woman and a child. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. Sui Yu retracted her sight and saw the old lady from the opposite yard coming out. She took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Grandma. Whose girl are you? A relative of Mr. Zhao? Your accent doesn't sound like a local. I'm his wife. Sui Yu lowered her head and smiled shyly. What? Shiping said that he would invite you to the wedding banquet after the work in the fields is done. Sui Yu said again. The old lady was stunned. When did it happen? I haven't heard him mention it before. Today. Grandma. You are busy. I'll go wash the pots and dishes. Sui Yu pretended to be shy, walked into the house quickly, and closed the door. As soon as she entered the door, her expression changed. Seeing Sui Liang staring at her eagerly, she walked over to the kitchen and said, Are you hungry? Be patient. We'll eat in the evening. Sui Liang shook his head. He was not hungry. The iron pot on the stove was like a bucket. It was an uncapped rectangular iron object, half an arm high. Sui Yu leaned over to take a look. There was still some thick porridge left inside. She scraped it out with a bowl. It was a shallow bowl. No matter how full a man was, he could still fill his stomach. He didn't eat it. It should be left for her and Sui Liang. Sui Yu put the leftover porridge into the food cabinet, scooped water to soak the pot, washed the dishes and chopsticks, and then washed the pot. She wiped the corners of the stove clean, and the oil and salt cans were also wiped clean. The broken handles were washed to their original color. Is there still fire in the pot? She asked Sui Liang. Sui Liang leaned into the stove hole and blew a breath. There were sparks. Sui Yu walked over and saw a tree stump standing on the ground. A wisp of white smoke came out of the cracks in the tree. She squatted over to take a look. The inside of the tree stump was burned out. As her breath sprayed in, a red light appeared on the carbonized inner wall. It turned out that the fire was stored in the tree stump, so she didn't need to keep the fire. Come on. Come out. Sui Yu closed the stove door. At this time, she was hungry and her legs were weak from hunger. She had to sit on the stone to rest. Sui Liang walked to the water tank, scooped half a bucket of water to drink up her stomach first, and then gave it to Sui Yu. Sui Yu took the bucket and drank up her stomach. She sighed and burped. Hey! She laughed. Sui Liang also laughed. What are you laughing at? Little fool. Here! Put the bucket on the lid of the tank. Sui Liang ran over and over with brisk steps. At this time, only the two siblings were left in the yard. He rarely showed a childish look. Sui Yu rested. She stood up on her knees and said, Come with me to sweep the livestock pen, and then we will go out to find wild vegetables. Cook 2 more dishes tonight, and eat as much as you want to celebrate that we have a place to stay. Sui Liang nodded heavily. The livestock pen was as long as the yard, without a roof, and the fence was shoulder high. Sui Yu walked in and found that the ground was covered with sand, with chewed grass residues scattered on the sand. There were 2 soft camel dung in the corner. It was obvious that Zhao Shiping still kept camels. Sui Yu thought of the man who asked questions on the way here, who also led a camel. She thought that every family should have 1 or 2 camels to pull goods. She washed the sink with grass residue and replaced it with clean water. She swept the grass residue with a broom and took it out. She also swept the dusty loose wool. Sui Yu did not touch the camel dung. She could not pick it up before it was dried. After coming out of the camel pen, Sui Yu ran to the toilet. When she came out, she took a broom to sweep the spider webs in the toilet. She also cleaned the roof and walls of the woodshed, kitchen, and main room. She only did not go into the bedroom. Let's go. We're going out. Do you still want some water? Sui Yu took the basket off the wall. The sun was setting, and it was time to go dig wild vegetables. Sui Liang went to drink a bellyful of water again, and then ran out. I'm coming out. There were people sitting in the alley. The old lady coaxing the child, the aunt peeling beans, and the little sister-in-law grinding sheep bones. When Sui Yu opened the door and came out, they all looked over. Sui Yu smiled shyly at them, and took Sui Liang to walk over. It's almost time to cook. What are you busy with? I'm going to find some wild vegetables. There's no vegetables at home. Sui Yu answered softly. Mr. Zhao's vegetable garden is as barren as the Gobi Desert. It's good that you're here. Plant some radishes and bitter vegetables next year. Enough for a year. Sui Yu nodded lightly. I'm a lady. How can I grow vegetables and run a family? Someone ridiculed. It's obvious that Sui Yu's identity and origin have been exposed. There is no such thing as a young lady. There is no young lady. Shiping doesn't despise me. I will follow him and naturally manage the household for him. Sui Yu knew what kind of daughter-in-law the older people liked the most. She was like a handful of water that could not be gathered into shape, without edges and corners, and very gentle. If I don't know how to grow vegetables, I will learn. If there is anything I don't understand, please teach me. Auntie, she said again. Well, okay. After Sui Yu and her brother left, the people who stayed behind whispered to each other, she is diligent and seems to be quite gentle. Not like the young ladies in the opera. How dare she act like a young lady as a criminal slave? That shows she is smart. It is not so easy to be so picky. It is enough to marry a wife. As soon as this wife comes home, Mr. Zhao will have hot dishes and meals to eat when he comes back from work in the evening. That's right. Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang out of the military settlement and walked towards the direction of the sound of water. They asked for directions along the way and found out that this was the upper reaches of the Shirji River. When the sound of water became clearer, the houses on the road turned into farmland. And the farmland was full of people working. Camels were carrying millet stalks on the road. And there was the sound of pounding bean pods deep in the ground covered by millet stalks. Sui Yu looked around but didn't see Zhao Shiping. She retracted her gaze and pulled Sui Liang along the river bank upstream. At the end of the oasis was a bare sand hill, which was covered with sunset at this time, as beautiful as a painting. Sui Yu looked around and most of the depression she had been holding back for a day was gone. There was a thud in the river, and a palm-sized fish jumped out of the water and fell back into the river. Sui Liang stared at it blankly, and he was so greedy that he swallowed his saliva. When we have free time, we will make a net to catch fish. Sui Yu was moved. She had no land, so she could only seek a way out in rivers, lakes, wilderness and deserts. Sui Liang nodded heavily. He retracted his gaze and looked for leaks on the ground. He only recognized this kind. Zhao Shiping worked in the field until it was dark before returning. He first led a camel to transport millet to the grain field, and then went back in the dark. Thinking of the 2 more people at home, he sighed again. Back? Hearing the noise, Suiyu got up from the stone neatly. She went out and said, I have prepared the food and was waiting for you to come back. Yes. Suiyu took the hoe from his shoulder and said softly, I will go to the field with you tomorrow. If you can't do the heavy work, I can do the light work. At the very least, I can lead a camel for you or run errands. Chapter 19 How Shameless. When the camels entered the pen, Zhao Shiping unloaded the grass on their backs and threw it into the corner. Then turned around and groped in the trough before closing the door and leaving. I've added water to the trough, Suiyu said. Yeah, I saw it. Zhao Shiping patted the dust off his body, went to the water tank to scoop water to wash his hands and face, and said, Serve the rice. Light the oil candle. A wick fire lit in the kitchen. Suiyu took the warm food in the pot down and explained everything in detail. There is no vegetable at home. Liang Gur and I went to the riverside and found a bunch of leeks. When we came back, the lady who lived at the end of the alley gave me a bundle of radish seedlings. I chopped it into small pieces and mixed it with a small bowl of gray flour, and cooked half a pot of dumpling soup. Zhao Shiping was used to the quietness of being alone at home, she nagging gently in his ear, and he was very uncomfortable. He held the bowl of rice and waited for her to finish before taking a sip. The chickens laid eggs in the evening. I wanted to break them up and boil them, but I was afraid you would be angry, so I didn't do it. Suiyu sat down, looked at him with her eyes slightly downcast, and said, I think we should celebrate. There is a new member in the family, which is a happy event. Celebrate? Zhao Shiping looked up. Which eye of yours saw that I was happy? I am happy. I want to celebrate for myself. Suiyu looked straight at him and said, Thank you for bringing me back. Zhao Shiping avoided her gaze, picked up the bowl, and took another sip of the dumpling soup. The saltiness was just right, and the dumplings were cooked thoroughly, which tasted better than what he made. In a blink of an eye, he saw Sui Liang staring at him nervously. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at the boy, saying, Let's eat. I will give you money for vegetables tomorrow. If there is no vegetables or meat, go buy them. I need strength to do heavy work, and I have to eat meat every 2 or 3 days. Okay. I'm glad you're not angry. I'm just afraid you'll be angry. Suiyu smiled at him. Zhao Shiping sneered. If she was really afraid he'd be angry, she wouldn't have mentioned the egg. She wasn't as honest as she pretended. She couldn't even pretend. He was full after drinking 3 bowls of dumpling soup. When Zhao Shiping stood up, he looked into the steamer and said, You too should eat the rest, so you won't get bit by mice at night. Suiyu wasn't full to begin with. After hearing what he said, she picked up the bowl she had put down long ago and went to get more. It was really too hard to suck in her stomach, so she couldn't help it. She was afraid her stomach would growl, so she started sucking in air and holding her stomach from the moment he entered the door. Zhao Shiping went back to the house to get a change of clothes. He stood in the yard and glanced at the kitchen. The brother and sister who were eating became reserved in an instant. He coughed and said, I'm going to take a bath in the river and bring back a load of water. After that, he picked up the pole, hooked up 2 buckets, and strode away. Unexpectedly, when he went out, he ran into the culprit who caused this situation. The good mood that rose a moment ago disappeared completely. He asked with a gloomy face, What are you doing here? Li Baihu picked his teeth and looked into the yard. Seeing Suiyu holding a bowl and looking out, he smiled and said, Has it already been eaten? Very good. Very good. When will you 2 get married? I am also your matchmaker, and I am anxious to drink the wedding wine. He just came to annoy people on purpose. Don't worry about it. Zhao Shiping picked up the bucket and wanted to leave. That's not the case. Your parents are not around, so I, as an official, should worry more about your marriage. Now that you have a wife, the 2 elders will be relieved. Li Baihu followed him and chattered. Xian Wei is already arranging a wedding banquet. He will invite guests in 3 days. You might as well have the same day as him. You 2 are brothers who have sworn to be together, and you are marrying 2 sisters. What a great wedding. Let's have a good time together. Have a good time together? It's better to make a fool of yourself together. Zhao Shiping rejected his suggestion and said, I will take her home after the work in the field is done. The wedding banquet will be held in my hometown. If Li Baihu has time, you can go there for a drink. Li Baihu sighed inwardly. He said with a tut-tut sound, then the brothers can't celebrate for you. Well, I will reply to Lord Hu like this. The two separated halfway. Zhao Shiping went to the lower reaches of the river to wash clean, and then went to the upper reaches of the river to fetch water. It was late at night. Most people had gone to bed, and the road was quiet. But when they got home, the brother and sister were still sitting in the yard. You're back? Sui Yu went to meet them. Zhao Shiping ignored him. He walked around her, and picked up the bucket to pour water into the jar. You're not going out? Then I closed the door? Sui Yu asked again. Well, he responded. The yard was quiet again, with only the dull sound of the bucket falling to the ground, and the crisp sound of the pole hitting the ground. Sui Liang stood in the dark and stared at the tall figure. Feeling uneasy, the bedroom door creaked open. Zhao Shiping went into the kitchen to pick up a spark, and went into the bedroom. In a blink of an eye, the bedroom was lit. He tidied up the things in the room, took down the wolf skin hanging on the wall, and took the linen sheet on the bed and walked out. You two sleep on the bed tonight, and I sleep in the living room. There is a thick linen sheet in the box that has been washed. Take it yourself. As he said, he went into the living room and quickly closed the door. Sui Yu stood in the yard and stared at the shaking door, wondering what else she could do to him. There were footsteps approaching outside the door. When the wooden door was knocked, Zhao Shiping said irritably, What else? I have lice on my head. Is there anything that can kill them? Or a pair of scissors? I'll cut my hair off. Sui Yu stood outside the door, rubbing her hands, and whispered, I'm afraid that I'll turn your bed into a nest of lice and infect you later. You'll become a nun after cutting your hair off? Zhao Shiping opened the door, and with a wooden face, she said sarcastically, Miss, open your eyes. Go out and ask who doesn't have lice on their heads. Sui Yu frowned subconsciously. Zhao Shiping was amused by her and sneered. Okay. You go to sleep. I won't disturb you. Sui Yu smiled at him. How shameless. Zhao Shiping thought to himself as he closed the door. He was making faces and getting angry, making sarcasms and mocking him. This person seemed to not understand and only acted according to her own ideas. He was entangled and sighing here. On the other side of the wall, Sui Yu and Sui Liang fell asleep on the bed. This day was more tiring than walking on the road. The quiet night passed in a flash. The dawn before sunrise is the darkest. When Zhao Shiping opened the door and came out, the sky was pitch black, with only a few dim stars dotted on the dark blue clouds. He went into the kitchen to light a fire and cook. He stuffed hay into a tree stump to make a fire, and then stuffed it into the stove hole. The flame shot out and illuminated half of the earthen wall. He put dry firewood in the stove, added water to wash the rice, and poured it into the pot. There were not many vegetables in the food cabinet, but there were 5 eggs in the black pottery bowl. The eggshells were clean and obviously washed. I'll cook. You go and rest. Sui Yu pushed open the bedroom door and walked quickly. She woke up when she heard the noise. Seeing that he didn't call her, she hesitated for a while before coming out. Zhao Shiping ignored her. Then I'll light the fire. He ignored her, and Sui Yu was not embarrassed. The kitchen fell into silence again, with only the crackling of burning dry wood. Sui Yu stared at the flames in the stove in a daze. Zhao Shiping stood by the stove and stared at the wall in front of him. He realized that the spider webs and floating dust on the wall were gone. Eggs can't be washed. They will go bad quickly if they get wet. He suddenly spoke. Sui Yu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Is that so? I misunderstood you. She thought he was sloppy, so she put the bloody and feces-stained eggs into the bowl. Zhao Shiping glanced at her, strode out, opened the door, and pulled the sleeping camel out of the door, and didn't come back until the meal was ready. The sky was bright, and the yard was brighter than the house. Sui Yu served the rice, and put it in the yard to dry. Sui Liang watched from the side to prevent it from being eaten by chickens. When Zhao Shiping appeared, Sui Liang was startled and hurried to find Sui Yu. Are you back? Let's eat. I mixed half a bowl of radish vines to go with the rice. After the meal, we will go to the fields to work together. Sui Yu walked out. You don't have to go to the fields. Zhao Shiping picked up the bowl and squatted down to eat. If Liangge and I do more, you will have to work less, Sui Yu said in a very gentle voice. Zhao Shiping didn't like to hear her say this. It was too intimate, and he didn't like it. He put a piece of food in the bowl with chopsticks, stood up and walked out. saying in a rough voice, "If you are not allowed to go, you can stay at home." "You don't want to walk with me?" Sui Yu asked in a low voice. Zhao Shiping paused, did not refute, and squatted outside the door to eat with the meal. Sui Yu didn't say anything else. But when he packed up and went out, she immediately followed Sui Liang. Seeing the man staring at her, she whispered, "I have a bad family background. If I continue to be lazy and don't work, outsiders will gossip. And I will go out with you sooner or later. You deserve to be exhausted." Zhao Shiping hated her for not knowing what was good for her. "You deserve it." Sui Yu immediately followed with brisk steps. It was time to go to the fields to work. There were many people on the road leading camels and carrying farm tools. When they saw Zhao Shiping bringing his wife out, they all looked over. "Captain Zhao, when will you invite the brothers to the wedding?" Zhao Shiping was expressionless and said indifferently, "After the busy farming season." Seeing him like this, people who had no grudges turned their eyes away and stopped looking. Whoever was involved in this matter would be unlucky. After leaving the alley, the land was wider, and there were fewer people traveling with him. Zhao Shiping first went to lead the camels that were eating green grass, and then took his 2 burdens through the millet fields. His family's land and house were in the middle. Only the millet ears are cut, and the ears are thrown into the basket. The stalks are stepped down and left for me to cut. Fearing that the young master and young lady would not know how to farm, Zhao Shiping patiently instructed. "Okay, I understand." Sui Yu led Sui Liang to the field. He was short, so she stepped on the pole and asked him to squat and pick millet ears. Sui Yu was doing farm work for the first time, and her speed of picking ears was slow. She and Sui Liang together could not catch up with Zhao Shiping alone, also starting from the end of the field. When the sun rose, he had left the 2 young masters and young ladies far behind. He was like a tireless strong cow. Except for drinking water, he had not rested for half a day. Sui Yu panted and squatted at the end of the field to look at him. With his strength and diligence, he was definitely a sought-after son-in-law. It was indeed a grievance for her to marry him. "How old are you?" she asked. Zhao Shiping was too lazy to pay attention to her, and pretended not to hear. "You look quite old." "About 20? Why didn't you get married before?" Sui Yu asked again. "Fighting." "Oh, I'm sorry." Sui Yu shook the wild vegetables in his hand and put them in the basket, then stood up on his knees and continued to work in the field. When the sun was about to rise, the millet in a field was harvested. Zhao Shiping tied the millet ears together on the camel's back. The camel was familiar with the road and transported it to the grain field. There was no need for anyone to watch it. Zhao Shiping picked up the machete and started to cut the poles. People ate millet, and cattle and horses ate poles. This was the dry food for livestock to survive the winter. Sui Yu didn't have a knife. She stood by and watched for a while, then said, "Will you eat lunch? I'll go back and cook. I'll dig some wild vegetables in the field while I'm taking a break. I'll also cook dumpling soup and beat 2 eggs to make egg drop soup." "Hey," Sui Yu responded in a clear voice. She walked to the ridge and said, "I'll bring it to you when the meal is ready. Take a break if you're tired." Sui Liang followed him stealthily. He didn't dare to stay alone with his brother-in-law. "Tell your sister to add more water, so you 2 can eat too," Zhao Shiping instructed without even raising his head. Chapter 20. Do you think I want to seduce you? The footsteps approached. Zhao Shiping looked up. It was Sui Yu and her brother. "Why are you back again?" he asked. "Brother Liang dragged me back." "Didn't you have something to say?" Sui Yu was puzzled. Zhao Shiping glanced at Sui Liang. His face flushed with anxiety, and he looked a little dejected. It seemed that he really couldn't speak. "Not pretending. Give me more gray flour. You 2 can eat it too," he said. "Oh." Sui Yu smiled and said in a high voice, "Okay. I'll go back to cook." The brisk footsteps gradually faded away. Zhao Shiping got up and wanted to drink water. But when he walked to the end of the field, he saw that the water bag was gone. "Back?" a passerby asked. Zhao Shiping waved his hand and asked, "Do you have any water in your water bag?" "Yes." Du Xiujiu threw the water bag to him, looked around, and asked, "Are you alone?" She went back to cook. It's better to have a wife with someone at home. You don't have to worry about food and drink every day. Du Xiujiu joked. Zhao Shiping didn't like these jokes, nor did he want to talk to others about Sui Yu. He had no interest in mentioning her, and even felt a little humiliated. He threw the water bag over, squatted down, picked up the machete, and continued to chop green stalks. Then I'll go back first. You work for a while. Yeah. Half of the ridge was chopped flat. And the camel came back. Sui Yu and Sui Liang followed the camel, carrying porridge and water in the scorching sun. They walked all the way. And the brother and sister were sweating. It's time to eat. Sui Yu shouted. You have been working since we left? Didn't you take a break? Did you take the water bag back? Zhao Shiping asked. Well, the water was heated in the sun. So I took it back and filled it with cold water. Sui Yu put the basket on the ground and said, Liang Ger and I have already eaten. These are all yours. Gray flour was mixed with chopped vegetable leaves. The flour was cooked, and the green color of the leaves came through. There were golden frangipani floating on the porridge. Zhao Shiping took a look and felt hungry immediately. He didn't care about cleanliness. He rubbed his hands on his pants and sat down on the grassy field to eat rice. The small insects in the grass flew up and were about to fall into the bowl following the fragrance. Sui Yu hurriedly stretched out her hand to fan them away. She was too close, which touched the man's heart again. He stood up and ran to the field to stand with the camel. Do I stink? Sui Yu froze. Zhao Shiping ignored her. Sui Yu squatted on the ground and glared at him, her eyes full of embarrassment and anger. Sui Liang looked left and right. Then he slowly squatted down, curled up into a ball and dug the soil. The two of them were in a stalemate. Zhao Shiping finished his meal and casually put his bowl and chopsticks on the ground, and plunged into the millet field to continue working. It's really hard to please, Sui Yu muttered. Her voice was not small at all, but the person who heard it didn't respond. So she had to go over to pick up the bowl and chopsticks, wash them with the water she brought, and put them back in the basket. Sui Liang stood up, and seeing his sister go to the field, he followed her. I looked at home, but there is no machete. Sui Yu walked to the man as if nothing had happened and said, Why don't you take a break and I will do the machete? The land next to it is also mine. If you don't want to go back, you can go and cut the ears. Zhao Shiping didn't even raise his head. Okay. What do you want to eat tonight? Sui Yu asked again. Zhao Shiping looked up and said, There are 5 copper coins in the box. You can go to the market and buy them. Do you want to eat anything? Pork? Sui Yu asked. Don't buy all meat. He stared at her. I'm not stupid. Sui Yu picked up the sickle and said, Liang Ger, pick up the bag and get to work. The 3 of them worked in 2 fields. For the next half day, Sui Yu was quiet and didn't say a word to Zhao Shiping. When the sun was setting, she put away the sickle and said, I'm going back to buy vegetables and cook. Zhao Shiping was bailing. He had cut the millet stalks of an acre of land and would use camels to transport them to the hay barn. He didn't raise his head when he heard her voice, and responded vaguely. Sui Yu picked up the basket and saw that the water bag was empty. She stared at him and asked, Shall I go back and ask Liang Ger to bring you another bag of water? No need. Zhao Shiping refused. It was really a hard stone. Sui Yu took a deep breath and called Sui Liang to leave. As soon as the footsteps of the 2 men disappeared, Zhao Shiping immediately dropped his work and went to pee in the uncut millet field. He came out and continued to work. Sui Yu took Sui Liang back once. When the door opened, the 2 hens raised their necks and clucked. She threw the grass cut from the road on the ground, and the 2 chickens immediately ran over to peck at the grass seeds with their wings flapping. He took out a string of copper coins from the box. 5 coins were 500 copper coins. Sui Yu shook it in his hand and turned to ask, Brother Liang, did your cousin take all the silver I gave you before? Sui Liang nodded. Sui Yu smacked his lips and said, You are so poor. I will cut more rattan grass tomorrow and see if I can make a cage to catch fish. As they talked, the 2 went out again. This time, they went to the market by the same way they came. When they arrived at the market stall, Sui Yu found that Grandma's son, who had planted radish seedlings yesterday, was selling radishes. She hurried to buy 6. Grandma, did your family plant a lot of radishes this year? She asked. Yes, quite a lot. Next time you buy radishes, come to my house, and I'll give you more radish seedlings. As she said that, Grandma's son grabbed 2 handfuls of vegetable seedlings and stuffed them into Sui Yu's hands. Sui Yu agreed with her mouth, and she left with the radishes, and went to the next stall to buy dried vegetables. The aunt selling vegetables said that they were bitter vegetables in spring, and they could be stewed with meat to relieve greasiness and eat to reduce internal heat. Sui Liang saw the fish, and he turned his head and stared at it. Yu noticed it, and she walked over and asked, "Brother, how much are the fish? There are only 4 left. Worth 2 cents. The price is quite expensive." Yu had a bottom line in her heart, and she said she would wait and see. The oil tank at home was empty, and she wanted to buy a piece of fat meat to go back and make oil for cooking. However, when she went there to ask, she was disappointed. A pound of pork cost 5 cents. How could she afford it? "Are you still buying it?" the pork seller asked. "Buy." Yu counted out 300 copper coins and handed them over, saying, "Cut so much for me. Just the fat meat." Turning around, she went to buy 2 small fish and a piece of tofu. "Meat is so expensive. I might as well raise pigs." On the way back, Yu muttered to herself, "Sister Yu." Yu turned around and saw Sui Ling, who ran out of the 3rd alley of Shisantan. "Are you buying vegetables and cooking?" Sui Ling asked. "My family lives in this alley. Come and play with me when you have time. Don't you have to work?" Yu was puzzled. "I can't. Qianwei won't let me go out. He told me to rest at home." Sui Ling was happy. She looked at Yu and felt very lucky. "By the way, Sister Yu, I came to you for something. The Qian family will hold a wedding banquet in 2 days. You come to be my in-laws." Yu shook her head and said, "This won't work. Zhao Shiping won't let me associate with you." "Ah?" Sui Ling was stunned. "It's okay. I'll ask your brother-in-law to go over and talk to him." Yu didn't think Zhao Shiping would change his mind for anyone's sake. She said she wanted to go back to cook and left. Before leaving, she kindly reminded him, "Remember our identities. Don't stay at home and be a lady. If you can't cook, learn. It's not difficult to cut grass and mill it. Everyone hates useless things." What a bummer. Sui Ling was unhappy and turned her head back. Yu looked back before entering the house, and instantly put Sui Ling's matter behind her. She plunged into the kitchen, refined a spoonful of oil from the pork, poured salt into the oil, and put it in the oil jar with the pork for preservation. The meat would not go bad if it was stored in the salty oil. This was her memory from her previous life. When there was no refrigerator at home, her grandmother stored meat like this. The remaining oil at the bottom of the pot was used to fry the fish. When the color was slightly colored, water was added and boiled. 2 small fish the size of a palm were mixed with a ladle of water. The tofu was poured in, and the fish could not be seen at all. Sui Liang sat by the stove and lit the fire. He looked at the steamer without blinking. When Yu was not paying attention, he leaned over to the pot and inhaled the white smoke coming out. It was dark. The 2 chickens had eaten the fish scales and gills and put them into the cage. Yu carried water and poured it into the trough of the camel pen. When she came out, she collected 2 clothes on the clothesline. She didn't know whether the mud on the clothes was washed off or not, but the sweat smell was still there. Pooh! She thought the clothes were Zhao Shiping's stinky stone and spat hard. In the kitchen, Sui Liang quickly retracted his head. "Brother Liang, stop lighting the fire and come out to comb your hair," Yu shouted. It was hot working in the fields, and the lice in Yu's hair were running rampant. She was almost going crazy from the itchiness, and she almost scratched her scalp. At that time, she was determined to kill the lice. If she couldn't kill them, she would cut her hair, wrap her head with cloth when it was cold, and her hair would grow out when spring came. Open the door. Zhao Shiping came back. "I'm here." Yu tied up her hair, washed her hands, and ran to open the door, muttering, "You're back so late again. I thought you were taken away by a wolf." Zhao Shiping ignored him, and the farm tools were taken away by Yu. He led the camel back to the circle, and when he came out, he first scooped up water and drank it. "I said I should let Liang Gur bring you water," Yu said as he passed by. "You're not thirsty in the field." The man was stubborn. Yu didn't argue with him. She opened the pot lid to serve fish soup, and took out radish cakes from the food cabinet. She called them radish cakes, but in fact, they were steamed radishes mixed with gray flour and then steamed in a pot, which was more flour-saving than making steamed buns. "I didn't cook porridge tonight. Porridge doesn't taste good with soup. Steamed radish cakes taste good with fish soup," Yu said. Zhao Shiping nodded. The rich lady had a lot of experience in food and clothing, and he, a rough man, didn't give any opinions on this aspect, so as not to embarrass himself. The radish cake was cold, so they soaked it in the fish soup to absorb the juice and ate it with tofu. The three of them ate without looking up until the fish soup was gone. And then they straightened up. If you don't go to the field tomorrow, stew another pot at home. Zhao Shiping hadn't eaten enough. Sui Yu smiled slyly and asked, "What do you mean by being in the field at noon? Why are you running?" Zhao Shiping looked at her with a stern face. The two stared at each other. He was the first to lose the upper hand. He stood up and walked out, saying, "Just stay away from me. Do you think I want to seduce you?" There was a sudden thump in the yard, and no one knew what he kicked down. Sui Yu got up to clean up the dishes and the stove. She heard no movement outside. When she went out, she saw that the shoulder pole and bucket were gone, and she knew that he had gone to the river to take a bath and fetch water again. She also scooped water for a bath, thinking that she would wash her hair when it was hot at noon tomorrow. After washing the clothes and hanging them on the rope, Sui Yu found an old man's clothes and put them on. "You go open the door when your brother-in-law comes back," Sui Yu said to Sui Liang. Sui Liang nodded. Whenever there was a noise outside the door, he would run out, and finally waited for someone to come back after 2 empty trips. "I caught 2 fish in the river. You can make fish soup for lunch tomorrow," Zhao Shiping said, standing in the yard. Chapter 21. Catch fish and sell them for money. The next morning, Sui Yu woke up when she heard the roosters crow before dawn. She walked into the kitchen in the dark. When she opened the door, she heard the squeaking of mice. She stamped her feet to drive them away, cursing, "You smell the smell of lard. Get out of here. I can't bear to eat this." Grab a handful of hay and stuff it into the stump. Green smoke will come out before there is fire. Sui Yu was afraid of burning her hands, so she took the firewood quickly and clumsily. She was relieved when the hay was stuffed into the stove. Zhao Shiping heard the noise and came out, seeing that she was about to put her head into the stove hole when she was burning a fire. He looked disgusted. He simply turned a blind eye and went into the woodshed to grab 2 handfuls of bean cakes to feed the camels. 2 hens followed him into the camel pen, squatted at the camels' mouths as if they were familiar with the place, and picked up the bean dregs that they had eaten. A handful of bean dregs with a greasy aroma awakened the camels' stomachs. The hay in the pen was gone, and the 2 camels kicked open the pen door and went out to eat grass. "I'm going to work in the fields. When the meal is ready, you can bring it to the fields for me." Zhao Shiping took the farm tools from behind the door and said, "It's still in the same field as yesterday." Sui Yu agreed. She took out the ladle to scoop water and looked out the door. The man was gone. At this time, the sky was dark and there was no light on the earth. Without a man at home, Sui Yu felt uneasy with the door open. She walked over and bolted the door from the inside, and now she felt at ease. In the morning, it was still dumpling soup. Sui Yu soaked dried bitter vegetables last night. After soaking overnight, she squeezed out the water and cut it into cubes. She fried it with lard, added water and boiled it, and then sprinkled the dumplings. When it was done, sprinkle a spoonful of salt. The meal was ready, and the sky was just getting light. Sui Yu and Sui Liang ate at home first, and when they were full, they went to the field to bring the meal to Zhao Shiping. "Bring a basket. I'll cut some rattan grass when I come back," Sui Yu instructed. Sui Liang picked up the basket and ran out the door. The meal was delivered to the field. After the man finished eating, Sui Yu came back with the meal basket. The rattan grass was soaked in water. Sui Yu went to the kitchen to wash the pots and bowls. She also scrubbed the corners of the stove. She used mud to cover the corners of the cabinet that were gnawed by mice last night. After leaving the kitchen, she scooped 2 basins of water and put them in the sun. Sui Liang squatted by the bucket to pick fish scales for the chicken to eat. Sui Yu saw him and said, "Don't toss the fish to death. These 2 fish are not small. They can be sold for 2 cents at the market." She was so busy that she only took a look at the fish. She didn't know how Zhao Shiping caught them. The fish had no external injuries, and were still alive and kicking after being kept in the bucket overnight. The clothes on the clothesline were dry, and Sui Yu called Sui Liang to take them in. She took a basket and a shovel to the camel pen, shoveled camel dung, cleaned up grass residue, and cleaned the sink. After finishing these, she dragged the chicken coop out to dry. The dung basket was placed behind the gate. Sui Yu scooped water to rub her face. When she felt that the water in the basin was no longer cold, she untied her hair rope to wash her hair. "Brother Liang, give me 2 handfuls of grass ash from the stove," she called. The hair had been dirty for several months, and this was the only time to scrub it properly. Yu scrubbed it with grass ash 3 times. After rinsing, she sat in the yard to dry it, holding a comb to comb the lice over and over again. Sui Liang followed suit, and soaked the lice he combed in water to death. 2 hens circled around the 2 people, their heads stretched and retracted, and the lice floating on the water went into the chicken mouths. After her hair was dry, Yu put down the comb and started to weave the grass into a net. She called Sui Liang to learn. It's about tying grass knots. Watch and you can take over when I cook later. Yu was also doing this for the first time. She recalled Yu's movements of making straw sandals, and slowly pondered. She untangled the rattan in her hand, untied it, and then tied it again. It took her a long time to figure out how to make a straw net. The sun shifted a little bit, and the 2 chickens couldn't stand the sun, so they hid in the dung basket behind the gate. The camel dung in the basket was pulled out by them, and Sui Liang ran to chase the chickens. It's almost noon. I'm going to buy tofu. You wait at home. Yu put down the straw net and stood up. She went into the house to get the copper coins left over from yesterday. And when she came out, she took the linen sheet out to dry, and dragged the bedroll out to dry against the wall. I'm going to buy tofu. Don't run around. Sui Liang nodded, and he ran to close the door as soon as his sister left. At noon, stew a pot of tofu and fish soup, and steam a bowl of radish and millet rice. When the radish and millet rice is steamed, mix it with lard, and the millet is shiny. Brother Liang, can you go and deliver food to your brother-in-law by yourself? Don't come back after you deliver it. I'll make the grass net and throw it into the river, and then go to work in the field directly. Sui Liang hesitated. Don't be afraid of him. He looks fierce, but he won't hit anyone. Yu smiled. Sui Liang nodded reluctantly. A big bowl of radish and millet rice, a bowl of tofu stewed fish, a soup and a rice were put into the basket. Yu asked Sui Liang to try, and when he saw that he could lift it, he asked him to go out. When the sun rose to the top of his head, Zhao Shiping was hungry. He looked at the ridge again and again, and saw nothing again and again. He got angry when he saw that only Sui Liang came to deliver food. He quickly got up from the field, walked up the ridge to take the rice basket, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is your sister?" Sui Liang pointed at the fish in the bowl. Zhao Shiping didn't understand, and guessed, "Did you cut your hand when killing the fish?" So stupid. Sui Liang shook his head, tied 2 pieces of grass in his hand, and pointed at the fish. Zhao Shiping took a bite of rice and glanced at him. You really can't talk? Open your mouth and let me see. Your tongue is not short. You scream and let me hear it. Sui Liang closed his mouth and squatted on the ground to pick the soil without saying a word. Zhao Shiping snorted and ignored him, concentrating on eating. He ate a bowl of rice and a bowl of vegetables by himself, and even chewed the fish head before spitting it out. Okay. You go back. Zhao Shiping put the bowl and chopsticks in the basket, and stuffed the empty water bag in it, saying, "Send me another bag of water." Sui Liang didn't hesitate, picked up the basket and turned around and ran. Zhao Shiping went to the millet field to urinate, and then came out to continue working. However, before he cut a bundle of millet stalks, an uninvited guest came to the field. "Brother Zhao, why do I hear that you don't plan to associate with me anymore?" Qianwei asked with a smile. "Who did you hear that from?" Zhao Shiping kept chopping the green poles. "Your wife said you didn't let her associate with Sui Ling and the others." "That's true." Zhao Shiping stopped what he was doing and said bluntly, "I hate corrupt officials, and I don't want to be relatives with their children." "Why? You came to me for this? You are still such a bad person. No wonder Li Bai who can't tolerate you." "Tolerate you? You are his lackey, and he doesn't treat you well." Zhao Shiping was vicious and merciless. Qianwei's face was gloomy. He stared at Zhao Shiping for a long time, then smiled again, as if nothing had happened, and said, "My family will have a wedding banquet tomorrow night, and your family can come over for dinner." "No. Don't let people laugh at you. We are brothers-in-law and brothers who have lived together for a lifetime. What's the big deal if you don't go? Watching people laugh at you? If I go, people won't laugh at me anymore?" Zhao Shiping waved his hand. "I won't go. Don't talk about being brothers-in-law. I don't admit it." Qianwei had nothing to say to him. Zhao Shiping bent down to work and ignored him. He stood at the end of the field and didn't move. After a while, he said, "Your wife brought your brother-in-law here?" Zhao Shiping didn't even raise his head. "Really?" Qian Wei did see someone. Why don't you leave? Zhao Shiping stood up and said impatiently, hurry up and don't delay my work. You go there tomorrow night. Don't make things awkward. If you don't consider Li Baihu's face, you should also consider Lord Hu and Li Duwei. I asked Sui Ling Li Duwei, and my father-in-law are classmates. Qian Wei nodded at him. Zhao Shiping frowned. It was so troublesome. He hated these twisted ghost relationships. Qian Wei left after seeing that he didn't refuse again. Sui Yu was a concubine's daughter born to a concubine's son, and it was not worth his staying to greet her. Sui Yu also waited until he left before quickening her pace. Seeing that Zhao Shiping looked unhappy, she didn't bother him, and went straight into the millet field to cut the ears. What did you do at noon? Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu felt that he was looking for trouble. She thought about it, and answered honestly, I made a net, and threw it into the river. I will go to see if there are any fish in the evening. I will stew the fish for you if I catch them. Zhao Shiping was speechless. He stared at Sui Yu's back for a while, and said, if I want to eat fish, I will catch it myself. What if I want to eat fish? Can I order you around? Sui Yu turned around and smiled at him. Zhao Shiping glared at her with a sullen face. She would take advantage of him if he showed her a little kindness. Why did he come to you? I think you seem unhappy. Sui Yu tried to find out whether he was willing to tell her. Let's go to give gifts and have a banquet tomorrow. I don't want to go. And you don't have to go either. By the way, what is the relationship between your Sui family and Li Duwei? He asked. Sui Yu understood. And she asked, where is my cousin now? If he is repairing the Great Wall, then the relationship is not so good. If he has entered someone's house, then the relationship is better. Zhao Shiping understood. He looked at Sui Yu thoughtfully, and said bluntly, you are worthy of being the daughter of a big official. You are quite capable. I am ashamed that my father is just a lowly servant. Sui Yu said modestly. Zhao Shiping ignored her, picked up the machete, and continued to work. Sui Yu walked over and stood aside to stare at him until she annoyed him. Then she smiled and said, I have a good idea for both of us. If you don't want me to have any contact with Sui Ling, I won't go. If I don't go, she will understand what I mean. You go alone tomorrow night, representing yourself to attend your comrade's wedding banquet, and you won't be criticized. Zhao Shiping felt that what she said was reasonable, and he couldn't help but look up to her. He was impatient with social interactions, and it was fine as long as she was good at it. The next day, Zhao Shiping went to Qian's house alone. After he left, Sui Yu locked the door and took Sui Liang to the river to cast nets again. Yesterday, they caught a fish. At night, Zhao Shiping went to take a bath, and she asked him to cast the net in the middle of the river. In the morning, they went to collect the net and caught 3 more. If we can catch 4 more fish before dark, we can keep one for the 2 of us to eat at night, and take the rest to the market to sell, Sui Yu said. Sui Liang followed behind and nodded frequently. His steps were very brisk. The current in the upper reaches of the river was fast, and Sui Yu did not dare to go down to the river. She could only use 2 sticks to poke the grass net and search in the water grass nests by the river. Zhao Shiping said that fish like to hide in the water grass nests at night, and she didn't know if there were any during the day. The stick in her hand sank, and Sui Yu was happy. There are fish. There are fish. Liang brother, bring the bucket quickly. A long white-bellied fish struggled in the grass net. Sui Yu stepped into the water and held the net mouth to drag the fish ashore. The fish struggled even more violently after leaving the water. She was afraid that the net would be broken. So she threw away the stick and picked up the fish and threw it into the bucket. Finally, there will be income. Sui Yu was overjoyed when she saw the fish, and she felt at ease when she had some money in her hand. Chapter 22 Warming up the heart of stone. When the sun sets, the wind loses its warmth. Sui Yu feels cold in her half-wet pants. She shakes the grass net and shouts, Brother Liang, let's go back. Sui Liang runs over from not far away, holding 2 handfuls of leeks in his hand. After catching 5 fish, 2 large and 3 small, Sui Yu picks up the bucket and carries the grass net back. When she meets someone on the road, she asks, Do you want to buy fish? They're fresh out of the water. How many did you catch? The old man herding sheep asked. Some are as long as 2 chopsticks. You're quite capable. The fish in the Shiji River are big. Buy. Only 1 penny apiece. Sui Yu asks. The old man waves his hand. He doesn't like fish because it's smelly and takes too much oil. There's little meat and many bones. Sui Yu doesn't bother to argue. She goes straight home with the bucket, takes 4 palm-sized fish from home, and takes Sui Liang to the market. She was still wearing the wet pants, and that was all she had. Sui Yu didn't know if anyone in the market was collecting stall fees. She had no money, and she was worried that occupying someone else's stall would upset people. So she chose a place with few people to put down the bucket and didn't squeeze in. Whenever someone came over, she stretched her neck and shouted, "Buy fish? They are all alive and very fresh. How much are the fish?" A woman heard the hawking and came over. At this time, there were only leftover meat and vegetables on the street. She took a quick look at the fish, locked onto the 2 largest ones, pointed and said, "Give me these 2. Sui Yu took out the fish, passed a straw rope through the fish's mouth, handed it over and said, 2 cents for 2 fish. If you want the remaining small fish, I'll give you a cheaper price." The woman waved her hand and handed over 2 strings of copper coins. She pointed to the crowded place and said, "There are few fish sellers on the street. Move in." Sui Yu sighed, and now that she had money in her hand, she didn't worry about anyone coming to collect the stall fee. She called Sui Liang and walked with the bucket to the crowded place. "Want to buy fish? Still alive. Just out of the water today," she shouted as she walked. The fish seller, an old woman with a thin face, stopped Sui Yu and said, "How much are the fish? How many are left?" "There are 7 left." Sui Yu glanced at Sui Liang and said, "If you buy them all, I'll give you 3 cents. "No. The fish is too small. It's only worth 2 cents. Sui Yu looked at her twice more and felt that this person looked a little familiar. Before she spoke, she heard this person say, "It's going to be dark soon. Everyone is cooking. Who would come out to buy fish? It's because my family is having a wedding and the cat took the fish away. So I don't have enough food. So I come out to buy. Sell it to me at a lower price, so you can also get some of the joy." Sui Yu remembered that Qianwei had a thin horse face, and this person should be his mother. She took out 2 fish and said, "I can sell you 5 fish at most for 2 cents. Don't say it's expensive. I bought fish the day before yesterday. The fish was not bigger than mine. 2 cents could only buy 4. Mother Qian angrily threw 2 strings of copper coins to Sui Yu, picked up the fish and threw them into the basket, then turned her butt and left. "What kind of person is that?" Sui Yu muttered. She put the 2 fish in her hand back into the bucket and said, "Brother Liang, let's go. We'll go back to cook." As soon as he entered the door, Sui Liang rushed to the chicken coop to pick up eggs. These 2 days, the hens had fish scales and gills to eat, and they could lay 2 eggs a day. He held the eggs and ran excitedly into the kitchen and put them in the jar. "Damn it. I'm not pitiful enough. And I still pay less for a fish." Sui Yu was so angry that she counted the copper coins again. But there were still 8 copper coins missing. No wonder the dead woman turned her butt and ran away. Sui Yu took a deep breath, collected the money, and took the fish out to scrape the scales. The 2 chickens heard the sound and came out quickly. Sui Liang squatted aside and stared. "Fortunately, we didn't go to the Qian family. Although your brother-in-law has a bad temper, at least he has no problem with his character." Sui Yu muttered to Sui Liang, "The woman who bought our 5 fish is Qianwei's mother. With such a mother, her son is probably not a good person." Sui Liang nodded angrily. "I don't know what kind of temper Zhao Shiping's mother has." Sui Yu sighed. After cleaning the fish, Sui Yu went into the kitchen to cook. The 2 fish were fried with lard. The lard-fried fish was fragrant, and the stewed soup was also thick white. The water in the Shiji River is melted water from the snow mountains. The fish in the river are cold water fish, with tender meat and light fishy smell. The only drawback is that they are not big. The meat from the 2 fish is only a small half bowl. Sui Yu poured the soaked millet into the fish soup. The millet was sticky. After boiling, the fish soup became thick. When the fish meat was poured in, she stirred it with a spoon. When she lifted the spoon, the soup hung on the spoon. Sui Liang brought the bowl and put it on the stove. He also took the chopsticks. He stared at the lid of the pot and looked at Sui Yu from time to time, urging her with his eyes, "Can you eat it?" When the last flame in the stove hole disappeared, Sui Yu opened the lid of the pot and served the rice. The kitchen was warm. She and Sui Liang squatted by the stove with bowls in their hands to eat. The millet porridge they had eaten on the road of exile was all clear and watery. Sui Yu remembered the millet that was hard to eat, and she cherished the thick millet and fish porridge in the bowl. "Open the door." Zhao Shiping is back. Sui Yu put down the bowl and ran to open the door. Surprised, you are back so early? You are still eating? Zhao Shiping smelled the fragrance and went straight to the kitchen. You haven't eaten enough at the table? Sui Yu followed him in and said, there's still a bowl of porridge left in the pot. Do you want to fill your stomach? Zhao Shiping had already taken a bowl to serve himself. He leaned on the stove and raised his head to drink a mouthful. His stomach, which was filled with cold wine, felt much more comfortable. Neither your cousin nor your cousin went, he said. I asked around. Your cousin went to build the Great Wall. It seems that your family's relationship with Li Due is not very good, since there was no need to worry about offending Li Due. Zhao Shiping came back not long after the meal started. You won't chase me away because I have no one to rely on. Will you? Sui Yu asked. I regretted it after I told you yesterday. I was so worried that I didn't sleep much last night. Zhao Shiping stared at her coldly. He was annoyed and felt that he was looked down upon. He was not Qian Wei. You reminded me. I didn't have this idea. He drank the porridge in the bowl in one gulp. Put down the bowl. Picked up the pole and prepared to fetch water. Sui Liang looked out with a worried look. And the porridge in his mouth was no longer fragrant. Sui Yu smiled and said, eat yours. Didn't you hear him say he didn't have this idea? Sui Liang stared at her hesitantly. Is that what he meant? Zhao Shiping went to the river to fetch water, and it took a long time for him to come back. Sui Yu sat in the yard waiting after taking a bath, combing her hair again and again. When she heard footsteps outside, she hurried over to open the door. I can hear your footsteps. Sui Yu smiled at him. Caught another fish? Zhao Shiping ignored her again, walked around her, and went straight into the yard. There weren't many fish in the Shiji River, and he spent a long time trying to catch only one fish tonight. He threw the fish into the bucket, and there was no sound inside. He looked out and found that the 4 fish he had caught before were gone. He didn't think much about it, thinking that they were all in the porridge tonight. Let me show you something. Sui Yu came to the man with 4 strings of money, showing off her treasures. Look, I made money from selling fish. Zhao Shiping looked at her in surprise and asked, did you go fishing this afternoon? Yes. I caught 5 in the water grass nest. Sui Yu handed him the money and said, here. I'm not that useless. Although I have no land and no food, I know how to make money. Zhao Shiping coughed dryly, took a step back, did not take the money, and said, you keep what you earn. I have enough money. I don't want yours. If you don't want it, I'll keep it for buying vegetables. Sui Yu didn't force it. She felt at ease with the money in her hands. No. Keep it for yourself. I'm not short of money. I can get a salary of 600 coins a year, and about 2 share of grain every month. Before Sui Yu and her brother came, Zhao Shiping's annual salary was not enough. He would buy a piece of pork at 5 coins a pound every now and then to stew with dried vegetables. Get money? Get grain? The grain you harvest from farming doesn't belong to you? Sui Yu realized that she had misunderstood. No. The grain seeds and farm tools are all distributed by the government, and the harvest from the land also belongs to the government. The government also gives us a salary. Zhao Shiping explained to her that he thought it was good. He only had to work in his spare time and get grain on time every month, so he didn't have to worry about the harvest. But only the gentry can receive salaries. The government gives the volunteers land, farm tools, seeds, housing, and clothing. They only get 40% of the harvest, and 60% goes to the court. For people like my father, mother, and brothers, farming is not only laborious but also stressful. If the harvest is small, they get less food. This was the first time Zhao Shiping mentioned his family to her. Sui Yu took the opportunity to ask, don't your parents and brother live in Dunhuang? They are in Jiuquan. I was a garrison soldier who stayed in Dunhuang after the war. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu deeply and said, our family was a volunteer who moved to Jiuquan 30 years ago. Our hometown is in Guangdong. There was a flood in Guangdong. We lost our home and land, so we moved to Jiuquan. Flood. Sui Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she was silent. No wonder he said that marrying her would bring shame to his ancestors. Zhao Shiping was also silent. You are a good person. Sui Yu spoke, and she softened her heart for a moment and promised Sui Yu that she would take care of Sui Liang until he grew up, which caused trouble for herself. He softened his heart for a moment and brought 2 big troubles to his family. Zhao Shiping did not refute, thinking that she finally said something that suited his heart. The yard fell into silence again. Zhao Shiping suddenly realized that if Sui Yu didn't talk much, he would have nothing to say to her. Does Qianwei look like his mother? Both have skinny horse faces? Sui Yu asked abruptly. Zhao Shiping couldn't follow her train of thought, and was stunned for a moment before slowly nodding. That's her. She gave me 8 cents less when she bought my fish today. Sui Yu angrily told him what happened in the evening. I didn't have time to count. She ran away. She is like that. She was chased home and beaten because she didn't pay enough for meat before. Fortunately, I followed you. If I had followed Qianwei, I would have been so unlucky. Sui Yu stared at him intently and said sincerely, although you have a bad temper and are hard to please, you have good character. A man with good character can't be that bad. Zhao Shiping was a little happy. He frowned and didn't look at her, and said in a rough voice, stop talking about these useless things. I said before that I was just to irritate you. Don't take it to heart. I know you're not the kind of person who would dare to say that. Sui Yu whispered. Zhao Shiping immediately glared at her. I'll cast a net to catch fish tomorrow, and cook fish porridge for you. You didn't eat enough tonight. Did you? Sui Yu flattered. Sui Liang looked away. He walked to the wall, and squatted to look at the moon. The moon was so round tonight. Zhao Shiping wanted to say he didn't want to eat, but the fish had been caught. He felt guilty saying he didn't want to eat. He simply didn't say anything, and went back to the main room to sleep. Brother Liang, let's go back to sleep too. Sui Yu was in high spirits. Zhao Shiping was a grudge-bearing person. Because of Sui Yu's deliberate anger, he didn't pay attention to her for several days. He didn't catch fish, and was busy harvesting millet. After the 10 acres of millet were harvested, the green stalks were cut down and transported back, and the field was empty. Zhao Shiping led Sui Yu and Sui Liang to exchange a piece of land to harvest beans. The camel was left to the two of them. He went to the government to get oxen and farm tools, and planned to plow the millet field. Sui Liang was short, so he had the height advantage when picking bean pods in the soybean field. Sui Yu squatted from time to time, or bent over and bent his back. If he kept that posture for a long time, his legs would either be numb or his waist would ache. Another fatal thing was that after the sun came out, the bean pods would be dried and hard, and a blood mark would be left if they were poked on the hand. While picking beans, Sui Yu had to watch the direction of the sun's deviation, and rush back to cook when the time came. Sui Liang also brought a bag of bean worms back to feed the chickens. There were a lot of green and yellow worms, entangled and squirming together. Sui Yu felt his scalp was about to explode when he looked at it for a while. But the two hens liked it very much. Now Sui Liang has become their closest person. Whenever he is at home, the two hens will stay by his side and dig the soil. Brother Liang, send a bag of water to your brother-in-law. Sui Yu came in with pig intestines and told him, come back after you send them. Don't hang around outside. Sui Liang nodded. He filled the water bag with water, and ran away when it was full. The stove was burning. Sui Yu first washed millet and steamed rice. She picked up the half of the pig intestines soaked in the bucket, and squatted in the yard to wash them. She had saved some money from selling fish in the past few days, so she went to the cloth shop to buy a foot of linen cloth, and used the remaining money to buy half of the pig intestines. Farm work was too heavy, and she was afraid that her body would collapse if she didn't eat meat properly. The pig intestines she bought had been washed, but there was still dirt visible to the naked eye. Sui Yu shoveled a shovel of grass ash into the wooden basin. She rolled up her sleeves and squatted down to rub it. The grass ash removed oil and odor, rubbed and rinsed it again, and the smelly pig feces was washed away. The firewood in the pot was burned out. Sui Yu went in to it firewood, and shoveled out another shovel of grass ash, and poured it on the pig intestines. After washing 4 times in this way, Sui Liang brought back water, and then Sui Yu threw the pig intestines into the pot to cook. Spices were expensive, so Sui Yu couldn't bear to buy them. So she bought a large piece of ginger, 2 tails of muddy wine, and the wild onion she dug, and threw them into the pot to remove the fishy smell. Brother Liang, you come to light the fire, Sui Yu shouted. She took out the newly bought cloth with her hands free, folded it in half, and sewed a piece of cloth together, cut out a crotch and continued to sew. After sewing, she put it on and tried it out, and it was wearable. This was her first pair of underwear after she came here. Sui Yu was glad that she didn't have menstruation during her exile. Otherwise she wouldn't know what to use. The smell of meat came from the pot, and Sui Yu hung the washed boxer shorts on the clothesline. She wiped her hands and went in to open the lid of the pot, and poured the cut radish in. The radish was cooked and ready to eat. The man waiting for food in the field was about to faint from hunger. Zhao Shiping couldn't stand it anymore. He led the oxen and carried the iron plow back. Mr. Zhao, your family stewed something delicious today. The whole alley smelled good. Mrs. Sun at the end of the alley said. A crack appeared on Zhao Shiping's sullen face. He nodded and continued to walk. As he got closer to home, he also smelled the rich aroma of meat. Since you got married, the smoke from your chimney is more fragrant than other families. Du Shizhou joked. He raised his chin and looked west, saying, your family is pretty good. She doesn't look squeamish. She is willing to work in the fields with you, and is busy cooking every day. Unlike Mr. Qian's family. His mother scolds him 3 times a day in the alley. Zhao Shiping didn't know about this. He went out early, and came back late every day. He went to the fields before dawn in the morning, and didn't come back until dark at night. Not to mention who was quarreling in the alley. He didn't even know who died. Open the door. Zhao Shiping knocked on the door. Sui Liang came to open the door, with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that it was really him, he ran into the kitchen and pulled Sui Yu out. You're back just in time. The pig intestines have just been stewed. Sui Yu greeted him with a smile, not afraid of his cold face, and asked, are you hungry? I think so too. If you are not hungry, you won't come back. Stop talking nonsense. Let's eat when the meal is ready. Zhao Shiping led the cow into the camel pen, turned around, and carried 2 buckets of water in. It's sunny outside, and the kitchen is hot. Can we eat in the main hall? Sui Yu asked. The man nodded. He scooped water to wash his hands, went in, and picked up the wolf's skin and hung it on the rope to dry. Under the wolf's skin was a bamboo mat, and on the bamboo mat was a low couch. The food was served, and Sui Yu walked up and sat cross-legged in his shoes. There were no tables and chairs in this dynasty. Sui Yu was thinking about making more money. When the money was enough, she would buy a set of tables and chairs. By the way, criminal slaves can't do business. Right? She asked. Well, after the beans are harvested, I will take you back to Jiuquan and find Lord Hu to write a guarantee and ask for a pass. Without these things, you can't leave Dunhuang County. Zhao Shiping sat down and ate a bowl of rice first. After finishing a bowl of rice, he went to pick up vegetables. Don't cook so late in the future, he said. Sui Yu nodded, stared at him eagerly, and asked in a low voice, can the identity of a criminal slave be cancelled? Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. Hey! Sui Yu held his chopsticks to stop him from picking up vegetables. Zhao Shiping looked at her coldly, and became more and more aggressive. Seeing that he was really angry, Sui Yu took back the chopsticks. She thought about which sentence had offended him again. The 3 of them ate quietly. Although Zhao Shiping was unhappy, his appetite was not affected at all. He picked up the pig intestines with chopsticks one after another. There was no odor. The meat was chewy. It was not fat pork, but it was very oily. Where did you get the money? Did you buy it with the money you saved from selling fish? He suddenly spoke. Well, I saw that you were always unhappy, so I made a delicious meal to apologize to you. Sui Yu sighed. I just don't know where I offended you again. I'll give you 2 strings of money later. Zhao Shiping said. Don't give it to me. I won't do it anymore. It's too troublesome to wash pig intestines. Sui Yu glanced at him. You can't make up for your crime by doing great deeds. Zhao Shiping put down his chopsticks to get the rice, and said before leaving, you ask for too much. Sui Yu understood that as she wanted to cancel her slavery, she could only hope that Zhao Shiping would do great deeds, provided that he was willing to give up the military merits he had fought for her. He misunderstood her meaning. No wonder he was unhappy. The truce has been called. I am just a small fry. It is not easy to make military achievements. Zhao Shiping added after entering the room. Okay. I understand. Sui Yu gave him pig intestines and said, eat more. The work in the fields these days is too heavy. Zhao Shiping paused and said, if you are tired, you can rest at home, so that you don't get sick, which will not only cause trouble, but also cost me money to treat the disease and buy medicine. If you die of illness, you will be relieved, and you can marry again. Then I will strangle you to death now. Zhao Shiping asked seriously. How is it? Nothing. You are really a person. I care about you. Can't you say something soft? Sui Yu said, if you are tired, You can rest at home. So that you can't get sick. And you can't get sick. And you can't get married again. Then I will strangle you to death now. Zhao Shiping asked seriously. How is it? Nothing. You are really a person. I care about you. Can't you say something soft? Sui Yu said, if you are tired, you can't eat more. And you was unhappy. Why don't you just say you can rest at home? I'm not sick yet. But you're already worrying about money. You have a heart of stone. You can't warm me up. I don't like you saying caring words. Okay. I'll tell you every day that I'll tire you to death. Starve you to death. And thirst you to death. Sui Yu scooped a large spoonful of pig intestines into his own bowl. And scooped another spoonful to Sui Liang. Saying, eat quickly. Others don't appreciate it. We eat it ourselves. We should be more careful about ourselves. Sui Liang ate his meal with a sullen face. Not daring to look up. Zhao Shiping was indifferent. He got up and left after eating. Went into the bedroom. Fiddled for a while. Picked up 2 strings of copper coins and patted the low couch. Saying, don't go to the fields in the afternoon. Go buy half a pig intestine. There is shit in the pig intestines. I won't wash it and cook it in the pot. It will stink to death. Sui Yu disgusted him. Zhao Shiping ignored her. Took the oxen away. Carried the iron plow. And went to work in the fields again. I don't know whether it's good or bad. It's unpredictable. It's just like a stinky stone in the toilet. Smelly and hard. Sui Yu was washing dishes while scolding. She was really convinced. She was humble and clever. And she showed her care and concern for others by grinding stones with water. But this man's attitude was unchanged. Just like the glaciers on the snowy mountains. Seeing that the day of returning to Jiuquan was getting closer and closer, Sui Yu became more and more uneasy. Fearing that Zhao Shiping would go back to see his family and change his mind after being persuaded by others. Brother Liang, I'm going to buy pig intestines. You can sleep at home for a while. Sui Yu walked out of the door and said, I'll lock the door from outside. I'll call you when I come back. We'll go to the field to pick beans again. Sui Liang nodded. As soon as Sui Yu left, Sui Ling came over. There was a bright slap mark on her face. Seeing that the door was locked, she slapped it hard and left. Sui Liang heard the noise and came out. He didn't see anyone through the crack of the door and went back to lie down. He didn't say anything. So Sui Yu naturally didn't know that someone was knocking on the door. She bought pig intestines, washed them with grass ash, and marinated them with wine. The sun was not so hot at this time. So she woke up Sui Liang, and the two of them carried the basket to the field to pick beans. When the basket was full and could not be lifted, Sui Yu went to the millet field and called, Captain Zhao, if you are not exhausted, come and lift the basket. Zhao Shiping pretended not to hear. Sui Yu stood at the end of the field and wasted time with him. She stared at him. Her eyes swept back and forth on his face, neck, chest, and thighs, and she made a sound from time to time. Zhao Shiping was annoyed by her look, and the iron plow loosened, and he raised the bullwhip to hit her. Sui Yu strode away, and she hid far away. After he dumped the bean pods and left, she smiled and went back to the field to pick beans. After plowing the 10 acres of millet field, there were still 2 acres left of the 5 acres of soybeans. Zhao Shiping, a capable man, joined in, and the 3 of them picked 2 acres of soybeans in 2 days. I'll go to see Lord Hu tomorrow, and after the pass is issued, you and Sui Liang will come back to Jiuquan with me. After dinner in the evening, Zhao Shiping suddenly notified. Sui Yu was instantly flustered. Her legs even weakened. And she murmured, so soon? Zhao Shiping looked at her. It has been almost a month since she entered his house. How can this be called fast? Sui Yu quickly washed the pots and bowls, wiped her hands and squatted beside the man's legs, looking up and asking, will your mother like me? Zhao Shiping looked at her like a fool. Then, after returning from Jiuquan, will you still let me in? You won't give me to another man as a wife. Right? Sui Yu endured the shame and continued to ask. I think you are very good, and I don't want to go to other people's homes again. You reminded me. Zhao Shiping seemed to be thinking. Sui Yu punched him, and when she saw him glaring, she quickly withdrew her hand and stared at him aggrievedly. Zhao Shiping couldn't help laughing. He quickly got up and went out, saying, don't think too much. Go back to bed early. Remember what you said? Sui Yu chased out and shouted. The next day, when the sun rose, Zhao Shiping went to find Mr. Hu to write a guarantee, got a pass, and came back to lead the camels. He rode a camel alone, and Sui Yu and Sui Liang rode one together. The two camels ran wildly for 4 days, and Sui Yu was about to fall apart. Zhao Shiping slowed down and said they were almost there. The city of Jiuquan County is not as strict as Dunhuang. The settlement where the Zhao family lives is outside the city. 30 years ago, a clan moved here, and now people of the same clan still live in the same settlement. When Zhao Shiping showed up, people who knew him greeted him and talked to him. Some people even sent their children to run to report the news when they looked at Sui Yu. Second grandma. My uncle Shiping is back with his wife. The messenger had a hoarse voice and shouted as soon as he entered the door. What the hell? Mother Zhao almost hit her hand with a mallet in her hand. It's true. I'll be back soon. Zhao Xiaomi ran back quickly and said, Mom, hurry up and pack up. My third sister-in-law will be in soon. The 3 women who were pounding beans in the yard hurriedly packed up the sundries. Mother Zhao untied the old headscarf on her head and just entered the kitchen when she heard the voices coming into the yard. She walked out of the kitchen door and saw the girl on the camel. Damn. She looked the same as when she fled here. She was as thin as the crops that were dying in the yellow soil. She was not a normal person. Zhao Shiping helped Sui Yu down clumsily, and then carried Sui Liang to the ground. Looking at the family, he didn't know what to say for a while. Go in. Go in. Don't stand outside, Sister Zhao said. A group of people squeezed into the hall. Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu were surrounded by people. Sui Liang was squeezed out and pulled away by the children of the Zhao family. Dad? Mom? She is Sui Yu, the wife that my Shangwan found for me. When Zhao Shiping mentioned the word wife, his lips were numb and his scalp was stiff. Thinking of the next words, he simply pushed Sui Yu out and said, You go get water for the camels and wait outside. Sui Yu looked at him nervously and left obediently. Not long after, a loud voice was heard from the hall. No. I don't agree with you marrying her. Are you crazy or stupid to marry a criminal slave? If you marry her, the baby she gives birth to will also be a slave. 20 years. Exile for 20 years. After 20 years, her slave status will be cancelled. Zhao Shiping asked Lord Hu specifically when he went to apply for a road permit. That won't work either. Mother Zhao was furious. It can't be changed. This is Li Bai Hu deliberately harming me. If I don't marry, I won't get along well with Lord Hu. Zhao Shiping explained calmly. Then don't join the army. Come back to farm. Father Zhao said. This hit Zhao Shiping's vitals, and he rejected it outright. Impossible. Why don't you find another man to marry her? When the adults ask, Uncle Sam will say that she is your wife, and you two have nothing to do with each other privately. Sister Zhao suggested. Yes. You still remember your cousin? He is in his 40s and still has no wife. Mother Zhao was moved. My cousin is old and ugly, and half of his teeth are gone. Zhao Xiaomi couldn't listen anymore. She said, You are so vicious. You little kid don't know shit. Get out. Mother Zhao drove her away. Zhao Xiaomi ran out, shouting, Third brother. Don't listen to mother. I support you. Zhao Shiping looked over and went out through the door. He saw Sui Yu standing beside the camel's legs with a sullen look. When she saw him looking over, she looked back sadly. Third sister-in-law. My name is Xiaomi. Zhao Xiaomi leaned over and stared at Sui Yu curiously, saying, Your eyes are so beautiful. Sui Yu sighed and smiled at her. You look beautiful when you smile. Zhao Xiaomi clapped his hands and lowered his voice and said, Don't be afraid. My parents can't control my third brother. My third brother is a stubborn guy and doesn't listen to anyone. Sui Yu felt a little relieved. Thank you, she said. Zhao Xiaomi laughed, and in a moment of excitement, he helped shout, If my third sister-in-law hadn't fallen into trouble, my third brother would not be looked down upon even if he married into the family. Zhao's mother heard her instigation and chased after him to beat him. Zhao Xiaomi ran away. Zhao's mother stared at Sui Yu for a few times, then went in and asked, What do you like about her? She has no butt and no breasts, and she is as skinny as a skeleton. What do you like about her? Zhao Shiping felt uncomfortable when he heard this. What about liking or not? He frowned and said, Stop talking about that. You don't like her. Why marry her? Zhao didn't understand. If I have to say, she is smart, knows how to advance and retreat, knows how to look up and down, and is thick-skinned. This is better than others. Zhao Shiping thought seriously and finally decided. Prepare for it in the next 2 days. Hold a wedding banquet at home. And I will take her away after a clear road. I will pay for the groceries. After that, he put down his hands and went out. Sui Yu saw him coming out. She looked at him nervously and saw that he was still the same devil as before, and her heart fell. Thank you. She squeezed out 2 tears. Her flattery these days was still useful. Chapter 23. Don't Let Me Down. Grandma. He's a mute. Zhao Qingyu dragged Sui Liang in and shouted. Grandma. He can't speak. Sui Yu heard the sound and went to pull Sui Liang. Forcefully pried Zhao Qingyu's hand apart. And explained. Brother Liang will be able to speak when he grows up. Zhao Qingyu sneered at her. And then saw his third uncle staring at him. He lowered his head embarrassedly. This third uncle who didn't come home often had killed people. And he was always afraid of him. What can't you speak? Mother Zhao came over. Her old eyes gripping Sui Yu and her brother. Sui Liang can't speak. Zhao Shiping explained. And seeing the child blushing, he added, not being able to speak doesn't affect his work. He can do anything from cutting millet to picking soybeans. Mother Zhao glanced at Sui Liang and Sui Yu's hands. There were scabs of blood on their hands. And they looked like people who often went to the fields. She didn't say anything else. In the end, Sui Liang had nothing to do with her. As long as he wasn't disabled or stupid and could work. It didn't matter whether he could speak or not. Mother. Sui Yu called softly. Zhao's mother looked at her coldly and didn't answer. Sui Yu looked at Zhao Shiping, and he raised his eyebrows. What was he doing? Wasn't she very proud at home? Zhao Xiaomi came back again. She looked left and right and broke the silence in the room. Mother. My third brother is back. Do you want to buy meat? The butcher is here to tour the village. Eat. 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 You only know how to eat. Zhao's mother started to curse. And she cursed. You are disobedient and still want to eat meat. I want to drive you out with a big club. I won't even let you eat cow dung. Don't come back. Zhao Shiping turned a deaf ear to this. He turned around and took out a coin from the bag on the camel's back and threw it to his younger sister, saying, use it to buy meat. I'm hungry. Zhao Xiaomi picked up the copper coin and ran away laughing. 4 or 5 children in the yard ran out in a flash. They didn't care what happened at home. After all, Uncle San was a good man because he gave money to buy meat. Let's cook. Zhao's father, who was squatting at the wall, said, after dinner, I will inform the villagers. You can also clean up at home. It's just this matter. Don't embarrass yourself in front of outsiders. He was the head of the family. He spoke up. And Zhao's mother didn't say anything no matter how much she disagreed. Zhao Deseo and Zhao Erseo walked into the kitchen. On weekdays, there were no guests at home. So they didn't cook at noon. Mom, what are you cooking? Zhao Deseo asked. Cook a pot of dumpling soup and buy some meat to eat in the evening. Mother Zhao was so angry that she crossed her legs. She stared at the door and said, tell me, what did the third son like about her? She looked so gloomy, seeing that the marriage was already set in stone. The eldest and second wives of Zhao no longer responded to her. They were not going to be bad people now that the man was married. The third son of Zhao was not a good person to deal with. If he got upset one day and thought of it, he would be so angry that they would feel uncomfortable for half a year. Should I go in and help? Sui Yu asked Zhao Shiping for his opinion. What do you think? Sui Yu shook her head. He led the camel out. She pulled Sui Liang out with him and said, then I won't go. Mother is unhappy. Let her scold as much as she wants. I won't go and get in the way. Third son, where are you going? The neighbors in the alley thought he was leaving, pulling camels to graze. Oh, is this your wedding banquet? The person who spoke looked at Sui Yu and asked, where are you from? Girl? From Jiangnan. Sui Yu whispered, the banquet will be held in 2 days. Fifth brother, come over to have a drink then. Zhao Shiping replied. Sui Yu felt relieved. When he came back from the village, most of Zhao Shiping's relatives knew that he would hold a banquet to find a wife in 2 days. Before Zhao's father went to inform them, anxious people had already come to ask. The third son's wife was dragged down. Her father did not commit any crime. The third son was exiled here because he felt sorry for her. With Shangwan as a matchmaker, he brought her back. Zhao's father gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitterness. He was worried to death. In order to save face, he had to put on a smile to avoid being laughed at by outsiders. That girl is from a good family. If she hadn't been unlucky, how could the third son marry her? He used the old woman's words to fool people. To put it bluntly, if her family was still there, the third son would not be favored by others if he married into the family. She was exiled? A criminal slave? Zhao Shiping's grandfather was old and frail. He stroked his sparse beard and said with spit, "It's not customary to marry criminal slaves. Our ancestors for 4 or 5 generations were all innocent." The smile on Zhao's father's face froze. He didn't know what to say. Zhao's mother came out of the kitchen and said, "Nonsense. The third son's wife has a relationship with a high official. The slavery is only a matter of 1 or 2 years." She said it vaguely, but the listener believed it. Is that so? Shiping is not a confused child. There is no one more confused than him. Zhao's mother almost fainted. Outside the gate, Sui Yu looked up at the man 2 steps away from her and said with a smile, "Our parents are quite interesting." Zhao Shiping thought she was mocking him and didn't even raise his eyelids. Hearing the footsteps coming out, he waved his long arm and pulled Sui Yu and her brother and sister to hide behind the wall. If she can't get out of slavery in 2 or 3 years, I don't know how you can make excuses. Father Zhao blamed Mother Zhao for saying too much. The 2 places are hundreds of miles apart. If we don't say it, who will know? Mother Zhao had already made up her mind and had a countermeasure. She naturally accepted the things that she felt ashamed before. Seeing the people coming in from the door, she told him, "In the future, when you come back alone, don't say anything when people in the clan ask you." Zhao Shiping knew the kind of people his parents were. They valued face all their lives. They hid their broken arms in their sleeves. When they quarreled at home, they pretended to be harmonious when they went out. He didn't like this style, but he couldn't change it. So he ran away when he could, and came back 2 or 3 times a year. And both sides were happy. "Okay," he agreed. "Mother, you are right. Li Dui of Human Pass is my uncle's classmate. But the relationship between the 2 families is not very deep," Sui Yu said. "Really?" Mother Zhao left and turned back. Sui Yu pretended not to see Zhao Shiping's glare, nodded and said, "Absolutely true." Mother Zhao felt relieved. She was just worrying about which high-ranking official to ask the third son's wife to get in touch with. "Mom, the dumpling soup is ready." Zhao Xiaomi jumped out of the kitchen. "Eat, eat," Mother Zhao said. Sui Yu raised her foot to follow. And the next moment, her foot was stepped on. She explained in a low voice, "I'm trying to please Mother. Don't worry. We are so far apart. Even if she says I am Li Dui's daughter, the word won't reach Human Pass. I really want to strangle you to death." Zhao Shiping snorted. "Let's go. Eat. Aren't you hungry?" Sui Yu smiled at him. The atmosphere of this meal was better than Sui Yu expected. Although no one paid attention to her. No one scolded her either. "Third sister-in-law. This is the room where my third brother lived when he was at home. Mother said you slept here at night?" After dinner, Zhao Xiaomi led Sui Yu to clean up the old room. "Where is your third brother?" Sui Yu asked. Zhao Xiaomi didn't know. She saw that Sui Yu didn't bring any baggage, and her clothes were old and torn, full of patches. She leaned closer and asked, "Third sister-in-law, didn't my third brother buy you new clothes?" Sui Yu rubbed the corners of her clothes and whispered, "No. I'll go find Mother." Zhao Xiaomi jumped out like a monkey. She ran into the main room and said, "Mother, my third sister-in-law has no clothes to wear." "Third brother, didn't you buy new clothes for my third sister-in-law?" Zhao Shiping was stunned for a moment. He had never noticed this. "I'll go to the city to buy them," he said. "Second son's wife, lend her your red wedding dress for 1 day," Mother Zhao said. "It's just for 1 day. There's no need to spend money on it. Remember what I told you? Don't exaggerate." Zhao Shiping gave another reminder, turned around and went out to find Sui Yu. "Come on. I'll take you and Sui Lian to the city to buy 2 sets of clothes. Don't buy the red wedding dress. We're your second sister-in-laws." Mother Zhao chased after her and reminded her. Sui Yu nodded. "I understand." After the people left, Mother Zhao walked into the main room. She sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat and said, "It seems that the third son doesn't care much about her. He didn't even notice that she wore a set of tattered clothes for a month. Then why does he have to marry her?" Mother Zhao didn't understand. Who knows why he got so confused? He just likes to go against people. Thinking of this, Zhao's mother was angry again. She didn't let him go to the army to fight, but he climbed over the wall in the middle of the night and ran away. He ran away for half a month before he was about to go to the battlefield. He asked someone to send a message back saying that he was going to fight the Xiongnu bandits. Sui Yu and Sui Liang bought new clothes and came out of the city. It was already dark. When they got home, the Zhao family had already eaten. They left 3 bowls of rice warm in the pot for them, and a plate of stewed radish with meat. Zhao Shiping lit the oil lamp and squatted in the kitchen to eat. He said honestly, "Nothing is as delicious as your cooking. Where are you sleeping tonight?" Sui Yu asked abruptly. The man was silent. There were 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren in the family, and there were many children. There was no extra empty room. "If you don't want to sleep with me, then sleep on the floor under my bed." Sui Yu lowered her voice and begged, "If you sleep on the floor in the main room, I don't know what your mother will think." Zhao Shiping chewed the radish and stared at her, wondering, "Sleeping with you? How did you say it? Didn't your face turn red? What are you thinking about?" Sui Yu said with a smile, "I have Liang Gur in my bed." In terms of words, Zhao Shiping was not as bold as her. He lowered his head to eat and ignored her. "Or do you want to be a fake couple with me?" Sui Yu approached and asked. Zhao Shiping stood up in a flash, put down the bowl, and stopped eating. When Sui Yu washed the dishes and took the oil lamp back to the room, she saw that he was already lying on the ground. The ground was covered with hay, and the grass was covered with bamboo mats. He was dressed neatly and slept facing the wall. "Thank you," she said again. "Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Shiping didn't buy her trick. "Stop talking nonsense." Sui Yu followed the words in a weird way, but didn't dare to make a sound. She blew out the oil lamp in one breath, fell on the bed, and closed her eyes to sleep. The room was filled with 3 breathing sounds. Zhao Shiping was the most uncomfortable. Sui Yu and Sui Liang were okay. One had no distractions, and the other knew that Zhao Shiping had no distractions. The brother and sister fell asleep after brewing for a while. After his breathing became steady, Zhao Shiping turned over and sat up. He stared at the bed with his eyes wide open, and fell asleep only when he felt sleepy. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Zhao Shiping's family became busy. Old Zhao invited a cook, and cousins came to help wash vegetables and dishes. Those who came to help also brought low couches. The yard was covered with mats made of sorghum stalks, and the elderly and children sat on them to chat and talk. Sui Yu put on Zhao Erseo's red wedding dress. When she borrowed clothes in the morning, she stuffed 20 cents of wedding money into it. The originally reluctant person smiled instantly. There are no rules for holding weddings in the countryside like in wealthy families. Sui Yu has been here for 2 days, and she was spared the trivialities of borrowing a room to welcome the bride. She sat in the room where she slept for a day, listening to people in the yard discussing her. When the banquet started in the evening, Zhao Shiping opened the door in his wedding dress, and she followed him out to eat. Is Sui Ling's wedding banquet also held in this way? Sui Yu asked in a low voice. Yes. Oh, the bride and groom are here. Come and pay respect to heaven and earth. A cousin shouted. First pay respect to heaven and earth. Second pay respect to parents. Couple pay respect to each other. The ceremony is over. Sui Yu heard herself sighing. Her heart finally settled down. Her wandering fate took root a little deeper. She reached out and grabbed Zhao Shiping's hand. He tried to break free, but she held him tightly and said seriously, I asked for this marriage. I will treat you well in the future, and you should not let me down. Zhao Shiping did not move again, letting her hold his hand. Chapter 24 Sui Ling. You have no heart. The feast started before the sunset faded away, and the wedding banquet ended as soon as it got dark. Sui Yu followed Zhao Shiping to see off several uncles. When they turned back, the villagers in the village had already helped to clean up the leftovers, and the borrowed low couches and bowls and chopsticks were taken away by each family. Only 2 high-hanging red lanterns and the smell of wine and meat in the yard were left, indicating that the wedding came and went in a hurry. The relatives who had helped for a day carried the leftovers out, and Sui Yu walked out to see them off. She said gratefully, for the marriage of Shiping and me? You have been busy all day. Not tired. Not tired. We are happy to drink wedding wine. The wine, meat and food were good, which was what they were most satisfied with. After working hard in the fields for an autumn, their stomachs were lacking oil and water, and today's meal was a good meal. After the people walked away, Sui Yu turned around and went into the house. She went into the bedroom, took off her wedding dress, changed into a new set of clothes, and went out with a neatly folded red wedding dress. Second sister-in-law. I'm here to return the clothes. Or should I wash them and return them to you? No need to wash them. They're not dirty. They will fade if you wash them too much. Second sister-in-law Zhao took the wedding dress and put it into the house, saying, let your brother sleep with Qingmiu and the other 3 brothers tonight. Squeeze together. Just then, Zhao Shiping came in from outside the door. Hearing this, he refused. Sui Liang will sleep with us. Sui Yu looked at him dimly. Zhao Shiping didn't look at her. For the first time, he took the initiative to ask Sui Liang to wash his feet and go to bed. Everyone else in the family stared at him. The 2 brothers of the Zhao family felt that the 3rd brother was not a man. What was wrong with bringing his brother-in-law to sleep on the wedding night? Zhao's mother didn't have any expectations for Sui Yu's child. It didn't matter whether they had a wedding night or not. She didn't say anything and went straight into the house. The noises in the rooms gradually disappeared. The night was quiet. Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the bed and deliberately asked, are you sleeping on the floor tonight? Yes. Zhao Shiping brought hay to spread on the floor. He didn't even look at her. He spread the bamboo mat and lay down directly, facing the earth wall again. We are married. Sui Yu sighed slowly. Go to sleep. Zhao Shiping closed his eyes. Sui Yu put on her shoes and went to the floor. As soon as she took a step, the man sleeping on the floor sat up, like a wild donkey whose tail was stepped on. Zhao Shiping stared at her vigilantly and said, don't think about anything. What am I thinking about? Sui Yu asked knowingly. Go back to bed. Zhao Shiping stood up. He glanced at Sui Liang and said, close your eyes and cover your ears. Sui Liang did as he was told, and his eyeballs rolled under his eyelids. I don't sleep with you. And I don't like you. We can live together normally. But don't think about anything else. Zhao Shiping turned his eyes away from Sui Yu. Sui Yu wanted to hear this. She was happy. But she sat back on the bed with a gloomy face and repeated in disappointment, we are already married. It doesn't mean that we have to sleep in the same bed just because we are married. Then you have to sleep with me. Zhao Shiping almost choked to death. He stared at her in shock and shame. And scolded, you are so shameless. Sui Yu didn't say anything. I don't have that intention for you. And you don't have to think about it. Zhao Shiping sat down again and explained patiently, don't worry. I won't drive you away. Okay. I know. Sui Yu dragged Sui Liang to sleep next to her and said, come to the bed. We are not children playing house. We are just going through life. Who has one sleeping on the bed and the other sleeping on the floor? Winter will come in another month. Can you sleep on the floor all the time? Zhao Shiping was worried about her. So he sat still. I will never touch you without your consent. Sui Yu raised her hand and said seriously, I swear. Zhao Shiping stared at her, stood up in compromise, and said, you go to bed first. He put on his shoes and opened the door to go out. As soon as the person left, Sui Yu smiled, and she laid down happily, pulling up the linen sheet to cover herself. Zhao Shiping sat in the yard for a long time, his eyes staring into the distance. And suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He stood up and strode back to the room, walked to the side of the bed, and stared down at Sui Yu. Sui Yu opened one eye and asked, do you regret it? You did it on purpose. Zhao Shiping was not sure. What? Zhao Shiping stared at her inquiringly, making Sui Yu's hair stand on end. She gathered her strength and looked back at him, reaching out to slowly unbutton her clothes, saying, your mother said I have no breasts and no buttocks. Take a look. Before she finished her words, the man beside the bed turned and left. Zhao Shiping walked to the other side with a choked breath and sat down. The old wooden bed creaked a few times. He lay down, like a coffin board, lying stiffly at Sui Liang's feet. Sui Yu sat up and asked, why don't you sleep here? I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Zhao Shiping wanted to strangle her to death. You are a bad person. I'm concerned about you. No one would unbutton in front of their brothers. Zhao Shiping stared at her with his eyes open. Sui Yu avoided his sight, turned her head and lay down, and said vaguely, I don't know what you are talking about. Zhao Shiping snorted. The room fell into silence. Sui Yu was in a very good mood and covered her head to bruise sleep. Suddenly the bedboard lightened, and then her calf was twisted hard. Zhao Shiping was still angry after all. He laid down again after hearing her cry of pain. You took the initiative to touch me. I can touch you like this every day. Sui Yu choked, and she swallowed this loss in silence. The boy sleeping in the middle did not move and pretended to sleep, with his eyes tightly closed. When the moon climbed over the roof, The small courtyard trapped in the night became completely quiet, and Zhao's mother walked out of the toilet quietly. I didn't do anything, she said to the old man. It's good, so as not to give birth to a little slave. Zhao's father didn't say anything, and closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. The stubborn third son talked a lot in front of his wife, and the two chatted for a long time. Zhao's mother said again, if she wasn't smart, how could the third son keep her? Zhao's father sighed and said, forget it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Let him toss. Anyway, it's impossible to control it. Zhao's mother didn't sleep much the previous 2 nights. Now that the dust had settled, she felt sleepy. She sighed and fell asleep. After 3 cockcrows, the sky turned from dark to bright. The people in the village opened their doors one after another, and men and women carried farm tools and went out to work in the fields. Zhao Shiping also went to the fields with his father. There were many people in the family and a lot of land. There were still more than 10 acres of beans in the fields that had not been harvested. Sui Yu brought Sui Liang to help beat millet ears at home. The flat drying ground was covered with thick millet ears. After drying, the donkey was put on the stone mill and circled in the drying ground. People used mallets to beat those that were not pressed by the stone mill. After an hour, the donkey was tired. Zhao's mother called her eldest grandson to lead the donkey to eat grass, and let someone else pull the mill to run under the sun. The sweat slid down her eyes and stung her eyes. Sui Yu closed her eyes and shook her head, wiping the sweat randomly. She shook the millet stalks in her hands and continued to beat in another place. Zhao's mother stared at her from time to time. Regardless of her status, she had no faults with Sui Yu's performance. She knew what was going on, was not squeamish, and was willing to work hard. She was a diligent person. Going back to eat at noon, Sui Yu was too tired to straighten her back. She walked to Zhao Shiping with a dusty face and sat down, panting and saying, I'm dying of exhaustion. Zhao Shiping didn't want to pay attention to her, but when he saw her lying on his knees with her eyes closed and about to fall asleep, he said, you rest at home in the afternoon. No, your mother likes a diligent daughter-in-law. Even if you harvest 2 acres of crops a day, she won't like you, unless you die of exhaustion in the field. Alas, Sui Yu sighed. It's time to eat. Zhao Xiaomi shouted happily. I stewed a chicken today. Third brother and sister-in-law. You stay a few more days, and mother will kill a chicken in 2 days. Have you harvested the crops in your field? Zhao's father asked. There are still 3 acres of sorghum, and the bean stalks have not been pulled out yet. Zhao Shiping did not hide it and said, I will be back the day after tomorrow after I help the family harvest beans. You have your elder brother and second brother, so you don't need to stay at home. You will leave tomorrow and go back to do your own things. Zhao's father waved his hand and turned to Zhao's mother and said, put 2 baskets of radishes harvested at home for him, and take away pickled and dried vegetables. This year's wheat harvest is good, so bring him a can of gray flour. I don't want it. I don't need it. Zhao Shiping refused. You didn't need it in previous years, and you don't need it this year? Zhao's mother stared at Sui Yu coldly. Sui Yu lowered her head and said nothing. Zhao Shiping thought and said, there is enough food. Just give me some vegetables. I will plant vegetables in the vegetable garden when spring comes. Sui Yu followed and spoke. Then take some rapeseed back. I'll keep some extra. Mother Zhao looked at her then. Next year I'll buy a piglet and raise it, and sell it at the end of the year. With this money, the pressure in sheeping will be less. Sui Yu looked at Mother Zhao and said, Mom, please keep an eye out for me. You know a lot of people, and you know which sows are good. It's not easy to raise piglets. I've raised them 4 times, and none of them survived. Mother Zhao muttered that she, an old farmer, didn't have the ability, and Sui Yu, a young lady, couldn't do it either. You'll know only if you try. Sui Yu insisted. Mother Zhao glanced at the third child, and seeing that he didn't object, she changed her words and said, you can't farm, so you can only try raising pigs. I'll keep an eye out for you next year. Thank you, Mother. Sui Yu smiled. Mother Zhao hesitated vaguely, thinking that this daughter-in-law was just a little sweet-mouthed. After dinner, they continued to work. The donkey was tied with a rope and went to the field to pull the stone mill. Compared with the cow, its size was at a disadvantage. In less than an hour, it was exhausted and foamed at the mouth. Mom, why don't you raise a cow? Sui Yu asked. The government has oxen for farming. What's the point of raising cows? You can't sell them or kill them for meat. Raising cows doesn't make money. Zhao's mother looked at her like a fool. Sui Yu shut up and continued to work. After a tiring day in the drying yard, Sui Yu was completely exhausted. Her waist and arms hurt. She couldn't straighten her back or lift her arms. When she went home at night, she didn't have the energy to talk, let alone to please anyone. As soon as her body touched the bed, she fell asleep in a moment. Zhao Shiping came back from the river and opened the door to enter the house. The brother and sister on the bed were not startled. He felt relieved and could have a quiet night. Sui Yu went to bed early, so she woke up early. When Zhao Shiping got up, she heard the noise and sat up, asking, "When are we going back today?" "Leave after breakfast. Then I'll help with the cooking." Sui Yu woke Sui Lian up and said, "Pack your clothes. We'll get going after dinner." Zhao Shiping went to lead the camel back, tied 2 baskets of radishes on the camel's back, and took them off before the knot was tied. "Don't take the radishes. I'll just take some pickled and dried vegetables." He felt sorry for the camel carrying too much weight, and it would get sick after a long journey. Several people in the Zhao family knew that his old illness had come back, and Zhao's father said in a hoarse voice, "It's just a thing that carries things. If you really care about it, you shouldn't ride on its back. You carry it and run." Zhao Shiping ignored him. He carried a basket of radishes out and buried them one by one in the sand pit. Sui Yu came out of the kitchen to help him, muttering, "It turns out that anyone who stays with you can't help but lose their temper. You can leave." "I won't leave. I don't want to see you regret it." Zhao Shiping was too lazy to pay attention to her, thinking that he had to treat her like a cow, and she would be quiet when she was tired. 2 large baskets of dried vegetables were filled, and Zhao Shiping was persuaded to take 2 cans of pickled vegetables. Zhao's mother gave Sui Yu a large bag of rapeseed and said, "You can grow your own crops next year. I will no longer prepare vegetables for that stubborn guy." "Okay. Thank you, mother." Sui Yu took the rapeseed and said, "Mother, please help me keep an eye on buying piglets." "Let's go," Zhao Shiping urged. "I'll be right there." Sui Yu ran out quickly, stepped on his knees and hands, and flipped onto the camel's back. 2 tall camels carried people out of the village, left the densely populated village, and went to the official road. As the whistle sounded, the camels ran wildly, traveling during the day and staying overnight. The post station was not open to civilians. Zhao Shiping had no official business and could not stay in the post station, so he could only spend the night in the villages along the road. Sui Yu roughly estimated that the cost of food and accommodation from Dunhuang to Jiuquan was not small. No wonder it was difficult for the ancients to travel. "When I regain my freedom one day, I will open an inn in Dunhuang to provide food and accommodation for passers-by." Sui Yu looked at the camels running side by side and asked the man pretending to be deaf and dumb, "Is this feasible? I will ask for you in 20 years. You are really a bummer." In a blink of an eye, the winding great wall built against the mountain was seen. Sui Yu saw the bare-chested laborers carrying mud and sand, the supervisors riding on horses and shouting loudly. The curses drifted with the wind, and the dust smelled with blood. At the foot of the great wall, Sui Hui picked up the bean and rice that had been knocked to the ground. The beans and rice were mixed with ash and tears, and gathered together in a coarse pottery bowl like a bowl of discolored sheep dung eggs. She looked at Sui Winan, who was carrying stones up the mountain with whip wounds. In just 1 month, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Sui Winan took advantage of the supervisor's inattention to signal Sui Hui to leave quickly. Sui Hui sat there and quietly finished the rice she picked up from the ground. The sand and stones hurt her teeth, but she seemed not to notice and swallowed it mouthful by mouthful. After eating the last grain of rice, she took the empty bowl and left. "Sister, I finally waited for you. Can you talk to Lord Hu and let me work in the mansion? Don't you know that Qian Wei's mother?" Sui Ling saw that she was only interested in telling people about her grievances, and didn't notice that Sui Hui's face was wrong at all. "You can walk outside. Have you visited Big Brother?" Sui Hui asked softly. Sui Ling was stunned. "What's wrong with Big Brother?" Sui Hui slapped her backhand and said, "Sui Ling, you are heartless. Go away. Don't come to me again." Chapter 25. You have changed too much. 10 days after leaving home, rats gnawed the food cabinet and smashed the oil tank while people were away. The remaining lard in the tank was eaten up. Sui Yu hurriedly checked the millet and ash flour stored in the large pottery jar. Fortunately, The stone on the jar cover was heavy, so the rats did not get in, and the food was not destroyed by them. Get a cat. These rats are lawless. She carried a fire stick and looked for rat holes along the cracks in the wall. Cursing, you are asking for death. Don't let me catch you. Zhao Shiping brought grass back to the camel. He didn't have time to drink a sip of water, so he moved the food cabinet out first and said, don't look for it. The rats can climb down from the beams on the roof. Then get a cat. Suiyu came out with a tree stump. She put out the fire before leaving home, and now there is no fire to cook. I'll go out and borrow a fire. She walked out. The stump has been burned out. I'll change it later. You go do other things first. Zhao Shiping stopped her and said, go to the woodshed and get a stump to put at the foot of the wall to dry in the sun. Suiyu asked Cui Liang to get it. She took a basin of water and went into the house to clean the dust. The house was made of earthen walls, and there was a lot of dust. If it was not cleaned for a day, it would be dusty. The bamboo mats on the ground were covered with a lot of dust. Every step left a footprint. Outside the house, Zhao Shiping was chopping wood with a machete to repair the food cabinet. But the tools were not good enough, and the holes gnawed by rats became bigger and bigger in his hands. He lost his patience, went into the house, grabbed a handful of copper coins from the box, carried the food cabinet, and went out to find a carpenter. I'll go out for a while, he said. Suiyu went out with water. Seeing his movements, she knew where he was going. She splashed the dirty water in the yard and said, Brother Liang, sweep the yard. One of the siblings was sweeping the yard outside, while the other was wiping mats in the house. 2 chickens that were fostered at the neighbor's house heard the noise and ran back, clucking with their breasts sticking out. Cui Liang dropped his broom and ran into the woodshed, quietly grabbing a handful of soybean meal for camels and throwing it into the chicken coop to feed the chickens. Brother Liang, is your sister home? Cui Ling poked her head in and walked in. Suiyu heard the noise and opened the door. Why are you here? Can't come? The obvious indifference in his words made Cui Ling even angrier. Suiyu brought out a basin, scooped water, and sprinkled it in the yard to suppress the dust. She said seriously, Zhao Shiping doesn't like me to have contact with you. Don't come here if it's not important. Cui Ling showed sarcasm. Do you just listen to him? Not everyone is willing to take me and Liang Gur in. How does he treat you? Qian Wei is not good to me, and his mother is even more mean. She starts to find fault every day when she opens her mouth. She scolds me when she eats. If I sit down to rest for a while, she will be an eyesore. She will scold me endlessly at the top of her voice. Cui Ling didn't care about how Suiyu was doing. She just came here to vent her emotions. After the yard was swept clean, Suiyu went into the woodshed to get a polished stick with a pointed head, and took the machete away. She squatted next to the stump and started chopping wood chips. On the way to Exile, she saw those volunteers making fire by drilling wood to make fire. Are you listening to me? Cui Ling stopped talking when she heard the sound of chopping wood. Your mother-in-law is watching you so closely. And you still run out? Suiyu said without raising her head, go back and make dinner quickly. Otherwise she will come to my house and scold you when she is not around. She doesn't let me cook because she thinks I waste things. Cui Ling could only relax during the 3 meals a day. She walked over and stood against the wall, and saw Suiyu kneeling on the ground, holding a stick and rubbing it hard, with his waist bent and his neck hanging down, which was exactly the same posture as the gatekeeper's wife she had seen by chance. She seemed to be able to see Suiyu's old age at a glance. Cui Ling looked away at the camel eating grass in the pen, and whispered, have you visited my eldest brother? He is repairing the Great Wall in the far west. Suiyu was stunned for a moment, and his hand movements were a little slow, and the sparks from rubbing disappeared. She put down the stick and shook her hands, shaking her head, and said, no. I promised Zhao Shiping that I would not associate with you. You should leave too. He will be unhappy when he sees you when he comes back later. Cui Ling was completely disappointed with her. She looked at Suiyu as if she were a stranger and cursed, you have completely changed. You are a lady from a rich family, but you obey the orders of an illiterate soldier, and are so servile that you have no bones. You were quite arrogant on the way to Exile, looking down on this and that. How come you have become like this now? You have no opinions of your own. If it were up to you, I wouldn't have let you in. Suiyu laughed. She looked up at Cui Ling and said, I was the one who misjudged you. I thought you were raised too innocently by your family, so you were stupid and willful. I didn't expect that you were still quite clear-headed, but too opinionated. No. I was wrong. You are still stupid. A lady from a rich family? Or me? You have just had a few days of peace and stability? You are still holding on to yourself as a lady from a rich family? Sui Ling didn't listen to her and still insisted. You have changed too much. Sui, you admitted this. I have changed a lot. I want to live. I want to have enough food. I want to eat meat every meal. I don't want to live a hard life anymore. And I don't want to be reduced to a plaything. I hope my life will get better little by little. This dynasty is not her era. Common people have no human rights. Not to mention that she is a slave. Even if she has thousands of ideas, she cannot break the shackles by herself. So she has to please people. Please this dynasty. And submit to this dynasty. Only by living long can she have a future. Sui Ling, I will advise you one last time. Recognize the current situation and don't indulge in the rich days in the past. No one will look up to you just because you are a lady from a high family. Sui Yu pushed her out with a stick and said, if you are stupid, think about the few nights in the brothel. Don't go in again. A gust of wind blew, and Sui Ling shuddered. Sui Yu closed the door in front of her. She stood in the yard in a trance for a long time. And then she came back to her senses, and continued to rub the fire. Zhao Shiping came back carrying the repaired food cabinet. He lowered his head, and didn't look at the road ahead, until he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He tilted his head and looked over. Recognized the person, and lowered his head again. Sui Yu said, you don't let her have any contact with me. Zhao Shiping ignored her, and walked straight past people. Open the door, he shouted. Sui Liang ran to open the door. And when the person went in, he leaned out to look. Then quickly retracted his head, and closed the door again. The food cabinet fell to the ground. Smoke came out of the tree stump. And a handful of sawdust ignited a flame. Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief and asked immediately, what should I do next? Let it burn. Or add more firewood. Add more firewood. Zhao Shiping stared at her. Sui Yu ran into the kitchen to break off a piece of cow dung. And ran out to throw it on the flames. Cow dung is durable. And when the cow dung is burned out, the tree stump can also burn a pit. She came to ask me if you are good to me. And I said you are a good person. Sui Yu went to scoop water to wash her hands and said, there is no water in the water tank. Zhao Shiping had just moved the food cabinet into the kitchen. And when he came out, he picked up the pole and hooked the bucket. When they passed each other, he said, don't forget what you promised. I know. She won't come again. Sui Yu shrugged. And she went into the kitchen to scoop millet and wash it. Sui Liang brought burning cow dung to the stove hole. And then took a pile of dried dung to continue burning. The fire in the stove was burning. Sui Yu stepped on a few firewood and piled them on the ground. And shouted to the outside, Brother Liang, you come to watch the fire. I'll soak some dried radish. And I have to buy oil. She went into the house to get money. And then went out with the jar. And said, you come to lock the door. And your brother-in-law will come back to fetch water, and open the door. Sui Liang ran over and looked out again. But Sui Ling was no longer in the alley. When did you come back? Auntie Sun at the end of the alley asked. I went into the city after noon. Is the wedding banquet held? Sui Yu smiled and nodded. It's been done in the old house. Will it be done here? The gift money sent by Mr. Zhao has not been collected yet. Mrs. Sun kindly reminded. Sui Yu didn't know. So she just said to listen to Zhao Shiping. She went to the oil shop to buy a can of soybean oil. When she came back, the millet porridge was boiled. Zhao Shiping sat by the stove and made a fire. He used the time to sharpen the machete when adding firewood. Are you going to the river to take a bath in the evening? Sui Yu asked as she entered the door. The grass net is hung on the wall. If you go to the river to take a bath, help me lower the net. I will sell the fish and buy a pound of meat to make oil. I found that you like to eat dishes fried with animal oil. The man's sharpening of the knife slowed down. He nodded and said, if you want to buy meat, I will give you money. How much money do you have? Sui Yu looked back at him and asked again, have you received your salary this year? Is it paid at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year? It's the New Year's Day. I should still have 10 or so strings of cash. There are still 3 months until the new year. So save the money you have and don't spend it much. Just in case of an accident. Sui Yu wrung out the washed radish strips. And she pondered and asked, can we eat mixed radish strips tonight? It's up to you. If it's up to her, then she won't cook. There's porridge in the pot. And she has to scrape the rice and wash the pot when cooking. Which is too troublesome. I'll think of ways to make money. If we make money, we'll eat better. If we don't make money, we'll suffer a little. If there's no big money to spend in these 3 months, I'll buy more pork during the new year and stew it for you. Sui Yu picked up what she said before. Zhao Shiping didn't think he had a big money to spend, except for the 2 skinny guys at home who were sick and spent money on medicine and medical treatment. He put down the shiny machete, went into the house, took out 4 strings of money, and put them into the wooden box where she usually took money, and came out and said, I will keep 6 strings of money in my hand, and give you 4 strings of money to buy vegetables. You can use it as you see fit. You can't live a bad life. Not eating well will hurt your body. I do heavy work and can't afford to waste time with you. I won't let you waste time with me. Don't worry. Even if my sister and I starve to death, we will let you eat enough. Sui Yu turned around and fell. Zhao Shiping seemed not to hear her weird tone. He sat down and lit the fire in a good mood. Before the meal, she was angry for a while. During the meal, Zhao Shiping felt that his ears were very quiet. He had a good appetite and drank 4 bowls of porridge before he put down his chopsticks. There is still half a bowl in the pot. You should eat it too, so as not to attract mice at night. Sui Yu took the bowl to serve him. Are you full? It doesn't matter if we are full or not, as long as we are not starving to death. Sui Yu handed him the bowl with a fake smile and said, just eat until you are full and fat. Zhao Shiping nodded in agreement. Sui Yu frowned for a second, then thought about it for a moment. And then she smiled again. Don't you think I care about you now? Or do you like me? Zhao Shiping lost his appetite instantly. He put down the bowl and said with disgust, you should talk less. Sui Yu picked up the bowl to wash. Muttered, don't think about it. I'm talking to 2 people. Right. Liang brother? Sui Liang nodded repeatedly. The man sneered. He went into the house to get clothes, and went out to take a bath in the river. Grass net. Sui Yu ran out to remind. Take it. Zhao Shiping walked out and turned back. He called Sui Liang, saying, it's not cold yet. You should go take a bath in the river too. Sui Liang refused. He sat still. He's taking a bath at home. Sui Yu spoke up. Sui Liang was timid, and would not go with others after dark. Zhao Shiping left. Sui Yu asked Sui Liang to light the fire. She used a steamer to boil half a bucket of hot water, and mixed it with cold water to wash. It was a bit cold at night in September. At night, the 3 of them slept separately. Sui Yu looked at the wolf skin hanging on the wall in the moonlight and asked, did you kill the wolf yourself? Yes. Are you going to kill wolves this year? Zhao Shiping turned over and ignored her. Wolves don't grow in the ground. He can just go over and chop them back with a knife. Andy-san asked me today if you will still hold a wedding banquet at home. And how many tables of wine can you get back the gift money? Sui Yu changed the subject. No. Zhao Shiping was ashamed. And he hated the brothers who came to drink and pitied him. Just as Sui Yu expected. At dawn, when Sui Yu was cooking, Zhao Shiping went to the river to collect the nets, and brought back 2 buckets of water by the way. Since she came to this family, the family has been using a lot of water. However, there were no fish in the net, and the bottom of the grass net was rotten. Zhao Shiping brought back a rotten net and said, I'll come back to fix it in the evening. Your weaving is not good enough. Okay. Thank you first. Sui Yu served him food and asked, what work you have to do today? Pull bean stalks or cut sorghum? Pull the bean stalks first. Pull them up and dry them for 2 days. Then pull them back. Chop the thin stalks and feed the camels in winter. And use the thick stalks for firewood. Zhao Shiping glanced at her and said, you and Sui Liang go to cut golden flower grass. Cut them and put them on the ground to dry. And then pull them back after drying. Sui Yu listened to his arrangements. After dinner, Zhao Shiping led the camel and took the 2 people to the north. He planted 2 acres of golden flower grass, which camels love to eat, on the sandy land near the sand hill. As long as the roots are not pulled out, it will continue to grow, and one crop can grow for 2 or 3 years. Sui Yu went over and saw that it was alfalfa. It had not yet frosted, and the alfalfa was green. The camel won't run far. You don't have to worry about it, Zhao Shiping said. Go back early at noon and bring the cooked food to me. Okay. 2 camels stepped into the field to eat alfalfa. Sui Yu took Sui Liang to the other side to cut grass. Zhao Shiping looked for a while and felt that there would be no problem. So he turned around and walked back. After returning, he first asked Aunt Sun to buy 4 baskets of radishes and carried them back. The radishes were buried in the sand pit of the camel pen, which was enough for a whole winter. The family of 3 was busy at both ends. The bean stalks were pulled out of the soil and dried in 2 days. The alfalfa was spread on the sandy land that absorbed heat and dried in 2 hours. The camels, which had just rested for 2 days, started working again, pulling hay during the day and pulling bean stalks at night. On a night with a bright moon hanging high in the sky, Sui Liang was guarding the stove and watching the fire in the kitchen. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping were busy outside the house. The woman stepped on the bean stalks to pile them flat, and the man stood on the ground and picked up the bundles of bean stalks and threw them on the pile. On the other side of the gate, the height of the haystack had exceeded the courtyard wall. Captain Zhao, don't forget to collect grain tomorrow. The grain officer passed by and informed him. Okay, I won't forget. Zhao Shiping sighed. The grain tank at home was empty. For the first time, he felt the pressure of being chased by a mouse. When the man was about to walk out of the alley, Zhao Shiping suddenly remembered something. He threw away the bundle of bean stalks and chased after him, calling him and asking, Grain Officer Zhou, are there any cat officers in the grain station? I want to ask for one back. My house is infested with mice. Chapter 26. It is your blessing to marry me. The sun was blazing. The dry ground was hot enough to burn feet. People squatted to bundle bean stalks. Their buttocks were about to smoke, and the dried and hard bean stalks were even more prickly, leaving a bloody mark if not careful. Zhao Shiping stepped on the bean stalks and pulled the straw rope to tie them up. With a little force from his strong arms, he lifted up 2 bundles of bean stalks and threw them into the basket on the camel's back. In the next moment, Sui Yu sat on the ground and stared at him. The man worked vigorously, striding and lifting his legs neatly and powerfully, like a wild leopard. The coarse linen clothes on his body were wet with sweat and stuck to his body, but he seemed not to feel the heat, and there was no expression of distress and irritability on his face. She thought to herself that he was worthy of being a survivor of the battlefield, and his endurance was better than that of ordinary people. Is it time to go back? She asked. You and Sui Liang go back first. I'll make 2 bundles and carry them back. We still have to go to the grain station to get grain. If we are late, the grain officer might be off duty, Sui Yu reminded. Zhao Shiping stood up after hearing this and thought for a moment, then put away his machete and prepared to go home. I'm too tired to walk. You carry me. Sui Yu sat still. Zhao Shiping turned his head and stared at her, and he drove the camel away mercilessly. Hey! Sui Yu stood up with difficulty, pulling the bean stalks, and she trotted after him. You are so ruthless. I am so tired working for you. Zhao Shiping ignored her. The camel walked in front, and the man walked behind. When they arrived at the sorghum field, the camel saw Sui Liang and snorted. Zhao Shiping whistled. He crossed the field and picked up the hump where Sui Liang had put the camel, and whispered, Hold the rope tightly. Don't move. He went downstairs again and picked up half a basket of sorghum ears. Sui Yu looked at him and picked up a grass stem and bit it. After walking out of the ridge and reaching the river, Zhao Shiping put down the basket. He rolled up his trousers and went into the river to collect the net. The water in the river was fast and people standing in it could be washed away if they slipped. Is there any movement in the net? Sui Yu asked. There are fish. Zhao Shiping held the net mouth and lifted the grass net out of the water. There were only 2 fish in the grass net that could hold the basket. One of them was not much longer than his finger and was almost stuck in the mesh. Are you going to lower the net again? He asked her. Let them go. Come back to collect them in the evening and see if you can catch 2 more. Sui Yu washed her face with water and sighed. Such a big river. How can there be so few fish in it? Living water can't hold fish. And there is no lake upstream. Where can the fish come from? Zhao Shiping threw the 2 fish ashore. He walked to the shallow water to wash his face and feet, and said, If there were more fish, it would be your turn to make a fortune. Sui Yu rolled up her sleeves and put her arms in the water. The cool water washed her sore muscles. She suddenly felt lazy and didn't want to eat. She just wanted to soak in the river and take a nap. Let's go! The man picked up the fish and stood aside to urge. I can't walk anymore. Let me rest for a while. Zhao Shiping stared at her for a moment, seeing that she didn't seem to be pretending. He went to lead another camel over and said, Sit on it. Aren't you afraid that I will crush your camel? Sui Yu walked over and stepped on his legs. Then he threw her, and she sat astride the camel's humps with her legs on the bean pole. Looking down, he was holding a fish in one hand and a basket in the other, following the camel in silence. Sui Yu didn't say anything else. She took this opportunity to rest. She had to light a fire and cook when she got home. The soybean field is not far from home, but there are many lanes in the military settlement, and it takes time to go around. When we entered the 13th village, the sun was almost above our heads. From a distance, Sui Yu heard a sharp curse. The voice sounded familiar to her. It was Qian's mother's voice, probably scolding Sui Ling again. I asked you to cook at home, but the water in the pot is still cold. You can't even light a fire. What's the use of you? Qian's mother twisted Sui Ling's ear and cursed with a ferocious face. I'm exhausted in the field. And you're lying at home as a young lady. When did you get up? I got up a long time ago, but I don't know how to light a fire. The fire goes out when I put dry firewood on it. Sui Ling was also annoyed. She didn't know what was wrong with the shit stove. It wouldn't light no matter how hard she tried. How many times have I taught you? Even if I stuff a pig into my mouth, the pig will learn it. Mother Qian slapped her in the face. She was so angry that she felt dizzy. She turned around and scolded her son. Blind thing. You picked her up when your eyes are full of shit. You go to the fields to work in the afternoon. Just imitate your cousin and do whatever she does. Sui Ling didn't say anything. Mother Qian was in a hurry to cook, so she let her go for the time being. When she walked to the kitchen, she said, There's no food for you at noon. Starve. Sui Ling ran away. She wanted to find Sui Yu. She ran into the second alley and saw Zhao Shiping piling firewood outside the door. She turned around and ran to find Sui Hui again. I'm going to get food. Zhao Shiping went into the house to get a shoulder pole. Do you want me to follow you? Sui Yu asked. What are you going to do? You can cook at home. Liang Gur. Follow her. Bring a fish. And bring back a cat. Sui Yu said. Sui Liang was interested in this matter. He stuffed another beanstalk into the stove, ran out, and chose a small fish from the bucket to follow him out. You come and lock the door. Don't open it until I come back, Zhao Shiping said. Why lock the door in the middle of the day? No one will steal your woman when you are not at home. Sui Yu didn't want to move. Zhao Shiping was too lazy to waste words with her. He simply took the key and locked the door from the outside after going out. Hearing the sound of the lock, Sui Yu was full of doubts and cursed again for being fickle and thinking one thing after another. The bean rice in the pot was steamed. Sui Yu opened the lid of the pot and took the steamer. When the water in the pot dried up, she picked up the oil can and poured it around. Then she poured the cut radish into it and stir-fried it. After the radish was fried soft, pour a bowl of water and cover the pot with the lid. She picked up the rag and wiped the stove, then turned around and went out to kill the fish. When Qian's mother came over, she saw that the door was locked from the outside, but the chimney was smoking. She looked into the yard through the crack in the door and happened to see Sui Yu scooping water to wash the fish she had killed. Aren't you the girl who sold me the fish? Sui Yu looked over when she heard the voice. An eye that appeared through the crack in the door startled her. Her dizzy mind suddenly became clear. She walked over and asked, Who is it? Is Sui Ling at your house? Qian's mother asked. No. She hasn't been here. Sui Yu probably understood the man's intention to lock the door. Qian's mother cursed, and with the desire to get something for nothing, she stared at the fish in Sui Yu's hand and said confidently, Give me the fish in your hand. Sui Yu rolled her eyes, and she turned and left. Qian's mother cursed a few words, kicked the door twice, and turned back to serve the rice to the field. Sui Yu stood in the kitchen and listened to the noise outside die down. She lifted the lid of the pot and shoveled the radish into a large ceramic bowl. She washed the pot with great effort, then poured oil to fry the fish. There was only one fish, and the family didn't buy tofu. She remembered that there were 2 jars of pickled cabbage. While the fish soup was being stewed, she went to get a handful of pickled cabbage, washed it, chopped it up, and threw it into the fish soup. At least it had a sour taste. When the fish soup was ready, there was movement outside the door. Zhao Shiping came in with a load of grain, and Sui Liang followed behind with a tabby cat. The cat was reluctant before entering the door. When the door opened, it smelled the fishy smell and jumped into the yard. It pounced on 2 chickens and occupied 2 fish gills. This cat is quite big. Sui Yu squatted down to look. Grain Officer Zhou said it was good at catching mice and liked to fight. Zhao Shiping put down his load and asked, Is the meal ready? Let's eat first. I'm hungry. Afraid that the cat would run away, Sui Yu tied the rope that tied the cat to a stone. When serving the rice, he scooped fish soup and mixed it with a spoonful of bean rice and asked, "What's its name?" "Cat officer." There were hundreds of cats in the grain station, all of whom were called cat officers. Sui Yu passed by with dishes and took a look. She thought the name was domineering and cute, so she decided not to change it. The three of them were very hungry. When the food was served, Sui Yu didn't want to talk anymore. She scooped fish soup into the bowl and mixed it with bean rice. She picked up 2 chopsticks of radish and put it on the rice. After 2 mouthfuls of rice and 1 mouthful of vegetables, the whole bowl of rice was empty, and her stomach was no longer empty. Zhao Shiping came in with the second bowl of rice. Seeing that she put the bowl down, he said, "Are you full now? There's still rice in the pot." Sui Yu shook her head. "No, I don't want to eat anymore. I want to sleep for a while. After you finish your meal, put the bowl in the pot and I'll wash it when I cook in the evening. I'll only sleep for a short while. Call me when you go to work in the fields. Okay?" Zhao Shiping picked up the big ceramic bowl and poured the fish soup. He scraped all the pickled cabbage clean, handed the fish over, and said, "You two can share it." Sui Yu stared at him in surprise. "You two are too thin, and you always complain about being tired." Zhao Shiping looked at her with disdain, and added, "Eat more and work more." Sui Yu smiled knowingly, and she picked up the chopsticks to pick up the fish meat, first giving Sui Liang half, throwing the fish tail to the cat official, and the rest was hers. "You are concerned about me, right?" She smiled secretly. The man ignored her, ate the rice in big mouthfuls, and strode out to get more rice. But he turned back after leaving the door, lowered his eyes, and took the radish away, got the rice, and squatted in the kitchen to eat alone. Sui Yu laughed out loud, and the cat official outside the door was so shocked that he stared at her with wide eyes. Sui Yu was in a good mood. After eating the fish, she gave the fish skeleton and head to the cat official and said, "There are many mice in my house. You can stay here with peace of mind. Your husband can catch fish. If there are no mice to eat, I will catch fish for you." "I didn't promise. Whoever promised should catch them," Zhao Shiping said in the kitchen. "I will catch them if I catch them." Sui Yu took the bowl into the kitchen and turned to pick up the food in the basket. One basket contained millet with shells, and the other contained soybeans, wheat, and taro. It will take another day to pull the bean stalks. After pulling the bean stalks, I will have another day to grind millet and wheat. Zhao Shiping was full. He put down the bowl and picked up the food and put it in the pottery jar first. Sui Yu tried to lift the millet and asked, "Is this 1 stone? How many pounds?" 120 pounds. Zhao Shiping looked at her with a strange look and said sarcastically, "You are really a young lady who has never touched water." Sui Yu said nothing. This bag of millet was not as heavy as her, so it must not be 120 pounds. She remembered that 1 pound in this dynasty was only 5 taels, which means that millet with shells only weighed 60 pounds. "After your colleagues got married and had children, did their wives and children get land, and the harvested grains also share the ratio of 40% to 60%? She asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. He was now using 1 person's ration to feed 3 mouths. Alas! Sui Yu sighed. She glanced outside and saw Sui Liang playing with the cat official. She whispered, "No wonder you don't want to consummate the marriage with me. If you have another mouth, you will have to go out and beg for food." In broad daylight, Zhao Shiping glared at her. He strode out to lead the camel without saying hello and went straight to the field to work. After the people left, Sui Yu laughed twice. But after the joy, she became worried again. Money. Money. Where can I earn it? She quickly washed the pots and dishes, cleaned up the kitchen, and Sui Yu told Sui Liang that she went into the house and lay on the bamboo mat to rest for a while. When the shadow cast by the house covered the water tank, Sui Liang ran into the house and woke Sui Yu up. The brother and sister packed up, took the water bag, locked the door, and went to the field. "Boss, I'm here." Before seeing her, Zhao Shiping heard her yelling. He didn't even raise his head, just worked silently, not giving Sui Yu a chance to talk nonsense. Sui Yu sent Sui Liang to the sorghum field, and she went to the field to pull bean stalks. Once she started working, her waist and arms ached, and she didn't want to tease the bull-like man. At this moment, she only envied his endless energy. After Zhao Shiping pulled a row of bean stalks, he got up and went to the field to drink water. Turning around, he saw Sui Yu was so tired that her face turned pale. He threw the water bag to her with a stern face and said, "Drink the water and go back. Don't die of exhaustion in the field." Sui Yu took the water bag and drank a sip of water. She lay on the ground and squinted her eyes at the sky. "If you want to sleep, go back and sleep," Zhao Shiping said again. "I'll take a break and break off sorghum stalks. The work in the field is heavy. I'll help you share some of the burden." "I don't care," Zhao Shiping interrupted her. "Alas, you are a human, not a donkey. The donkey you raise at home also knows how to be tired. So how can you not be tired?" Sui Yu stared at the birds in the sky and whispered softly, "I will rest when I am tired. I am not a fool. How can I really make myself sick from exhaustion? You don't know what's good for you." Zhao Shiping hated her for not understanding what he said. "In previous years, I planted and harvested these 20 acres of land by myself." Sui Yu turned over and sat up. She propped up her chin and said, "Do you mean that I don't need to work in the fields anymore? I will cook 3 meals a day for you at home?" Zhao Shiping stopped talking. "Anyway, it's just these 20 acres of land. I could plant and harvest them before. And I can plant and harvest them by myself in the future." Sui Yu imitated him. "Then it would be great if I could live alone. Look at you. You've said everything." Sui Yu was shocked. Men, their minds are changeable. And it's hard to predict. When they are good, they say you go back and rest. And the next moment, they say it's great if I'm alone. Zhao Shiping couldn't stand her. He looked around, picked up a beanstalk and strode to hit her. "You always disgust people with your mouth." Sui Yu ran away quickly, laughing all the way to the sorghum field. Zhao Shiping stood in the field and stared at her. When she disappeared, he rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, and thought of the disgusting words she said, and slapped himself twice. The sun was not so strong at this time, and it was a good time to work, without Sui Yu distracting him. Zhao Shiping returned to the ridge and focused on the bean stalks. He had strong hands, and with one hand, he pulled a beanstalk and struggled hard, and the bean root left the soil. And with a slight shake, he threw it into the open space. The next moment, 2 more beanstalks left the soil. On the other side, Sui Yu and Sui Liang did not slack off in the sorghum field. They broke the sorghum stalks and only took the ears. Sui Yu walked in front and stepped on them, and Sui Liang followed behind to break the ears. Occasionally, he saw insects and worms in the soil, and he crushed them to death and put them in his pocket, ready to take them back to feed the chickens. As the sun set, the cool evening breeze blew the sorghum leaves, and the leaves rustled. A basket of sorghum ears was full, and Sui Yu pulled Sui Liang to the soybean field. "I'm going back to cook," she shouted to the people in the field. "Yeah." The man became taciturn again. "Is there any water in the water bag?" Sui Yu asked again. Zhao Shiping looked up at the sky and said, "No need to send water. I'll go back when it gets dark." Sui Liang glanced at him, and he ran into the field to pick up the water bag, which was already empty. "Brother Liang will go back and bring you water." Without giving him a chance to speak again, Sui Yu directly pulled Sui Liang away. As they walked away, Sui Yu muttered, "Your brother-in-law is just awkward." Sui Liang nodded heavily. "You also noticed?" Sui Yu smiled. Sui Liang smiled secretly. "Do you think he likes me?" Sui Yu asked quietly. Sui Liang blushed, and he shook his head honestly. "Has he not fallen in love with me yet?" Sui Liang nodded. Sui Yu patted him on the head and said in a rough voice, "What do you know about likes and dislikes, little brat? It doesn't matter. His attitude has softened, and he will like me." Sui Liang nodded repeatedly. When Sui Yu got home, she saw a person dozing off at the door. She walked over and woke him up, saying impatiently, "Sui Ling, why are you here again?" Sui Ling looked at her in confusion, and smelled the strong sweat on Sui Yu. She wanted to cry again. She didn't want to work in the fields. "Go back to your home." Sui Yu drove her away. "There's no one at home. The door is locked. I came to learn how to make fire and cook with you." She would rather cook at home than work in the fields. Sui Yu didn't let her in. She stared at Sui Ling and said, "Your mother-in-law came here at noon. I don't know what the conflict is between you, and I don't want to intervene. I'm very tired from working. Please let me have some peace and quiet. I just came to learn how to make fire. I won't come again after I learn it." Sui Ling squeezed in. Sui Yu didn't believe her. Sui Ling was a person who completely ignored what others said and did everything according to her wishes. I went to see my sister at noon. I waited for her for 2 hours. But she didn't come out to see me. Sui Ling started to chatter as soon as she sat down. Sui Yu ignored her. She took out a plate of pickled cabbage and soaked it in water. She also cut a carrot into thick slices and put it in the pickled cabbage jar to soak. At night, she just cooked a pot of bean porridge and fried a plate of pickled cabbage and eggs. Anyway, she didn't feel hungry when she fell asleep. Sui Yu scooped water to wash the pot. Sui Liang pulled a piece of hay and stuffed it into the tree stump to make a fire. The flames flew up and stuffed it into the stove hole. He quickly stuffed a handful of bean stalks in. The bean stalks were easy to burn. When the flames flew up, the bean stalks were burned through. I burned it the same way. There must be something wrong with the Qian family's stove. Sui Ling looked at Sui Liang and said in a good voice, Brother Liang, can you go to my house to help me light the fire tomorrow? Sui Liang shook his head. You should go back. Your mother-in-law will come again later. Sui Yu drove him away again. Sui Ling glared at her. Are we still sisters? Do you listen to a man so much? Her previous words were just talking to a cow again. Sui Yu picked up the firewood stick and drove him away. Get out of here. Sui Ling left angrily and slammed the wooden door. The 2 chickens in the yard were scared and clucked. The cat official lying on the stone looked up, curled up and fell asleep again, and didn't wake up until the smell of fried eggs wafted from the kitchen. Meow. It greeted in a rough voice. You are so leisurely, basking in the sun and sleeping until the moon comes out. Sui Yu muttered. She poured out the water for washing the pot, put the bean porridge and sauerkraut scrambled eggs into the steamer to heat them, and said, Lianggur, you wait at home. I'll go to Sui Ling's house. Sui Liang held her hand and didn't let her go. If her brother-in-law knew, he would be angry again. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Sui Yu pushed Sui Liang's hand away and went out. It was dark and most people had already returned. She asked 3 people along the way before she found Qian's house. As soon as she stepped into the door, she heard Qian's mother scolding. Are you all home? Sui Yu shouted when she entered the door. Is Sui Ling back? My aunt went to my house to look for her at noon, but couldn't find her. So I came to ask. She's back. Sui Ling. Your cousin is here. Qian Wei shouted. Aunt. Sit in the room. Is it time to eat? Sui Ling came out of the kitchen and stared at her in confusion. I won't go in. I'm here to find my aunt. Sui Yu stood in the door and said loudly, I didn't know you before. I only recognized you when you came to my house at noon today. I've been looking for you for a long time. Your family held a wedding banquet before, and bought 5 fish from me in the evening. I asked for 2 cents of silver, but you gave me 8 cents less. Do you recognize me or not? Aunt, you are old. Why are you so careless in doing things? Several neighbors heard the noise and came out to see. After hearing the last sentence, someone laughed. You little whore. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Qian's mother was furious, relying on the thin skin of her young daughter-in-law. She cursed. If you, an old whore, had been a little more honest, I would not have come to my house. If your son and my husband were not colleagues, I would have thought you made your fortune by stealing. Sui Yu looked at Qian Wei and said, It's not easy for me to catch a fish and sell it for money. Give me the 8 cents. I won't come to your house in the future. And you don't come to my house either. Sui Ling finally understood her purpose. She gritted her teeth and said, Sui Yu, you are so cruel. From now on, we will no longer have any friendship. Give me the money. Sui Yu stretched out her hand. Qian Wei entered the house and counted out 10 coins and handed them to her, saying, Our 2 families are relatives. Why are you making such a fuss? How can you let your man meet me? Sui Yu picked out 2 copper coins and returned them to her, then turned around and left with 8 coins. After walking out of the alley, there were 2 people standing in the second alley, one tall and one short. Sui Yu approached and recognized them. She shook the 8 coins and said, Go buy a bowl of tofu tomorrow. Zhao Shiping said nothing. She won't come in the future. I will handle my own affairs. Well, you keep your word. Sui Yu sneered. I remember. Did I forget to bring you water? I'm not thirsty either. Then I won't bring you water next time. Zhao Shiping. When they got home for dinner, Sui Yu relayed Qian Wei's words to him and said, Will it not affect other people's views of you because of me? Zhao Shiping snorted disdainfully. He never cared at all. I make a living by my own hands and feet, not by the opinions of outsiders. What's the conflict between you and Li Baihu? Sui Yu asked tentatively. There is no conflict. It's just that I don't know how to flatter people. I made him lose face several times. And he held a grudge in his heart. Zhao Shiping glanced at her and said, if I had a thick skin like you, I guess this wouldn't happen. Sui Yu put a lump of egg into her mouth and said viciously, it's your blessing to marry me. Zhao Shiping wanted to laugh. He was really shameless. Chapter 27 Steamed Bun Business. Zhao Shiping spent another day pulling and bundling the bean stalks in the field and transported them back by himself. There were a pile of hay on one side of the gate and a pile of bean grass on the other side. The dry food for the 2 camels in winter was ready. And he felt relieved. Are the sorghum stalks transported back or to the grain field? Sui Yu came down from the pile of bean stalks. She stared at the man standing on the ground and said, why are you in a daze? Help me. If I break, you have to give me money to treat my illness and heal my injuries. Zhao Shiping sighed. You are bossing me around now. I know you are a good person, and you won't do anything to me. Sui Yu laughed. She grabbed his hand and jumped down with his help. Zhao Shiping was no longer used to the praise of good man. It was like a yoke around his neck. And it became a shackle for him. Come in and have dinner. Sui Yu called out. And then asked, what about the sorghum? The sorghum is for the government. And anyone who wants the stalks can pull them back. Do you want one? Well, I want to make another bed of manuscripts. When the lice on my head are gone, I don't want the manuscripts on the bed anymore. At this point, Sui Yu turned around and stared at his head. You don't have lice on your head. Do you? Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. That means he has lice. Sui Yu was silent. After dinner, the man went out to fetch water. And when he came back, he had wet hair. He threw 2 white-bellied fish into the bucket, worried that the cat official would miss it. He covered the bucket with a straw curtain and pressed it with stones. The cat official smelled the fishy smell, and it came out of the kitchen excitedly. Go and watch the mice. Zhao Shiping pushed it, went into the kitchen to get 2 handfuls of hay and soaked them in water. And he lit an oil lamp and sat in the yard to mend the net. Is the grass net torn again? Sui Yu also came out with her hair loose, holding a comb in her hand, and said, I'll catch lice for you. I don't have any. You do. You said everyone has one. Sui Yu grabbed his hair and said angrily, I want someone to comb my hair. And you look reluctant. The man paused in mending the grass net, and his hot and humid breath sprayed on the back of his neck. During the movement, his rough and soft fingers occasionally rubbed his scalp, and his skinny elbows hit his waist again and again. Zhao Shiping was tense and uncomfortable all over. Okay. Put down the comb. I'll comb it myself later, he said impatiently. Sui Yu was disappointed. She put down the comb and sat next to him. When she heard him sigh, she whispered, do you feel uncomfortable when I get close to you? I don't like it. Do you really dislike it or do you feel uncomfortable? Is there a difference? Of course. Sui Yu nodded. If you feel uncomfortable, it's because you haven't been with a woman for too long. Have I slept in the same bed with a man for the past half-month? Zhao Shiping looked up at her and said bluntly, I just don't like it. You're so hurtful. I'm almost in love with myself. But you're not moved by me. Sui Yu glared at him with a charming look. So ugly. Sui Yu's face changed instantly, and she punched him. Zhao Shiping smiled with his head down and continued to mend the grass net. Why don't you like me? Sui Yu was not convinced. Zhao Shiping stopped smiling, looked up at her, and asked calmly, why do I have to like you? Their eyes met. Under the moonlight, the man's eyes became deep. Sui Yu felt that all her little thoughts were exposed in front of him. So she was the first to look away. The man laughed briefly and said, this is why I don't like you. Fake. You are too suspicious. Sui Yu held his face, and the two looked into each other's eyes again. This man was like the Gobi Desert in the desert. Hard, silent, sharp, and attractive. She joked. I am unwilling. What if I fall in love with you, but you don't like me? It will make me look like a failure. Zhao Shiping's heart tightened, and the flesh on his face jumped. He didn't know what expression to make, so he had to lower his eyes with a tense face. And his face broke free from her hands. This is not on the stage. Don't talk about love like crazy. He spoke gently. Rarely. Go in and sleep. Don't think about things. Sui Yu stopped pressing. She turned around and sat down, looking at the sky and said, if you feel like me one day, tell me. Zhao Shiping ignored him. The order of weaving the net in his hand was messed up, and he was a little annoyed. So he could only dismantle it and weave it again. My saws are a bit useless. Weave them yourself? He was impatient. Sui Yu was silent. She sat with him. The cat official came out to drink water. She stretched out her hand to call it, but it ignored her and walked away with its but twisted. Bad behavior. Just like people, she muttered. Zhao Shiping pretended not to understand what she meant. After the grass net was repaired, he hung it on the wall, walked over to get the comb, and stood far away from her. What other farm work is there after the sorghum in the field is harvested? Sui Yu changed the subject. Till the soil. Apply fertilizer. Sui Yu sighed. There are so many jobs? These two are my jobs. You can't help. Take advantage of the free time before the new year. And take good care of yourself. Zhao Shiping said seriously. My mother moved here from Guangnan. She suffered a lot along the way. Her health deteriorated after she came here. She has only recovered in recent years. Sui Yu listened to him this time. But she also needs to eat and supplement to keep healthy. In the end, it's all about money. She went into the house and took out the wooden box. She didn't spend much of the 4 copper coins Zhao Shiping gave her. She only saved less than 200 coins from selling fish. I'll blow out the lights, Zhao Shiping said when he entered the house. Okay. Sui Yu lay down. Sui Liang was already asleep. She covered herself with a linen sheet and closed her eyes. There was a weight outside the bed, and the man lay down. Zhao Shiping stared at the dark roof with his eyes open. He waited for a long time, but Sui Yu didn't ask questions like before. He hesitated and said, Are you asleep? Ah? Me? Sui Yu opened her eyes. Not asleep yet. Something wrong? Hearing that her voice didn't sound angry, Zhao Shiping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned over and faced outside, and said vaguely, Nothing. I want to ask if you can make dumplings. I will buy half a pound of fat meat tomorrow. Oh! How do you make dough? Sui Yu didn't know what kind of dough was used in this era. Zhao Shiping knew how to make dough, and he said he would do it. Wow! Then can't we eat the dumplings made by Mr. Zhao? Sui Yu turned over and sat up. Sleep. Sleep. Zhao Shiping thought that he had cooked before he married her. So what was there to be surprised about? After a while, he explained, I only know how to make dough and knead it. But I don't know how to mix stuffing or make dumplings. I don't know. Let's figure it out together. Sui Yu made the final decision. Zhao Shiping sighed silently. He regretted eating steamed buns. It was too much trouble. But the next morning, he went to the market to buy distiller's grains. The wheat at home had not been ground into flour yet. So he weighed 5 caddies of gray flour and came back. When he got home, he called Sui Yu to the kitchen. Learn a little bit. I will teach you once. Sui Yu rolled her eyes secretly, but nodded honestly. Add warm water to the lees, and then mix 2 scoops of flour. After mixing, it becomes half a basin of batter. Sui Yu hesitated and said, This can only be used to make dumpling soup. Right? Zhao Shiping ignored her words. He lifted the lid of the pot and covered the basin with it, and said, Don't move. I will do it myself when I come back at noon. Sui Yu was eager. She picked up the cat official, who was sleeping on the stove, and went out. She closed the door and packed up and went to the field. The cat official caught a big mouse this morning, she said. Zhao Shiping also saw it. The cat showed off for a while before eating the mouse. Captain Zhao, when will the work in the field be finished? A neighbor in the alley asked. It will be finished in 2 days. You are fast this year. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu and her brother. Although the two of them were slow, they did a lot of work day by day. Come and help me when you're done with your farm work. 5 caddies of food a day. Do you want to work? Another passerby asked. Zhao Shiping slowed down his pace. 5 caddies a day, note. Working for half a month would be enough for Sui Yu to eat for a month. No. Farm work is too tiring. Sui Yu refused for him. Shiping is tired working on 20 acres of land by himself. He can take a break after finishing his work. The person asking the question was surprised, and then laughed. Captain Zhao, someone feels sorry for you. Zhao Shiping clenched his hands, nodded with gritted teeth, and did not refute Sui Yu's words. After leaving the military settlement, he said in a rough voice, Don't talk nonsense outside in the future. I'm a grown man. I'm not afraid of being tired. I'm telling the truth. You don't just farm. If the war breaks out one day, you will have to go to the battlefield. If your body collapses, it will be fatal. I can go hungry, but I can't be a widow. Zhao Shiping was silent. Sui Yu ignored him. She carried the basket into the sorghum field, continued to step on the stalks, and Sui Liang followed her to pick the ears. Zhao Shiping stood at the edge of the field and watched silently for a while. He pounded his chest, rolled up his sleeves, and went to the field to tie the sorghum stalks. When tying, he paid attention, leaving the thick and straight stalks, intending to take them back to make manuscripts later. The three of them took a break in a hurry, and went home together at noon. Zhao Shiping was still thinking about his noodles. After half a day, it had swelled up, but it was still watery. He mixed it with flour and kneaded it into a smooth dough. Called Sui Yu and said, "You will be at home in the afternoon. When the dough rises, you can knead the dough, fry the stuffing, and make dumplings." Sui Yu nodded. There was a big bowl of noodles, and he didn't know how many dumplings he would make. After lunch, she went back to her room to sleep for a while. When she woke up, she started to prepare the stuffing. She went to the market to buy a fist-sized pork lump, washed 6 radishes, and cut half a basin of radish cubes. After the radish cubes were cut, she called Sui Liang to light the fire while she cut the meat slices, washed the pot, and refined the oil. Meow. The cat official smelled the meat and jumped into the kitchen. "It's not for you. You ate meat today, so let's have some meat too." The meat slices were refined yellow. Sui Yu brought the oil can to fill the lard, and left half a spoonful at the end to pour the radish cubes into the pan and stir-fry. Sui Liang stood up and took a deep breath. Radishes fried with meat oil are more fragrant than those fried with soybean oil, Sui Yu said. Sui Liang nodded. Add salt and stir-fry the radishes until they are half-cooked. Then pick up the pot. Sui Yu brushed the pot, poured oil and fried 3 eggs, and then mashed the eggs and poured them into half a basin of radishes. They immediately disappeared like millet falling into a pile of sand. After the filling was mixed and the dough had risen, Sui Yu rolled up his sleeves and began to knead the dough. After kneading for a stick of incense, the dough was still lumpy and not as good as the one kneaded by Zhao Shiping. "Next time I make dumplings, I'll let him knead the dough. He's exhausted." Sui Yu kneaded the dough for another cup of tea, and it was barely smooth. She shook her arms, wiped the kitchen knife, and cut the dough. The sun had not yet set when she made dumplings. The first batch of dumplings was steamed, and the sunset had already appeared. Sui Yu and Sui Liang each ate 2. When they were full, she put 4 on a plate and asked Sui Liang to take it to the field. She continued to make the second batch. Sui Liang came back and put the second batch of dumplings in the steamer. Zhao Shiping came back at night, and Sui Yu hadn't finished making dumplings yet. She saw him as if she saw a savior. "Hurry up and wash your hands. I'll teach you how to make dumplings. My fingers are almost broken." Zhao Shiping went into the kitchen and saw that the cabinet was half filled with vegetable dumplings. "So many? You fermented too much dough. You can save dough when making dumplings with stuffing." Sui Yu staggered over to make room for him and asked, "Are the dumplings delicious?" "Delicious. Better than the radish dumplings on the street." Zhao Shiping was always honest about food. He washed his hands and came in, took a hot dumpling and bit off half of it, put the dumpling down and picked up the dough again, imitating Sui Yu's movements to knead the filling and close the mouth. "Hey, what do you think about me selling vegetable buns at the market?" Sui Yu was happy. "I want to try it after the sorghum in the field is harvested." Zhao Shiping took another bite of the vegetable bun. He nodded slowly, swallowed the bun and said, "It's okay if we can't sell it all. We can eat it ourselves." Sui Yu gave him an elbow. "You really know how to talk. Her business hasn't even started yet, and he's already discouraged her." The moon was at its zenith, and the last pot of buns came out of the pot. Zhao Shiping took another one while it was still hot. Sui Yu brought him a bowl of hot water, sat down and asked, "Have you never eaten enough before?" "I've eaten enough." Zhao Shiping was surprised. "Why do you ask that? How many buns did you eat tonight?" Zhao Shiping counted, and including the 4 he sent to the field, he ate 9. "Buns don't keep you hungry," he said. "It's pure bullshit." Sui Yu laughed. "Steamed buns don't make you hungry. But porridge does. You just eat whatever you like. But if you don't like it, you won't eat it unless you're hungry." Sui Yu looked at him with her hands on her face, and said, "Now you admit that marrying me is your blessing, right?" Zhao Shiping didn't refute or admit it. He just kept silent. Chapter 28 Setting up the stall. 5 pots of steamed buns were steamed in one night, filling up a food cabinet. With these stored food, you would have less worries when cooking. In the morning, cook 3 bowls of thin porridge and heat up 10 radish buns. At noon, cook 3 bowls of dumpling soup and heat up 10 radish buns. Do the same in the evening. The 3 acres of sorghum have been harvested, and there are still 5 radish buns left in the food cabinet. Have you had enough vegetable buns now? Yu asked. Zhao Shiping shook his head. As long as she was willing to do it, he could eat buns every meal. Stop the farming work first, and help me dig out the ridges of the vegetable garden. I saw a few wild leeks. I want to dig the roots and plant them to see if they can survive. The man nodded. Okay. I'll go dig them after dinner. While it's not cold yet, and the price of radishes is not expensive, buy 4 more baskets of radishes. Yu instructed again. Zhao Shiping glanced at her, picked up the bowl and went out, saying, Don't rush to buy radishes. Wait until your business is established. What if the business is not good for a few days? She will stop doing it. And when will the radishes she bought be eaten at home? Yu gritted her teeth and glared at him. Why are you running? I'll go get some rice. Zhao Shiping took the bowl into the kitchen. Just wait and see. One day I may make more money than your salary. Zhao Shiping thought it was funny. It was really a daydream. Sui Liang was full. He took Yu's bowl and chopsticks and took them to the kitchen. Yu followed him out. She stared at the man in the yard and said, How about a bet? I think I can make a lot of money. What bet? When I make a lot of money, you wash my clothes and cook for me. Zhao Shiping refused without hesitation. I'm not a good cook. 600 yuan a month. Yu increased the stakes. Zhao Shiping looked at her seriously. I didn't realize you were a gambler. With this money, you can buy slaves. And you can ask me to cook and wash clothes for you. I just want to experience your feelings. Yu glared at him and said honestly, I want you to serve me. She was so arrogant. Zhao Shiping didn't bother to pay attention to her. She hadn't even set up the bun stall yet. But she was already fantasizing about getting rich. Is it okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Yu walked up to him and pestered him. 1, 2, 3. If you don't say anything, that means you agree. Okay. Okay. Zhao Shiping nodded perfunctorily and handed her the bowl. Wash the dishes. I'll go dig the vegetable garden. Yu entered the kitchen and found Sui Liang squatting on the ground washing dishes. 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks had been washed clean. She praised him loudly and handed him another bowl to wash. The cat official was sleeping on the stove again. When someone approached, it immediately opened its eyes. Yu touched the cat's body and found that the fire in the stove was still burning. The stove was hot. So early to warm up. You continue to sleep and watch out for the mice to steal the oil. I'm going to go out for a while. Yu rubbed the cat's head. The cat official flicked his claws and swung over, but missed. He turned his head to see that the door was closed, curled up and went back to sleep. But his ears were wrecked. Yu took a coin and a pottery jar and took Sui Liang out. After noon, there were not many people in the market. Many people who set up stalls to sell vegetables and rice had closed their stalls, and the shops that were open were extremely deserted. Walking into the grain shop, Yu found that rice was on sale. She went over and asked, How much is rice? 6 cents per dough of millet, and 8 cents per dough of clean rice. Yu was shocked to find that a pound of millet cost 50 coins. But it was much cheaper than the price of fish and meat. She thought that she would make money from selling buns and buy 5 pounds of millet back home. She would grind the rice with some effort, and the husks ground off could be used for burning fire or mixed with soybean meal to feed chickens. How much is the price of flour? 3 coins and 60 baht per dough. How much do you want? 1 dough is fine. Yu counted out 360 copper coins and put them on the account table. Put down the flour pot for the waiter to pour the flour, and asked again, if you buy a lot, can you get a cheaper price? The waiter shook his head. Even if you buy 1 stone, it's still the same price. After leaving the grain shop, Yu stood on the street holding the flour pot and thought about it. After hesitating for a long time, she walked to the pork stall. She paid for 2 coins of fat. If she wanted to do good business, the stuffing must be delicious. 2 coins of fat were squeezed into a ball only the size of a fist. Yu took this pitiful piece of meat, and her mood to raise pigs became more and more urgent. She took Sui Liang back, put down the noodle pot, opened the food cabinet, and put the fat oil in the bowl. Seeing the cat official approaching, Sui Yu was worried that it would steal. So she covered the bowl with a plate, and put another bowl of water on the plate. Guard the house well. I'll go out again. Sui Yu patted the cat's butt. The cat official shook its tail, and when the door was locked, it jumped onto the top of the food cabinet. Sui Yu went around to the vegetable garden to take a look. The weeds in the vegetable garden had been almost pulled out, and the land had not been dug yet. There were people in the nearby vegetable garden. Considering Zhao Shiping's old-fashioned personality, Sui Yu didn't talk to him, just looked at him and left. She walked all the way from the east gate to the west gate. Comparatively speaking, there were more merchants at the west gate, and it was more lively. The caravans coming from Yumen Pass and Yongguan looked tired. After entering the city gate, they first looked for food and drink. There were many children selling water inside and outside the city gate. Sister-in-law, how much are the vegetable buns? Sui Yu asked. We have radish buns and leek and egg buns. In addition to buns, there are also pancakes. Buns are 3 cents each. Pancakes are 5 cents. And meat pancakes are 7 cents. 1 radish bun and 1 leek and egg bun each. Sui Yu handed over 6 cents. Took the buns, and pulled Sui Liang to stand not far away. She broke open the radish bun and tasted it. The dough was quite soft and the stuffing was not bad. But it was just pure radish. She tasted 2 bites and handed the rest to Sui Liang. She broke open the bun with leek and egg stuffing and tasted it. The leek was not mushy. There were only 2 lumps of eggs, and the dough was quite chewy. This bun lady was obviously an old cook. She was good at making and kneading the dough, but she was reluctant to use oil when making the stuffing. Sui Yu knew what was going on. She felt that she would not lose money by setting up a stall here. The sound of camel bells drifted into the city wall. A group of merchants with a good harvest led their camels in. They each held a bamboo slip and handed it to the city guard for inspection before entering the city directly. Boss Kai, you are finally back. The bun mother smiled when she saw her acquaintance. I look forward to it every day. Winter is coming soon. It will be sad if I don't go into the city. Thank you for your concern. I will give you a basket of buns to take away. The bearded man in the lead threw a dime of silver and said generously, no need to change. Sui Yu was stunned. She changed her mind. She would give less flour in the first few days of setting up the stall to avoid not being able to sell it all. When the sun set, Sui Yu hurriedly left with Sui Liang. She went to the market to buy a clay stove and 2 steamers. And the money she brought with her was used up. When she got home, Zhao Shiping had already returned. I went out to dig some leek roots and planted them for you, he said. Okay. When the chives grow, I'll make you some dumplings stuffed with eggs and chives. Sui Yu entered the kitchen and looked up to see the cat official sitting on the food cabinet, staring at her. She paused for a moment and said, just catch mice. I'll buy you meat when I make money. Zhao Shiping sneered. He didn't make a penny, but was just thinking about the bet and the promise. Sui Yu ignored him. She shook the steamer on the stove. A steamer cost a lot of money. She couldn't afford it. When the time comes, she can only take off the pot at home and use it outside. Lianggur, light the fire. I'll make lard. Sui Yu opened the food cabinet to get the fat. She remembered that she didn't buy the leaves, so she asked Zhao Shiping to run an errand. In order to make more oil, Sui Yu added half a bowl of water when refining the oil. Half a bowl of water and half a bowl of pig fat were stewed at the bottom of the pot. Slowly, the fat changed color and shrank. Sui Yu used chopsticks to pick up 4 pieces, and the 2 people and the cat tasted it. Here, wine lees. Zhao Shiping came back. Sui Yu was scooping oil with a spoon, and said without looking back, dig another radish from the sand and stir-fry it in the evening. Zhao Shiping did not move. Sui Yu looked back at him, put down the oil can, pinched a piece of pig lard, and handed it to his mouth. You are getting more and more comfortable with me. Zhao Shiping did not eat the lard, turned around and went to the camel pen to dig radishes. Sui Yu turned around and ate the lard herself. It was really delicious. Bring the radish. Sui Yu took over the scoop of water to wash it. Went into the house to get a kitchen knife to cut the radish. Seeing the man chase Sui Liang away and sit down to make a fire, she muttered, I am not ordering you. You want to do it yourself. Zhao Shiping glared at her and talked a lot. It's not just me and Lianggur who eat the fried dishes and rice. And you still have objections to me asking you to take a radish. Sui Yu put the radish into the pot and said, Brother Liang, go get a bowl of pickled cabbage. You cook a meal. And everyone in the family is busy. Zhao Shiping found that it was okay when she was not at home. But once she was at home, she would always ask you for something. Sui Yu thought about it, and it seemed to be like this. She smiled and said, It's not tiring to move your mouth. Add salt and water to the radish. Cover the pot and simmer until cooked. Then you can take it out of the pot. Taking advantage of this gap, Sui Yu took out a basin and scooped half a ladle of gray flour, sprinkled water, and rubbed the dough. She had no free hands. So when the radish smelled, she asked Zhao Shiping to serve it. Again? Zhao Shiping sighed. I'll see who you can ask when you set up a stall. Help me knead the dough. I'm not strong enough. So the dough I need is not chewy. Sui Yu took the opportunity to say. Zhao Shiping ignored her. He took off the lid of the pot and scooped up the radish with a spatula. The bottom of the pot was flat, so he couldn't scoop up the remaining soup. He simply added water and drank it when the dumpling soup was cooking. He picked up a piece of radish to eat. Fried vegetables are better than boiled vegetables. Before Sui Yu came, the vegetables he ate were either stewed or boiled. And most of the time, vegetables and rice were cooked in the same pot. I can help you knead the dough when I'm free. And you can do it yourself if I'm not free. He was relieved. Sui Yu let out a sigh and sighed. It's okay. I thought your heart was always hard. I know I feel sorry for you. But you don't know how to feel sorry for me. Zhao Shiping lowered his eyes and said nothing. Pour the sauerkraut dumpling soup into the boiling water pot. Sui Yu turned around and scooped the noodles and mixed them with the wine lees. After mixing them well, she held the basin and asked, Is it too thin? Not too thin. When are you going to set up the stall? Tomorrow afternoon. Go to the West City Gate. What do you think? Zhao Shiping thought about it, hesitated for a long time, and then said, I'll take you there tomorrow. Say hello to people, so that no one will cause trouble. Sui Yu raised her lips, finally willing to bring her to someone she knew. Sui Liang saw her smile, so he grinned too. The next day, Zhao Shiping did not go to the fields. He went to the vegetable garden and spent half a day turning the entire vegetable garden. In the afternoon, he led a camel out and used the camel to transport Sui Yu's stall items, and then came back with a noodle bowl and a pot of steamed buns at home. When the bun mother saw Sui Yu, she recognized him and rolled her eyes. Sui Yu pretended not to see him. She picked up a plate of hot buns and handed it to Zhao Shiping, saying, Do you know the city guard? Please ask your brother to taste my cooking. We just fought together, but we don't have a friendship. Zhao Shiping took the plate. He sighed and went to talk to someone with a wooden face. Sui Yu leaned over and saw a city guard wearing a leather crown looking over, and she smiled at him. I heard that you married. It seems that the news is true? Huang Anqing patted Zhao Shiping on the shoulder and said, No banquet. I went back to my hometown to hold it. Zhao Shiping rubbed his fingers and nodded. The news is true. She was born a slave, but she is not a bad person. Huang Anqing shook his head, took the buns, and said, Okay, I will keep an eye on you, and don't let anyone find fault with you. Let's go to my house for a drink some other day. Okay, I'll go when I'm free. Chapter 29 Shameless. Zhao Shiping left quickly, without even saying hello to Sui Yu. He slowed down his pace only after leaving the noise far behind. From the moment, he nodded and agreed to Sui Yu going out to set up a stall. It meant that he would often face such a predicament as today in the future. People who knew him well or not would inevitably look at him with sympathy and pity, and even talk about him behind his back. Captain Zhao, didn't you go to the fields to work today? Zhao Shiping turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a soldier under his command. He nodded and said, I'm done with the work in the fields. I'll borrow a plowing ox to plow the fields tomorrow. Wang Ernia stopped his camel and walked over. He sympathized with Zhao Shiping's experience. As he approached, he said, Captain Zhao, we are brothers who have fought in the battlefield together. I speak directly and don't hide anything. If I offend you, don't take it to heart. It's like this. I think it's tight for you to support 3 people with your salary. Why don't you come to the fields to help me harvest beans? And I'll give you food. Even though he knew he meant well, Zhao Shiping still felt embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, Someone mentioned it before. Your sister-in-law doesn't want me to go. She's worried that I'll be exhausted from working too hard. Forget it. Wang Ernie immediately stopped talking. Zhao Shiping felt more relaxed after saying this. He patted the camel's big belly, walked around, and said, "Feed the camel more hay. It has diarrhea. The hump is also deflated. Give it less water." Wang Ernie nodded and said, "I've been busy these days. My father is feeding the camel. I'll be more careful when I go back. You go back and get busy. I'll go back too." Zhao Shiping left with his hands behind his back, walked a few steps and turned back and said, "Thank you for thinking of me." Wang Ernie scratched his head, wondering when did Mr. Zhao become so polite. Zhao Shiping did not go back. He went to the government office to register to borrow an ox. At this time, most people had not finished harvesting their crops, and the oxen were still idle. He picked a fat and strong young ox and a good plow and carried it away directly. Sui Yu also opened her business. Another group of merchants entered the city. Perhaps they were instructed by the city guards, and they went straight to her stall and bought a pot of buns at once. 25 buns, 75 coins. Sui Yu put the hot buns into his bag and said with concern, "You've worked hard on this trip. You left at the beginning of the year and will come back at the end of the year. It's good to come back alive." The big man shook his head, his voice still hoarse from the wind and sand. After they left, Sui Yu put the wrapped buns into the steamer and said, "Brother Liang, add fire." Sui Liang sat on the ground and stuffed a few more firewood into the clay stove. The steamed buns lady across the street stared coldly. When Sui Yu looked over, she quickly looked away. The water in the pot was boiling. White smoke was rising from the steamer, and the strong wind outside the city blew up the gray-yellow dust on the road. Sui Yu hurriedly took something to cover the basin and stuffing. "New here?" A man with a crooked headscarf came over and said, "Do you know the rules of setting up a stall?" Sui Yu nodded. "How is the money collected?" 2 cents a day. Sui Yu took out 2 copper coins and handed them over. "Very sensible." The man walked away with 2 cents. Sui Yu sighed, and when the wind and sand stopped, she wiped the chopping board with a rag and continued to wrap the stuffing with dough. "What are you selling?" "Buns?" An old man came over. Sui Yu looked up when she heard the voice, and she lifted the lid of the pot covering the stuffing basin and said, "Dumplings with radish stuffing. I fried the stuffing with lard. Try it? 3 cents each." "Okay. Give me 3. Sui Yu opened the steamer, pressed the buns, and the dough bounced back quickly. It was steamed. She took 3 out and put them on the chopping board. She handed them over after they cooled down a bit. The old man took a bite while standing in front of the stall. The radish was sweet and not spicy, but had the aroma of meat oil. The dough had the aroma of wine. He nodded and said, "I didn't see you before. So you just came?" Sui Yu nodded. "You just came this afternoon. Is it good?" "Not bad. Take 2 more. I'll eat it tomorrow morning." The old man took out 6 copper coins. Sui Yu smiled happily, handed over the buns and said, "If you like it, come again next time." The old man left, and the newly entered merchant came over with a camel. Seeing that she only had vegetarian buns, he walked across to buy cakes. Sui Yu rubbed her hands and took a few deep breaths. When a caravan was passing by, she shouted, "Freshly cooked radish stuffed buns. 3 cents each. Stuffed with lard. It's delicious." The 3 escorts walking behind heard the sound and came over. One of them came over with a horse and asked, "Stuffed with lard?" "Yes." Sui Yu showed them the stuffing bowl. "Lard turns white when it cools down. I can't lie to you about this. How much is left?" "Give them all to us." 30 buns were steamed in 1 pot and 2 baskets. The old man bought 5, leaving 25. Sui Yu filled them all for them and charged them another 75 cents. The dough in the basin was estimated to be enough for another pot of steaming. Sui Yu accelerated the kneading of the stuffing. 2 people came over halfway and went to the other side when they saw that the steamer was empty. The last pot of buns was put into the steamer, and the sun was setting. At this time, fewer people were entering and leaving the city gate, and some children selling water were carrying buckets and preparing to go back. "Is it really stuffed with lard?" A half-grown boy came over. Sui Yu nodded, and she showed him the remaining bowl of radish stuffing, saying, "But the buns have just been put into the pot, and it will take another quarter of an hour to be steamed." The boy put down the bucket and squatted aside waiting. Pork was too expensive for him to eat. He could make up for the money by selling an extra bucket of water for each bun. "Goozy, I'm back." Another kid, who was leading sheep, came over with a bucket. I want to buy buns with stuffing mixed with lard. Do you want to buy them? 3 cents each. The kid who was leading sheep hesitated for a while. And then he came over. Is it really stuffed with lard? Before Swayu could speak, Guzi was the first to pat his chest and guarantee it. Swayu smiled. You two are buying both? You are so rich. It's not hard to earn the money for a bucket of water. Guzi looked at the steamer and said, It's smoking. Is it almost done? Yes. It's almost done. Someone else came into the city. Swayu turned around and shouted again. Dumplings stuffed with radish and lard. 3 cents each. The merchants who came into the city took a look and walked away with their camels. Guzi and the kid who was leading the sheep immediately chased after them with buckets, pestering them to ask if they wanted to buy water. When the buns came out of the pot, Swayu looked at the 2 sheep standing in front of the stall without running around. When the child came back, she asked, How much can a lamb sell for? 70 or 80 cents. Swayu picked 2 big buns and handed them to the 2 children, saying, Come back to buy more if you like them. Okay. The child held the bun in his mouth, held the bucket in one hand, and led the sheep in the other, and left with satisfaction. Sui Liang stood aside and watched, then turned his head to look outside the city. He sold 13 more buns one after another. The sun set, and the sky was filled with sunset glow. Swayu went to the foot of the city wall to lead the camel, which was carrying 2 baskets on its back. She stuffed the clay stove, basin, chopping board, and steamer into the baskets. Brother Liang, you lead the camel. I'll carry the steamer. We'll go back now, Swayu said. Sold out so quickly? Huang Lanqing asked as he passed by. There are still a dozen left. I won't sell any more. It's getting dark. I have to go back to cook. Swayu put the steamer down again and said, Sheeping didn't introduce me. I don't know how to address you. Take these remaining buns back and eat them. They're still clean. Huang Lanqing thought her buns tasted good, so he deliberately came over to take a look. He took out a handful of money and threw it into the basket, saying, I'll buy the buns. I'll go to your house for dinner another day. Swayu smiled and said, Then I'll make a note of it. Go over when you're not on duty. When you're done with the work in the fields, you'll have some free time. Sheeping will accompany you for a drink. Huang Lanqing nodded. He called a colleague over, and the 2 of them each took a few buns to empty the steamer. Swayu held the empty steamer and said hello to the person opposite, Sister-in-law. I'm going home first. The buns lady smiled perfunctorily. She has been selling buns for several years, but this is the first time she has met someone who is trying to steal her business and still greets her like a neighbor. What a thick-skinned person. After leaving the west gate, Swayu relaxed. She was in a good mood and lowered her head to talk to Sui Liang. Her usually slow steps became brisk. Zhao Shiping saw the people stop and stared at them with his arms crossed, to see when the siblings would see him. The camel saw the people first, and it exhaled a lot. Swayu turned her head and saw the man standing under the tree. The next moment her eyes lit up. She ran over quickly with the steamer and asked in surprise, Are you here to pick us up? Zhao Shiping took the steamer and said, Are you sold out? Thanks to your brother. He bought the last 10 or so. Zhao Shiping took the camel rope and led it away, saying, When he is not on duty, I will ask him to come home for dinner. I said that too. Swayu circled around him, and seeing that the man's shoes were covered with dirt, she knew that he had gone to the fields again. When she got home, she saw a working ox tied to the door, and the ox was struggling with the rope to pull alfalfa to eat. Will you pick me up tomorrow? Swayu asked as she entered the door. Zhao Shiping did not think she needed to pick him up, so he led the camel over and brought the things back in one trip. Please pick me up tomorrow. I will be happy if you go, Swayu said. I am not working anymore. Zhao Shiping frowned. He stuck the steamer into the stove and said, No, you come back by yourself. Swayu did not say a word. She was busy unloading things, and when they were all brought into the house, she poured out the copper coins in the basket and counted them. 38. What is your brother's name? What does he like to eat? She asked. Huang Lanqing likes to eat meat. Zhao Shiping led the camel into the pen, turned around and came out to pick up the dung with a shovel. Now if he didn't clean the livestock pen, no one would clean it. Drink porridge in the evening. There is still a bowl of radish stuffing left. I won't cook anymore. Swayu stretched and said, I sold 85 buns today and earned 150 coins. If I go earlier tomorrow, I can earn another 300 coins by selling 3 more pots. I don't want to drink porridge. Zhao Shiping felt that she was becoming more and more perfunctory in cooking. Then what do you want to eat? Sui Yu walked outside the camel pen. And she said in amazement, I found that you have become picky. The day I came, you still drank the leftover porridge at noon. Can you make soup cakes? Will you pick me up tomorrow? Zhao Shiping stood up and stared at her. Sui Yu opened her eyes wide and confronted him, saying, pick me up tomorrow, and I will make soup cakes for you. It's not like I'm eating alone. He used her words to embarrass her. Soup noodles. Hot soup noodles. Hot soup noodles with pickled cabbage and egg sauce as topping. Sui Yu muttered to herself, staring at the people in the circle with interest, and asked proudly, will you pick me up? Zhao Shiping saw that she was so successful, and said angrily, sour cabbage and egg. Okay. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. Sui Yu jumped and ran away. Chapter 30 exposed the secret. Soup cakes are actually wide noodles. Sui Yu scooped the dough and kneaded it. Before she kneaded it evenly, she heard the sound of scooping water to wash hands outside the wall. I kneaded 2 bowls of dough today and rolled 3 pots of buns. My knuckles are sore. She seemed to be talking to herself. Hearing this, the man who was about to enter the house paused. Zhao Shiping lowered his head and walked in. It was not dark yet, but the kitchen was already dim. He glanced at the woman kneading the dough and walked straight to the stove and sat down. Go out and play. He pushed Sui Liang away and threw the cat official out. There were a few rustling sounds in front of the wood stove, and the oil lamp flew up with flames, reflecting a dim light on half of the earth wall. My fingers hurt, Sui Yu said again. This time she turned around and stared at the person sitting with his legs propped up. Then you won't go to set up a stall tomorrow. And you said you will steam 3 more pots of breakfast tomorrow? I won't go if my fingers hurt. Zhao Shiping snorted coldly. I just want you to knead the dough. You are strong and you can knead it in a few strokes. Sui Yu stopped pretending. She didn't believe that he didn't understand. She took a bowl from the food cabinet and went out, saying, I'll go get the pickled cabbage. Wash your hands and knead the dough. I'll cut it later. Zhao Shiping sat still with a sullen face. When he heard the door of the firewood room next door open, he gritted his teeth and went to knead the dough. Wash your hands. Sui Yu suddenly appeared at the door with empty hands. I don't think you are tired at all. You are just making trouble. Zhao Shiping raised his hand and slapped him. Can't you let me relax for a day? Sui Yu ran away and supervised him to wash his hands. She went back to the firewood room to get the pickled cabbage. The radish that had been put into the pickled cabbage jar had changed color. She took it out and piled it in the bowl. The pickled radish is pickled. Do you want to try it? She walked into the kitchen. The man kneading the dough didn't even raise his head. Sui Yu stopped when she saw that things were going well, and didn't provoke him again. She put down a bowl of pickled cabbage and went to the camel pen to dig 2 radishes, washed and cut them, drained the water, and put them into the pickled cabbage jar. After finishing all this, the dough was kneaded, and Sui Yu went in to take over the rolling of the dough and cutting the noodles. Unlike the wide noodles in her memory, she cut them into thin strips, and then stretched them after cutting. Zhao Shiping sat in front of the stove and watched her movements. When she cut the pickled cabbage, he covered the fire and started to heat the pot. Sui Yu pinched a piece of pickled radish to eat herself, and pinched 2 more pieces to pass to the man's mouth, saying, Try it. It tastes good. I don't want to eat. He opened his mouth, and the radish slices poked his teeth into his mouth. Don't worry. I don't think you like me just because you eat the carrot I feed you. Sui Yu choked him. Look at your unwilling and impatient look. I must be crazy and self-indulgent. Zhao Shiping was silent. He lowered his eyes, and stared at the flames in the stove without saying a word. Pour a circle of soybean oil in the pot. Sui Yu brought an oil lamp to light it. She picked up a spatula to smooth the oil, and then poured 2 beaten eggs in. The aroma of fried eggs wafted out. And the cat official, who was lying on the stone and asking Sui Liang to tickle him, jumped into the kitchen. Zhao Shiping was quick-witted and stopped the cat, who was about to jump onto the stove in midair. Meow, the cat official shouted in dissatisfaction. Sui Liang saw that his brother-in-law looked bad, so he hurriedly pulled the cat's hind legs and dragged it out. After the eggs were cooked, they were fried with oil and pickled cabbage. There was a sizzling sound in the pan. Sui Yu scooped half a bowl of water and poured it in, saying, Cooking vegetables consumes a lot of oil. When I go back home for the new year, I'll take 5 dough of soybeans from home and squeeze a can of oil that can last for half a year. Sui Yu glanced at him in surprise. Was he being nice again? She thought carefully. What did she say that made him reflect? Pour the eggs into the pot and stew with the pickled cabbage. When they are fragrant, scoop them into a bowl. Sui Yu scoops 3 scoops of water into the pot and says, turn on high heat, and put the pancakes in when the water boils. The pot is covered with a lid. Sui Yu leans against the stove and crosses his arms, saying, I noticed that you have been in a bad mood in recent days. A trace of discomfort flashed across his face, which was covered by the firelight. Zhao Shiping leaned back and disappeared into the darkness. He sighed secretly. He also found that a few words, or a move from Sui Yu could make him feel bored and anxious. Do you like? Nonsense. Zhao Shiping exploded again. I'm just annoyed with you, and have a bad temper. Sui Yu was not annoyed. She continued, maybe you don't want to like me, but you can't control your heart. Zhao Shiping sneered. He seemed to ask himself, and also seemed to question her, why should I like you? Noisy and talkative, troublesome and thick-skinned, thin and ugly. You have to ask yourself. Sui Yu shrugged. The water boiled. She stopped talking, opened the lid of the pot, picked up the noodles and threw them into the water, and poured a bowl of solidified radish stuffing into it. The radish stuffing was put into the water, and a layer of oil floated on the water surface. Tonight's soup noodles are definitely delicious. Sui Yu took the bowl and shouted outside, Brother Liang, wash your hands and prepare to eat. The meal was ready. The sky outside was dark, and a crescent moon was half hidden in the clouds. People were in the house. I don't know when the wind started. The hay outside the wall rustled. The September sky unconsciously felt desolate. Zhao Shiping stopped eating after eating 2 bowls of soup noodles. Sui Yu drank a mouthful of soup in confusion and asked, Don't eat any more? Not to your taste? No. I'm full. Zhao Shiping didn't have much appetite. Sui Yu didn't believe it. She asked Sui Liang if the soup noodles were delicious. He nodded heavily. Her heart skipped a beat. Damn it. This time, she really hit the man's heart and made him angry. While washing the dishes, Sui Yu scooped a chopstick of noodles to feed the cat, and put the rest in the food cabinet, saying, You will eat these tomorrow morning. I made them especially for you. Zhao Shiping agreed. He carried a bucket of water to the cow and said, I'm going to fetch water from the river. You guys go to sleep first. When he took the shoulder pole, he also took the grass net away. The door is locked from the outside. I will open it myself when I come back, he said again. Sui Yu was dumbfounded. This was too considerate. It was not the same as the people who bargained before the meal. Sui Liang yawned. Sui Yu came back to her senses and scooped water for him to take a bath. She picked up the freshly washed basin, poured half of the remaining gray flour in the jar into the basin, mixed it with wine lees, poured it in, mixed it well, and covered it with a pot lid. Don't be lazy at night. And watch out for mice that don't come to steal noodles. Sui Yu flicked the cat official, and fetched hot water to wash up. It was late at night, and Sui Yu sat in the main room combing her hair. With her unremitting persistence, the combing work had been effective, and the number of lice on her head was visibly reduced. The door suddenly rang, and Sui Yu got up and went out. The wind blew the door, and it was Zhao Shiping who came back. A crescent moon appeared again, and Sui Yu looked up at the sky. The sound of camels puffing and cows chewing their cuds was heard in her ears. The whispers of someone's family were carried out by the night wind. She calmed down in her heart and paced quietly in the yard. 1 circle, 2 circles, 8 circles, 9 circles. Before the 10th circle was finished, Sui Yu heard the sound of a bucket falling to the ground. She walked quickly to the door, and before the door opened, she muttered, Why are you back so late? If you don't come back, I'm going to climb over the wall to find someone. The door opened. Zhao Shiping handed her the 2 fish in his hand, and said, Go to bed. It's midnight. You know it's midnight. Sui Yu muttered. People came back. She was sleepy. She untied the rope stringing the fish, threw it into the broken bucket, scooped water to wash her hands, and went into the house to lie down. When she was half asleep, she heard the wooden bed creaking, and she said vaguely, Come back earlier next time. Yeah. Sleep. Zhao Shiping moved lightly, and after lying down, he stared at the ceiling with his eyes open. When the breathing sound of his feet became stable, he sighed deeply. This night passed very slowly for Zhao Shiping. He woke up at the first crow of the rooster. He didn't sleep anymore. He got out of bed quietly, opened the door, and went out. The moon was still hanging in the sky, so he lit the fire and started to make breakfast. He heated up the cold soup noodles left over from last night and ate them. He also cooked 2 bowls of millet porridge and put them in the pot. It was still dark, so he deflated the dough that Sui-yu had fermented, mixed it with 2 scoops of dry flour, and kneaded it into a smooth dough. Meow. The cat official came back from somewhere. Outside, Zhao Shiping picked up the curtain to cover the basin, and led the cat out. He threw the half of the rat carcass that it had not finished eating into the woodshed. The 2 fish in the bucket were dying. He thought about it, then went out with the bucket and walked to the market. At dawn, the neighbor's rooster crowed with a hoarse voice. Sui-yu yawned and sat up. She heard some movement in the yard. She put on her shoes and went out. She saw the man carrying a plow and was about to drive the cow out. Not eating? She asked. The meal is ready. I've eaten it too. I'm going to the fields first. Zhao Shiping didn't even turn his head and continued. I'll have Liang Gur bring me lunch. I'll hurry up and plow the fields. I'll finish the work as soon as possible and let the cows go out for others to use. Sui-yu said, influenced by him. She was full of energy in the morning. She drank a bowl of thick porridge to fill her stomach. Seeing that the dough was needed, she woke up Sui Liang and told him, and then took the 2 camels out for a run. When she was not letting the camels go, she dug wild onions and leeks on the riverbank, and dug out the leek roots to plant in the vegetable garden. The sun was moving away, and there was heat in the wind. Sui-yu led the camels home, and she started to chop radishes and stir-fry stuffing to make dumplings. At noon, the first pot of dumplings was steamed and taken out of the pot. Sui-yu took a plate and put 8 of them into a clean basket, saying, Brother Liang, fill a bag with water, take the basket, and go to deliver food to your brother-in-law. Come back after delivering it, and you can go with me to set up a stall to sell dumplings. Sui Liang nodded, took the basket, picked up the water bag, and strode out. Sui-yu led the camel out of the pen, put the clay stove against the wall, put the dry firewood into the basket, put the unsteamed buns into the steamer, and also took a half-leg-high wooden stake from the woodshed to avoid the same situation as yesterday, when the chopping board for kneading dough had to be placed on the uneven stones. When Sui Liang came back, the iron pot on the stove was no longer hot, so Sui-yu took it off, and led another camel to carry it, and then went out with a basket of buns. Meow. The cat official sleeping on the firewood pile stretched, jumped off the ground, and followed the camels, but, why did you run out? Go back. Don't run around. Sui-yu was worried that the cat would get lost, so she turned back to chase the cat. Chased the cat all the way to the door of the house, and ran with the steamer bent over. As soon as she left, the cat followed her again, and when Sui-yu turned around, it jumped into another family's haystack. Are you bringing food to Captain Zhao? A woman carrying a basket came out and casually greeted Sui-yu. Sui-yu responded vaguely and hurried to chase Sui Liang. As soon as the brother and sister led the camel to the west gate, the cat official came with his neck held high. It swaggered and swung its tail, walked behind Sui-yu and meowed. Sui-yu gave Sui Liang a wink, and Sui Liang grabbed the cat. Sui-yu hurriedly untied a piece of hemp rope from the camel's reins to tie the cat. Regardless of the curses that were getting louder and louder, she tied the rope around her ankle. Don't run around. If you get caught, your cat skin will become a hand cage in winter, and your cat meat will become a dish in the pot. Sui-yu slapped it hard, and was on guard all the way, but it still followed. Someone came. Sui Liang pulled Sui-yu. Sui-yu stood up and greeted, Boss? Buy buns? I have stuffing fried with lard. Okay. Give me 2. Sui-yu said, wait a minute. She waved to the dog selling water, gave him a penny to buy 5 buckets of water. She scooped 1 bucket to wash her hands first, and kept the remaining 4 buckets first. Come here at lunchtime. A pot of 22 buns are sold out in a short time. The water in the pot is heated. The steamer is put into the pot. Sui-yu hurriedly kneads the bread stuffing. There is a tree stump to cushion, so she doesn't have to bend down today, which is much easier for her. The second pot of buns is steamed. Sui-yu takes out 3 first. She and Sui Liang haven't eaten lunch yet. Passers-by see them eating deliciously, ask the price, and buy 1, 2, 3, before finishing the 2 buns. Sui-yu is busy kneading the bread stuffing. In the evening, the cows were tired, And the people were tired too. Zhao Shiping drove the cows back, and found that the door was locked and the camel was not at home. He drank a bellyful of water, and went out to the West City gate to pick up someone. "Are you hungry?" Sui Yu saw the person, and gave him the last 2 buns, saying, "Fill your stomach first. I'm done here. I'll pack up and go back." Zhao Shiping nodded silently, and swallowed a bun in 3 or 2 bites. The camel came, and he chewed the bun, and took the steamer and put it in the basket. After putting out the sparks with water, Sui Yu led the cat official to catch up with the camel and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going home first." The bun mother pretended not to hear, and buried her head in the fire. After walking out of the noisy area, Zhao Shiping looked back and asked, "Why did you bring the cat official with you?" It followed secretly, and couldn't be driven away. Sui Yu picked up the cat official, and held it in her arms, saying, "But it's not in vain. It helped me to close several orders. I will bring it back tomorrow." When she mentioned business, her voice was 3 points higher, which Zhao Shiping found funny. "Why don't you ask me how many baskets of buns I sold today?" Sui Yu caught up with him with the cat. As soon as she approached, Zhao Shiping turned his face away, but followed her words and asked, "How much money did you make?" "It should be more than 260 coins. Plus yesterday's money. It's 4 coins. Sui Yu smiled. She thought she could come earlier tomorrow. "Yes. And give out 2 more buckets of flour." She threw the cat official into the basket and said, "You go back first. I'll go buy a bucket of flour and wine lees." Zhao Shiping saw her running away in a hurry, and his heart moved. She might be like this. This is her true character. Chapter 31. You want too much. Sui Yu not only bought a bucket of noodles, but also bought half a bucket of millet. She had wanted to eat rice for a long time, so she asked her husband to grind millet when she was cooking. Zhao Shiping didn't argue, and went out with the millet obediently. When he came back, the pickled cabbage dumpling soup was ready. Sui Yu served him the rice and said, "Did you sell the fish?" "Well, I sold it for 2 cents and threw it in the box." Sui Yu took a pickled radish and ate it, and asked, "Are there any fish in the net?" Zhao Shiping forgot about this matter, and didn't go to the river when he came back from the field. "I'll go and take a look when I fetch water in the evening. Will you pick me up tomorrow?" Sui Yu asked in a low voice with her head tilted. Zhao Shiping wanted to say that she was being too arrogant, so he swallowed a mouthful of the dumpling soup, and swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips. He lowered his eyes and said calmly, "If you come back early, I will pick you up. If you come back late, you can come back by yourself." Sui Yu was satisfied, and she said, "Come back early tomorrow. You spend a whole day in the field. If you are not tired, the cow will be tired." Zhao Shiping did not say anything. After dinner, he picked up the shoulder pole and changed clothes and went out. He locked the door from the outside again. This time, he did not dawdle in the river and came back soon. Sui Yu was kneading dough. Hearing the noise, he poked his head and said, "You go to sleep first. I will go in after this bowl of dough is kneaded." "Okay." Sui Yu kneaded 1 more bowl of dough tonight. When the moon was at its zenith, she washed her hands and went to sleep. The 2 people on the bed were asleep. She played a trick and deliberately walked to Zhao Shiping's side and stared at him. Seeing that he was not awake, she quietly walked around to the other side. The 3 of them fell asleep from exhaustion and slept all night. When the sun rose, they were full of energy again. 1 went to the fields, 1 herded camels, 2 went out together, and then went their separate ways. After the dough was fermented, Sui Yu skillfully led the camel and the cat to set up a stall. Sui Lian walked in front, picking up the dead branches that fell under the trees, and the cow dung scattered on both sides of the road. "What are you doing?" The old lady in the alley was curious. "Why is there a steamer? Moving?" "No. I'm going to set up a stall to sell buns at the West City gate." Sui Yu couldn't be vague anymore. "Can I make money? Earn enough money for a meal?" Sui Yu pointed at the cat and said, "There's nothing to do at home, so I'm just fooling around." The houses of every household in the military settlement are connected together, and the news spreads quickly. In the evening, when Sui Yu came back with the camel, people living in her alley knew that she had set up a stall to sell buns. You really can't sit still. After finishing your work in the fields, you find ways to make money. Your brain is smarter than those of us who only know how to dig for food in the fields. The old lady next door was a little jealous. She said that the wife that Mr. Zhao married was not good in this way or that way, But now it seems that she is not that bad. Sui Yu laughed. And she raised her voice and said loudly, if I don't have a good mind, I won't have food to eat. If my family had 60 or 70 acres of land like yours, I could dig for food in the fields with peace of mind. It's not that there are too many mouths to feed if there is not enough land. If I don't make some money, the three of us won't have enough to eat. Hearing this, the sourness in the alley dissipated for the most part. A pregnant woman across the street asked, is business good? You can make money. So you have good food and tea. Sui Yu shook her head. The northwest wind at the west gate is strong. And I have a stomach full of wind all afternoon, which is not very comfortable. You said my food and tea are good, but the people who buy buns are not satisfied. If I can dig for food in the fields, I really don't want to suffer this. The door opened, and Luotua went in. Sui Yu said to others, you guys chat. I'll go in to cook. If Sheeping comes back hungry and sees that there is no smoke coming out of the chimney, I will suffer again. Mr. Zhao has a bad temper, so you should go back to your room and get busy. The old lady next door felt a little sympathetic to her. The two families lived close together, and she could often hear Zhao Sheeping getting angry. As the wooden door closed, the people in the alley talked for a few words and went back to their homes. When night fell, Zhao Sheeping came back with a dusty face and led the cow. From a distance, he heard Qian's mother scolding people in a shrill voice again. The harsh sound was unpleasant to hear. I have used the cauldron for 3 years, and it has never broken. I asked you to cook for 2 days, and the cauldron was burned? Qian's mother was desperate. She sat down on the ground and pointed at Sui Ling, who was hanging her head, and asked, tell me, what can you do? What can you do? Did you not add water to the cauldron? I added water. I finally started the fire, but the bottom of the cauldron suddenly leaked. Sui Ling said with a guilty conscience. The broken cauldron meant that they couldn't eat tonight. The Qian family had been busy in the fields all day, and they were tired and hungry. They didn't care about watching the show at this moment, and they all accused Sui Ling of being useless. When I came back, I heard that Sui Yu was selling buns at the West City Gate. We are from the same ancestor, and he has done business, but you have a hard time even cooking a meal. Qian Wei's sister-in-law pulled her mother-in-law and said, she will go to the fields tomorrow, and I will cook at home. I won't go to the fields. Sui Ling looked at Qian Wei pitifully. Qian Wei turned his head. Last time he could plead, but this time he didn't have the face to speak. Okay, you cook at home tomorrow, and take the cauldron to the street to find someone to patch it up. Qian's mother made the final decision. The next morning, she pulled Sui Ling out of bed and dragged her to the fields to cut sorghum early in the morning. Zhao Sheeping met someone on the road, and he led the cow to the fields on a long way. Sui Yu is setting up her stall again. As October is getting colder, there are many business travelers entering the city these days. The city gate is very busy. The street vendors see the business opportunity, and more than 10 stalls have come. She has to come early every day to prevent her stall from being occupied. The stall fee collector came over, and Sui Liang handed over 2 copper coins skillfully. 2 more coins are needed. The price has increased. Sui Yu looked up at him and said, why did the price increase for no reason? We are a small business. How much can we earn in a day? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to, just give up the stall. Sui Yu understood that someone might have taken a fancy to her stall. She nodded to Sui Liang, and Sui Liang took out 2 more copper coins and handed them over. What for? Huang Anqing saw that there seemed to be a dispute here, and he strode over. Brother Huang, you're here just in time. I want to ask if there is a rule for the stall fee at the city gate? Half a month ago, it was 2 cents, and it increased by 2 cents today. Will it increase by 2 cents the day after tomorrow? Sui Yu hurriedly spoke up to prove that someone was behind her. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. The soldier who collected the money returned the 4 cents in his hand to Sui Liang. He smiled flatteringly at Huang Anqing. I didn't know you were a relative of the city official Huang. Sorry for bothering you. From now on, my sister-in-law will set up a stall here with peace of mind. After saying that, he left in disgrace. Sui Yu handed 2 buns to Huang Anqing, smiling and saying, today I am using the name of Huang Qingwan to show off my power. Please eat. Huang Anqing took it. The buns were still hot. He nodded and said, if there are any more hooligans looking for trouble, send your brothers to tell them. Sui Yu agreed, and when a guest came, she looked away to greet him. When she was picking up the buns, She looked back and saw that Huang Lanqing had left, and 4 coins were placed on the lid of the steamer. Given by Huang Qingwan? Sui Yu asked, leaning forward. Sui Liang nodded, and he waved his hand. He still put down the copper coins and left. It happened that Zhao Xiping came to pick someone up in the evening, and Sui Yu told him what happened at noon. You go and ask Brother Huang which day he is not on duty, and we will invite him to our home for a meal. Zhao Xiping nodded, patted the dust on his body, and went to Huang Lanqing to thank him when there were few people around, and asked him which day he was not on duty. It's just a small matter. A few words. It won't delay anything. It's not worth thanking. Huang Lanqing refused to eat. He could only make a few dollars a day by selling buns at a stall, and meat and wine were quite expensive. It would be a waste of a month's work to treat him to a meal. Zhao Xiping was not good at pulling things, and Huang Lanqing refused after he said it twice. He had to give up and went back to Sui Yu and said, he has other things to do when he is not on duty. Let's talk about it when he is free. That's fine. Sui Yu sat on the tree stump and watched him busy. After half a month of hard work, her arms hurt every day. How many acres of land are left uncultivated? She asked. All the oxen have been plowed and returned. Zhao Xiping stuffed the steamer into the basket, cleaned up the other miscellaneous things, and threw the cat official on the camel's back. He looked at the tree stump under her buttocks and asked, still sitting there? Not going back? Sui Yu stood up, and he lifted the tree stump and carried it on his shoulder. I noticed that you have become more diligent. In the past, you would be stubborn if I asked you to do some work. Sui Yu chased after him and walked beside him, taking the time to say, Sister-in-law, it's time to go home. It's getting dark. The buns lady didn't say anything. She pointed at the steamer. The buns were not sold out yet. You stole someone's business, and you still have the nerve to say hello? Zhao Xiping sometimes admired her ability to play dumb. Unless she is doing a unique business, there will be others who will set up stalls even if I am not there. Isn't there a grain store diagonally opposite the Shinji grain store on the street? Sui Yu swung her arms and asked him what he was going to do next. Zhao Xiping knew what he meant by that and asked directly, what do you want me to do next? Sui Yu smiled at him flatteringly and said, you come and help me make dumplings. Impossible. Zhao Xiping refused outright. Then you can help me make dough and knead the dough at home. I have to knead several bowls of noodles a day and cut radishes. My arms are going to be useless. Sui Yu spread her hands and raised them in front of him, her fingers trembling unconsciously. Zhao Xiping glanced at her and looked away. Is it okay? Sui Yu held him. Zhao Xiping reacted greatly and broke free as if he was stabbed. Sui Yu didn't believe it. She pulled his hand again with a stern face, and tried her best to hold it with her armpit. She struggled to pry open her tightly clenched fingers and said with gritted teeth, who are you showing this to? I want to see if I can get pregnant by holding your hand. Outside. Outside. Someone is coming. Zhao Xiping pushed her and reminded her, be careful. Sui Liang is watching. Watch him and let him learn from you. Otherwise he will put his wife on the bed and worship her. Sui Liang didn't understand, so he followed behind with a grin. Passers-by stared at them like watching a play, and Zhao Xiping's ears were red. In order to prevent her from making trouble again and making people laugh, he gave in to her wishes and let her hold his hand. But when she relaxed a little, he struggled hard, carried the tree stump and ran away. Don't go home if you have the guts. Sui Yu was so angry that she yelled. She led the camel over and said indignantly, let's sell his camel and cat. When he goes out to work, we will sell his house too. She turned her head and saw Sui Liang laughing. She rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, what are you laughing at? Do you think he has a problem with his brain? Sui Liang still laughed. Sui Yu stopped talking. She was thinking that she had to teach him a lesson in the evening. When she got home, Zhao Xiping had already returned. When he saw people, he took the initiative. Don't argue with me outside in the future. People will laugh at you. Sui Yu ignored him. She sat on a stone and said, you cook tonight. If you don't, we won't eat. Anyway, Liang Ge and I are not hungry. Zhao Xiping wanted to scold her, but he didn't want to argue with her. The more he talked, the more affected he would be. He took 2 deep breaths, unloaded the steamer, and went into the kitchen to cook. Sui Yu was surprised that he was so obedient. She crossed her arms and watched for a while. When she saw smoke coming out of the chimney, she said again, boil a basin of water for me. I want to wash my hair. Whoever washes it should boil it. Don't look for me. Zhao Shiping finally couldn't hold back his anger. I'm your wife. If I don't look for you, which man should I look for? Sui Yu walked into the kitchen. She added water to the pot fearlessly and said with a smirk, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Shiping ignored her. The water was hot. Sui Yu scooped water to wash her hair and also wash Sui Liang's hair. After that, the brother and sister sat side by side in the yard to dry their hair and comb lice. When the meal was ready, the two of them stood up at the same time to get bowls for rice. I made the meal, Zhao Shiping emphasized. You also eat less of the meal I made. Sui Yu snorted coldly. Meow. The cat official came in to ask for food. The host and hostess ignored it. So Sui Liang gave it a small portion of his meal. And the man and the cat squatted in the yard to eat. Zhao Shiping cooked. And Sui Yu washed the dishes. She scooped water for Sui Liang and said, "Wash and go to bed early. When you wake up tomorrow morning, go sell fish with your brother-in-law." The child was sleepy and slept well. Sui Liang didn't play around when he went to bed. He fell asleep after a while with his eyes closed. Sui Yu rarely waited for someone to come back. She washed up and lay on the bed pretending to sleep. Zhao Shiping walked in quietly. As soon as he lay down, a black shadow fell over. "What are you going to do?" Zhao Shiping jumped up. Sui Yu chased him barefoot and ran all the way to the yard. She put her hands on her hips and said, "If you have the ability, you still run." Zhao Shiping laughed angrily. He sat on the stone under the eaves and said, "I don't have the ability. But you do. Just use whatever ability you have." Sui Yu walked over barefoot. She raised her hips and sat on the man's legs. She felt the legs under her buttocks tremble. And she laughed muffledly. Zhao Shiping pinched her. And she raised her hand to his neck and said, "Why did you run away before? I can't kill you." As she said this, she exerted force on her hand and moved closer. She leaned her head against the man's chest and whispered, "Are you afraid that you can't help it? Mr. Zhao, your heartbeat is so fast, so urgent, and so loud." Zhao Shiping raised his head, but was restrained by the hand on his neck. He pushed her face away and said in a rough voice, "Get off. You like me." Sui Yu was proud. "Impossible." Zhao Shiping pinched her chin and said, "Get off. Why is it impossible? It's not shameful to admit that you like me." Sui Yu moved closer against his force and said seriously, "I like you, too." Zhao Shiping shook his head. The price of falling in love with her was too high. Now life is just right. He gave her a place to stay, a stable home, and he didn't have to consider anything else. "Don't like me. You want too much, and I can't give it to you." Zhao Shiping let go of her hand, carried her back to the bed, and said, "I agree to help you with the dough." Chapter 32. After putting the person down, Zhao Shiping walked out quickly. He closed the door and sat alone in the yard in a trance. Inside the house, Sui Yu stared at the dark roof with wide eyes. After a long time, she smiled silently, although she was a little rushed tonight. At least she confirmed two things, which was also a gain. She supported her arms and sat up. When she moved, there was a slight movement outside the door. She heard the sound and went to the kitchen. She laid down again and closed her eyes to sleep. Zhao Shiping was indeed hiding from her. He pushed the door in thinking that there was a cat in the kitchen. However, after the oil lamp was lit, not only did he not see the cat, he also found that Sui Yu forgot to leaven the dough. He thought for a while, took out the basin, and turned out the wine dregs. When he went out to scoop water, he saw a tail hanging down from the roof. He looked up and saw the cat sitting upright on the roof. Meow. The cat called out briefly. When people scooped water into the house, it also jumped down, and then jumped onto the stove and stared at him intently, afraid of startling the people in the house. Zhao Shiping glared at it without saying anything. He slowly poured water and kneaded the dough, killing time bit by bit. After kneading a bowl of dough, the man went out to look at the moon. Seeing that it was still early, he made another bowl. The cat official meowed again, and then yawned with its mouth wide open. "What are you waiting for?" Zhao Shiping asked. "When did you go up to the roof? Why were you running around? What did you see? She is not a good person. Is she? She is too greedy. Just like selling buns. She fantasizes about making a fortune before the stall is set up. She is too greedy." Zhao Shiping rubbed the dough on his hands with the remaining water. After rubbing it clean, He picked up the cat official and sat in front of the stove, imitating Sui Liang's movements to stroke the cat's fur. The cat fell asleep on his legs, and he stared at the flickering flames in a daze. He hated Sui Yu for being greedy. But if she wasn't greedy, she would be another lifeless self, and even timid and cowardly because of her background. 20 years. 20 years later. Zhao Shiping muttered silently. Can the western region be stable for 20 years? If a war breaks out, can he survive for 20 years? If he dies, Sui Yu, a criminal slave. With a slap sound, the cat official woke up, stared at the person who slapped him, and jumped onto the stove. Who let you think about it in the middle of the night? Zhao Shiping suppressed his thoughts, thinking that his life is also a life, and he should think more about himself. With a cock crowing, it was already the second half of the night. Zhao Shiping blew out the oil lamp and walked out of the kitchen. It was dewy at night, and the wind was cold and wet. He took a deep breath and pushed the door in lightly. The brother and sister on the bed were both fast asleep. Zhao Shiping stood at the door for a moment, then walked to the wall to take down the wolf's skin. He almost walked out of the door and stopped again. He turned around and hung the wolf's skin on the wall again, then walked towards the bed. Sui Yu had something on her mind, so she woke up before dawn. When she got up, the half-asleep man suddenly woke up. He listened to the rustling sound of changing clothes, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep, and opened his eyes only after the people left. Zhao Shiping slept late this morning. Sui Liang woke up and found that his brother-in-law was still in bed. He was very surprised. Before this, no matter how early he woke up, there was no one outside. Wake up! Get up! Zhao Shiping breathed a sigh of relief, finally waking up the people. The big and the small opened the door and went out. The woman who was feeding chickens in the yard looked over. Sui Yu said as if nothing had happened. I made taro and rice porridge. Try the pickled radish to see if it's tasty enough. If it's pickled, we'll have dinner. The tense skin suddenly relaxed. Zhao Shiping walked into the kitchen in silence. He picked up 2 radishes to feed Sui Liang. Is it tasty enough? Sui Liang nodded. If it's tasty enough, let's eat. He talked to himself. And before Sui Yu came in, he followed Sui Liang out to scoop water to wash his face. Sui Yu glanced at him from behind. When eating, Zhao Shiping took the bowl out of the gate and stood outside to eat. Sui Yu stared at him and followed him out. There were many people in the alley holding bowls and talking about farmland. She walked over to listen. After eating a bowl of rice, Sui Yu took the bowl home and happened to run into a man leading a camel out. She asked as usual, Are you full? Yeah. Remember to come back and help me knead the dough. Zhao Shiping nodded. Sui Yu staggered and let him go out. Someone took care of the dough kneading. Sui Yu washed the pots and bowls and started to chop radishes and stir-fry stuffing. When scraping lard, she found that the oil tank was empty. She asked Sui Liang to look after the house while she took the money to buy lard at the market. On the way back, she happened to meet Sui Ling wandering in the alley. Sui Yu glanced at her and walked straight past her as if she didn't see anyone. Are you selling buns? Sui Ling asked. Sui Yu ignored her and hurried home. When she entered the house, she didn't have time to put the meat in. She leaned over the water tank and looked left and right at the water. Brother Liang, come here and see if I am as black as the water, Sui Yu called out. And she said to herself, It's only been a short time since we last met. How come Sui Ling has become whiter? Sui Liang pointed into the house, and Sui Yu leaned over. It was Zhao Shiping who came back. She explained, We just met on the road and didn't say anything. Zhao Shiping walked out the door, and he glanced at her and said, I saw her a few days ago. And you are much darker than her. Sui Yu was upset and said, I am thinner than her too. You have never been idle. She was asked to rest but she didn't. The food she ate didn't make her fat. It would be a miracle if she could gain weight. Sui Yu sighed and said, I will eat one more bowl of rice in the future. After a few words back and forth, Zhao Shiping felt more comfortable. Since she could pretend, he could pretend too. You knead the dough, and I'll cut the radish. Sui Yu arranged work for him. Zhao Shiping had no objection. He patted Sui Liang and walked into the kitchen. He handed out the chopping board and said, Put a tree stump under it, and you can cut it in the yard. The 2 people were doing their own things and didn't disturb each other. Sui Liang saw that there was nothing for him to do. So he broke a branch and walked out the door to dig worms in the rotten soil under the wall to feed the chickens. He didn't go in until Sui Yu called him to light the fire. The pig fat was put into the pot, and the aroma of meat drifted out with the wind. The people in the alley, who didn't go to the field, smelled the smell and felt hungry. Selling buns is still profitable. His family buys meat from time to time. I went to see. The bun stuffing is mixed with lard. I guess they buy pig fat to make oil. The gossiper went to find out when she knew Sui Yu was setting up a stall. Although there was no outsider. She lowered her voice and hid her smile and said, Mr. Zhao is still suffering from marrying a criminal slave. He used to live a rich life. He would buy pork or mutton to stew dishes. But since he brought people back, I haven't seen him buy meat. You don't know? Half a month ago, my wife was sick and craved meat. My husband went to buy meat, and the pork seller asked him if something happened to Mr. Zhao. As soon as the words came out, everyone else covered their mouths and laughed, and shook their heads and said, no matter who falls into this, no one will be well. The family in the next alley quarrels every day because of food and drink. It's Li Baihu who is the bad guy. He has 10 centurions under him, and he has harmed 2 of them. Hush. The older man stopped her from talking, and she was afraid that someone would spread the word, and then someone else would be in trouble. She packed up her work and said, I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Then I'll go back too. It's almost noon. I'll go to the vegetable garden to pick 2 radishes. It's time to prepare dinner. 4 or 5 people dispersed in a hurry, and when they went out, they happened to see Sui Yu leading the camel and the cat out. Hard-working people. You went out early today. Seeing the person who was gossiping, they were in a good mood again. Sui Yu and the cat turned back at the same time, and she waved her hand and said, I'm not hard-working. Hard-working people start their business before the sun comes out. Then they continue to walk, listening to the sound of hooves fading away. Zhao Shiping bolted the door from the inside. He cleaned up the messy kitchen, washed his face and feet, and went to sleep. Everyone had left, and the bed was finally his again. After sleeping for half an hour, Zhao Shiping sat on the bed and thought for a while. He put all the sorghum stalks standing under the eaves in the yard. It was useless anyway, so he might as well type out the manuscript first. Open the door. I'm back. Sui Yu knocked on the door. It was already dark, and Zhao Shiping was so absorbed in his work that he forgot the time. He walked over to open the door, and when their eyes met, he looked away first. What are you doing at home with the door closed? Cooking? Sui Yu looked curious. No. Sui Yu immediately glared at him. I'm out making money, and you're waiting for me to come back to cook. You didn't tell me. How would I know what you were going to cook? Zhao Shiping argued. Sui Yu was so angry that she gave a fake smile. She said sarcastically, Do you know what to eat before you get married? Zhao Shiping said nothing, and he made way for the camel to come in. Look how I spoiled you. Sui Yu tooted her tongue, and she said in a weird voice, How do I know what you are going to cook? Come on. Come on. Stop while you are ahead. Zhao Shiping smiled, and he pushed her in, saying, You take a rest. I will cook. Sui Yu was satisfied, and she walked with her hands behind her back, seeing the sorghum stalks at the foot of the wall. She said, Yo, it seems that I have wronged you. Zhao Shiping was also confused by what she said, and he took the steamer from the basket on the camel's back and said, How can I cook without a pot at home? Sui Yu smiled awkwardly, and she apologized repeatedly, and followed into the kitchen to help light the fire. Cook dumpling soup? Okay. I have eaten all the buns. Zhao Shiping was silent. What did you eat for lunch? Sui Yu realized the problem. When I'm not working, I only eat 2 meals a day. Sui Yu didn't say whether she believed it or not, and asked softly, What did you do at home during the day? You even forgot to eat lunch. Sure enough, she didn't stay still for long, and began to test it again. And Zhao Shiping's heart began to clamor again. Sleep. Zhao Shiping stopped kneading the dough, looked at her, and said seriously, Be honest. Don't provoke me. You will be in trouble if you provoke me. Sui Yu was silent now. Zhao Shiping was also silent, but his mind was full of complicated thoughts. He struggled for a while, and finally chose to speak out. I went to the battlefield at the age of 15, climbed over snow-capped mountains and deserts, ate dirt and drank blood to survive, stepped on the dead, and slept in the pile of dead bodies. At that time, I didn't think about wealth and glory, making achievements. I just wanted to live. I am 21 years old this year, and I still have the same idea. Just being alive is good. It was rare for Zhao Shiping to say so many words at once. And it was the first time in his life to reason with someone. He stared at Sui Yu. The firelight illuminated her face. He lied. She was not ugly, although she was frighteningly thin. But her facial features were good. And her eyes were particularly colorful. Sui Yu. My own situation is not bad. This year I spent money lavishly. And my money seems tight. After the salary is paid next year. Even if you sit at home and do nothing, I can still support you in Sui Liang. I don't mind your identity. And don't take what I said before to heart. The prisoner is only 20 years. As long as you live longer, you will be free sooner or later. Glancing at Sui Liang coming in, Zhao Shiping stopped talking and said in the end, don't think too much. You don't grow meat because you think too much. The last sentence made Sui Yu laugh out loud. And she complained, if you didn't look down on me, I wouldn't care so much about the status of a prisoner. Zhao Shiping didn't care whether what she said was true or false. He just smiled and said, what I look down on is not slaves, but sins. Chapter 33. A clever move. The soup in the steamer was boiling, and the gurgling sound was like a heartbeat hidden in the flesh. Zhao Shiping lowered his eyes and opened the lid of the pot. He took a deep breath with the steaming hot white smoke and suppressed his surging thoughts. The meal is ready, he said. Sui Liang immediately took out the bowl and put it on the stove. He was hungry. Sui Yu took out the unburned firewood and poured a bucket of water on it. The thick wood with flames crackled for a while, and there was no spark after a burst of white smoke. When someone came in after washing his hands, Zhao Shiping took the initiative to hand over the dumpling soup, and even inserted the chopsticks. Sui Yu glanced at him and smiled. What are you laughing at? This is the first time you served me rice. I am flattered. Sui Yu bit her chopsticks and smiled. She lifted her eyelids and squinted at him, and asked with a smile and anger, are you afraid that I will be sad? Zhao Shiping did not refute and acquiesced. Sui Yu laughed again. The man took the bowl and went out. There were only the two siblings left in the kitchen. Sui Yu put away the smile on her face. She chewed a noodle dumpling in a daze, her mind drifting away. Suddenly her hand was shaken, and Sui Yu came back to her senses and lowered her head. She saw Sui Liang picked up the vegetable leaves in his bowl and put them in her bowl. She handed the bowl over and said, Brother Liang, you eat yours. I have vegetables in my bowl, too. Sui Liang smiled at her and slurped the noodle soup. Sui Yu also smiled. She walked to the stove and sat down to concentrate on eating. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer. When the figure crossed the door, the kitchen was dark for a moment. Sui Yu looked up and said, you are really tall. When you stand at the door is blocked. Zhao Shiping nodded, and he opened the lid of the pot and served another bowl of rice. You sleep too much during the day, so you can't sleep at night, right? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping became alert when he heard this. He glanced over and went out without saying a word. Help me knead the dough tonight. You are strong, and the dough you knead is chewy. Sui Yu drove him out with the bowl and said kindly, today, the old customer who bought the buns praised my buns for being chewy. Only tonight? Sui Yu laughed dryly. And tomorrow night? Only 2 nights? Zhao Shiping confirmed again. Sui Yu didn't say anything, and the meaning was self-evident. Zhao Shiping's face was dark, and he knew that if he made any concessions, she would take advantage of the situation and hit him with a snake stick. Sui Yu knew that he agreed, so she stopped bothering him and said, eat quickly. I'll wash the pots and dishes after you finish. The cat came back from the darkness, swung in front of the male owner, and then walked into the lighted kitchen with its neck held high. Sui Yu saw the big rat in its mouth and exclaimed, my cat is eating meat again. It's really capable. The man squatting in the yard got up and went into the house. He glanced at him and said unhappily, have you caught all the rats in your house? You? What a bummer. Sui Yu glanced at him, and she praised the cat official for his ability, saying, since the cat came to our house, the food and drinks at home have not been attacked by mice. I'm full. Zhao Shiping was too lazy to talk to her. He put down the bowl and said, I'm going to fetch water. Sui Liang will lock the door. It's cold. Don't take a bath in the river. You will suffer if you get cold. Sui Yu shouted. Come back and take a bath. I'll boil hot water for you. No need. Before she finished speaking, she had already strode out of the door. Stubborn. Sui Yu snorted. After washing the pots and bowls and not having to knead the dough, Sui Yu felt relieved. She boiled water, washed herself, and sat on the bed. The wooden box at the head of the bed was moved onto the bed again. She and Sui Liang counted the copper coins one by one in a good mood. Open the door. The water carrier came back. Sui put down the copper coins, put on her shoes, and went to open the door. Seeing him holding a fish in his hand, she asked, "Did you catch it with a grass net?" "I caught it when I was taking a bath. The grass net is gone. I don't know if it was washed away by the water or taken away by someone. He didn't fetch water last night, but he did go to fetch water this morning. But he didn't bother to check the grass net. He didn't know when the grass net was gone." Zhao Shiping threw the fish into the broken bucket and said, "I'll weave 2 more tomorrow. My straw sandals are going bad." "Weave, weave, weave." Zhao Shiping stopped her and said, "I'll weave them for you. Okay? Go to bed and don't bother me." Liang Gur. "Weave. Okay." Sui strode away. "Then we'll go to bed first and won't wait for you." The bedroom door was closed. Zhao Shiping put down the bucket and stared at the swaying water in the tank. She was so thick-skinned that she was not embarrassed at all when her little thoughts were exposed. She still ordered people around like usual. "Remember to wash your hands when you knead the dough." A shout came from the room. Zhao Shiping frowned and looked over. He scooped a bucket of water into the broken bucket, and scooped water, and rubbed his hands in the sound of the fish wagging its tail. When he went into the kitchen to mix the lees and flour, he felt something was wrong. He felt as if what happened in the past 2 days was a dream, and he was the only one affected. After eating the mouse, the cat official came out of the firewood pile. He walked into the kitchen leisurely, jumped onto the stove, and licked his fur again and again with his hairy legs. Zhao Shiping stared at it, and when it licked its hairy legs until they were smooth, he pinched a handful of batter and dripped it on. Seeing that it was stunned for a moment and then continued to lick, he laughed. 2 large bowls of noodles were mixed. The cat slept, the camel slept, and the chicken slept. Zhao Shiping pinched his sore neck and pushed the door to go to sleep. At dawn, Sui prepared breakfast, and she ate first. She threw away the bowl and started to wash and cut radishes. After Zhao Shiping finished his meal, he saw that the noodles he mixed last night had risen. He mixed it with dry noodles and kneaded it into dough, covered the pot, and continued to ferment. "I'm going to release the camel." "Okay. Bring the camel back in an hour," Sui explained. After the radish was cut and brought into the kitchen, he saw that the bowls and chopsticks were still soaking in the pot. Sui put down the wooden basin, rolled up her sleeves, washed the bowls and chopsticks in a few seconds, and then put them in the food cabinet with water. "Liang Gur, you can light the fire," she said. Sui Liang pulled hay to cover the fire, and the firewood in the stove ignited. He walked to the food cabinet to take down the bowl, and then put the bowl in the basin to show Sui. "You don't need to wash it. I did it easily." He could do it easily, but he was unhappy and was twisted to go against me. Sui smiled, letting Zhao Shiping take advantage of him openly, so that his stubborn donkey would be willing to listen to her indirect orders. After she fried the stuffing and steamed a pot of buns, the camel herder came back on time. "I'll steam the buns for you to eat later, and leave a few in the food cabinet. You can light a fire and bake buns at noon when you are hungry at home." Sui wiped her hands and stood at the door of the stove to explain. Zhao Shiping nodded. "Check the basket on the camel's back. I'm afraid it's loose." Sui picked up the clay stove against the wall, raised it to the middle of the air, and was taken over by the man. And she went to pick up dry firewood again. "Leave it there. I'll do it." Seeing that she was clumsy in carrying things, Zhao Shiping frowned. He stuffed the steamer and other things into the basket one by one and said, "I don't have anything important to do at home. I'll pick you up in the evening. If you sell them in advance, just wait there." "Hey," Sui replied briskly. "I knew you were the best. Speak nicely and stop disgusting me." Zhao Shiping got goosebumps again. Sui stopped smiling and glared at him. When the buns were steamed and the steamer was no longer hot, she packed up her things and led the camel out. "Cat official, follow me." The cat sleeping on the haystack fell to the ground when he heard the sound. It swung its tail and jumped over the camel and chased Sui Liang. Zhao Shiping and others disappeared. He took the fish to the market to sell them, and then went back to the field to pull 2 bundles of golden flowers to exchange for a bundle of straw at the government office. Straw sawls are the most wear-resistant. At noon, he was alone at home. He was too lazy to bother with the stove but no pot. He ate 3 cold buns, and continued to twist straw ropes to weave shoe soles. Sui Ling passed by and left after a glance. Not long after she left, Captain Li came to the door again. Have you finished the work in the field? Captain Li looked around and asked. Are you alone at home? Yes. It's getting cold. And the thieves who are still unwilling to give up may come to invade again. In previous years, you said that there was no one at home, and you had to guard the house and raise camels. This year, there are more people at home, so you can go on patrol with peace of mind. Captain Li told him the purpose of coming here, and he said with a smile, Speaking of this, you should thank me. Zhao Shiping stopped what he was doing, stared at Captain Li coldly, and said, I have offended you, and you have cut off my retreat for 20 years. It's time to let it go. Right? You have been staring at me and targeting me, and want to kill me. Aren't you afraid that your brothers will be disappointed? Li Bai, who thought of the rumors about him during this period, and Qian Wei, who had left him. He stared at Zhao Shiping and turned away. Zhao Shiping had a gloomy face. With this troublesome thing, he was in no mood to weave straw sandals. He threw away the straw rope in his hand, locked the door, and went out for a walk. He went to the West City Gate to pick up people in the evening. Wang Qingwen said that there will be fewer merchants entering the city in a few days. I am thinking about whether to move the stall to the market. What do you think? Sui Yu asked for advice when he saw someone. Zhao Shiping nodded. Most caravans leave the city and go west in the spring, and return to the city in the late autumn. When it snows, there will be no one at the city gate. Then you go back first. I'll go around the city. Sui Yu had some thoughts and asked again, Do you have any noodles at home? Less than 2 buckets. Sui Yu was angry. You won't tell me if I don't ask. Right. What will I sell tomorrow if I don't have noodles? Sell whatever you want to sell. Sell you. Seeing the man staring, Sui Yu stuffed the cat official into his hands and said, I won't sell you. I will sell myself. And sell Liang Gur too. We're all gone. You can feel relieved. Zhao Shiping nodded in agreement. Sui Yu dragged Sui Liang away. And when they were far away, she shouted again, Remember to cook. People passing by heard the sound and looked over. Zhao Shiping was annoyed by her nonsense, so he turned his head and looked elsewhere, pretending that he and Sui Yu were not from the same family. Sui Yu and Sui Liang had already walked far away. The siblings went straight to the grain store to buy noodles. She came every few days, and the shop assistants knew her. When they saw people coming in, they would greet them. A bucket of gray noodles? Yes. I forgot to bring the noodle jar. Sui Yu slapped her head. I always forget things. I'll go back and get the jar and come right back. People often come to buy food and forget to bring jars. The clerk was not surprised. Sui Yu smiled. But she did not leave immediately. Instead, she walked closer and asked, Young man, I want to ask you something. Can I set up a stall to sell buns outside this grain shop? You ask me. I am not the one in charge. Sui Yu grabbed a handful of copper coins and stuffed them into his pocket, saying in a nice voice, Please say a few more words, so that I can find the person in charge. You cannot set up a stall outside the grain shop. The land belongs to the owner. But there is a place you can go. The clerk led Sui Yu out and pointed to a shop with a large wine jar 3 meters away, saying, That wine shop. A few days ago, a murder case happened, and I can't do business for a while. I heard from the shopkeeper that he might have to sell his property. I thought that the owner of the wine shop couldn't take care of this place. So you can go and set up a stall. When someone drives you away, you will be familiar with the territory, and it won't be too late to find a stall then. Sui Yu was overjoyed. It was indeed a good location. She grabbed a handful of copper coins and stuffed them into the clerk, gratefully saying, Thank you. You are such a good person. Zhao Shiping heard this when he approached. He sneered. Everyone is a good person in her eyes. The clerk noticed the man, and he lowered his hand quickly and asked with a smile, Sir, do you want to buy rice or noodles? Noodles. This is my man. Sui Yu saw him carrying a noodle jar and said in surprise, I thought I had to run back. Thanks to you for delivering it. I tell you, I found a stall. Chapter 34 Business is booming. The house is close to the market, but far from the city gate. Moreover, the west gate is windy and dusty. Compared with the city, Sui Yu decisively gave up the stall at the west gate. The next day, he led his camel to set up a stall outside the closed wine shop. Zhao Shiping also followed. He was worried that there would be disputes if he occupied someone else's territory to do business. But Sui Yu was already smiling and angry, so he could only swallow his words. He walked around twice and asked a few more questions from people. He came back and moved Sui Yu's stall to the side, which was on the territory of the wine shop and adjacent to the oil shop. I asked around. The owner of the oil shop is kind and easy to talk to, but the owner of the wine shop is vicious. If someone comes to cause trouble, you should hide to the side and move back after the person leaves, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu nodded. Take the camel back and pick me up in the evening. Zhao Shiping went to take the camel. He had a hunch that he would send it back when he came. Today was the first time, and it would be the same thing every day. Brother Liang, light a big fire, Sui Yu ordered. In this dry and cold weather, the steaming water pipe was the most popular. There were many shops on this street, and you could buy oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea on this street. This also meant that there were many people passing by, and they all had money in their hands. I sell radish buns, 3 cents each, with thin skin, rich fillings, and chewy dough. It's also stuffed with lard, which is delicious. Sister-in-law, do you want to buy one to try? My buns are delicious. Whenever someone passed by and glanced over here, Sui Yu would stop him. Mixed with lard? The woman stopped, turned around and took a look in the filling bowl. Sure enough, there was lard. So she immediately paid for 3. Another person came over, and Sui Yu took aim at the child who was looking at him eagerly. Uncle, is this your grandson? Buy him a bun to warm his stomach. Although my buns are vegetarian, they are stained with a lot of meat oil. Sui Yu broke open a bun to show it to the person. When the skin opened, the radish inside rolled out. The radish stained with oil was steamed in the dough, and each grain was crystal clear. The steam juice soaked the dough, which looked very oily. The woman who hadn't left yet pinched a handful of radish and fed it to her mouth. The saltiness was just right, and the radish was not mushy. She took out money and said, "Give me 5 more. I'll send them to the fields at noon, and I won't cook anymore. I'll set up a stall here every day. Sister-in-law will come to buy if she likes the food," Sui Yu said with a smile. She saw the old man with his grandson coming over with a wrinkled face. She broke off a bun and handed it to the child, saying, "It's the same size as my brother. I like it when I see it." After eating a mouthful of food, the dissatisfaction on the old man's face disappeared for the most part. He said in a muffled voice, "Give my son some more." Sui Yu froze with a smile on her face. She turned her hand and stuffed the half-open bun she was going to eat back to the child. Apologizing, "I am short-sighted. I will remember it now. I will recognize you next time you come." The woman who had not walked far was amused. She looked back, bought something and went back to talk about this joke with the people in the alley, saying, "The girl gave away most of the buns after selling 2 buns. In just 1 sentence, the 2 buns were not profitable." "Selling buns? A new shop?" someone asked. "No. It's a stall outside the wine shop. The buns taste pretty good. The dough is chewy, and the stuffing is not soft or mushy. By the way, the radish stuffing is mixed with lard." After she said this, Sui Yu got a lot more customers. She was worried that the business would be bad the day before, but she sold 3 pots of buns before noon. Considering that people who do heavy work need to eat something to keep them from getting hungry at night, porridge must be served with dry food. At night, buns will definitely sell well. There were few people on the street at noon. Sui Yu said a few words to Sui Liang, and she ran out of the street and ran home quickly. The door was open. Sui Yu rushed in and bumped into Zhao Shiping eating cold buns. She nodded at him and didn't care about what to mock. She hurriedly said, "Boss, business is good today, and the noodles are not prepared enough. Please give me another bowl of noodles and send it to me in the afternoon. Also, you have seen me fry stuffing. Please cut 5 more radishes for me to fry stuffing." Zhao Shiping was reluctant, and he declined, "I have something to do in the afternoon. There is not much firewood at home." There is no shortage of firewood. There is a pile outside the door." Sui Yu put her hands together and begged him. Seeing that his expression did not change, she took his arm and shook him, saying coquettishly, please agree to me quickly. The money is in front of you. You can't refuse it. Promise. Promise. Promise." Zhao Shiping couldn't stand her, and pushed and shoved her out. He said impatiently, Okay. I'll get it for you. Then don't forget it. Sui Yu was still thinking about the stall. She was afraid that Sui Liang could not support it. She shouted and ran away in a hurry. What are you doing? What's the hurry? Asked the passerby. Sui Yu didn't bother to answer, and ran away after a few vague words. Zhao Shiping looked outside, went into the house, and closed the door. He didn't eat the cold buns, washed his hands, and went into the house to prepare dough. However, when she saw the dark hole on the stove, her heart skipped a beat, and she and he both forgot that there was only one steamer in the house. Zhao Shiping stood at the door and thought for a while. He first took out a basin to mix the dough. While the dough was fermenting, he dug out 5 radishes, washed them, and cut them into small pieces. After finishing these, the dough was not fermented yet. So he picked up the shoulder pole and hooked 2 baskets to buy 4 more baskets of radishes from a familiar family. He didn't have time to bury the radishes in the sand pit. He went into the kitchen and opened the curtain to see that the thin dough had risen. He washed his hands and mixed the dry noodles. The dry and wet noodles were mixed together to form a smooth dough, and the curtain was covered to continue fermenting. Zhao Shiping took the cut radishes, the oil can and the salt can and went out. There was no pot at home, so he could only take them to the street to fry. Captain Zhao, where are you going? What are you carrying? A passerby asked. Radishes. Zhao Shiping had a wooden face. Where are you carrying radishes? On the street. After a few words, he strode away the person who asked the question. When he met someone again, he still used the same 2 sentences to fool people. When he arrived, Sui Yu's business was booming. Her stall was surrounded by people, and people were blocked. He slowed down, walked a few steps and stopped. He stood not far away, and could tell from the sound she made that she was in a very good mood. Her voice was vigorous, and the ending tone was rising, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Full of energy. After seeing off another wave of customers, Sui Yu took a big sip of water from her bowl to moisten her throat. She turned her head and saw the man coming over. She smiled at him. Wow, you came at the right time. How did you know that my bun stall was almost empty? Zhao Shiping's eyes moved to the steamer, and then moved up to stare at her. Sui Yu instantly understood that there was no pot at home. I've brought you the radish. This is the oil can and the salt can. You fry it first. I'll go back and bring you the basin. Zhao Shiping put the things down and asked, No one is here to cause trouble. No. Go back quickly. Sui Yu moved the steamer away from the steamer, scooped the water from the bottom of the pot with a bowl, and said, Bring half a bucket of water. Okay. The water at the bottom of the pot dried up. Sui Yu scooped 2 spoons of lard and knocked it on the bottom of the pot. When no one came, she picked up the soybean oil can and quickly poured it around. At this time, the lard melted and mixed with the soybean oil to emit an attractive oily aroma. Sui Yu put the oil can on the ground, picked up the basin and poured the radish into it. Seeing that there was a shovel in the basin, she said with satisfaction, You are very considerate. You still remembered to bring the shovel. Someone followed the smell and came over. When he got closer, he looked disappointed and said, Stewed radish? There are buns fried with lard. Sui Yu opened the lid of the steamer and said, It's still hot. Buy 2 to try? The smell just now. It's fried radish with lard. These are the same stuffing as the ones in the pot. Sui Yu picked up a bun with chopsticks and handed it over, saying, Try it. Eat first and pay later. If it doesn't taste good, I won't pay. Really? The man became interested. Sui Yu nodded. He was wearing fine cloth clothes, so he was definitely not a poor person, as long as it was not hard to swallow. She believed that he would not hold on to the 3 cents. The man smiled, took a bite of the bun, and said, You are an interesting person. The buns taste good. Give me 5 more. Do you have anything to put them in? No. Wait a moment. Sui Yu added salt to the pot, stirred it a few times, and said, Brother Liang, cover the fire. She went over to pick up the buns for people and said, It's a small business. It's not profitable to prepare plates or straw covers. Please forgive me. If you don't plan to take them home, you can eat them here before leaving. 6 buns are not many. My man can eat 8 or 9 at a time. Then he has a big appetite. The man listened to her, paid the money, and stood aside to eat. He is big and strong. Sui Yu picked up the basin to shovel the stuffing, and was worried that there was no water in the pot. When she saw the person who delivered water and noodles coming, she added, He is also strong and is a good worker. Zhao Shiping looked at her, put down the basin, and he picked up the bucket to pour water into the pot. When he saw that it was almost done, he picked up the steamer and put it on. Is there enough firewood? If not, I will go back to get it. He glanced at the ground and said, You need the dough first. I will go back to get you firewood. The man left, and the man eating the buns commented, He is a good-tempered person. You are blessed. Sui Yu seemed to have heard a joke and said, You are the first one to say that he has a good temper. The man smiled and shook his head. He never made mistakes when he looked at people. He took the last bun and said, Let's go. You are busy. Hey, take your time. Sui Yu kneaded a large ball of dough on the chopping board and kneaded it. The dough had been kneaded smooth by Zhao Shiping. She kneaded it a few times, and then kneaded it into small pieces to wrap the stuffing. When Zhao Shiping brought the firewood over, half of the steamed buns were already in the steamer. He asked Sui Lian to take a rest. He sat down and started to light the fire, listening to Sui Yu soliciting business, or looking up at her with his peripheral vision. He was shorter than she was taller. Looking from below, he could not see her expression, but he could imagine her expression through her voice. After the last pot of buns was sold, Zhao Shiping went back to lead the camel, and then carried the odds and ends to take people and cats home. After the sun set in the evening, the temperature dropped suddenly. People walked in the alleys, and the straight wind in the alleys pierced through the chest like a sharp sword. However, in such a cold day, there are still many people huddled in the alley. Haven't you cooked yet? Sui Yu hunched her neck and greeted people. It's cooking in the pot. I heard that you are not setting up a stall at the west gate anymore. Sui Yu nodded and said, It's cold. There are fewer people entering the city, and business is not good. I moved to Nanshui Street. Business there is still good. That will make a lot of money. Someone was jealous. I will set up a stall with you tomorrow. Sure. Why not? As long as you have time. Go. As long as you don't mind the little money. Sui Yu agreed with her mouth. And seeing that the foot in front of her moved faster, she hurried to catch up. Sui Yu, tell your aunt the truth. How much money can you make from selling buns in a day? Xiang Posey was not fooled by her. Zhao Shiping looked over with a pair of sharp eyes, and asked mercilessly, You are her ancestor, and you want her to tell you the truth? The woman who was slapped in the face froze, and shouted, How can you talk like that? She is a criminal slave, and I am a clean person, so I can't be her ancestor. After hearing this, Sui Yu didn't react. Zhao Shiping got angry first. He stopped the camel, strode over with a murderous look, and scared Xiang Posey so much that she lost her voice, and went into the house, and closed the door without showing her head. What are you doing, Mr. Zhao? Don't act recklessly. We are all neighbors in the same alley, and Xiang Posey's son is your brother. The onlookers turned around and started to persuade the fight. Zhao Shiping just pretended to scare the old woman, and went back when he was stopped. Sui Yu stared at the man leading the camel as if he were a hero. As soon as he entered the door, she approached him and said, You were so manly and domineering just now. I feel that I did not marry the wrong person because you can protect me like this. Oh, I'm going to like you a little more. Zhao Shiping walked around her unloading the basket and said, You misunderstood. I just hate them. I carry a basin and a bundle of firewood, and ask everyone I know. If I lose my temper, they will be quiet for a few days. Otherwise they will pester me every day. You don't need to explain. I understand. Sui Yu smiled. Understand shit. Zhao Shiping moved the steamer into the kitchen and said, Cook. Okay. Sui Yu went into the house to put on more clothes. Liang Gur, you should also wear one more layer. Don't catch a cold. What do you want to eat tonight? Let me think. Yes. There is still a pile of noodles left. I will make you dumplings. Sui Yu was in a good mood and had the energy to make food. She asked Zhao Shiping to roll out the dough while she went to get the pickled cabbage, planning to cook a pot of dumplings stuffed with pickled cabbage and eggs in the evening. This long dinner did not disappoint Zhao Shiping. When Sui Yu and Sui Lian were full, he ate all the thick and thin food in the pot. Sui Yu walked to his side and squatted next to him, and said kindly, If the steamed buns are not enough to sell tomorrow, can you? Yes. Zhao Shiping knew that this would happen. If there is not enough stuffing later, you can ask your brother to come back. I will know when I see him, and I will prepare it at home and send it to you. Sui Yu was so happy that she hugged him and leaned her head over, saying coquettishly, Captain Zhao, You are so kind. Chapter 35 Sweet words soften bones. In the middle of the night, under a house with earthen walls and tiled roofs, Sui Ling hugged a thin mattress and squeezed into the man's arms. The work in the field was almost done, and she finally didn't have to go to the field anymore. Husband, I want to go see my elder brother. Sui Ling looked up at the man and said, Can you go with me? Qian Wei lowered his eyes and glanced at the woman in his arms. Compared with her appearance more than 2 months ago, she was now like a different person. Her beauty, conversation, and manners were completely incomparable to those of a country woman. If he had hated this person before, now he has fallen at her feet. Husband, talk. Sui Ling hit him. Okay. I'll ask someone to find out where he is when I'm free. Qian Wei lifted Sui Ling's chin and nodded, thinking that he would ask something when he saw the person. With these words, Sui Ling felt relieved, thinking that the old woman at home was watching the food more closely than a cat watching a mouse. She thought she had to go find Sui Yu. 2 days later, Qian Wei got the news, and Sui Ling found an excuse to slip out. She first went to the second alley for a walk, and saw that the door was open and there was no one in the yard. She judged that only Zhao Shiping was at home. After leaving the alley, she went straight to Nanshui Street. She heard Sui Yu shouting from a distance. When she got closer, she saw that she was speaking humbly to the old woman with a dark face and a shrunk neck in hemp clothes. And she smiled so hard that her teeth were not visible after receiving a few copper coins. She curled her lips and thought that she was lucky not to be with Zhao Shiping. Otherwise she would have to set up a stall every day like Sui Yu to sell smiles and earn copper coins. The cat official was lying next to the stove, squinting and sleeping, when suddenly someone grabbed his head. He smelled something wrong and pounced on him before he opened his eyes. Sui Ling was too late to react, and her outstretched hand was scratched. She screamed and stared at the blood on the back of her hand in annoyance. Sui Yu, your dead cat scratched me. Sui Yu saw that she was annoyed, but she ignored her and continued to greet the customers who bought buns. Seeing Sui Liang took the copper coins, she handed over 4 buns. Sui Ling glared at Sui Yu, and seeing that the dead cat was still staring at her with a ferocious look, she raised her foot to kick it. Do you want to die? Sui Yu picked up the bowl and threw it. The cat didn't provoke you, but you kept scratching it silently. It doesn't know you. Who else can you scratch if not you? The coarse pottery bowl fell to the ground without breaking, and rolled a few times and stopped in the middle of the road. Sui Liang pulled the cat official over, afraid that Sui Ling would go crazy and kick the cat again. So he stared at the bowl without picking it up. How would I know it would scratch people? Why do you bring it out to sell buns? It's so annoying and disgusting. Sui Ling was in the wrong, but she was loud. But since she had something to ask for, she just kept on complaining. She walked to the stall with her hand that was scratched and bleeding, and asked, How much money can you make in a day? Sui Yu rolled her eyes at her and said, If you have nothing to do, just leave quickly and don't waste my time. Seeing a passerby, she smiled again and shouted enthusiastically, Sister, do you want to buy some buns? The buns are stuffed with radish and fried with lard. They are delicious. 3 cents each. The passerby waved his hand, and Sui Yu looked away. She saw a hand reaching out from the steamer in her peripheral vision, and she slapped it and said impatiently, What? A lady from a wealthy family has become a thief? Sui Ling was annoyed when she heard her sarcasm, and was about to choke, but she held back her words. She groaned for a while, then changed her tone and said, I plan to visit my eldest brother tomorrow, and I'm thinking of bringing some things with me. You know my wife. It's harder than climbing to the sky to get something from her. Give me some buns. I'll take them to my brother tomorrow when I visit him. Sui Yu stared at her. Really? Qian Wei has already found out where my brother is. Sui Ling saw her doubt. She curled her lips in disdain, and deliberately asked, Do you want to go see him? It's all thanks to my brother that you can stand on the street and sell buns today. Sui Yu didn't say anything. Seeing an old customer coming over, she smiled and greeted, Antley, do you want to buy 10 buns today? Yes. 10 again. Antley handed over the basket and said, Are there more in the pot? Yes. Sui Yu opened the steamer to pick up the buns. After selling 10, there were still 6 left. She piled the remaining 6 into 2 piles and handed them to the person who was lingering in front of the stall and refused to leave. Just this once, she said. Sui Ling nodded perfunctorily. She took the buns and turned to leave without a word of thanks. As if she had paid for them, and it was natural. Sui Liang spat at her. He let go of the cat official, and went to pick up the bowl on the road. She is not someone you should associate with. If you see her on the road in the future, stay away from her. If she calls you, ignore her. But don't offend her either. Sui Yu instructed him. Sui Liang nodded. Another guest came. Sui Yu put aside the unpleasantness brought by Sui Ling and greeted the guest with a smile. Sui Ling looked back and saw that Sui Yu didn't look at her. She ducked into the alley and hid in a place sheltered from the wind. She raised the slightly hot bun with one hand and took a big bite. The soft dough broke open and the hot steam burned her mouth. She exhaled in small sips and waited for the hot steam to dissipate before eating another mouthful of stuffing. From the time her house was searched and she was imprisoned, to the time she was exiled, it has been a year since today. In this year, she has never eaten anything that can fill her mouth. At the Qin family, it was either bean porridge or wild vegetable dumpling soup, with a little meat occasionally, all of which went into the man's mouth. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. After eating a bun, Sui Ling felt even more greedy. She thought that 4 buns would be enough for her eldest brother. So she ate a big one while it was hot. After eating 2 buns and feeling slightly full, Sui Ling wiped her mouth and stuffed the buns into her clothes. She walked back with her back hunched and her head down. Captain Zhao, are you going to deliver noodles again? Zhao Shiping nodded, and he quickened his pace. He caught a glimpse of Sui Ling walking along the wall like a thief. He looked over and quickly looked away. As soon as they passed each other, Sui Ling breathed a sigh of relief. She touched the buns in her arms and smiled triumphantly. Where did you go again? You still remember to come back? As soon as he entered the house, Qian's mother stared at him. You go out whenever you have something to do. Who are you dating outside? Have you swept the floor at home? Fed the chickens? Washed the clothes? Sui Ling turned a deaf ear to him. She went straight into the house and glared at the man lying on the bed. You are not dead. Your mother scolded me for hooking up with men outside, and you didn't say anything? Well, let her say it. Qian Wei was annoyed. Humph. Let her scold. I'll really hook up with a man next time. Qian Wei glared. He sat up and scolded, You little bitch. Are you tired of living? Where did you get it? Hush. Sui Ling pointed out and said in a low voice, I'll go see my elder brother tomorrow. I asked Sui Yu to get it. You only gave me 4? You're really stingy. Qian Wei got off the bed. He walked over and took one and chewed it. And said vaguely, Let me taste it. Hey. I brought it for my elder brother. Sui Ling was anxious. If you want to eat it, take money to buy it. Or you give me money. Where did I get the money? It's quite delicious. Try it. Qian Wei handed the bun to her and asked her to take a bite. He said, 3 buns are enough for your brother. He's not starving. Sui Ling glared at him, but still opened her mouth and took a big bite. Isn't it delicious? Let's split one between us. Good things come in pairs. Sending 2 is just right. Qian Wei couldn't taste the flavor. The next day, Sui Ling took 2 cold buns and got on a camel to go out with Qian Wei. After leaving the city, the north wind blew. When the camel started running, the wind that hit her head on was like a sharp blade, cutting the skin exposed outside the clothes. I'm freezing to death. I won't come when it's cold next time. Sui Ling shivered with cold. She shrank and the buns in her arms rolled down from under her clothes. She reached out to grab them, but only held one down. The other rolled to the ground and was crushed to pieces by the camel's hind hooves. Unlucky thing. She was so angry that she slapped the camel. Sui went and looked at the lonely bun handed over. He sighed, thinking that Sui Ling's life in her husband's house must be difficult. He did not eat the bun. Let Sui Ling take it back, saying that he could eat 3 meals a day and would not be hungry. Brother, the life of building the Great Wall is too hard. How about I go to Human Pass for you? Finally do wait to ask for you to transfer you to work elsewhere? Qian Wei waited for the 2 to finish talking about the past, and then spoke slowly. Sui went and refused. He had seen too many people who flattered and flattered around his father, and the faces of those who tried their best to climb the ladder were similar. In his eyes, Qian Wei's temptation was like a child peeing. He couldn't hold it back. This is my own request. The son pays the father's debt. I will atone for my father's sin. He glanced at Sui Ling and said, You can go back with your brother-in-law. Don't come here anymore. Just live your life peacefully. If I become an uncle, come and tell me the good news. In his opinion, considering Qian Wei's character, Sui Ling's life would be more stable only if she gave birth to a child. Sui Ling frowned unhappily, and she forced the frozen bun in her hand to him, saying, "Let's go." "Well, do you have any news about Sister Yu?" Sui went and asked again. She's living a good life." Sui Ling almost let it slip, and said angrily, "She's happy every day. You don't need to worry about her. She doesn't associate with us anymore. And I can't even get in when I go to see her." Sui went and didn't believe it. But he didn't say anything. After the two rode away on camels, he stood there and ate the cold bun. Before the supervisor came to urge him, he carried the load to pick up sand. "Your elder brother is a fool. He has connections, but he doesn't use them. He is asking for trouble." On the way back, Qian Wei complained indignantly and asked, "Have you ever met Captain Li?" Sui Ling shook her head and whispered, "My father only met my elder brother before he died." Qian Wei snorted coldly and said, "Don't come again. Look at your cousin. She doesn't think about anything. She is busy making money every day. Don't you have any ideas?" Sui Ling's eyes flashed with resentment. She hated it most when someone compared her with others. It was really cowardly to let a woman go out to make money. It was dark when she got home. Sui Ling was cold all the way. She started sneezing as soon as she entered the door. She got off the camel and went straight to the side room. She got into the bed and shivered. "You came out to make fire and cook for me. You were out all day and came back to lie on the bed. Whose lady are you?" Xian's mother rushed into the house with a spoon and scolded, "You are lazy every day. You don't earn a penny. You are greedy and lazy. Which wife is like you? It's cold. It's been cold all the way. Let her rest. Don't get sick." Qian Wei came in to help. "Rest? When did I rest? It's not raining or snowing. Why is it cold?" Zhao Shiping's wife in the next alley just came back from closing her stall after dark. People who earn money don't feel cold. But she who eats free food still feels cold? Get down from here. Qian's mother raised a spoon and threw herself on the bed to beat people. Beating and scolding, "I will tie you up and sell you tomorrow. Raising you is worse than raising a pig." Sui Ling was hit a few times, and heard her say that. She was angry and scared. She burst into tears, and the grievances in her heart turned into hatred, wishing to kill all those who bullied her. Sui Yu went out to carry firewood and vaguely heard crying and scolding. She took a breath of cold air and went into the house and closed the door. "Are we going to have soup noodles or dumpling soup tonight?" she asked as she entered the kitchen. "It's getting late. Let's just make dumpling soup." Zhao Shiping brought 2 pairs of straw sandals to the stove and hewed them by the firelight while making a fire, saying, "There's still half a bundle of straw left. I'll make you 2 more pairs when I have time." Sui Yushi nodded happily. "I can make 3 or 4 cents a day now, plus the money I've saved from setting up a stall at the West City Gate. It will be a month and 2 days. I'll go to the cloth shop to buy a few feet of cloth. And our family of 3 will all have thicker clothes. The weather is getting colder. I don't like clothes. You 2 can buy 1 more." "That won't work. Mr. Zhao is good to me. I have to be good to him too." Sui Yu shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Zhao? Don't you think so?" Mr. Zhao didn't say anything. He didn't like to hear words that made people numb. Chapter 36: A Narrow Escape. As the weather got colder, Sui Yu's business became better. In October, she asked Zhao Shiping to carry a basket and a can to the grain store and buy a stone of flour at once. In the past, 1 bucket of flour was enough for 2 or 3 days. But now 2 buckets are only enough for 3 days. "Can you sew?" Before entering the cloth store, Sui Yu asked in a low voice. "You can't?" Zhao Shiping looked at her with a wrong look. He seemed to have never seen her sew before. Sui Yu smiled awkwardly. "I can't. I can't either. Don't even think about asking him to mend and cut clothes for her again. Then spend more money to buy ready-made clothes." Sui Yu shrugged. She walked into the cloth shop first and shouted, "Sister, do you have ready-made clothes for me and my brother?" "Yes." The clerk glanced at her clothes and led people to the side room, which was full of coarse linen clothes, mostly black, dark blue, dark gray, and grayish white. Sui Yu took a quick look and found that the styles were similar, so there was nothing to pick. She touched the fabric, looked at the stitches, and asked the clerk to get her a thicker one. "My man is standing outside. Consider his body shape and get him a thicker one." And give him a black and blue one. How much is the coarsest linen? Zhao Shiping asked at the door. One piece of cloth costs 50 coins. As my wife said, I'll give 60 coins to buy 3 sets of ready-made clothes. Zhao Shiping waved his hand. Sui Liang was small and thin, so 1 zhang of cloth could make 1 set for him. His size would take up more cloth. And with Sui Yu's, 1 piece of cloth would not be enough. Just buy the cloth and go back to ask Aunt Sun to make it. She'll be willing to make it if you give her the cloth. He said. Okay. Just buy me some cloth. Half black and blue. Half gray and white. Sui Yu took out 5 strings of cash from the jar and handed it to the clerk, saying, You count it. The clerk took out a cloth ruler to measure the coarse cloth. Sui Yu stared at him and whispered to Zhao Shiping. It's so expensive. Half of the money I earned in a month is gone. If it's gone, I'll earn more. You make it sound easy. Sui Yu glared at him. Alas, it's easy to spend money, but hard to make money. Zhao Shiping thought to himself that it was not easy for him. In the past half-month, he needed dough during the day and at night, delivered in the morning and picked up in the evening, and had to run to the street again and again. How could it be easy? The clerk handed him 2 rolls of cloth. He took them with his hand, and went out to carry the load again. I'll get the cloth. Sui Yu chased after him. A piece of cloth is not light. You can't carry it. Zhao Shiping walked around her and said, Go back quickly. It's getting dark again. The wind was cold, and the sky was gray. There were few pedestrians on the street, and few people in the alleys. Every household had their doors closed, and people were hiding at home to avoid the cold. Walking into Shisantan, Sui Yu looked out and saw that there was no one in the alley. She felt relieved. Now she didn't have to worry about anyone asking questions. Meow the cat official fell down from the pile of firewood, and it greeted him with its long tail erect like a dog. Cat official, did you catch a mouse again? Your belly is bulging. Sui Yu leaned down and patted the cat's belly. It was hard. The cat had eaten its fill before the fire started. Sui Liang ran to open the door. Zhao Shiping carried the load in. Sui Yu walked at the end. After the cat went in, she closed the door with her backhand. Once the door was closed, the yard became much warmer. There was an eye in the crack of the door opposite. After the door of the Zhao family was closed, the old lady stood up and went back to the kitchen to cook. 2 days later, everyone living in Shisantan knew that Sui Yu made money from selling buns and bought 2 pieces of cloth to take home. It was a big deal. When Zhao Shiping went to see Aunt Sun to cut the cloth, Aunt Sun asked, Captain Zhao, you make a lot of money selling buns, right? I heard that you bought 2 pieces of cloth at once. How much is the cloth now? Is 10 taels of silver enough to buy it? Who said you bought 2 pieces of cloth? I bought one. Zhao Shiping thought for a while, and said, half a piece of black cloth and half a piece of gray cloth. The black one is for me to make clothes, and the gray one is for Sui Yu and her brother. It's still the old rule. You make 3 sets of clothes for me, and the rest of the cloth is yours. Aunt Sun agreed readily, and made 3 sets of clothes. The remaining fabric could be put together to patch up, and make a set of clothes for her son. Auntie, tell me, who is spreading gossip outside? Zhao Shiping asked. Aunt Sun was tight-lipped and refused to say anything. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. No one talks behind their backs. And no one doesn't talk behind their backs. There are many people living in this alley, and many people are talkative. Every day they gossip about the neighbors. The hen of Wang Ernia's family in the alley over there has a lame leg. I don't know who hit it, but this little thing has been spread in the alley for 2 or 3 days. If you care about this little thing, you will be busy every day in the future. Zhao Shiping was not very happy. How about this? I will go out and help you talk about it later. Every household has bought 1 or 2 pieces of cloth. The price of cloth is a little cheaper in summer, so I bought 2 pieces of cloth and stored them. Aunt Sun said. Zhao Shiping had to give up and thanked him in a strange way. He thought the matter was over. But the next day, when he sent Sui Yu to set up the stall, there was a stall selling buns outside the wine shop. Not only with radish filling, but also with pickled cabbage filling. Obviously, someone believed the rumors and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Sui Yu paused. The woman who was lighting the fire looked familiar to her, but she didn't know her name. She should be someone who lived in the 2 adjacent alleys. Selling buns? She deliberately approached and saw that the woman looked nervous. She leaned over and asked, how much are the buns? Dong Yang lowered her head and said nothing. Let's go. Zhao Shiping pulled her hand. He was worried that she would be unhappy and want to find fault. So he deliberately said, "Isn't it karma? You stole other people's business at the West City Gate before. And now it's someone else's turn to steal your business." Sui Yu had expected this. She snorted and said, "It depends on your ability." Zhao Shiping set up the stall for her, blew the stove, and said a few words and led the camel back. He let the camel out to eat grass, and went back to type the manuscript. But he was still worried. So he locked the door and went to Nanshui Street. Both stalls had their own business. But Sui Yu's business was much better. She had been in business for half a month earlier and already had regular customers. In addition, she was warm and easy to talk to, and her voice was sweet. When she called out to passers-by, 70% of them would call out, "Go play with the cats. I'll light the fire." Zhao Shiping drove Sui Liang away, and he sat down. "Who will help me collect the money if you drive Liang away?" Sui Yu looked down at him and asked, "Why are you here? I'll see if your business can still be done." Sui Yu kicked him. "Shut up your stinky mouth. You boo me every day." Zhao Shiping looked to the other side. The woman looked depressed. Obviously she had never done business before. She couldn't bring herself to shout. And under Sui Yu's silent suppression, she looked very tired. "Little sister, do you want to buy a bun? 3 cents each, with radish filling and lard." The young girl came over upon hearing this. But when she saw a cold-faced man sitting on the ground, her expression tensed and she waved her hands and said, "No, no, I don't like radishes." Sui Yu looked down and met the man's eyes. She looked up and shouted, "Liang Gur, you come to light the fire. Don't ask your brother-in-law to help. He affects my business." Zhao Shiping got up and left. He thought that he hadn't been to the market for a long time. He turned to another alley halfway. However, he met a man with a bad face halfway. He immediately turned around and walked quickly to Nanshui Street. "Why are you here again?" Sui Yu was surprised. "Stop talking nonsense. Move the stall over there." Zhao Shiping wet his hands, grabbed 2 pieces of dough and pressed them on the steamer, and moved the steamer away, and did not forget to say to Dunhuang, "The owner of the wine shop is coming. He is not easy to deal with. You move the stall quickly." However, Dunhuang used a ceramic pot, which was big and heavy. She could not move it by herself at all. She could only watch Sui Yu move the stall away in a few seconds, and even shoveled away the ashes from the burnt fire. "People are coming." Sui Yu saw 3 men coming aggressively. "How long have I been here? What kind of grasshopper came to set up a stall on my territory? And light a fire? Are you here to bury your father?" The owner of the wine shop started to curse before he even got close. And even worse, he ordered the servants to dismantle the stalls, push them away, smash them all. Sui Yu's stall was outside the oil shop. She was accompanied by a burly man who had been a soldier. The 2 servants did not dare to attack her, and rushed to Dunhuang together to smash her stall. "No, I'll leave now. My husband is under the command of Captain Sunday. You can't do this." Dunhuang protected the hot pottery cauldron and shouted, "You smashed my stall. I will definitely report it to the authorities." The 2 servants stopped, with a word of reporting to the authorities. The master was involved in a lawsuit, and it would be unpleasant to get involved in a lawsuit at this time. Get out quickly." The owner of the wine shop hated these soldiers. Damn it. Each of them was a low-ranking official like a grass seed. One died but another stuck. Dunhuang looked at Zhao Shiping. Sui Yu pushed him, and he reluctantly went to help move things. "Go back and call someone. I'll help you watch it first." Dunhuang wiped her tears, turned around and ran back. "Are you also from the military camp?" the owner of the wine shop asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. Damn it. The owner of the wine shop felt unlucky, and threw the wooden sign in his hand to the servant. He stepped on the scattered buns, and walked away directly. "Resale a few bangs." The resale wooden sign was hung on the door of the wine shop. After the servant left, Sui Yu smiled embarrassedly at the owner of the oil shop, and called Zhao Shiping to help move the stall back. Dunhuang came with her man. Zhao Shiping knew him. He was a captain of the 10th under Sun Baihu, named Du Sanchun. When Du Sanchun saw Zhao Shiping blushing, he apologized and thanked him vaguely, carried all the things on the ground onto the camel's back, picked up all the buns, and left with his wife in disgrace. "Are you still chasing me away?" Zhao Shiping stared at Sui Yu arrogantly and asked again, "Are you still chasing me away?" "No. No. Sui Yu quickly admitted her mistake. She leaned over and held Zhao Fucheng's hand to invite him to the stove, and said flatteringly, "Please help me light the fire." Zhao Fucheng. Sui Liang squatted aside with a crooked smile. "Close the stall early in the evening. I want to eat flatbread." Zhao Shiping made a request. Sui Yu agreed without saying a word. In the following days, apart from kneading dough and chopping stuffing at home, Zhao Shiping spent all his time guarding Nanshui Street. He moved a low couch and a shovel whenever the owner of the wine shop brought people to see the shop. He and Sui Yu would move the scattered stall items away like a cat carrying its cubs. When the people left, the two would move the stalls back. The owner of the liquor store was so annoyed that he could not catch the thief and could not beat him. Sui Yu would clean up the ashes and grass residues every time he went home, so he could not find any weakness. Slowly, he gave up. No one came to steal the business anymore. The smooth days passed by in a flash, and it was the end of October in a blink of an eye. In the middle of the night, Zhao Shiping mixed 3 bowls of noodles, opened the door, and found that it was snowing. He went into the house and woke Sui Yu up, saying, "It's snowing, so we can't open the stall tomorrow." "Why not?" "The fire in the stove is not cold." Sui Yu sat up, rubbing her arms, and said, "There are fewer people making steamed buns in the cold weather, so our business is better. Go and light the stove. Burn charcoal to suppress the flames. Add water to the pot, and burn it overnight. The kitchen will be warm, and the dough will rise quickly." Zhao Shiping listened to her, and turned around and went out again. Sui Yu also put on her clothes and went out. She went to the kitchen, opened the door, went out and pulled a bundle of hay to put in the pot. Then put a basin of noodles on the pot, and the other 2 basins on the stove. "Cat officer, you should be careful tonight, and don't mess up the stall for me." Sui Yu patted the cat's head and warned him. Chapter 37. Feeling sorry for me? It snowed all night, and the sky and the earth were all white. When I got up early and opened the door, the dark blue sky covered the white ground. The sky was bright but chaotic. Zhao Shiping gathered his clothes, took a long breath, and stepped into the snow. He pushed open the kitchen and saw Dunhuang squatting in front of the stove to keep warm. He just opened his eyes when he saw someone coming in. "Is the stove still burning?" he asked the cat, and closed the door with his backhand. He first lifted the curtain to see the noodles in the basin. 3 basins of thin noodles had risen. "Is the noodles cooked?" Sui Yu rushed in with her neck shrunk, stamped her feet, and said, "It's so cold. It's still warm in the kitchen. And there's still fire in the stove?" "Dunhuang, get up. I want to cook." The cat jumped to the ground, shook its fur, and walked to the door, looked through the crack of the door for a few times, opened the closed wooden door, and plunged into the snow. Sui Yu took a look, turned around and picked up the fire stick to poke the ashes in the stove hole. There were no sparks, but there was still residual heat. She covered the fire again and ignited it. She heard a crisp bang outside the door. She walked to the door and leaned out to look. "Is the water frozen?" "Yeah." "A thin layer of ice." As soon as he opened his mouth, a large mass of white mist enveloped his face and blocked his vision. Zhao Shiping turned his head and exhaled, and took the ladle to scoop water and ice into the bucket. Sui Yu made way for him. The hay at the bottom of the pot had been taken out. When the water was poured in, some grass residue floated up. It was just boiling water for washing the face, so there was no need to care about it. After putting a few more firewood in the stove, Sui Yu went out to dig radishes in the camel pen. There was no shed in the camel pen, and a thick layer of snow accumulated in the sand pit. The 2 camels knelt on the ground without fear of the cold, smacking their mouths, and the hair on their chins was sticky like lumps of ice. Sui Yu dug half a basket of radishes and brought them to the kitchen. She stamped the snow on her feet and asked, "Is the water hot?" The pot was already smoking. Zhao Shiping took a basin to scoop water. He washed his hands and face first. The work of mixing and kneading noodles was waiting for him. "How old is our camel?" Sui Yu asked. "How can you measure the age of a camel? It's not a person." Zhao Shiping looked at her and said, 3 years old. When I caught it, I estimated that it was just weaned. Didn't you buy it?" Sui Yu was surprised. "Too expensive. I caught it in the desert. I caught 2 at a time." Speaking of this, Zhao Shiping couldn't hide his pride. Catching camels depends on both luck and skills. Some people go to the desert several times a year and can't catch one. Even if they do catch one, they may not be able to keep it alive. Really amazing. Yu gave a thumbs up. Zhao Shiping didn't refute. How old do they grow before they give birth? This is what Yu wanted to ask. 5 or 6 years. Zhao Shiping was not sure. It was a long time. No wonder camels were expensive. Yu's immature thoughts were immediately dispelled. She didn't think about it anymore. She rubbed the radish with the hot water left over from washing her face. And then washed it again with the hot water left in the pot and cold water. After washing it, she put it in the food cabinet so that she could use it directly when chopping stuffing after breakfast. After washing the pot and adding water, Yu pushed open the large ceramic jar for grain. There were still 2 handfuls of rice left from grinding before. She grabbed 2 handfuls of beans and mixed them together. Washed them and poured them into the pot to cook. I'll soak a bowl of soybeans and stir-fry them when they sprout. Do you like it? Yu asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. If you like it, I'll soak more. When they sprout, I'll steam a pot of bean sprouts and tofu buns for you. Pancakes are also fine. By the way, there are chives in the vegetable garden. I don't know if they have grown. Will they freeze to death when it snows? I covered it with hay a few days ago. By the time you remember, those chives have wiped out the entire clan. The man was quite resentful. She asked him to dig the vegetable garden and plant chives. After the chives were planted, she didn't nag or care. It was all his business to water and fertilize. Yu smiled and said, when the chives are harvested, I will make you flatbreads with chive and egg fillings. Or pancakes. Zhao Shiping ignored her. After kneading the dough, he picked up the curtain and covered it. He rushed out of the warm kitchen, picked up the wooden shovel, and started to shovel the snow in the yard. The camel was also going to be let out for a run. Meow. The cat official came in from the gate, covered in snow, and ran into the kitchen. Come here. Yu stretched out her hand, and the cat came over. She brushed the snow off its fur and muttered, It's cold. Don't run outside. I won't take you with me to set up the stall today. You stay at home with Liang Gur. As she spoke, she shouted, Liang Gur, get up. The meal is almost ready. Sui Liang put on all 4 sets of clothes and new straw sandals stuffed with hay, and came out. The snow in the yard had been swept clean, and the roof and the wall were still white. He shivered at a glance. After last winter, he felt cold when he saw snow. Did your brother-in-law come in? Yu was serving rice, turned her head, and pointed to the basin on the ground, saying, The water is warm. Wash your face and hands. There was a stomping sound in the yard, and Zhao Shiping came in. He lowered his head and said, There's no one outside. Are you sure business is good today? Let's talk about it after we set up the stall. Yu handed over a bowl of thick porridge and said, Eat quickly, and serve more after you eat. I'll use the pot later. As soon as the stove door was closed, the room fell into darkness. Yu sat in front of the stove with a bowl in her hand. She put some more firewood into the stove, and when the flame soared, the room was bright. Zhao Shiping ate 2 chopsticks of rice for the cat official, and it squatted at the foot of the wall and licked it, which was in harmony with the slurping sound of people eating. After the meal, Yu washed the pot. A layer of rice sank into the water for washing the pot. She felt it was a pity and thought that after buying piglets after the new year, the swill would not be wasted. The steamer was placed on the basin, and the basin was also placed on the warm stove. Yu buried a cavity of grass residue in the stove hole, and explained a few words to Sui Liang. He then sat in front of the stove holding the cat official and stared at it. If there was an open fire, he would use a fire stick to put it out, and kept the temperature of the pot hot, but not scalding with the flickering sparks. Yu lit the oil lamp and buried her head in the chopping board. Chopping radishes. After chopping for a long time, her knife skills have also improved. At first, she carefully stared at the blade when chopping radishes, fearing that she would chop her hands. Now she doesn't need to watch. The knife rises and falls, and the radish grains that fall are of uniform size. After chopping half a basket of radishes, the dough on the stove is half open. Yu took the basin from the steamer and started to fry the stuffing. When the radish grains were put into the pot, she heard a knock on the door. It was Zhao Shiping who came back from releasing the camel. She went to open the door and found that the camel also carried 2 bundles of firewood, all of which were thick branches with snow. Did you go to collect firewood? Yes. She was too useless. She had to use hot water to wash her face and hands, and she had to cover the fire to make dough in the middle of the night. The stove would burn all night, and she would bring firewood to set up a stall during the day. Zhao Shiping felt that the half-house of firewood stored in the firewood room could not withstand her tossing for a whole winter. It hasn't rained. The firewood is dry, and it can be burned after shaking off the snow, he said. Then take it to the street later, and keep it with the firewood at home, Suiyu said. Before she finished speaking, she strode into the kitchen. There was still stuffing in the pot. This could not be delayed. After the 2 pots of stuffing were fried one after another, the oil tank was empty. Suiyu lifted the lid and looked outside, and shouted, "Boss, the dough is ready. You come to knead it. I'm waiting to wrap the stuffing. Will the raw dough be frozen and unable to be kneaded if it is brought to the street?" Zhao Shiping asked. Suiyu was unsure, and when Zhao Shiping finished kneading the dough, she cut half of it off to make buns and stuffing, and put the other half in a basin and took it to the yard. After a pot of buns was put into the pot, she brought the basin in again. The dough in the basin was hard, as if it had a layer of scab. Steam the buns at home, and then sell them on the street after they are steamed. Suiyu compromised and thought of a way. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in her mind. She slapped her head and said, Silly. I don't need to set up a stall in the future. I will steam the buns at home first, and then lead the camel to the streets and alleys to sell them door to door. It may take longer. Not everyone will buy them after shouting in an alley. People who take money to the street have the desire and ability to spend money. People who sit at home will not spend money easily unless they have extra money at home. Suiyu sorted it out inside and out, and decided to give it a try first. She spent most of the day at home stuffing and steaming buns. She piled the buns into a large bamboo basket that was scrubbed clean and dried. The steaming buns cooled and hardened little by little. It was not until the afternoon that the last pot of buns came out of the steamer. Suiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She shook her sore arms, moved her hand joints, and squatted down with a bun to fill her stomach. Zhao Shiping led the well-fed camel out, tied the rattan basket to it, and stuffed the bamboo basket with the buns into the basket. He looked at the sky and said, "It's going to snow again. It's okay if it snows. I can wear your hat to block the snow." In order to make money, Suiyu is not afraid of the cold. She ate 2 buns and drank a bowl of hot water, and felt particularly satisfied with her full stomach. At this time last year, she had already embarked on the road of exile, and she insisted on wearing a single layer of thin clothes and shoes. Today, this little trouble can't hinder her steps to make money. Before going out, Suiyu stuffed alfalfa into her jacket, and her trouser legs were bulging. Everything was ready. She put on a big hat and went to lead the camel. "I'm leaving." She strode out. Zhao Shiping followed her out. The cold wind was howling outside the door, sweeping the snow particles on the roof and rushing in the alley. The camel squinted its eyes, but the camel driver was still smiling. "If I come back late at night, remember to cook. Lianggur. Remember to remind your brother-in-law." Suiyu smiled cunningly. She was complacent, thinking that if she stayed out for a while, she wouldn't have to cook dinner. Zhao Shiping hesitated again and again, and finally he was a little worried. He compromised. "I'll go with you." No, Suiyu refused. She didn't want to light the fire. Why did she bring a cold-faced man with her? But she flattered. "Mr. Zhao is a salary-earning person. How can he wander around the streets and alleys with me to sell?" Zhao Shiping felt it was harsh, waved his hand, and told her to get out. Suiyu laughed twice. She took 2 handfuls of alfalfa from her arms to feed the camel, and led the camel out of the alley. She went to Nanshui Street first. The snow on the street had not been swept. There were a few rows of footprints, but there was no figure. At this time, she was glad that she didn't come to set up a stall. Selling buns? Radish stuffed buns. 3 cents each. The stuffing is fried in lard. Very fragrant. Suiyu walked with 2 camels on the empty street, looking around to see which shops were open. When she heard any movement, she would go over and ask, "Boss, do you want to buy some buns? They were just steamed this morning. You can light a fire and bake them to warm them up when you eat them. You're still selling buns on a snowy day? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" the bamboo craftsman asked. "I want to make money." Suiyu was very honest. The bamboo craftsman laughed twice and said, "Bring the camel here. My wife went to get the money." "Hey." Suiyu strode over and handed over the basin. She put the buns in it and said, "Sister-in-law, how many do you want to buy? You'll come tomorrow? Come here. You want to buy fresh ones? Right. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. Okay. Buy 10 today and deliver 10 to me tomorrow. The bamboo craftsman's wife handed over 30 copper coins. In a blink of an eye, she saw that the shop next door was also open. She asked, "Buy buns?" This bun lady is the one who sells buns outside the wine shop. Her buns taste good. Swayu counted the copper coins and hurriedly led the camel over, saying, "Grandma, don't come out. The snow on the ground will wet your shoes. I'll deliver them to you." The shop owners are not short of money. They are worried about cooking on snowy nights. When they hear the shouts of the bun sellers, most of them open the door to buy. Most of them have reserved buns for tomorrow with Swayu. A basket of buns was sold out on one street. Swayu asked the friendly oil shop owner for a bowl of hot water to moisten her throat, and then went to another street to sell buns. When it was getting dark, only half of the 4 baskets of buns were left. Swayu stood on the street and hesitated for a while. She led the camel into the military village, but it was far away from the 13th village. The customers didn't recognize her, so she was still happy to buy buns. After the last bun was sold, Swayu was about to go back with the camel. He heard the voice of the latecomer who followed him and shouted, "Wait a minute." The bun seller, "I'll buy 2 for my child. No more. I'll come tomorrow." Swayu wiped his nose and walked back quickly, turning into Shasantan. It was completely dark, and the doors of every household were closed. Only the voices could be heard, but no one was seen. "It's dark. Who is still walking outside with a camel? Go out and take a look. It's freezing." "I won't go." "Who's leading a camel has nothing to do with you." The man huddled in bed and didn't want to move. Xiao Shiping also heard the sound of the camel's hooves. He covered the pot lid and prepared to open the door. Suddenly, Sui Liang and the cat official ran out. "I'm back. Is the meal ready?" Sui Yu led the camel into the house. Her hands were cold. She didn't touch Sui Liang, but hugged him from a distance and said, "Close the door. It's much warmer in the house." Xiao Shiping came over to untie the basket on the camel. As soon as the basket fell to the ground, the camel went straight into the circle. "Untie my hat. My hands are stiff." Sui Yu leaned in front of the man and raised her head. Xiao Shiping paused, leaned over to untie her rope, and his hand touched his chin, which was as cold as a stone. "Your hands are so warm." Sui Yu took the opportunity to put her hands into his sleeves and sighed again. "They are so warm." Xiao Shiping shivered with cold. He held her hat and pushed her into the kitchen to warm up by the fire, saying, "Don't go tomorrow. That won't work. Although the buns for tomorrow haven't been made yet. I have already sold 2 baskets." Sui Yu took off her shoes to warm her feet, raised her eyes, and asked jokingly, "Do you feel sorry for me?" Xiao Shiping served her a bowl of boiling dumpling soup and asked her to hold it to warm her hands. Money is more important than life. Chapter 38, Report. In the middle of the night, Xiao Shiping was awakened by the movement beside him. He turned over and sat up, leaving the mattress open to the wind. The feet that reached out to him were hit by the cold wind and quickly retracted. But in just a moment, the feet reached out again. "Don't go too far," he whispered. The owner of the feet did not respond. Xiao Shiping waited for a while. Then he stretched out his hand to push the feet away and laid down again with the mattress rolled up. This time he slept on his side, facing the door. However, just as he was sleepy, the feet behind him began to rub back and forth, and a suppressed humming sounded in the silent snowy night. Xiao Shiping was annoyed. He lifted the quilt and sat up again, just as he was about to reach out to hit someone. His hand was raised in the air, and the person opposite him also sat up. "Don't pretend anymore?" he asked angrily. Sui Yu was in a daze and didn't hear what he said at all. She curled up her feet and took off her socks. The familiar burning itch made her feel bad. Her toes and insteps were hot and swollen, and there were the same bumps on her hands. "Damn it. The frostbite has recurred." Sui Yu was helpless. Xiao Shiping retracted his hand calmly. He stared at the dark figure and asked, "Do you have frostbite?" "I froze on the way to Exile. It healed when the weather warmed up. It recurred again when it froze yesterday. It itched so much." Sui Yu didn't dare to scratch, so she could only rub it with her palms. "Why did you wake up too?" she asked. Xiao Shiping was silent for a moment and said, "I woke up from the cold." "Did I grab the mattress?" "Then you go to sleep quickly, and I will sleep too." Sui Yu didn't want to chat. After the itchy feeling passed, she tied her socks again and put her hands and feet outside the mattress when she laid down. Frostbite must be kept cold. Sui Yu fell asleep again. But Zhao Shiping couldn't sleep. He lay there for a long time, waiting for the breathing of the bedside to stabilize. He got dressed and went out. The bowl of noodles on the steamer was already boiling. He washed his hands and mixed the noodles, kneaded them into a smooth dough, and put them on the steamer to smoke. The cat official squatted on the food cabinet and stared at the roof energetically. He looked at it when people came in, and looked at it again when people went out. Then he stayed on the top of the food cabinet with his ears erect. The night returned to silence. The mouse hiding on the roof came out. Just as it went to the stove, a black shadow pounced on it silently. The cat's tail swept across the basin on the stove. With a twist of its front paws, it bit the mouse in midair and fell to the ground. The big mouse with a cold body died in front of the warm stove. The next day, when Sui Yu was burning a fire, she felt a mouse tail in the grass residue under the stove. She woke up the cat sleeping on the stove and flattered it again. There's no oil at home. I'll go buy a can of soybean oil and a pound of pork fat. You watch the fire in the pot. Sui Yu said. I'll go buy them. You stay at home. Zhao Shiping went into the house to get the money and came out to ask, a pound of pork fat and a can of soybean oil? Yes. The soybean oil goes to the store next to the wine shop. I told the shopkeeper yesterday. Zhao Shiping went out in the snow. He was fast and came back in just one incense stick. After that, the three people in the family had clear division of labor, and each did their own thing. When Sui Yu fried the stuffing, Sui Lian kept the fire burning, and Zhao Shiping kneaded the dough on one side. He didn't leave when Sui Yu wrapped the stuffing. He helped to knead the pancakes on the side. The steamer was put into the pot, and Sui Lian continued to keep the fire burning. With Zhao Shiping's help, the buns were all out of the pot at noon. Sui Yu had a full stomach at home and filled the water bag with hot water. She carried 2 hot water bags and went out again in high spirits. I'll go with you. Zhao Shiping followed him out. I don't want you. You can't help if you go. You'll just have one more person to suffer from the cold. Prepare dinner at home, so I can have a hot meal when I come back. Sui Yu refused firmly. After saying that, she was afraid that he would catch up with her. She covered the water bag with one hand, and led the camel with the other hand and ran with big strides. Sui Yu followed the route she took yesterday. After a circle, she sold out 2 baskets of buns. She could only sell the remaining 2 baskets in the military settlement. Farmers are not as rich as businessmen. In winter, they have no income, so they are reluctant to spend money. Sui Yu shouted in the alley again and again until dark, and there were still a dozen buns left to sell. The next day, she made 1 less pot, but she still sold them until dark before returning. Make 1 less pot tomorrow. The snow has stopped and there will be more people cooking. Sui Yu shook her head while roasting the fire. She had been selling in the military settlement for 3 days, but she was finally exposed. The people living in the settlement changed their kindness after knowing that she was a criminal slave. Today, she met a few shameless people who even took the buns without paying. Some people even shouted that she was selling too expensive when others bought buns. Zhao Shiping stared at her red and swollen fingers and said, I won't sell tomorrow. You can set up a stall when the weather warms up. When the weather warms up, the fields will be busy. And what else can I do if I don't sell buns? When it's cold, I have nothing to do. And I shiver in bed every day? Sui Yu shook her head. Zhao Shiping didn't argue with her. But he didn't need the dough for her after dinner. Sui Yu sat on the bed and stared at the person who came in, asking, Have you kneaded the dough? I won't sell it tomorrow. You are so annoying. Sui Yu was anxious, so she didn't let him get on the bed, saying, You go and knead the dough for me. The man stood still. I didn't ask you to sell it. I'm not freezing you. Sui Yu yelled. Zhao Shiping said nothing, but he didn't move either. Or do you like me? You don't want me to go out and get cold? Sui Yu provoked him. Zhao Shiping said nothing, and didn't respond to what she said. Sui Yu hated him for being a stubborn guy. She spat at him, put on her clothes, and went to the field to knead the dough. Zhao Shiping locked the door quickly. He stood at the door and said in a deep voice, I said, I won't set up the stall anymore. You can stay at home for the winter. Sui Yu stood in front of him and glared, saying firmly, Zhao Shiping, you are finished. You like me. I just can't bear to see you ruin your body. I also want to have a good sleep. At this point, The man's voice became turbulent. He stared at the black shadow in front of him with hatred and said angrily, "You hum and moan in the middle of the night, moving around in bed. And you won't stop until you wake me up." Sui was speechless. She didn't know this. "My frostbite has relapsed. Even if you don't let me sell buns, I will still groan when I itch at night." Sui pushed him away when he wasn't paying attention. She pushed the door open swiftly and said with a big laugh, "I'm coming out." Zhao Shiping followed him out. Sui closed the stove door first. She leaned against the door and said, "It won't be cold if it doesn't snow. I will cook less in the future. I will just steam 2 baskets of buns and sell them on the street. I will be back in an hour at most." What nonsense! Zhao Shiping has been in Dunhuang for 6 years. How could he not know what winter weather is like? Once it snows, it will be cold all the time. People can freeze to death. "Open the door," he said. "You go back to your room and sleep. I'll make a bowl of noodles and go into sleep." Sui had made up her mind. She leaned against the door and stared at the cat on the stove, ignoring the people outside. Zhao Shiping was too cold to stand after wandering outside for a while, so he had to do as she wished. Hearing the footsteps, Sui left from behind the door. She kept the stove on, washed her hands, and took out the bowl to make noodles. Thinking of Zhao Shiping's behavior tonight, she smiled happily, and a piece of ice was finally melted by her. After making a bowl of noodles, Sui stuffed some grass residue into the stove hole. In order to prevent the cat from getting in and getting burned, she blocked the stove hole with a wooden block. After closing the stove door, Sui shrank her neck and went into the bedroom. When she pushed the door open, a warm air came in. She quickly closed the door and walked to the bed in the dark. Halfway through, she suddenly got an idea. She turned on her toes and walked to the side where the man slept. When she touched the edge of the bed, she took off her shoes and went up. "Wrong way," Zhao Shiping said. Sui turned over from him with a suppressed smile. "It's really warm here." Zhao Shiping ignored her. "I only mixed 1 bowl of dough, and can only steam 3 pots of buns. I estimate that I will be back in an hour." Sui squatted beside him and said, "How about you go with me tomorrow?" He wanted to go when she disagreed, and she took the initiative to propose. But Zhao Shiping didn't want to go again. "It's settled. You help me lead the camel tomorrow, and I will just shout." Sui made the final decision. "Go to sleep." Zhao Shiping agreed. As Sui expected, the 3 pots of buns were almost sold out after a circle on the street. Zhao Shiping led the camel for her, and he used chopsticks to pick up the buns when someone bought them. And he also collected the money. Sui only shouted, and they returned with a camel in less than an hour. However, in the eyes of others, this is evidence of good business. In the Hu mansion, under the heavy snow, a group of 3 people walked on the swept bluestone road. The servant hiding under the eaves to avoid the wind saw them, and hurriedly went to sweep the snow with a broom. "It's cold. Hide." Lord Hu waved his hand, and he strode to the eaves. The maid inside the door came out to shake the snow for him. "Is the old lady awake? Is the master here?" Old Mrs. Hu sat up from the warm couch, and the maid who served her pressed the fox fur she was wearing. "Why are you here today when it's snowing so hard?" Old Mrs. Hu was very happy to see her son. She looked around the room and pointed at Sui Hui and said, "Go and make a cup of hot tea for the master." "Yes. This maid was sent to me by you. She makes good tea. You can try it later," Old Mrs. Hu said. Lord Hu looked over and vaguely remembered that this had happened. But the maid kneeling in front of him with her head lowered and her eyes lowered did not match the skeleton-like slave in his impression. "Thank you for taking me back home. I will never forget your life-saving grace." Sui Hui bowed and kowtowed, then knelt down and handed a cup of hot tea to Lord Hu. Lord Hu looked at her more. The southern woman had a delicate figure, and the woman from a noble family had gentle manners. It was quite pleasing to the eye. He took a sip of the teacup and nodded, saying, "Not bad. The tea is fragrant. I'm glad you like it." Sui Hui bowed her head and smiled, then quietly returned to the tea stove to stir the fire. Lord Hu talked to the old lady for a while, asking about her health and recent meals with concern. "By the way, I remember you have 2 sisters?" Lord Hu asked suddenly. Sui Hui was stunned, before she could figure out what he meant. She answered, "I have 2 younger sisters, 1 biological sister and 1 cousin. They both married soldiers in the army." "Who is Sui Yu?" "Sui Yu is my 3rd uncle's cousin." "But what happened?" Old lady Hu asked. I just remembered a small matter. Yesterday someone came to accuse her of instigating soldiers to do business. Mr. Hu put down the teacup. The smile on his face faded a little. And said, the criminal slave is guilty. And has no qualifications for land distribution. So how can he do business to make money? Sui Hui bit her lip secretly. And she poured another cup of hot tea into the teacup with shaking hands. Then put down the teacup and knelt on the ground. Begging, my cousin is a concubine's daughter. She can't read a few words. And she doesn't understand the law. She is reckless and ignorant. I hope you will show mercy and spare her life. Mrs. Hu stroked the warm tube on her knees and said, what does a woman know about doing business? She is just making a fuss and selling some small things. Let people go and say something. Why bother to shout and kill people? Mr. Hu smiled and nodded. I have sent someone to tell them. Sui Hui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was too scared. At this time, Li Baihu and Hu Darren's subordinates had entered the Zhao family. Sui Yu was steaming the second pot of buns in the kitchen. The subordinate came in and asked, selling buns? Sui Yu nodded. She thought he was here to buy buns. Just as she smiled, she heard the other party say, criminal slaves are not allowed to trade. This time, it's fine. If it happens again, the next time, the proceeds from the trade will be confiscated, and they will be sent to the Gobi Desert to build canals and dams. This is Hu Darren's subordinate. Li Baihu introduced with a smile. But his face changed in an instant. He stared at Zhao Shiping and asked, Captain Zhao, the soldiers do business and don't want to stay in the army? Zhao Shiping really didn't know. There were no clear regulations in the military camp. Many of the people selling vegetables and food on the street were the families of soldiers. This was purely a matter of the people not reporting and the officials not investigating. He didn't do business. And he didn't look down on the few cents I made from selling buns. All the money from selling buns belonged to me. Sui Yu hurriedly put aside Zhao Shiping's crime. She admitted her fault to the officials in a good manner and promised, it was the ignorance of the criminal slave. From now on, I will abide by my own duties, and will not interfere in business anymore. Zhao Shiping saw that the officials wanted to take it easy, and that Li Baihu was deliberately holding him back. He said to the officials, I will keep an eye on Sui Yu in the future, and we will not sell buns anymore. Chapter 39 A night talk between husband and wife. The subordinate was quite satisfied with the couple's attitude of admitting their mistakes. He gave them another warning, and was about to leave. After leaving the kitchen, he stood in the yard and looked around. He was caught off guard by a child staring at him from the dark and gloomy main door. He was so scared that his face changed, and he stepped on Li Baihu's foot and took 2 steps back. You saw? He wanted to ask Li Baihu if he could see someone standing in the door. And then, he saw the skinny child holding the door and walking out. Zhao Shiping waved and said, Sui Liang, come and greet the adults. Sui Liang did not move. He understood that these 2 people were bad guys. My younger brother is a fool and can't understand what you say. Please forgive me. Adults. Sui Yu apologized with fear and trepidation. Seeing that it was a living person, the subordinate patted his sleeves and stood up straight. His face changed again and again. He was very annoyed because of his loss of manners. Is he really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Captain Li never missed the chance to annoy people. He took 2 steps forward. Zhao Shiping stepped in to block him and said, This child has not made a sound since the day you stuffed him into my hands. He is 6 years old, and can't speak, but can only obey orders. If he is not stupid, what is he? He was originally scared stupid. You put on a bad face and scare him. If you scare him and piss on the bed, you will take him home to raise him? Captain Li snorted and laughed. He glanced at Sui Yu and said, I didn't stuff him into your hands. But if you think he is a burden, I will take him away when I leave later, and send him to the prison camp. Sui Yu's face changed. And Zhao Shiping's face was not good either. He endured and endured, softened his tone, and said, He is too young. He will not survive for a few days in the prison camp. When he grows up, whether he is stupid or not, I will send him to the prison camp to serve with my own hands. The subordinate kept staring at Sui Liang, seeing that he had no reaction after hearing this, and his wooden face really looked like an idiot. He waved his hand and turned away first. Captain Li didn't care to say anything else, and hurried out to see him off. When the footsteps faded away, Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She went to close the door with weak legs, and turned around to see Sui Liang standing under the eaves crying silently. as if he had just reacted. With a face full of fear, Zhao Shiping didn't know how to coax a child, let alone what words to comfort him. He didn't dare to think about the future, and couldn't think of a way out, so he could only stand there in silence. Next time a stranger comes in, you stay at home and don't come out, Sui Yu said. Sui Liang wiped away his tears and nodded obediently. He also vaguely realized in his heart that he shouldn't have shown up just now. You still have many years to grow up. Don't be afraid. Sui Yu forced a smile. She walked over, took Sui Liang's hand, and led him into the kitchen, coaxing him, "Don't be afraid even if you go to serve. I will raise you tall and strong. You can learn kung fu from your brother-in-law. In 10 years, you can build canals and dams or carry sand and dig soil to build the Great Wall. It will be easy and effortless." Sui Liang believed it. He wiped his tears and stopped crying. You have endured all the hardships on the road of exile. What else is there to be afraid of? Is it? Sui Yu encouraged herself again. Don't be afraid of anything. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Let's eat, sleep and work well. Sui Liang nodded heavily. Wash your hands and eat buns. Eat more. Sui Yu sighed imperceptibly. She walked to the stove and sat down, grabbed a handful of hay and stuffed it into the stove hole where the flames had gone out, and leaned over to blow the sparks and cover the fire, blowing again and again, making her head dizzy. The flame soared. Sui Yu poked a lump of cow dung into the fire, and added some dry firewood. She stared at the orange-red flames and slowly lost her mind. Sui Liang squatted beside her legs with the buns in his hands and nibbled them. The cat official smelled the fragrance and stretched his body and jumped down from the top of the food cabinet. He squatted at people's feet with his tail between his legs, and squinted again when he heard the crackling sound of dry firewood falling. Zhao Shiping couldn't stand the dead silence in the house. He got up and went to the camel pen to shovel snow and clean the feces. After cleaning the camel pen, he turned around to pick up the chicken coop and planned to wash and wipe the chicken coop with snow. In the kitchen, Sui Yu was depressed for a stick of incense and then regained her spirit. She put the steamed buns into the basket and started to make the third pot of buns. If the buns today can't be sold, you can eat them at home. Eat them every day until you are full and grow fat and neat. Captain Zhao, go to the vegetable garden and cut 2 bunches of leeks. I have some free time today and noodles. I'll fry 2 more kinds of stuffing and make some pancakes. Let's change the taste. We're tired of eating radishes every day. Sui Yu leaned out of the kitchen and said, if you want to eat tofu stuffing, go to the street and buy 2 pieces of tofu. Zhao Shiping looked at her carefully. He put down the chicken coop and nodded obediently. What else do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Sui Yu thought about it. She wanted to eat chicken, but after weighing the money in her hand, she shook her head and said, I don't want to eat anything. The man took the money and left. Sui Yu took the soap bean sprouts out of the food cabinet. Brother Liang, come and pick the bean sprouts. The soaked sprouts are dry and not delicious when fried. Look at me. I picked out all the bean sprout skins and threw them away. Picking and soaking sprouts is time-consuming and laborious. In the past, Sui Yu would not care about this, but now it is very good to kill time. Zhao Shiping went to the street to buy tofu, and then went to the vegetable garden to cut 2 handfuls of snowy leeks. He also squatted in the kitchen and slowly picked and washed the leeks. The 2 oil tanks of pig fat and soybean oil that were bought a few days ago were almost full. Sui Yu didn't feel bad about using the oil. She fried bean sprouts, tofu, leeks and eggs, wrapped the oily stuffing into the dough, flattened it, and put it in the bottom of the pan to fry. I found that this pan is very suitable for making pancakes and pancakes. It can make a brown crust and smell delicious. Sui Yu used a spatula to turn the pancake over, looked at the color of the crust, and said, the fire should be a little to the west. Just bake with sparks. Don't burn flames. Zhao Shiping nodded, and according to her instructions, he used a fire stick to push away the grass residue. 1 pot can bake 7 round cakes. When the 5th pot is baked, it is already dark outside. When the last cake is out of the pot, Sui Yu scoops water and mixes a handful of grass ash to wash the bottom of the pot. After washing the oil and water in the pot, she scoops water to boil water for washing face and feet. The oil lamp on the stove flickers, and there is not much oil in it. Sui Yu scoops 2 spoons of lamp oil into it. The flames soar, magnifying the shadow of the cat official countless times and projecting it on the wall. Sui Yu stared at the cat shadow on the earthen wall until the water in the pot smoked. And then she came back to her senses and opened the pot lid. Zhao Shiping went out to get a wooden basin. When washing his face, he took out a narrow-mouthed black pottery bottle from his arms and handed it to Sui Yu, saying, "Camel oil. Apply it after you wash your face." Sui Yu looked at him. She uncorked the bottle and smelled it. It was a little fishy. Like the fishy smell of milk. "When did you buy it? Did you buy it when you bought tofu?" Zhao Shiping nodded. He wanted to make her happy. The waiter said that applying this won't make your face cold or red. He didn't know if it was true or not. But he heard the waiter say that to others. So he bought a bottle. Sui Yu smiled. Wiped her face. Rubbed a lump with her fingertips. And rubbed it in her palm to warm it up. When she applied it on her face, she hissed in pain. There was frostbite on her face. And there were cracks from the cold wind. The camel oil soaked into it. And it hurt. What's wrong? Zhao Shiping was puzzled. Sui Yu waved her hand. And she rubbed another lump. Lifted Sui Liang's head. And rubbed it on his face. He also grimaced in pain. But no sound came out. You apply some too. Sui Yu leaned in and stared at the man's face. He was also cold and frozen. But his face was neither red from the cold nor dry and tight. And even his lips were not dry and bleeding. Forget it. You don't need to apply it. Sui Yu took back the narrow-neck bottle and said, "Thank you. I feel better now." Zhao Shiping hesitated twice. Poured the water for washing his face into the foot basin. Scooped hot water from the pot and added it. Then took off his shoes and socks to soak his feet. There was no need to leave the dough tonight. And there was no need to keep the fire in the stove. But considering that there was still a cat, Sui Yu buried a cavity of grass ash in the stove hole before leaving. With this little fire, the stove could be warm until the second half of the night. Lying on the bed, Zhao Shiping spread the wool skin flat on the mattress. Seeing that the two people at the foot closed their eyes, he blew out the flame in the oil lamp. The next moment, the room fell into darkness. And it was so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. Slowly, one of the breathing sounds became steady, and Sui Liang fell asleep. But the other breathing sound was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. And it took a long time to calm down. The night passed quickly in the cold wind. The bed that was squeezed together for 3 people was warm. But the chilblains on Sui Yu's legs and feet began to flare up again. She was too lazy to get up. So she rubbed her feet gently through her socks. However, the itchiness persisted. So she lost her patience and rubbed them hard against the raised curve of the manuscript under the bed. The chilblains were rubbed and water oozed out. And they began to hurt again. "I'm so annoyed." Sui Yu sat up impatiently. She took off her socks and slapped the painful and itchy places. The clear slapping sound rang in the room. And Sui Liang was woken up. He turned over and sat up. "It's okay. You sleep. I'm hitting mosquitoes." Sui Yu patted him. And she laid down holding her breath. The itchiness on her legs and feet made her more and more irritated. She lost her composure and stretched out her feet to rub them on the edge of the bed. Zhao Shiping opened his eyes. And he reached out to pull his feet back. There were no socks on his feet. And the insteps of his feet were hot. But the soles of his feet were cold. He touched the raised bumps and pressed them with his fingertips. The insteps, toes, ankles, and legs were all flat. So he changed to pressing with the palms of his hands. "My toes are the most itchy," Sui Yu said in a low voice. "I can't sleep well at all. It's too torturous. It's better to cut it off with a knife." Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. He used both hands, grabbing one foot with one hand and rubbing it with the palm of his hand. "Will you scratch me again tomorrow night?" Sui Yu asked. "Well, you sleep. And then I will sleep." Sui Yu couldn't sleep. Anyway, she had nothing to do tomorrow. So she didn't have to force herself to sleep. When the itchiness disappeared temporarily, she pulled her foot away, got up and moved to the end of the bed to sleep. "Don't be afraid. I won't touch you." Sui Yu lifted the mattress and wolf skin and lay down quickly. The man's side was really warm. "Go back to your place and sleep." "I don't want to sleep yet." "Go back when you want to." Sui Yu sighed and said softly, "I almost cried when you tickled my feet. Please talk to me. I'm not happy today." Zhao Shiping moved a little further away with a stiff body. He stared at the dark roof, not knowing what to say. "If I can't sell anything, how can I make money? The pressure is back on you alone. I can support you." Sui Yu shook her head. She once again deeply realized her precarious situation. A slave. A slave. This shackle trapped her and could take her life at any time. If it really came to that, Zhao Shiping would not be able to protect her. Just like today. If the subordinates were a little violent and wanted to take her away, Zhao Shiping would not be able to stop them. Don't you want to raise piglets? When spring comes, I will buy you 2 sheep. 1 pig and 2 sheep. By the end of the year, you will earn more than my salary by selling them. Zhao Shiping spoke slowly. Didn't you say you were not afraid of any difficulties? Don't be discouraged. If you can't do business, there are other ways to make money. Sui Yu nodded. It was the only way. The money I earn can only buy a piglet. I will buy it for you. And the money from the sale of the sheep belongs to you. I don't want it. Chapter 40. Crossing the desert to get reed flowers. The chilblains from being rubbed became swollen and festering overnight. When Sui Yu got up in the morning, she found something wrong with the back of her foot. She sat on the bed and shouted outside, Captain Zhao, bring a fire to light the oil lamp. Zhao Shiping pushed the firewood in the stove inward and took out a burning branch to protect the fire. He pushed the door and asked, Why are you still lighting the oil lamp in the morning? Let me see my feet. It's too dark in the room. Sui Yu put on 4 pairs of pants, and she moved to the outside of the bed to sit. The oil lamp lit up, and she stretched her foot to see that the sole of her right foot was swollen. The chilblains from being rubbed had not scabbed, and sticky pus was flowing down from it. Sui Yu grumbled, put on her socks, kicked the man holding the oil lamp, and said, Help me get my shoes. They're over there. Zhao Shiping glanced at her, raised his foot to get her shoes, and said to Sui Liang, Get up. The buns are almost hot. Sui Yu took the shoes and put them on. But she paused as soon as her feet touched the ground. The straw sandals were hard and rough, and the back of her feet rubbed against them like a grindstone. She took another step and limped out. Zhao Shiping had already strode into the kitchen to check the fire. When he heard the noise, he turned his head and asked with a frown, Do your feet hurt? My feet are swollen and my shoes are tight. It hurts when my instep rubs against my straw sandals. I'm afraid my chilblains will be rubbed off. Sui Yu urged him to get up, and she sat down herself. At this time, she sighed with relief. It's a blessing in disguise. If I still sell buns today, I will suffer. Zhao Shiping was silent. She always treated the chilblains on her body carefully. If she hadn't been stimulated by what happened yesterday, she wouldn't be so impatient in the middle of the night. He poured the warm water on the stove into the wash basin and brought it to her, saying, Wash, and call me to pour water when you're done. As he said this, he lowered his head and walked out of the kitchen, and went into the bedroom to rummage around in the house. When Sui Yu called him to eat, he found a pair of dusty old thatched shoes, which were woven with straw and reed fluff. He wore them every year when it snowed heavily without freezing his feet. He took good care of them, and only wore them once a year during the coldest days of winter. Here, wear my shoes. They don't hurt your feet. They're soft. He wiped off the dust on the shoes and handed them to Sui Yu. Sui Yu took the shoes and looked at them again and again, saying, These shoes are definitely warm. Did you weave them yourself? No. They were woven for me by an old uncle who fought with me. Zhao Shiping washed his hands with water, opened the pot lid, picked up the buns, and asked Sui Yu and Sui Liang what fillings they wanted. Can you ask him to make a pair for me and Liang Gua? We'll pay. Sui Yu put on her shoes. They were too big, even with the reed flowers. They still led in the wind. There are reed marshes in Dunhuang. Why don't you pick some reed flowers? Reed flowers are better than hay to block the wind and keep out the cold. Give me a bean sprout bun. Zhao Shiping poked it with chopsticks and handed it to her, saying, There are too many people and too few reed flowers. I'm busy with things at home and outside in winter. When I remembered, the reed marshes were already bald. After saying that, he glanced at the straw sandals on her feet and said, Uncle Laonyo lost one hand in the war, so he can't weave anymore. How many years have you had this pair of shoes? They are quite durable. 3 years. Zhao Shiping swallowed a mouthful of food, stared at Sui Yu and Sui Liang, and said, After dinner, you can sit on the bed and cover yourself. I'm going out for a while. I'll come back at noon to steam buns and cook porridge. Sui Yu moved her feet and said happily, Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhao. I'll wait for you to serve me 3 meals a day. Serve? Zhao Shiping glanced at her. After filling her stomach, Sui Yu sat in front of the stove and lit the fire to chat with the man. He cleaned up the stove and prepared to go out. She also stood up and planned to lie back on the bed. However, she complained that her feet hurt after walking a few steps. Captain Zhao, come and help me. Zhao Shiping didn't think much about it. He came over to help her and wondered, does it still hurt? It hurts. Sui Yu nodded decisively. Last year, the chilblains on both feet were worn out. I walked in the snow for a whole day in a pair of broken straw sandals. Now that someone hurts, my feet know to be delicate. Zhao Shiping gritted his teeth and stopped walking. Sui Yu was carried by him, with one foot inside the door and one foot stuck outside. She smiled and turned back and asked, am I wrong? Zhao Shiping stared at her. He wondered if he underestimated her, or if she had a short memory. She was full of complaints last night, and was as depressed as a fish out of water. After a good night's sleep, she started to provoke him in various ways. Sui Yu struggled with his hand and walked into the house, saying, my foot is stuck and it hurts. Let's go inside and talk. The man followed her into the house, helped her to the bed, and turned away. Sui Yu laughed and heard the footsteps going to the camel pen. She shouted at the top of her voice, lock the door from the outside. I won't go out until you come back. No one said anything, but she heard the sound of the lock. Sui Yu took off the dirty pants she was wearing outside and sat on the bed. She also moved the wooden box containing money to the bed. She only knew how much money she had earned in the past 2 months. Today was a good time to calculate it clearly and teach Sui Liang how to count. At this time, Zhao Shiping rode a camel straight out of the city. When he went out of the west gate, he met Huang Lanqing on duty. He got off the camel and said hello. Where are you going in this cold weather? Huang Lanqing poured him a bowl of hot water from the stove. I'm going out of town, Zhao Shiping said vaguely. No more buns for sale at home. Right? No one is out on the street. Zhao Shiping shook his head. He did not hide anything and said frankly, slaves are not allowed to do business. Someone reported me to Lord Hu yesterday, so I stopped selling buns. Huang Lanqing looked complicated and asked, do you know who it was? How can I know? I dare not ask. If the matter gets out of hand, it will be bad for Sui Yu. Zhao Shiping handed him the bowl and said, you are busy. I'll go out for a while. He led the camel through the city gate. When he got out of the city gate, he saw yellow sand everywhere. Snow fell on the sand dunes, and the snow pressed the sand to form white arcs. Zhao Shiping rode his camel all the way west. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Sand and snow accumulated on his body. The fur on the camel was wet and iced. The wind was whistling in his ears. There was no one around. Finally, he heard the sound of water. Zhao Shiping drove the camel north along the river. When he saw the raised sand hills, he got off the ground and led the camel up. When his feet sank into the sand and couldn't pull them out, he relied on the camel to drag him. It took a long time for one person and 2 camels to climb to the top. There is a lake in the center surrounded by sand hills. The shallows of the lake are reed marshes. This place is far from the city. Few people know about it, and the reed flowers have not been picked. Zhao Shiping sat on the ground and slid down all the way. When he reached the lower part, his speed slowed down. He stopped by pushing the sand with his feet. He didn't bother to shake off the sand in his clothes and shoes. He walked to the reed marsh to pick the reed flowers on top of the snow. I earned 14 strings of cash in total. I spent 5 strings of cash on cloth, leaving me with 9 strings of cash. Let me calculate. A pound of pork costs 5 strings of cash. A piglet must weigh 10 pounds. Right? Live pigs are more expensive than pork. I need to prepare at least 70 strings of cash. Sui Yu put the 7 strings of money back into the wooden box, looked at the other 2 strings of money, and put them into the wooden box as well, saying, save them all. I will buy more chicks next year. When the chickens grow up, we will stew one every month. This year, we will be poorer and hold it in. Sui Liang nodded. No matter what Sui Yu said or did, he thought it was right. Sui Yu patted the bed. She opened the quilt and lay down, saying, sleep for a while, and we will get up when your brother-in-law comes back. Zhao Shiping was on his way back to the city. He was riding a camel with a bundle of reed flowers on his back, and the other camel had a bundle of reed flowers half a person's height on its back. With these, the 3 of them would be able to survive this winter. It was already past noon when they arrived at the west gate. The city guard saw that he could still get 2 large bundles of reed flowers at this time, and they all asked him where he got them, and if he had any more. Yes, You should be able to fold 2 more bundles. Go west all the way. And when you hear the sound of water, go north along the river. And climb up a sand hill. There is a large lake in the middle of the sand hill. Zhao Shiping told him honestly that he found this lake when he went to the desert to catch camels. You went out of the city just to fold reed flowers? I have some at home. Just tell me, and I'll bring you a bundle, Huang Anqing said. Zhao Shiping was vague because he was afraid that he would say that. I use a lot at home. I can go out of the city and bring it back with some effort. It's not a big deal. Have you eaten? If not, come to my house. Huang Anqing waved his hand, signaling him to go back quickly. Zhao Shiping went to the government office first and exchanged half a bundle of reed flowers for a bundle of straw. When he returned home and heard no sound in the house, he locked the camel in the pen and went out to find Uncle Lao Niu in Shikotan. When he went there, he found that he was not at home. So he went back. Sui Yu and Sui Lian also woke up. When she heard the noise, she opened the door and saw the reed flowers and straw placed under the eaves at a glance. I'll ask Uncle Niu to come and teach me how to weave straw sandals tomorrow. He's staying at our house for dinner these days, Zhao Shiping said. No problem. There are buns and pancakes. I'll cook some soup and stir-fry some vegetables. Do you want to buy some meat? Sui Yu asked. No. He has bad teeth. Just cook the vegetables until they're soft. The next morning, Zhao Shiping went to Shikotan again. This time he didn't miss it. Sui Yu also saw Uncle Niu. Uncle Niu was short and old. He had 2 dark bags under his eyes. The patches on his clothes were so thick that mosquitoes could get in. When he opened his mouth, only his tongue was visible, not his teeth. Sui Yu greeted him. She lit the stove. The kitchen was warm. It was warmer to sit in the kitchen than to lie in bed. Shiping, you and Uncle Niu can work in the kitchen. It's warm and bright, Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping looked at her. When there were no outsiders, she always called him Mr. Zhao. When there were outsiders at home, she pretended to be polite and called him affectionately. Is this my niece's wife? Why didn't you invite me to your wedding? Uncle Niu was a little angry. The wedding banquet was held in my hometown. Not here. Zhao Shiping moved the reed flowers and straw in and asked casually, where did you go yesterday? I went to find you in the afternoon. And your door was locked from the outside. Uncle Niu smiled and looked at Sui Yu going out. He whispered, I went to the brothel. I don't have a wife to warm my bed, so I can only spend money to have fun. The person who was about to push the door stopped. Sui Yu withdrew her hand. She stroked her chest and turned back to the bedroom. Zhao Shiping looked outside and didn't ask if he had known. For the next 3 days, Sui Yu never entered the kitchen except to cook and make soup. Zhao Shiping saw that she was unhappy, so he took the time to learn how to weave straw sandals, picked up 2 plates of buns, and sent Uncle Niu away. There is still a lot of flour left at home. I will mix half a basin of flour and bake a basket of pancakes tomorrow. I see you like pancakes stuffed with egg and chives. Go to the street and buy 2 bunches of chives tomorrow, Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping had no time to talk. He sat in front of the stove and bit the straw rope with his mouth to gather strength. After tying the knot, he opened his mouth and said, Okay, I will mix the flour after dinner. Sui Yu looked at his hands. He had not touched cold water or cold wind in the past few days. He also applied camel oil on his hands and feet. The red and swollen chilblains subsided and did not develop further. With a pop sound, Zhao Shiping threw the woven straw shoes on the ground and said, Try the size and see if it fits. Sui Yu took off his shoes. The new shoes were a bit tight, but they were supported by the reed catkins. It didn't hurt to put his feet in without being clamped. It fits. She took a few steps on the spot and said, It's just right. Not too big or too small. Then I'll make a pair for Sui Lian, and you can wear them alternately. Zhao Shiping lowered his eyes and threw all the cut straw ropes into the stove hole. Make a pair for yourself, and I'll use this old pair to replace your feet. There are a lot of reed fluff at home. I'll make a few more pairs this year, and I won't bother with it next year. It's too much trouble. Zhao Shiping clapped his hands, got up and washed his hands to prepare for dinner. His hands also suffered, twisting ropes during the day and rubbing feet at night. Never resting, he made a few more pairs, and let her wear straw shoes when it gets cold next year. She can't get frostbite without freezing her feet, which is a hassle every day. After dinner, he kneaded the dough skillfully again. Just as the basin was put on the pot, The person who was soaking his feet shouted that he forgot to bring the footcloth. He went out to find the footcloth without washing his hands. Where is it? On the wooden box. After a while, a figure walked out of the darkness into the light, and Zhao Shiping handed over the footcloth. I thought you were going to throw it in my face. Mr. Zhao, you've been in a ridiculously good temper lately. Sui Yu leaned over to look at his face. Zhao Shiping ignored her. He squatted down to rub his hands with the foot-washing water. One foot was on his knee, but he remained indifferent. Sui Yu exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Shiping still ignored her. He poured the water and scooped half a basin of water to soak his feet. At night, Sui Liang fell asleep. Sui Yu ran to the end of the bed and laid down with him to chat. She whispered, "Why are you so nice to me recently? I'm a little scared." "Scare you to death?" Sui Yu nodded. "That's right." Zhao Shiping turned over with his back to her. When she stretched out her foot, he stretched out his hand to twist her skin and turned it in a circle. "It hurts? It hurts." Sui Yu slapped him. "Are you feeling better?" Zhao Shiping threw her legs away and said, "Go back to your place and sleep." Sui Yu snorted. She stood up and went back to the bedside. Before leaving, she quickly pinched the man, fearing that he would retaliate. She laid down with her legs curled up. She waited until she fell asleep, and her legs were stretched into the man's arms again. Zhao Shiping held her feet to prevent her from moving, and he tickled her bumps when she moved. He thought of her words in a daze in the middle of the night. Why did his temper become better? It was just that he saw that she was trapped at home like a moldy steamed bun because of her status as a slave. He felt uncomfortable but didn't want to risk his life to get her out of slavery. So he could only treat her better to make himself feel more at ease.